At the foot of Peach Blossom Mountain stood a small temple named Peach Blossom Temple, and within that temple lived an immortal whom the world called the Peach Blossom Immortal. The Peach Blossom Immortal had not always borne that title. His true name was Tao Mian, and he had once been an ordinary man. He was a transmigrator who, after binding a longevity system, accidentally survived for a full 1,000 years. Yet he was still stuck at the chi refining stage. One day, the Peach Blossom Immortal stepped out of his shabby, dilapidated temple into the courtyard, hefted a sack of feed, and went to feed the chickens. "Eat, eat. Once you are full, bring back a little hen for me, and I will finally have eggs to eat," he muttered. Tao Mian had lived for 1,000 years without ever descending the mountain for one simple reason: he did not know any cultivation techniques. The system had yet to provide him with any such thing. The system bound to him was nicknamed Keep a Trump Card, its full name being Shared Cultivation Master always keeps one trump card longevity system. In other words, if he wished to cultivate, he first needed to have a disciple. He would then let the disciple shoulder the hard work of cultivating techniques, toiling and competing, while he simply enjoyed cloud-based sharing, forever remaining one step higher than the disciple. On paper, it all sounded perfect. So where was he supposed to get a disciple? Was there some kind of lottery? Should he pick one up from a trash bin? Or was he expected to get one by topping up his phone bill? He had already waited 1,000 years. Why had no one appeared yet? If this went on much longer, he would have to seriously consider forcibly accepting his 3 chickens as disciples. He fumed in silence. Tao Mian raised his face to the sky and questioned the heavens a few times, raging powerlessly, while only the chickens in the coop flapped their wings twice, feathers flying everywhere. Perhaps because of his influence, everything within Peach Blossom Temple seemed to carry a built-in longevity buff. For instance, there was a 300-year-old sparrow, a 600-year-old chicken, and a 1,000-year-old flying cockroach. Indeed, even if a human could live to 1,000, he would still be locked in battle with cockroaches for 1,000 years. Tao Mian suspected that if he cultivated for another 2,000 years, he might very well ride a cockroach down the mountain. The first creature that could not take it anymore was a goose. It had lived for 250 years, and truly could not go on. Every day it tried to jump into the cooking pot to end its own life. At first Tao Mian could not fathom the goose's thoughts. Later he realized that over the span of more than 2 centuries, it had seen off several hundred loving little female geese. Deep feelings do not endure long. Moved by its devoted heart, Tao Mian decided to fulfill its long-cherished wish. After uniting the chickens, ducks, dog, cat, and cockroaches in the courtyard for a grand farewell ceremony, he stewed it. The tigers in the mountains were practically drooling with envy. "Brother Goose, you died too deliciously." Tao Mian even wrote a morning couplet for it. "So great a goose, one pot could not contain it." Pen in hand, he could not think of a fitting second line, and simply gave up, leaving it to later generations to comment. 100 years after sending off Brother Goose, he saw Brother Dog off as well. After that it was Brother Cat's turn. By the 400th year, the little courtyard of Peach Blossom Temple stood empty. Unwilling to spend his days in the company of cockroaches alone, Tao Mian went down to the foot of the mountain and picked up 3 chickens. The 3 chickens looked like domesticated fowl, yet there were no households nearby. No one knew where they had escaped from, or whose they were. Tao Mian stuffed 1 chicken into each sack, choosing kidnapping over purchasing. He had chickens now, but still no disciple. So Tao Mian took his sack and loitered around the mountain foot every day, waiting for someone to lose a child. Another 600 years passed in this fashion. Only yesterday Tao Mian had celebrated his 1,000th birthday. He made a fist-sized pastry and stuck 1,000 candles into it. He made a wish, hoping his new year would treat him a little more kindly. When he blew out the candles, he exhaled so hard that he nearly set the entire mountain ablaze. Would there be any new change on the first day of his 1,000th year? Tao Mian did not dare hope yet. He opened his system panel all the same. Name: Tao Mian. Age: 1000. Realm: Chi Refining Level 1000. Techniques: none. Disciples: none. Evaluation: Happy 1,000th birthday to you, handsome but useless immortal. On the first day of his 1,000th year there was in fact a change. His realm had finally reached Chi refining level 1000, rising 1 level per year. But what was the point? Without any cultivation method, he ran out of breath just feeding chickens. Irritated, Tao Mian shut down the system panel. Out of sight, out of mind. At worst, he thought, he would simply live another 1,000 years. Ding-dong. A crisp chime seemed to drift down from the clouds and into Tao Mian's ears. Could something have changed after all? Suspicious, Tao Mian reopened the panel and saw a pop-up window spring forth glaringly bright before his eyes. A human with the aptitude to be a disciple has been detected. Host, please proceed to Peach Blossom Stream as soon as possible. Peach Blossom Stream was the small brook at the foot of Peach Blossom Mountain. There truly was a change at last. Tao Mian was overjoyed, spinning in place twice. He scooped up Lu Guifei, his most favored chicken, a black-feathered cockerel mottled with white, and hurried off toward Peach Blossom Stream. The stream gurgled softly as it flowed down from Peach Blossom Mountain, clear enough to reveal every stone beneath. Tao Mian set the clucking Lu Guifei on the ground, raised both hands to shade his brow, and gazed into the sunlight. A wooden baby tub, the kind used to bathe infants, was drifting down from halfway up the mountain. Tao Mian frowned slightly. This plot felt oddly familiar. He crouched by the bank, the rippling water soaked his straw sandals, as the tub was borne toward shore on the waves. Inside lay a dewy little infant, who had yet to open his eyes, his wrinkled, ugly little face scrunched up as he opened his mouth to bawl. Tao Mian pinched his mouth shut. Could this truly be his disciple? Before he could question it further, the system had already given its answer. Congratulations, host. You have obtained your first disciple. Disciple's name Gu Yuan. Background: only son of Gu Yuan, former sect master of Qingnia's sect. Aptitude: superior water spiritual root. Backdrop: Qingnia's sect is riven by internal strife. The current sect master Li Heshan was once Gu Yuan's junior fellow disciple. Gu Yuan had treated him like a blood brother, but Li Heshan, blinded by greed and coveting Gu Yuan's wife, laid a venomous scheme, murdered Gu Yuan, usurped the position of sect master, and forced Gu Yuan's lawful wife to marry him. By that time, the Gu couple already had a son. To preserve the Gu bloodline, Lady Gu sent a trusted retainer to escort their only child out of the mountain, then took poison and ended her own life. The retainer was pursued and hunted down. With no other choice, he placed Gu Yuan into a wooden tub and set him adrift down the stream, then drew his sword and slit his own throat before the pursuers arrived. The above is the introductory information regarding disciple Gu Yuan. Please raise him with care. Congratulations to the host for unlocking the novice reward: Piercing Cloud Sword Art 1, Dark River Blade Technique 1. At long last, he had cultivation techniques. 1,000 years, he had finally pulled through. Watching the system messages pop up one after another, the smile on Tao Mian's face grew wider and wider. This Gu Yuan might look like an ugly, wrinkled little infant now, but who would have thought his aptitude would be so exceptional? And judging from his background, his father murdered his mother, driven to suicide by poison. After reading through the entire account, Tao Mian practically wanted to carve the word tragic across the child's forehead. As for that retainer, he did not seem entirely reliable either. He had practically released the child into the wild by setting him adrift down a stream. Fortunately, there existed an immortal as handsome and kind-hearted as Tao Mian. Now, he had a talented disciple and cultivation techniques. Cloud sharing could finally begin. As for the blood-deep vendetta weighing on the child's shoulders, Tao Mian did not give it much thought for the moment. Drift with the current and take things as they come. Each person has their own fortune. Each person has their own path of cultivation. Besides, your surname is Gu, Tao Mian said, hands tucked under the child's armpits as he lifted him high into the air. According to the experience I gained from reading 200 web novels in my previous life, you are destined for great achievements. However, your current name will not do. Gu Yuan, Old Garden. It sounds like you will forever look back, easily trapped for life by painful memories. Let your master give you a name that invites good fortune. Gu Ego, Gu One Dog, how about that? It rolls off the tongue and stays close to the earth. If you do not object aloud, I will take it as your consent. For the first time in his life, the newly named Gu-Ego opened his eyes. The first sight he beheld was his 1,000-year-old young master Tao Mian smiling from ear to ear. He babbled twice in reply.
So you agree? Good. Ego, from today onward you are my eldest disciple. Rest assured, master and disciple shall walk through life together. If your master has 2 mouthfuls of soup to drink, you will certainly have 2 pots to wash.
Gu-Ego chuckled and hummed foolish beyond measure. Tao Mian was laughing as well. His birthday wish had come true. Heaven had truly granted him a disciple. The first day of his 1,000th year was treating him quite well indeed.
Disciple, move master's deck chair a bit, or I'll be roasted alive in this sun.
On Peach Blossom Mountain the blossoms bloomed and withered, spring and autumn passing in cycles for 9 long years. Master remained the same lazy yet strikingly handsome man, while the disciple had grown tall and slender like a willow branch. Under the guidance of the slothful, good-for-nothing Tao Mian, Gu-Ego was barely managing to walk on the path of a normal person. As a 9-year-old child, every morning he rose at dawn to cook breakfast for his master, feed the chickens, chop firewood, cook lunch, weed the yard, chop more firewood, turn over his master, who napped in the courtyard, so he could sun his other side, cook dinner. The cycle repeated day after day without end. Gu-Ego finally had to protest. He flung the kitchen knife down hard onto the chopping board. The blade sank halfway in. He turned around and glared furiously at Tao Mian.
Master, you said that once I turned 9, you would teach me cultivation techniques. Haven't I been teaching you?
Tao Mian's face was covered with a large palm fan, both hands pillowed behind his head.
Teach me what exactly?
Gu-Ego's eyes widened in disbelief. No wonder, he was the so-called child chosen by heaven, whose parents had been sacrificed to the heavens, and whose power was said to be boundless. Even at such a young age, his features already hinted at the kind of beauty that would one day bewitch countless young girls.
Other than chopping wood and cutting vegetables, what else do I know? Impetuous,
Tao Mian said.
I've already told you what master is passing on to you is the wood-chopping sword art and the vegetable slicing blade technique. If you master them, they will benefit you greatly. Young people just can't endure hardship.
Gu-Ego refused to accept it. He spread both hands, palms facing Tao Mian.
My hands are full of calluses, and you still say I'm impetuous. When I say impetuous, I mean your state of mind, not whether you've been diligent.
Tao Mian lifted the big fan off his face and gave it a few leisurely shakes.
Good disciple, every single word your master says, you must ponder it carefully.
The child turned his face to the side, sulking, looking as though not a single word had gone in. Tao Mian opened one eye and stared at Gu-Ego's thin back, the fan in his hand now waving faster. Every strand of hair on the boy's head seemed to be bristling in defiance. Clearly teaching him like this wasn't working. The child simply wouldn't listen. In all other respects Ego was admirable, but his temper was bad. He had to be coaxed.
How about this?
Tao Mian said, closing his eyes again.
Go inside. Under master's bed there's an old pair of shoes. In the left shoe you'll find 3 copper coins. Go to Li the wine cellar at the east end of the village and buy me a jug of wine.
Li the wine cellar's surname was Li. The villagers were used to calling every peddler by his trade, so they called him Li the wine cellar. Li the wine cellar was notorious for his stinginess and foul temper. Gu-Ego did not want to go. His master was ordering him about yet again.
You truly won't go?
Tao Mian asked unhurriedly.
Alas, my life is nearing its end. I even have a set of peerless sword techniques passed down from my ancestors. If there is no descendant to inherit them, won't they be lost forever? What a pity, what a pity!
Ego's ears pricked up. He sprang to his feet and headed straight toward Tao Mian's sleeping quarters.
Rest easy, master. Such a small matter, your disciple will see it done at once.
Tao Mian lay there with his eyes closed, the corners of his mouth quirking up as he placed the fan back over his face, clearly brewing some mischief. Before long the sound of hurried footsteps pattered past his ears. It was the hastening Ego.
Little disciple, take that stick of yours with you.
Just as Ego was about to step out, he heard his master shout from behind at the top of his lungs. Though puzzled, he still grabbed the 3-foot peachwood branch he usually used and took it along. He had picked up that branch in the peach grove, and used it as a wooden sword to practice a few moves when he was idle. Since his master only taught him to chop wood and slice vegetables, he couldn't very well train himself toward the glorious future of being an excellent menial worker. The sound of his footsteps pattered away into the distance. Tao Mian placed the fan over his face again, and drifted off to yet another nap. An entire hour passed before the disciple returned.
Master! Oh, you're back, Pfef!
Tao Mian turned his head, and caught sight of Guigo's bruised and swollen face, and burst out laughing.
Master, you can still laugh. Your master is not fond of laughing unless I really can't help it. That wine seller beat me up. He said 3 copper coins weren't even enough to fob off a beggar. Is the begging profession so cutthroat now that 3 coins don't impress them either?
Tao Mian finally deigned to rise from the deck chair and stretch lazily.
Master, you didn't listen to a word I said.
Guigo stomped hard on the ground, his small fists clenched tight. Tao Mian glanced at the branch in his hand. A section of it was clearly broken off. It seemed his little disciple was stronger than he looked. The peach trees here were all 1,000-year-old tree spirits. Each one was a priceless treasure.
Ego, let me ask you,
Tao Mian said lazily.
When they beat you, did you fight back? I fought back. Lee, the wine cellar, has 2 hired thugs. They're this tall. This huge.
The boy first stretched his arms one high and one low, then pulled them wide to show the size of his opponents.
Did you win? I won. You didn't win. You only ran away. No, you used the branch to protect yourself.
That Lee, the wine cellar, is not someone to trifle with. Just a few days ago, he crippled a thief who tried to steal his money. Then, I'm actually quite impressive. Seeing his little disciple spreading his hands in confusion, fingers curling slightly, Tao Mian said,
Of course. How could masters wood chopping, sword art, and vegetable slicing blade technique have been learned in vain? I'm not bragging. If you fully comprehend these 2 sets of techniques, you will stride across the world unrivaled. Really?
Guigo felt he was being sweet-talked, but seeing Tao Mian's face so full of solemn conviction, he couldn't help thinking that he had merely been too blind in the past, underestimating his master. So master truly was a hidden expert of the world. Ego's gaze grew firm and fervent. He clenched his fists and made a promise to his master.
Please rest assured, master. Your disciple will diligently cultivate both techniques. I will bring glory and greatness to our sect. Good such ambition. Then master will entrust everything to you. Make it big, make it strong, achieve new brilliance. Work hard, work hard, work hard.
With his disciple's promise, Tao Mian lay back down with a clear conscience. The palm fan resumed its lazy swaying.
Disciple, later go to my room again. In the right shoe of that old pair there's 1 tael of silver.
Go to Lee, the wine cellar, and buy a jug of wine.
Ego, huh?
Master, did you get muddle-headed from your nap? If master tells you to go, you just go.
I'm not going.
Ego's canine temper flared up again.
He lashed my legs with a horsewhip. I'm not going back. You don't need to say anything. Just show him the silver.
Didn't you swear to make things big and strong? And now you're going to give up halfway.
Not wishing to be someone who broke his word, Ego could only take the silver in a huff and head down the mountain.
This time he returned in the span of a single cup of tea, his face full of disbelief.
You're back. Master, I'm back.
Ego held up 2 wine jugs for Tao Mian to see.
I did exactly as master said, and showed him the silver as soon as I got there. That Lee, the wine seller, looked at me as if he were seeing me for the first time, smiling so obsequiously, and even gave me an extra jug.
Tao Mian smiled with his eyes closed.
Disciple, pour the wine and take a sniff. All right.
Ego obeyed, pouring a small cup and bringing it to his nose to smell. The aroma was so faint, it was almost non-existent.
Master, this is basically water. How much did he dilute it? No, I have to demand an explanation from him.
Tao Mian lazily rolled over to sun his back.
Impetuous. With 1 tael of silver in your hand, you should have gone to a better wine shop to buy wine.
Ego nodded as though half understanding Master truly was worthy of being called Master. At that age, he was too young to realize that when his master spoke of wine, he was not really speaking about wine at all. By the time he truly grasped the deeper meaning within the peach blossoms had turned red 7 more springs. Ego was 16 now. Every day he still cooked breakfast, fed the chickens, chopped firewood, cooked lunch, weeded, chopped more firewood, turned over his napping master in the courtyard, and cooked dinner. He had grown into a graceful young man. Every movement carried an extraordinary poise. The village girls blushed scarlet whenever they saw him. Ego remained completely unaware. In his world there was only Peach Blossom Mountain, Peach Blossom Temple, 3 chickens, flying cockroaches, and his master. On his 16th birthday, Tao Mian made him a cake and stuck 16 candles into it.
Make a wish, disciple. This is Master's secret guaranteed tokometry cake. Whoever makes a wish upon it will know.
Ego smiled. His temperament had become completely different from his childhood, much more restrained.
Then I wish for the peach blossoms to bloom red year after year, for my 3 chicken senior brothers to be healthy, and for Master to have much joy and long peace.
Ego wanted to make one more wish, but Master had just said that only 3 wishes would work, any more would fail. So he could only tuck the last remaining wish quietly into his heart. Early the next morning, a strange man and woman knocked on the gate of Peach Blossom Temple.
Master, I'll get the door.
Ego called out to Tao Mian, who was in the courtyard locked in an intellectual battle with a cockroach, and without waiting for a reply went to open it of his own accord. 2 unfamiliar faces looked at him in unison, their eyes unable to hide their joy and excitement.
Young sect master, we have come to escort you back to the sect.
That day the youth and the 2 uninvited guests spoke for a very, very long time. The youth scarcely uttered a word, only the other 2 spoke urgently, almost without pause. Only at noon did the youth speak his first sentence.
I must go cook for my master. You 2 should return for today. Young sect master, how can you do such menial tasks?
We can do it in your stead. There's no need to trouble you.
The youth's expression softened for once.
My master is picky. He even disdains the food he cooks himself, let alone anything made by outsiders. With that the youth bid the 2 farewell and returned alone. He cooked lunch, weeded, chopped wood, turned over his napping master in the courtyard, and cooked dinner. After dinner, Tao Mian usually returned to his room to rest and recite scriptures, and within the count of 5 his even breathing would drift out. Ego would clear the dishes before returning to his own room. But this night Tao Mian did not go back. During the day he had asked nothing yet, as though he knew all. He now questioned the youth.
Ego, you are leaving, aren't you?
The youth set down the dishes, turned to face Tao Mian, and knelt, robes pooling in the desolate moonlight.
Yes, master.
The blood-deep enmity cannot go unavenged. Otherwise, when your disciple descends to the yellow springs, I will have no face to meet my parents.
Fearing that Tao Mian would be saddened, he added softly, Peach Blossom Mountain will forever be my home. Once my great vendetta is repaid, master, I will return here to cook and chop wood every day without complaint or regret.
Yet Tao Mian was still sorrowful. Never before had the youth seen such grief on his face.
Beyond this mountain lie other mountains, beyond these peach blossoms lie peach blossoms yet further away.
Ego, you are going to chase the peach blossoms at the edge of the sky.
Master. The youth bit his lip, then raised his head, eyes bright and resolute. If master is willing, then come down the mountain with your disciple. Rank and title, wealth and glory, whatever I possess, I will give master only the finest.
Tao Mian shook his head.
I only want the peach blossoms here.
At the moment of parting, Tao Mian gave his eldest disciple the finest things he possessed. A 1,000-year peachwood sword and 2 cultivation manuals, one titled Cloud-Piercing Sword, art the other Nether River Blade Technique, and his precious reed concubine, a great tonic. Lastly, he gave a promise.
Master does not wish to meddle in the mundane world. However, if you ever find yourself in dire straits, write me a letter.
Though he gifted so much, Tao Mian reclaimed one thing.
The name Ego was the shabby name I gave you when I fished you out of the wash basin back then, fearing you would be hard to raise. Yet I, your master, well read in books, calculated that you are destined to achieve great things. So return that name to master.
His master's generosity had not caused any ripple on the youth's face, But when Tao Mian asked to reclaim the name, the young man's eyes filled with tears. He bowed low to the ground in a deep kowtow. "Take care, master." From that moment on there was only Gu Yuan in this world and no longer Gu Ego. In the first year after Gu Yuan descended the mountain, Tao Mian referred to it as the year of the dog. The weather was fine, and the harvest in the village was abundant. The daughter of old Wang's family in the west of the village sent Tao Mian a bag of rice and 2 baskets of eggs. Wang's daughter asked Tao Mian why she hadn't seen the young Taoist Gu for a long time. Tao Mian replied that the young Taoist Gu had run off with a girl taking his coffin money, but he would eventually be caught and made to serve the sect's rules. Gu Yuan frequently wrote letters to Tao Mian stating that he could not return to Qingmia's sect yet, as the time was not right, and he could only stay outside biding his time. Every day he practiced 2 techniques without neglect. Lu Guifei lived with him enjoying life, and they had found 2 hens. Tao Mian certainly knew that Gu Yuan had not been idle in his cultivation. Thanks to Gu Yuan, his progress in techniques had been remarkable.
Having a disciple is indeed good.
Tao Mian lazily basked in the sun, holding a piece of paper in one hand and a pen in the other, pondering what to write to his disciple.
Learning is like rowing upstream. Not to advance is to drop back. Gu Yuan, when practicing techniques, you must double your efforts.
He rolled up the scroll.
Also remind Lu Guifei to take care of her health.
In the year of the dog, the village once again enjoyed a bountiful harvest. With the blessing of Taohua Mountain, this small village was always peaceful and serene. Wang's daughter continued to send rice and eggs, asking when the young Taoist Gu would return. Tao Mian said that the young Taoist Gu had been pursued by the daughters of 6 families, and could not leave until he married. Wang's daughter laughed and chided.
"Tao Taoist, you are joking again."
Gu Yuan's letters came slowly. The letter courier came several times, but did not bring any letter from Tao Mian. As winter approached, a light snow fell that day. Tao Mian brought back a jug of wine from the village, intending to return home to warm it up. Just then the courier called out at the village entrance, announcing,
"Tao Taoist, you have a letter."
Tao Mian thanked him and took the wine and the letter back to the temple. Inside the warm room, he rubbed his hands together and placed the wine on a small table before opening the letter. The 2 hens were lucky, enjoying the warm room as they gathered around Tao Mian's feet. Tao Mian unfolded the letter. Gu Yuan's letter was hastily written with characters that seemed to leap off the page. The gist of the letter was that he had begun to build his own influence and had made some friends. His first target was Dong Liangjuan, a trusted aide of Li Heshan, who had done much harm to the Gu family. Dong Liangjun was a golden core cultivator with formidable strength. Gu Yuan had masked himself and had a confrontation with him, falling at a disadvantage and nearly losing his life. He hoped his master would descend the mountain to help him eradicate the Dong family's influence. Gu Yuan detailed the usual weapons and techniques used by the Dong family, and how they had harmed the Gu family, leading to the deaths of his aunt and uncle. Tao Mian read the letter over and over, trying to find any mention about whether Gu Yuan was doing well or how Lu Guifei was. There was nothing. He calmly folded the letter back to its original form, opened a small square wooden box, which contained a thick stack of paper. The most recent letter was on top, which he smoothed out with his hand before sealing it tightly and putting it away. Tao Mian sat sideways on the couch with 2 small dishes and a cup of wine on the small table in front of him. He scattered some rice, calling the 2 hens over to eat. The next morning someone knocked on the door of Taohua Temple. Tao Mian stretched and slipped on his straw sandals to open the door, revealing a young stranger.
"Aye."
The young man had come to replace Gu Yuan and was here to fetch his master. He had expected the door to be opened by a frail old Taoist, and he was worried about how to ensure the old man arrived safely at Qingmia Peak. Unexpectedly, he was met by a handsome young man appearing to be in his early 20s. He wondered if he had arrived at the wrong place.
Young Taoist, I am Cheng Qi. May I ask where Master Tao Mian is?"
Tao Mian glanced at him, bent down to let the 2 hens out, allowing them to wander and exercise.
"I am Tao Mian."
"You are?" Cheng Kai's mouth dropped open, his eyes widened in disbelief.
No, it couldn't be. Young Taoist, forgive my bluntness, but you look younger than Gu Yuan. He looks old.
Tao Mian's gaze softened slightly as he looked at Cheng Chi.
You young men are quite good with words.
Cheng Chi was still in shock, but Tao Mian had already returned to the house to retrieve his neatly packed belongings from the previous night. He also took out a peach branch he had prepared early.
Let's go, I will descend a mountain with you.
The two hens over 600 years old could take care of themselves, and the over 1,000-year-old flying cockroach didn't need his concern. In the year of the dog, Tao Mian left the place where he had lived for over 1,000 years for the first time in his life. He would not return until the peach blossoms bloomed the following year. Gu Yuan was worried that Tao Mian wouldn't take care of himself outside, so he repeatedly reminded Cheng Chi to pay more attention to him before they parted. Cheng Chi felt that this Tao Daoist was not picky at all. He let him arrange where to eat and what to do, and he did not ask about Qingni's sect or Dong Yongjuan, showing remarkable composure. He felt uncertain because Tao Mian looked too young, and he even doubted whether his brother had been tricked. Goose houses usually had 2 rooms, and when there were not enough rooms they would share one. Cheng Chi slept on the floor, while Tao Mian had the bed. Tao Daoist said he was used to waking up early to meditate, and Cheng Chi said,
You meditate, I won't disturb you.
The next morning he woke up to see Tao Mian sitting cross-legged with his eyes closed. Cheng Chi did not dare to disturb him, and stood up quietly but accidentally stubbed his toe on the table leg, causing him to yelp in pain. The noise startled Tao Mian awake. He wiped his mouth, which had no drool, and blinked sleepily.
Is it time to eat?
Cheng Chi wrote a letter to Gu Yuan that day urging him to find help quickly, as this young Taoist seemed like a fraud. That evening therein was infiltrated by assassins sent by the Dong family. The assassins injured several people, and made their way to the bedroom. Cheng Chi woke from his sleep, and drew his sword to face the enemy. But one person was faster than him. The light of blades and swords flashed, brushing against the moonlight outside the window, turning the room icy cold in an instant. Cheng Chi counted there were 3 people. He wanted to join in, but feared it would only complicate matters. After 3 cries of anguish rang out, the 3 men bled and dragged their injured bodies out through the broken window. The candles in the room were lit by the young Taoist, who placed the dry peach branch on the table, revealing a section of the tabletop with drops of fresh blood falling to the ground. However, the peach branch was not stained by the blood.
I spared their lives, but they can never cultivate again in this lifetime,
Tao Mian said.
Are you injured?
His clothes were clean, and even his hairpin was not disheveled, as if he were a lotus untouched by the mundane world. Cheng Chi looked into his eyes, and realized how absurd his initial thought had been, that Tao Mian was only in his early 20s. Youthful appearance may last, but the eyes do not betray the passage of time. In the following days, Cheng Chi clung to his thigh, needing no effort on his part, as Tao Mian repelled wave after wave of pursuers. Occasionally Tao Mian would feign sleep, allowing Cheng Chi to take the lead. At first Cheng Chi did not understand, but later realized that this might be Tao Mian's way of intentionally training his abilities. If he couldn't handle it, Tao Mian would pull out the peach branch from under the covers, and swiftly resolve all troubles. They traveled this way until they finally reached a villa near Qingyu Peak. Gu Yuan, under the alias Yuan Su, was the owner of this villa. He slowly built his own influence right under Li Heshen's nose. Tao Mian was secretly sent into the villa, and that night the lights in the villa's study were not extinguished for the entire night, as master and disciple engaged in a long conversation. The next morning when Cheng Chi went to knock on the door, it opened from the inside. Tao Mian was preparing to leave. Cheng Chi heard Gu Yuan's voice saying,
Master, I will definitely make a name for myself and repay you 100-fold.
Cheng Chi saw Tao Mian smile. He seemed a bit tired.
Disciple master only hopes for your peace and safety,
he said. Gu Yuan had plotted for a long time, and Master Tao Mian was the final piece. Tao Mian had come, all his plans were about to unfold. He strategized carefully and faced the enemy. Dong Liangjun brought 20 golden core cultivators and 30 foundation establishment cultivators, thinking it would be more than enough to deal with the aging sect master. Unexpectedly, a jade-faced Taoist in a green robe suddenly appeared wielding a 3-foot peach branch moving like a dragon, with his sword unpredictable, as he threw the dozens of men into disarray. Dong Liangjun was caught off guard, and was thoroughly beaten. The opponent spared his life, but did not intend to kill him. He clutched his chest coughing blood and hoarsely shouted,
"Who are you? Why are you helping that little thief?"
The expert stood under the moonlight speaking with calmness, as if it were smoke.
"I am his master."
Gu Yuan, the orphan of the old sect master, wanted to reclaim the sect, and the news about his powerful master spread thoroughly throughout the sect. As spring warmed the air, Gu Yuan wanted to keep his master with him for a few more days, but Tao Mian declined.
"The peach blossoms on the mountain have bloomed. Disciple, I must return."
Gu Yuan knew he could not keep him and felt reluctant in his heart, yet on the surface, he still pretended to be generous.
"Whenever master wishes to come out for a stroll, I will send someone to carry you here."
Tao Mian smiled and replied,
"Master's straw sandals are humble and unworthy of a palanquin. Disciple, do bring Lukuefe back to the mountain for a visit when you have time."
And so Tao Mian left unaffected by the wind or clouds, and no one could stop him. Upon returning to Taohua, mountain life was not peaceful for a while, as there were always people coming to disturb his tranquility. Tao Mian never went easy on those who offended him, but he was no longer as ruthless as before. He usually beat them until they were bruised, and then threw them out of the courtyard. Over time, those who dared to offend found it tedious and gradually stopped engaging in fierce conflicts. Occasionally, when Tao Mian wanted to have a drink, he would pull them out from the corners and sit them down on stone benches. Pouring wine, they shared a feast together. Later, these people even helped him chop firewood and feed the chickens, and Tao Mian enjoyed a leisurely life. Gu Yuan's letters came less frequently each year. His disciple was a busy person, and his master could understand. Every year, Wang's daughter would inquire at the village entrance. Wang's daughter, who had once been a little girl with braided pigtails, had gradually blossomed into a beautiful young woman. More and more suitors came, but she waited foolishly. Tao Mian told Wang's daughter not to wait any longer, as the young Taoist Gu had gone after the peach blossoms in the sky. Wang's daughter was clever of mind but stubborn in temperament. Only after Tao Mian told her to stop waiting did she shed tears and give up on her hopes. The peach blossoms on Taohua Mountain bloomed and fell again, and several years passed. Wang's daughter had married, and had a daughter, and her marriage was loving. Tao Mian sat on the threshold shaking a rattle to amuse the toothless child. Wang's daughter stood beside him. Her temperament had softened after becoming a mother, and she understood many things. She asked if Tao Daoist was still waiting. Tao Mian's eyes were distant, still resembling his appearance from many years ago.
"The mountain is here, and so am I."
"Neither the mountain nor I will leave. Those who depart are not pursued or waited for, only memories linger." Over the years, Tao Daoist had gone out a few times, each time to help his disciple. When he descended the mountain, Gu Yuan's enemies had to muster all their energy to contend with him. The Peach Blossom Immortal had never tasted defeat. The outside world spread the news of the deep bond between Tao Mian and Gu Yuan. Gu Yuan's enemies tried every means to sow discord between them, unaware that Tao Mian had no interest in these external disturbances. He only cherished those 16 years. Master Tao Mian never interfered with his disciples' decisions. He didn't even act like a master. If he didn't go out, he would lie in the courtyard basking in the sun and napping. Only once did Tao Mian grow angry with Gu Yuan. Hui Xinglan was Li Heshen's right-hand man, and Gu Yuan requested his master to take action. Tao Mian single-handedly stormed into the Hua family, taking out Hui Xinglan and his sworn brother. He left the Hua family, taking the two main culprits. But an hour later, Gu Yuan sent another group to eradicate the entire Hua family. When Tao Mian learned of this, he was furious and pushed open the door to the villa's study. Gu Yuan and his trusted subordinates were there discussing important matters, and were forced to halt. Gu Yuan dismissed his subordinates, personally moving a chair and pouring tea for Tao Mian. Tao Mian refused to sit.
"Gu Yuan, when you were a child, I brought you up the mountain.
Watching the peach blossoms bloom and the grass sprout, allowing you to calm your heart, nurture your nature, and absorb the spiritual energy of the mountains and waters. The Hua family had 18 members, including children and the elderly. When your knife struck down, did you think of your master's painstaking efforts? Why did I descend the mountain and provoke the mortal realm? Why did I only destroy their cultivation and spare their lives? Disciple, if you seek revenge for your parents, and wish to attain the position of sect master, I will not stop you. But I fear that you will fight against demons, become mired in the quagmire, and ultimately lead yourself to hell. Despite Tao Mian's earnest words, Gu Yuan did not listen to a single one. He replied, Master, you are too naive. The members of the Hua family are cruel and treacherous. It is written in their bloodline. If I am not ruthless today, then in the future Master will have to visit my grave. How did Li Hushan treat my Gu family back then? I was just a child in swaddling clothes when he set 8 waves of pursuers vowing to eliminate us completely. Children will grow up, learn to hate, and will seek revenge without hesitation. I know this well because I have walked this path myself. He said, Master, I am already trapped. Where is hell? I look around and hell is all around me. Tao Mian was taken back to his room by Cheng Qi. In his later years, Cheng Qi recalled that scene as if it were yesterday. He followed half a step behind Tao Mian, feeling that Tao Mian was like a porcelain vase with frost patterns, the cracks constantly eroding the intact parts like a cobweb. Lu Guifei finally could not hold on any longer. Leaving Taohua Mountain, her vitality diminished greatly. As a super long-lived hen, Tao Mian gave her a grand burial, placing her ashes in a palm-sized box, leaving Qingni Peak with him. The once jovial Tao Daoist suddenly became quiet and silent. Only Wang's daughter could talk to him a few words. He hardly stepped outside all day. There was no news from Qingni sect anymore. After another 5 or 6 years, the long-lost letters suddenly resumed from 1 every 6 months to 3 months, 2 months, 1 month. Wang's daughter heard from the traveling merchant that Qingni's sect had a new master, a young man with the surname Gu. The doors of Taohua Temple began to open often again. Tao Mian received the latest letter, and Gu Yuan was once again rambling about his sect's affairs. Initially detailing significant matters, like changing the sect leader, now it was all trivialities, like moving trees at the mountain gate, and the chickens raised in the mountains, fighting with long paragraphs for each. The ending was no exception. Master, I will send someone to fetch you to enjoy a peaceful life. Tao Mian felt it unnecessary. If his disciple was not doing well, he would lend a hand. If his disciple was doing well, he naturally did not need to show up. Upon reaching Qingni's sect, he was surrounded by a large group of people. He had been there once. Tao Mian did not like that. Days passed by and Wang's daughter's daughter had reached the age to marry. Another letter arrived from Qingni's sect. It was still trivial matters, but the ending was different. This time Gu Yuan wrote that he wished he could see his master. Tao Mian sensed something unusual and felt a bit flustered. He hurried to Qingni's sect overnight, not having time to pack anything. He thought about the letters from these years. The peach blossoms I raised have died. I cannot plant them again. When will Master come to take a look? The fish in the pond were taken by a cat. That cat lingered for several days, and I couldn't bear to chase it away. Now it has harmed the entire family of carp in the pond. Master, please come and see this cat. You have always gotten along well with these furry creatures. I have been cultivating good deeds. I was once wicked and did many wrongs, so I do not blame Master for being angry with me for my cruelty. This morning, I found a silver hair among my temples. Perhaps Master still looks as he did in my childhood. When we meet again, Master, please don't mistake me for someone else. The peach blossoms have finally bloomed. It would be great if I could see Master. Qingni's sect is in mourning. Sect Master Gu Yuan has fallen ill for a long time and has ascended to immortality. Tao Mian placed his hand on the dark coffin, recalling the day he took an infant from the bathtub. The sunlight was warm, and the mountain sparrows chirped. He said, "One dog, let us return to Taohua Mountain." So this is a dog's grave. In the peach blossom forest of Taohua Mountain, the immortal Tao Mian stood side by side with a little girl whose head barely reached his thighs in front of a mound of earth. The little girl sported a messy braid easily recognizable as the handiwork of a certain someone.
We should call him Senior Brother Dog,
Tao Mian said, holding a peach blossom branch adorned with delicate pink flowers. He lightly tapped the girl's head with the branch, causing a few petals to drift slowly to the ground. The little girl remained frowning, clearly perplexed. She stood there listening to stories for 2 whole hours, and whenever she tried to escape, Tao Mian would grab her by the head and pull her back time and time again. Who would have thought that her initial apprenticeship to Tao Mian was merely for a bite to eat?
It's really difficult to eat your family's rice. There is no free lunch in this world.
Tao Mian used the blossom branch to dust off the gravestone silent. After Gu Yuan's death, he wanted to bring his disciple's body back to Taohua Mountain, but the Qingmu sect refused. Zheng Qi also came to mediate, claiming it was against the rules. Tao Mian retorted, asking what was so against the rules about it. They had worked his disciple to death, and now wanted to leave him here to guard the mountain. Zheng Qi, sweating profusely, tried to explain that this was the late sect master's wish. At that moment, the peach branch in the little Taoist's hand was already resting against his neck. Tao Mian did not believe him, but Zheng Qi nodded vigorously, saying it was true. Gu Yuan deeply understood that he had failed to uphold Tao Mian's earnest teachings, and felt ashamed to meet him again. He privately gifted Tao Mian several estates and profitable shops as retirement money to ensure his comfort. As for himself, he would be buried in the Qingmu sect. Gu Yuan did not believe that his heavily burdened soul could have another life. However, he said that if there were a next life, he hoped to reunite with Tao Mian. These words were conveyed by Gu Yuan to Zheng Qi during his final days, one sentence at a time. At that time, Gu Yuan did not know that the wish for reunion would trap Tao Mian for another 1,000 years, causing another person to miss out on a lifetime. A conflict arose between master and disciple. Hearing these words made Tao Mian heartbroken, and Zheng Qi, unable to bear it, wanted to say something comforting. Unexpectedly, little Taoist Mian wiped his eyes, and asked if he could leave a large leg behind to take back to Taohua Mountain. Zheng Qi. He thought Tao Mian was joking, and respectfully invited him back to Taohua Mountain. Tao Mian clutched a large stack of property deeds, drifting like a spirit from one end of the village to the other. The villagers thought Taohua Temple was coming to an end, and that little Taoist Mian was going to leave the monastic life, so they flocked to him to propose marriages. Scared, Tao Mian stayed indoors for a month. The first loss is always the hardest. Gu Yuan's death left Tao Mian unable to move on for many years. He hoped to take on a new disciple to change his mindset, but the system remained as silent as before. Tao Mian thought perhaps the timing had not come yet. The true moment would arrive decades later. Compared to his good brother, Zheng Qi was undoubtedly long-lived. One day, Tao Mian was invited to celebrate the 80th birthday of the sect master of Qingmu sect. Zheng Qi intended to let Tao Mian take a break from the mountains, and Tao Mian also wished to seize this opportunity to meet old friends, thus their reunion became a natural occurrence. Qingmu sect was now the foremost sect in the world, and Zheng Qi had continued the glory of the former sect master Gu Yuan. For the sect master's grand birthday, all cultivation factions prepared heavy gifts to present. Tao Mian wrote a letter stating that he was destitute. If willing, he would entrust a manor under his name to Zheng Qi for management. Zheng Qi saw through Tao Mian's intention to take advantage of his labor, and said he wanted nothing just for little Taoist Mian to bring a peach blossom. Tao Mian was a straightforward person besides himself, and a peach blossom he brought nothing extra. Sect Master Cheng had to personally welcome him at the mountain gate and treat him lavishly. Within the sect, rumors circulated that Tao Mian might be the illegitimate son of the sect master who had fallen into obscurity. Tao Mian thought this was rather good, and that night he brought up the matter of inheriting the sect with Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi was nearly 80 years old. Amidst the clinking of cups and the flow of fine wine, Zheng Qi with bleary eyes raised his cup in a distant toast to the deceased, saying to the Tao Mian at his right,
"I am old, yet little Taoist Mian remains little Taoist Mian."
The wine at the banquet was sweet, and Tao Mian couldn't help but indulge. He clung to the wine jug, vaguely hearing sect master Cheng sigh. Tao Mian opened his eyes wide, desperately searching for the shadow of that young man from years ago, and the old man, with graying temples before him. He said,
You haven't aged, and neither has Gu Yuan.
In my eyes you will always be spirited and youthful. The peach blossom immortal tapped his finger against his brow. Chang-Chi laughed heartily, pretending to casually wipe away the tears at the corners of his eyes. Everyone thought the sect master and little Tao Mian were enjoying a lively conversation. The banquet was noisy and festive, while only Tao Mian slowly set down the wine jug. Sect master Chung passed away a year after the grand birthday. After great joy came great sorrow, and the hearts of those in the sect were unsettled. Fortunately, Chang-Chi had long made arrangements. An edict from the sect master changed the life of a young man. Chang-Chi was buried next to the former sect master Gu Yuan in the sect. The day after the burial, people discovered that at each of the 2 gravestones there was a bright peach blossom. It was 3 days after sect master Cheng's burial that Tao Mian met Lu Yuandi. 20 years later, the name Lu Yuandi would echo throughout the world. As a renowned empress, her beauty and power attracted countless admirers. She never married, and never revealed her feelings to anyone. The world believed she sought the Tao with a heart free of attachments. Only in the final moments of her life did she use a branch to write on the stone wall,
"From now on, do not think of each other again."
Who she longed for became a mystery, perishing along with her remains. Of course, the current Lu Yuandi was merely a little thief who was caught stealing a chicken and forced to stay at Taohua Mountain to do hard labor. Initially, Tao Mian had no thoughts about Lu Yuandi. Had she not stubbornly tried to steal the black chicken known as Wu Chengzai, a 600-year-old black hen, Tao Mian wouldn't have hung her up and tied her. After a verbal reprimand, Tao Mian untied the rope, preparing to let the little girl go. Suddenly, the system dormant for decades sprang to life. Detected a human with disciple potential within 10 steps of the host. 10 steps. Tao Mian took a swift step forward, heading straight for Lu Yuandi. The lively Lu Yuandi shivered, wondering what on earth this person was doing.
"If you apologize to me, then I might reluctantly."
Lu Yuandi's sentence was interrupted as she saw Tao Mian bend down and hug the black chicken by her feet, tears welling up in his eyes.
"Wu Chengzai, you must be my next disciple. Rest assured, I will spare no effort in training you to be the most successful chicken essence within 100 miles.
Lu Yuandi. System. Reminder to the host: due to level restrictions, the training function for non-human disciples is not yet open. Congratulations, host, you have acquired your second disciple. Disciple's name: Lu Yuandi. Background: heir of the former dynasty. Qualification: superior wind spiritual root. Background: Lu Yuandi is the legitimate daughter of the former emperor Lu Feng. General Li usurped power, supporting a puppet regime and changing the national title. Lu Yuandi's father and brothers were all slaughtered. Empress Su entrusted her daughter to a maid who took the princess Lu Yuandi to flee. In the chaos of war, the maid and Lu Yuandi were separated, and afterward Lu Yuandi was taken in by an old beggar. The old beggar unfortunately passed away, and Lu Yuandi then wandered to Taohua Mountain. The above is the disciple Lu Yuandi information for the host to carefully cultivate. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked rewards: Filian Sword Technique 1, Yielding Mind Method 1, Shin Whip Technique 1. So it turns out the disciple is Lu Yuandi. Seeing Tao Mian's disappointment pour forth unabashedly, Lu Yuandi was infuriated.
"Though I don't understand what kind of madness you're having, I feel a strong sense of being looked down upon. You're quite perceptive."
Tao Mian's face fell.
"Ah, you really? All right, little girl."
Tao Mian patted the back of the little girl's head to calm her down.
"I have good news for you. Don't get too excited.
From today onward, you are my second disciple, Tao Mian. Am not called Little Two. I have a name. Am Lu Yuandi. All right, Lu Little Two." Although Lu Yuandi was angry, she was clear-headed. Although she didn't know what this strange disciple would do, having a free place to eat was a reason for her not to refuse.
"Does being your disciple come with food and lodging?" "Of course. Natural mountain scenery, green waters nearby. 5-star treatment, noble enjoyment." "You seem to be lying." "Nonsense, I Tao Mian am a man of my word and never deceive children." "Tao Mian. The Mian from Mian Mian, see you on Dao. No, it's Mian from I drunk want to sleep."
The first lesson Tao Mian taught Arya was that there is no such thing as a free lunch in this world.
You must learn to enjoy labor area.
Tao Mian returned to his lazy recliner, comfortably fanning himself. His disciple Arya was chopping wood beside him, gritting her teeth. She wished she could bite off a piece of flesh from Tao Mian. She was wrong, truly wrong. If she hadn't lost her way in the beginning, she wouldn't have come to Peach Blossom Mountain. If she hadn't come to Peach Blossom Mountain, she wouldn't have stolen a chicken. If she hadn't stolen a chicken, she wouldn't have been caught by Tao Mian. If she hadn't been caught by Tao Mian, she wouldn't have been forced to work a 6-hour shift. Any 5-star treatment and noble enjoyment was a lie. Only Tao Mian truly enjoyed it.
Impetuous. Is Master truly enjoying himself?
Master is in a state of heavenly communication with his eyes closed, becoming one with all things. You are too young to comprehend the mysteries within.
Lu Yuandi rolled his eyes dramatically. Child, don't be discontent. Back in the day, your senior brother Gu Yuan also took steady steps to succeed. I'm not deceiving you. Look at Gu Yuan's talent, yet he was still humble and eager to learn.
Your talent is less than 1/10 of your senior brother's, so do not be arrogant.
Tao Mian shook his fan, closed his eyes, and sighed.
You are the worst disciple I have ever had. Lu Yuandi would not listen to his nonsense. It was possible that Gu Yuan had been deceived by Tao Mian back then, and worked hard out of foolishness. That trickster immortal.
Are you really the master of Gu Yuan, the former leader of the Qingmia sect? Absolutely. If you don't believe me, you can ask his neighbor Chung Chi. Sect Master Chung passed away not long ago. Oh dear.
Tao Mian lightly tapped his chin with a fan.
There's no way to verify his death.
Shall I have him send you a dream?
Lu Yuandi shivered.
No need, I can't handle that.
The warm afternoon sun made one feel lazy.
In a half-asleep, half-awake state, Tao Mian recalled that Arya had been on the mountain for over 3 months, chopping wood, fetching water, cooking, and feeding chickens. Her basic skills were nearly sufficient. He pulled out 3 blue-covered manuals from his robe and tossed them to his little disciple.
Disciple, I gift you 3 items.
Lu Yuandi hastily caught them, grabbing one with one hand and holding another in her mouth.
These 3 techniques, practice them well in your spare time. They will be greatly beneficial.
Tao Mian's languid voice drifted over, and Lu Yuandi felt the dryness and warmth of the paper in the sunlight. The girl's dead heart suddenly rippled with a hint of excitement.
For me. Indeed, unparalleled techniques.
Lu Yuandi was overjoyed. Finally, she could protect herself from bullying. She cherished the covers of the 3 books and opened the first page of
Balian Sword Technique. Little Tao.
She had never been formal with Tao Mian.
How do you read this character? Tao Mian suddenly rolled over, turning his back to her.
Master is sleeping. You can't possibly be illiterate, right? I am not illiterate, I just cannot understand. A moment of silence, and Wu Chang crowed 3 times. Lu Yuandi clasped her fists and took a big step back.
Master, I will never forget your kindness. Let us part here. Wait, my spiritual sense has suddenly opened and I can read now. Don't deceive me, little Tao. If you deceive me again, it would be impolite. How can a celestial being's words be called deception? Come, Master, will explain it to you.
Lu Yuandi wanted to escape, but couldn't because Tao Mian blocked the door. Little Tao the Taoist didn't know how to play emotional cards.
You are willing to leave. Do you really want to leave? Think of Wu Chang, think of Master, think of the pots, bowls, and axes you have been with day and night.
Lu Yuandi's temples throbbed wildly, and she was ready to climb over the wall to leave.
All right, I won't deceive you anymore. Master really can read, I will teach you.
Lu Yuandi pulled her right leg back from the wall.
Really?
Tao Mian angrily nodded.
Really?
In fact, it turned out that the trickster immortal's confirmation was merely due to his laziness in the beginning. After a demonstration, Tao Mian felt as if a layer of skin had been peeled off him.
The rest you must comprehend on your own, it's exhausting for me.
Lu Yuandi nodded, picked up a branch that Tao Mian had carelessly thrown aside and began to practice. When Tao Mian said Arya's talent was not high, he was speaking insincerely. His second disciple possessed a top-quality wind spirit root, a rare genius. After just one demonstration, Lu Yuandi began to practice earnestly. The girl wielded her sword under the moonlight, her movements flowing like water, petals fluttering around her feet. The Peach Blossom Immortal felt a daze, as if he saw his eldest disciple practicing swordplay under this tree, their figures gradually overlapping year after year.
Master! Little Tao!
Tao Mian awoke from his memories, after a long dream. Over a decade had passed, and the girl had grown into a graceful figure bathed in moonlight, looking back longingly.
Little Tao, you are lost in thought again,
Lu Yuandi said mischievously as she flew forward.
Watch my sword.
Master would always be master. Tao Mian easily countered her swift attack with a palm push. Although Lu Yuandi was a girl, her swordplay was fierce. If one were to be caught off guard, being struck by her sword was no laughing matter. After one failed attempt, Lu Yuandi turned and struck again, but this time she was still evaded by Tao Mian, who pinched the tip of the sword between his fingers, appearing effortless, yet Lu Yuandi could not break free.
Little Tao is still impressive.
Lu Yuandi smiled cheerfully, unbothered by her loss. Tao Mian was not swayed by her flattery.
Praising me now, but you will try to assassinate me in the middle of the night.
Arya, if you think you can trick Master, you are far from it.
Since he taught Lu Yuandi the techniques, this little girl was full of energy every day. She refused to diligently study the sword manual and dragged Tao Mian to practice with her.
Tao Mian, being lazy, would rather lie down than sit. Lu Yuandi could only think of a crooked idea to force him. That was to sneak into Tao Mian's room at midnight each day and assassinate him. It was simply a filial act to the extreme. Now Tao Mian could not sleep. After all, Lu Arya was a simpleton lacking in finesse. If she wasn't careful, the Peach Blossom hue would change owners. Thus, the little Taoist was forced to roll with his disciple. Fortunately, during the day, Lu Yuandi still had her chores to attend to, giving Tao Mian a chance to catch up on sleep. Lu Yuandi was a wild-spirited girl. She did not grow up on Peach Blossom Mountain, like Gu Yuan, who had followed Tao Mian since childhood. She came from outside the mountain, and was always gazing afar. Half of her heart was perpetually wandering. Tao Mian knew that one day Arya would leave. Like Gu Yuan, she was born with a mission. Little Tao's master did not know how much his second disciple understood about her background, but even if she knew nothing with Lu Yuandi's personality, she would eventually trace her roots. She would also embark on the path of revenge. In the blink of an eye, Lu Yuandi turned 17. Recently, Tao Mian noticed that the Arya who came to assassinate him was not as decisive as she was in her childhood. She had already mastered the art of concealing her aura. Anyone other than Tao Mian would not have noticed her presence. Initially, Tao Mian thought his disciple had finally matured and learned to respect her master. Slowly, he realized that this was Lu Yuandi silently bidding him farewell. Lu Yuandi said nothing, but Tao Mian knew her departure was near.
Little Tao, I am leaving.
The girl, carrying a small bundle, held her sword in one hand and said goodbye to her master with the other. Her tone was casual, as if she was merely stepping out to buy a jug of warm wine for Tao Mian. Tao Mian stood beneath a flourishing peach tree. The overlapping flowers and shadows made him appear hazy in Lu Yuandi's eyes. Tao Mian said,
Yuandi, your master will always be here.
It was the first time Lu Yuandi heard Tao Mian call her by her full name. It felt fresh, yet something was subtly changing. She thought Tao Mian meant that once she stepped out of this door, she could only be Lu Yuandi, and the Arya who had been toyed with by her master would remain in Peach Blossom Mountain. Suddenly, Lu Yuandi grasped the sword hilt with both hands and deeply bowed in the direction of Tao Mian, forcing back the tears in her eyes.
Master, I am leaving. Finally, she was willing to call him master.
As Lu Yuandi descended the mountain, she passed through the village. At the foot of the mountain, where two children sat on a large stone at the village entrance, clapping their hands, singing a song she knew by heart that Tao Mian had once taught her. Peach blossoms, red willows green. Carp beaching, spring waters lapping the shore. Remembering my drifting life. Vanishing away, vanishing away. Where does the flying weed return? Lu Yuandi covered her mouth with one hand, her delicate brows and eyelids tightly furrowed, and the tears she was holding back finally flowed freely onto her hands. Lu Yuandi's path to becoming emperor consists of 3 steps. The first step is to descend the mountain. The second step is to kill Li. The third step is to ascend the throne. This seemingly ridiculous plan is truly Lu Yuan's intention. However, the second step is a bit more complicated. But it is not a problem. Lu Yuandi disguises herself as a man and infiltrates the military camp. Her first task is to gain Li's favor. Li is a suspicious person. He is cautious and trusts no one with the utmost trust placed in his military advisor. The first person Lu Yuandi approaches is the military advisor's nephew, a young man who is somewhat simple-minded. She devises a plan to lead people into the enemy's trap, then personally rescues them while pretending to be injured. Her actions flow seamlessly. The naive nephew believes in her deception and goes to praise Lu Yuandi to his uncle. The military advisor is cunning, and knowing his nephew's simplicity will not easily trust Lu Yuandi. However, he cannot help but notice this self-sacrificing youth. Soon Lu Yuan's opportunity arises again. A small team is trapped in a valley surrounded by pursuing enemies. Just as it seems they will be annihilated, an inconspicuous soldier miraculously leads everyone to break through. This soldier is Lu Yuandi. With both courage and strategy, Lu Yuandi significantly enhances her presence. What follows unfolds naturally. She first earns the military advisor's trust, and soon Li also takes notice of this youth. However, winning Li's trust proves to be much more difficult. Lu Yuandi blocks blades for him, tests poisons, and offers good strategies multiple times, yet Li remains indifferent. Lu Yuandi rests on the side of the camp, her back turned, biting her thumb in frustration. She is separated from her enemy by just a tent, but there is nothing she can do. As victory in this battle draws near, once Li returns to the royal city, getting close to him will be even more challenging. Lu Yuandi is at a loss, even losing weight, her cheeks thinning considerably. The military advisor's nephew, a young man named Wu Yue, has unilaterally befriended her, frequently coming to her side for no particular reason. Lu Yuandi used to play the fool, but now she is somewhat impatient. Wu Yue appears simple, yet at certain moments can display surprising sharpness. He notices Lu Yuan's worries and actively shows concern. Little 2 Lu Yuandi uses the alias Wang Air in the military camp. If you have any troubles, come to me. What can you solve? I can help you see things differently. Whether due to being spoiled at home or not, Wu Yue is someone who is indifferent to everything. Things that can be solved will eventually be resolved, while worrying about things that cannot be solved is pointless. He cannot help little 2, but he can help her find some fun. In a couple of days, the general will celebrate his achievements, and the local officials will offer a batch of beautiful women to dance. They dance beautifully. Wu Yue naively thinks, limiting his imagination of beauties to their dancing skills. I'll have a word with my uncle to let you join too. If my uncle appreciates you, he will agree. Beautiful women. Wu Yue's words plunge Lu Yuandi into contemplation. Li is an extremely disciplined person, with no bad habit of indulging in beauty, otherwise he would not have seized power so swiftly. However, after months of hard fighting, the soldiers have their complaints to varying degrees. This time Li allows outsiders unlikely to pacify the emotions within the military camp. Outsiders. Lu Yuan's eyes glint with a sudden idea. Wu Yue continues to chatter about how beautiful those women are. Lu Yuandi interrupts him. Which camp are they staying in? Huh? Wu Yue instinctively glances to the west and quickly retracts his gaze. I mean, little 2, you can't have any improper thoughts. Those beauties must be for the general first. The west. Lu Yuandi smiles at Wu Yue's naivety, stands up, and dusts off her knees. Don't worry, I will definitely give way to the general. The celebration feast in the military camp is rather simple. The beauties will dance around before being chosen by the commanders, each returning to their respective places. These dancers are presented by the local authorities, and compared to the singers of the royal city, their beauty is somewhat lacking. However, tonight, there is one exceptionally beautiful. That beauty is veiled with a light gauze, her waist like a willow, and her face like a lotus, stepping forward gracefully. Her dance is not as refined as the others, but her delicate figure exudes a unique charm. Her eyes flickering like falling stars. As her long sleeves sway, they captivate the souls of everyone present, including Li. As one dance ends, another begins. But Li is impatient and directly approaches the beauty at the center. The latter shyly lowers her head, taking small steps to follow the general's pace. This bashful woman is Lu Yuandi. Lu Yuandi's plan for tonight is to knock out one of the dancers and successfully disguise herself in her outfit. Any dance she performs is based on the movements of those beside her. The lead dancer has already noticed her oddity but cannot speak out. If Li does not choose her, she will look for an opportunity to switch places. If Li does select her, it will be even easier. Fortunately, she has been chosen. Li leads her back to his tent, but does not proceed with the next step. Instead, he has her stand in the center of the tent, while he takes a wine jug and cups sitting behind the table to drink slowly. Lu Yuandi lowers her eyelids, afraid to make any sudden moves. It's somewhat strange. The general, who appeared to be drunk at the banquet, is now completely sober. He examines the beauty for a long time before casually saying, "Unclothe." Lu Yuandi's hidden hand clenches tightly, her nails digging into her flesh. Li is humiliating her. In his eyes, she is not a person at all, merely an object that he can shatter at will. Lu Yuandi does not know how a true dancer would react, but she will never do as Li says. The inner side of her arm is pressed against a dagger, one of the parting gifts from Tao Mian. Tonight she intends to use this knife to slay her enemy. She just needs the right opportunity. The situation stagnates, neither of them makes a move. Li's attitude is also strange, he neither forces her nor drives her away. He simply smiles leisurely, as if exposing a long-standing lie. "You are from the Lu family." Lu Yuandi's lowered eyelashes tremble slightly. Li rises again, his hands clasped behind his back, walking over and stopping a few steps away. The royal Lu family members of the Lu clan have lighter eye colors than ordinary people. Others may not notice, but I know your entire family too well. Li seems to recall a past event, laughing softly, his laughter tinged with unabashed pride. "At that time, to eradicate your clan, I gathered everyone with unusual eye colors." Pride opened their eyes, confirming one by one, and killing them one by one. Were there any wrongfully killed? Perhaps, but so what? It's a pity that despite such caution a fish managed to slip through the net. Your Highness the eldest princess, I truly did not expect to reunite with you in such a scenario. If the late emperor knew, he would probably sigh deeply. The daughter he protected at all costs turns out to be this foolish, throwing herself into the net. Li clicks his tongue in disappointment. Lu Yuandi raises her face. She looks frostbitten, her eyes as cold as ice. "Old man, have you finished talking? If you're done, then leave." The dagger slips from her sleeve, perfectly gripped in her palm, soaring 3 feet. Lu Yuandi strikes directly at Li's life gate without hesitation. Li is not to be trifled with. He disperses the sword wind coming at him with one palm, and his right fist rushes straight at the girl. Lu Yuandi dodges, but due to her cumbersome clothing, the right side of her waist is inadvertently struck by his punch, causing her to stagger a step. Cough. Lu Yuandi coughs lightly to ease the dull pain in her body. What follows will be a true contest of masters. Fei Lian's sword technique excels in speed, with complex movements that dazzle the eyes, and every move is extremely lethal. One careless mistake, and one could be pierced to death by countless sword intents. However, Li's boxing technique is equally extraordinary. He excels due to his rich experience, which is exactly Lu Yuandi's true weakness. If it were a competition of talent and techniques, Lu Yuandi would far surpass Li, but the gap in experience is fatal. The inexperienced Lu Yuandi collides with the battle-hardened Li, and the outcome of this confrontation seems already determined. Li delivers a straight punch targeting her face. Having already sustained various injuries, Lu Yuandi is powerless to evade, her body uncontrollably retreating. She plunges her sword into the ground, propping herself up, covering her heart with one hand, breathing heavily, while mocking with a smile. What a pity. Li assumes she has surrendered, stepping forward to stand in front of her, looking down from a height. What is regrettable? Regrettable that one is inferior in skill, regrettable that one cannot avenge the Lu family, regrettable that the last royal bloodline is about to wither here. You are not regrettable, you are simply pitiable. Lu Yuandi shakes her head and smiles again. What do you count for? My regrets have nothing to do with you. Li's expression twitches for a moment. Facing death, you still want to be stubborn. Lu Yuandi no longer replies to him, her hand hidden in her sleeve secretly grasping a Thunderbolt talisman. The Thunderbolt talisman uses the caster's own body as a fuse. If those affected are unfortunate, they will lose their lives. If fortunate, they will only be severely injured. However, the caster will suffer severe backlash, their very soul shattered with no chance of reincarnation. Once this talisman is activated, there is no turning back. She and Li will descend into the underworld together. I just regret not being able to see this year's flowers bloom. Lu Yuandi murmurs, causing Li, who did not catch her words, to bend down. With a flick of her finger, the talisman reveals a corner of yellow. Li's eyes widen. Lu Yuandi's lips are stained with blood, gently curling into a smile ghostly and enchanting. Her eyes are filled with tears, yet her gaze is wildly frenzied. She intends to use herself as the inferno to incinerate her enemy. Even if it means becoming a wisp of sorrowful spirit, she is willing to pay that price. You are insane. This is the Thunderbolt talisman. Li attempts to escape, but Lu Yuandi tightly grips his right leg. Ignoring the heavy blows to her chest, her fingers brush across the sword blade, leaving a trail of blood. In the struggle, the Thunderbolt talisman accidentally falls to the ground. Lu Yuandi stretches out her arm, the light in her eyes gradually dimming, tears falling, yet her lips still smile. A long hand that does not belong to either of them appears in view, gently picking up the Thunderbolt talisman. Yuandi. As this sigh escapes, Lu Yuandi first stares in disbelief, her dried tears bursting forth again. She resembles a bully child, burying her face in her arms, kneeling on the ground, sobbing loudly. Master. Tao Mian has arrived. The Peach Blossom Immortal has always been worried. Having learned from Gu Yuan's previous experience, he felt restless in the Taoist temple as soon as Lu Yuandi left. The one girl from back in the day has now turned into an elderly woman with poor legs. Clutching her cane, she sits on the spacious threshold with Tao Mian smacking her parched lips. Little Tao Taoist. The one girl has become one Lao Tai. Tao Taoist grows younger with age, turning into little Tao Taoist. Remembering this, the old lattice eyes squint with a smile. You have something on your mind. I do not. Tao Mian denied it without a second thought, a somewhat childish action that did not fit his mature and composed image as a millennium-old immortal. So he coughed a couple of times to cover himself. I just find it a bit hard to adjust. This statement made it seem as if he was missing Lu Yuandi. Tao Mian grew increasingly awkward. What kind of disciples are they teaching? All they think about is running out of the mountain. What is so good outside the mountain? Conflicts, hatred, deceit. People outside the mountain are skilled at deception. Wang Lao I narrowed her eyes. Today Peach Blossom Mountain is bathed in bright sunshine, warming her all over. Peach Blossom Mountain, oh, it is a place of beauty unlike any other on earth. Everyone who enters here lingers and cannot bear to leave. In her youth, she was passionate and energetic, running a tea stall with her husband to serve passing travelers. They praised the majesty of Peach Blossom Mountain and the clarity of Peach Blossom Stream. They would pick up the flower branches broken by children along the road to play with, composing poetry and drinking wine together. Some sentimental guests would quietly shed tears after getting drunk. The mountain's waters and people here are so pure and clean that visitors from outside cannot bear to bring their worldly troubles to this sacred land. They always say to wait a little longer. Once everything is over, they'll return here, never to bother with the mundane world again. Yet Wang Lao I has never seen anyone return. Your eldest disciple and second disciple. Wang Lao I spoke slowly, just as she did in her youth. They are all people from outside the mountain. Little Tao Taoist, the connections from outside the mountain are difficult to untangle. Tao Mian fell silent, slowly letting out a sigh. My youngest grandson left Peach Blossom Mountain this year to go to the town. Wang Lao I turned the conversation to her family without pressuring Tao Mian. The child is wild at heart, wanting to learn a trade from his master, insisting on making a name for himself. Having one more set of bowls and chopsticks at home doesn't mean well starved. The outside world is harsh, the master is strict, and mistakes cost him a rap on the knuckles. He has a stubborn temper. If he cannot learn, he won't come back. As for me, my legs are bad, but my heart misses him, and I can't sleep from one night to the next. Later I had his father borrow a cart from the neighbor to take me to the town. Upon seeing me, for the first time, my grandson cried. Those who travel far, how can they not miss home? He cannot return, so I must go to him. At my age, how many days of life do I have left? Every meeting means one less left. Wang Lao Ai thought of her family outside, and her eyes inevitably filled with tears. She wiped them with her sleeve, accidentally knocking her cane against the ground. So little Tao Daoist, she does not yearn for the scenery outside the mountain, she simply cannot return home. The next morning Tao Mian left the mountain, making sure to leave enough grain for the chickens in the coop to last for several days. The chickens he raised had good self-management awareness, feeding themselves at regular times, and not overindulging. If they did overindulge, he would have no choice but to stew them with tears in his eyes. Just like many years ago, Tao Mian left Peach Blossom Mountain lightly burdened. He was searching for Lu Yuandi, but she had gone to great lengths to hide her whereabouts. Even Master Tao Mian had to exert considerable effort to find her trace. He arrived at the military camp and grabbed a soldier to navigate. After figuring out the basic directions, he heard a commotion of fighting in the distance. The sound was faint, almost inaudible to others, but Tao Mian picked it up keenly. Not bothering about the unfortunate soldier, who was tied up, Tao Mian darted toward the source of the sound. Then he saw his disciple about to perish alongside the enemy. Little Tao Immortal was greatly startled. The eldest disciple Gu Yuan only wanted to kill everyone. Unexpectedly, the second disciple went even further, taking himself down too. Tao Mian began to reflect on where his education had gone wrong. He appeared silently, and Lu Yuandi was the first to react, bursting into tears. Tao Mian was startled, at a loss for what to do. Lu Yuandi had never cried in front of him. Don't cry, oh dear, it's not a big deal. Did I not say that Master is always here? Lu Yuandi was sobbing so hard she could hardly speak. I thought you didn't want me anymore. You're not leaving the mountain anymore. Isn't that a misunderstanding? Master wants you to have a solid foundation. If there's something just fine, Master, why bear it all alone? Tao Mian was busy comforting his disciple, and completely ignored the other living person nearby. Lili shifted from shock to scrutiny, not expecting that Lu Yuandi's master had actually arrived. Who are you? Lili asked sharply. Anyone associated with the remnants of the Lu family is guilty. I forgot there's still you here. Tao Mian slapped his forehead, as if realizing he had left Lili hanging for a long time. You? Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Little Tao Daoist had an innocent and harmless expression. Lili felt that he was being looked down upon for no reason. Then you shouldn't think you can live. Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow flickered before his eyes. Then he fell into a state of losing all 5 senses. He was conscious but felt nothing. Lili panicked immediately. Tao Mian did not do anything superfluous, he simply placed a talisman on Lili's forehead. The talisman seemed ordinary. Lu Yuandi stopped her tears, she was not one to cry often. After the outburst, feeling somewhat embarrassed, she wiped the corners of her eyes with her sleeve and approached her master with reddened eyes. Little Tao, what happened to him? All senses lost, not dead. He turned to glance at his disciple's face. Do you want him dead? Your master can do that for you. Lu Yuandi draped a clean outer robe over herself, which was quite large, given to her by Tao Mian. She grasped the collar to wrap herself up and shook her head. Do you want to let him go? No. Lu Yuandi stepped forward, lowering her gaze, coldly staring at her enemy. Little Tao, don't interfere, I will handle the rest. Lu Yuandi was unwilling to stain Tao Mian's hands. The Peach Blossom Immortal should not have his hands sullied with blood, he did not belong to the mortal realm, and should not be entangled with the mundane. It was her presence that led him to be tainted by the mortal world. From that day on, Lu Yuandi secretly resolved to become independent and strong. She could not remain a little girl who only cried, hiding behind her master. Tao Mian gazed at his second disciple for a long time, and after a moment, he patted her on the head.
Yuandi wished for peace and happiness. A simple and sincere reminder nearly caused Lu Yuandi's tears to fall again. She hurriedly lowered her head. I will, little Tao, don't worry. Tao Mian expressed a desire to stay a little longer. He was worried about Lu Yuandi being alone. But Lu Yuandi insisted. She did not want Tao Mian to be dragged into troubles. She said, Little Tao, hurry back to Peach Blossom Mountain. The mountain flowers are about to bloom, and Wu Changzai is still waiting. Tao Mian understood her intentions, nodded, and turned to leave the tent. He came, and went without a trace, and among the soldiers in the camp apart from the navigator, he had knocked out. No one noticed his arrival. It should have been an easy departure, but unfortunately a young man suddenly appeared. The boy looked anxious, as if he were searching for someone. He grabbed Tao Mian's wrist, and asked if he had seen Wang Er. Tao Mian was slightly taken aback. He intentionally lowered his sense of presence, making it difficult for ordinary people to notice him. Unexpectedly, the young man in front of him was so keen. And who was Wang Er? Although he did not understand who Wang Er was, Tao Mian, being a seasoned trickster, casually pointed in a direction. He should have gone that way. The young man had no doubt at all, gratefully shook his hand and hurried away. He looked a bit foolish. Tao Mian took one last glance at the direction he left, no longer lingering, and walked out of the military camp. Lu Yuandi was young and likely to suffer losses. However, she was inherently intelligent. The mistakes she had made would not be repeated, and she was capable of drawing lessons from past experiences, growing at an astonishing pace. And the second disciple did not disappoint her master's profound expectations. Upon returning to the Peach Blossom Temple, Tao Mian found, unsurprisingly, that Wu Changzai had indeed fattened himself. Tao Mian pulled him out of the chicken coop and pressed him for answers. How can you get so fat? Look at the chickens of other families, none have a figure like yours. I tell you, if this continues, no one will want you except me. You can only stay here and retire for me. Wu Changzai strutted away, with a clutch shaking his rear. He completely ignored what Tao Mian was saying. Outside the mountain, chaos reigned, but life inside the mountain moved slowly, neither hurried nor pressed. While Tao Mian basked in the sun, napping and chasing chickens, the outside world was quietly changing. Lu Yuandi initially did not kill Lili, but instead used a poison to control him. She planned to use Lili to fight for her position in the army and establish her own power. During this time, she contacted those who once belonged to her father's faction, asking for their assistance to reclaim the imperial power. This land still belonged to the Lu family. With perseverance, heaven would not let her down. Lu Yuandi, through struggles and hardships, finally gained enough confidence and strength. She declared she would take revenge for her clan. She wanted the throne to change hands. Tao Mian learned about Lu Yuandi's experiences through the letter she sent. The disciple reported good news, but not troubles. Those seemingly casual lines of text concealed countless efforts, and the endurance of many dirty dealings to gain the power she desired. Lu Yuandi never spoke of these to him, but Tao Mian understood in his heart. So every time he replied to her letters, he always reminded Lu Yuandi not to overexert herself. If she felt tired, she could come find her master. The master did not understand power struggles, but he could silence opposing voices. Lu Yuandi felt grateful towards Tao Mian, yet she refused to betray the vow she had made in the army. No matter how much dirty blood stained her hands, or how many lives weighed on her back, Tao Mian could never be dragged into it. He wanted to be his peach blossom, immortal, waking at dawn, to sweep fallen blossoms, listening to the fruits fall at night, carefree and unrestrained. And as long as she thought of him in such freedom, it seemed as if the world's filth and turmoil ceased to exist, leaving only a pool of clarity. After obtaining what she wanted, Lili lost his value. The last time Lu Yuandi saw him was in the secret chamber of her study. Though it was called a secret chamber, she had long since converted it into a dungeon. It was dark and cold, filled with various torture devices. Blood splatters adorned the walls. The ground was thick with indelible bloodstains. General Lili, once formidable, was now tightly bound by heavy chains suspended high. His hair was disheveled, with a few strands of grass stuck in it. His head hung low. Lu Yuandi did not bring any attendants. She stood alone before Lili.
The contrast between her clean white boots and the blood-soaked ground was almost blinding. Lily faced her, without fear, only a cold sneer on his lips.
I have no further use for you. You killed my 2 sons, 3 brothers, and did not spare even a child of an outsider. Lu Yuandi, what more do you want?
Lu Yuandi looked at her former adversary, now aged and decrepit. The glorious General Li was nowhere to be found. She suddenly lost all interest and felt disdain.
I do not hate you,
she said. Hearing this, Lily thought he must be dreaming.
Lu Yuandi, you say you do not hate. Ah, how could you not hate? You pretend to be a bullied princess of the previous dynasty, while secretly taking brutal revenge on my Li family, sparing none, neither guilty nor innocent. You say you do not hate.
Lily laughed loudly, as if hearing the most absurd joke in the world, his laughter tinged with deep sorrow. Lu Yuan's tone remained as calm as water.
I do not hate you. If I had hated you, I would not have spared you back in the army. Hatred is an emotion that can drive a person to lose their reason. I do not hate.
Lily stopped laughing, as if he began to understand something. A sorrowful yet sarcastic smile tugged at his lips.
You and I are the same kind of people.
Lu Yuandi did not deny it. Suddenly a dark red bell appeared between her 2 fingers, inside which a small bug could be seen crawling. Lily recognized this object. It was the mother bug of the poison. As long as it was gently squeezed, the mother bug would die, and Lily would not survive either. The general did not die gloriously amidst the adoration of the crowd. He had achieved immense military exploits, and while he craved power, he also truly protected his country. This time Lily was mocking himself. To the victor belong the spoils.
Lu Yuandi, you chose the wrong path. This road is destined to grow narrower, leading to a life of solitude and desolation. Don't ever look back.
If you look back, you will see nothing but desolation. Many years later, Lu Yuandi recalled Lily's words. They seemed like a malicious prophecy that trapped her for life. But at that time, Lu Yuandi did not consider much. She had only one goal left. She wanted to become an emperor. A woman ascends to the throne facing numerous obstacles, especially given her identity as a remnant of the previous dynasty. Lu Yuandi tries every possible means, only to realize that this task cannot be accomplished without bloodshed. In that case, she doesn't mind breaking her oath once more. She intends to commit regicide. The current young emperor appears to be from the Lu family, but in truth, he is merely a puppet propped up by Lily. With Lily's downfall, many are eyeing the throne he sat upon, and Lu Yuandi is among them. Calculating and strategic, she has virtually predicted all possible scenarios to ensure her success. However, often human plans cannot match the heaven's designs. On that day, Tao Mountain remained quiet under the starry moonlight, clear and windless. Tao Mian opened the window to cool off and dozed lightly on the couch. He slept uneasily and had a dream. In the dream, Lu Yuandi appeared, her white dress stained with blood, standing in a void, smiling and saying something to Tao Mian. Tao Mian couldn't hear her voice and anxiously stepped forward, but no matter how he reached out, he couldn't touch her. He awoke from his dream in a cold sweat. With no hesitation, he quickly got out of bed to pack his belongings. After all, he was an immortal who had lived for over 1,000 years. He wouldn't dream without reason. This dream must be foretelling some ominous event. Tao Mian left Tao Mountain that very night. Just as foretold in his dream, Lu Yuandi was in danger. By the time Tao Mian arrived at the palace, it was already engulfed in flames. Amid a chaotic battle, he couldn't find his disciple, and could only weave through the blades of swords and flashes of light, calling out Lu Yuan's name. Flame screams blood. The immortal, accustomed to a peaceful life, found himself entangled and restrained by them, almost blocking his path. Tao Mian fell into an endless panic. He had already lost Gu Yuan. Must he lose Lu Yuandi as well?
Little Tao.
A faint voice broke through, which Tao Mian caught.
Yuandi.
Tao Mian found the injured Lu Yuandi behind a pillar. She was gravely hurt, pressing her hand against her abdomen, where blood continued to seep out.
Little Tao.
Lu Yuandi forced a smile, breathing heavily.
Oh, I'm not dreaming, am I? How did I see you? Or am I already dead? Don't talk nonsense.
Tao Mian pulled out a hemostatic potion and fed it to his disciple.
Your master is here, I won't let anything happen to you.
Lu Yuanda's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, but she did not cry. She turned her gaze toward the raging flames, and the sounds of killing outside.
Is this what I wanted? Is this truly what I desired?
She momentarily lost her way. Perhaps the pain had clouded her reason, plunging her briefly into chaos.
What do I want? What is it that I truly desire?
Tao Mian performed simple treatment on her wound, his clean hands inevitably stained with blood, yet he held her hands firmly to calm her.
Disciple,
Tao Mian spoke clearly word by word.
Regardless of what you desire, whether it is beautiful or ugly, your master will obtain it for you. But you must clearly tell me what you want.
Lu Yuanda's gaze shifted from confusion to clarity.
Master, I want the throne, I want the world. I want to no longer be bullied by anyone, and have everyone submit to me. All right,
Tao Mian replied with a single word of promise, as heavy as mountains and seas. The Taohua immortal stepped out once more for the sake of his disciple. That figure, like a fleeting dream, ensnared those present, leading them to death within the dream. The fortunate survivors recalled that night, each filled with dread and fear. That ethereal figure brought a relentless tide of death. Some remembered his name. Decades ago, Gu Yuan's master, the previously obscure young Taoist, wielded a peach branch, delivering nightmares to Gu Yuan's enemies. Unexpectedly he reappeared, and Lu Yuandi turned out to be his disciple. Tao Mian needed not to make multiple efforts this time, it was enough to instill fear. Lu Yuandi hoisted the flag of Qingyuan, resolving all her opponents before gracefully stepping into the palace.
Your Majesty, I have arrived late.
An hour later, a eunuch serving by the young emperor's side emerged with the imperial decree. He trembled constantly, for the bloody peach branch was pressed against the back of his neck.
Recite it,
Tao Mian commanded. Lu Yuandi stood at the foot of the steps, the dagger in her hand stained with the emperor's fresh blood, standing indifferently. The eunuch announced two matters. The first, the emperor has passed away. The second, to crown the former dynasty's long princess, Lu Yuandi, as the new empress. No one objected. The heavens unleashed a cold rain. At this moment of the transfer of imperial power, no one celebrated. Instead, it felt eerily quiet, as if in a tomb. The eunuch's soft, elongated voice hung above the crowd, as Lu Yuanda's faction knelt on the ground, surrounded by the corpses of their enemies' blood and rain merging into gentle streams. Through the curtain of rain, Lu Yuandi gazed at Tao Mian on the steps. She saw a fleeting pain on his face, but he quickly masked it, smiling back at her. Lu Yuanda's hands hanging at her sides were tightly clenched into fists. She felt she had led Tao Mian to this point. With the new emperor's ascension, numerous matters weighed upon Lu Yuandi, leaving her overwhelmed. However, the forces that could threaten her position temporarily ceased to exist. Tao Mian observed for 3 days, left a letter, and quietly departed. Lu Yuandi did not try to keep him. Instead, she sent him many gifts. She always felt that her compensation was insufficient. Tao Mian did not rush back to Taohua Mountain, wandering as he went. He appeared carefree, yet every night he struggled to sleep. The blood and screams continually invaded his dreams. He often woke up in a cold sweat. Thus he had no choice but to travel around to clear his mind. This journey wasn't entirely without gain. He picked up 2 children along the way. These 2 children were originally little beggars who stole money from Tao Mian, but upon being caught, he did not scold them and treated them to a meal. Afterward they clung to him. Tao Mian woke from his nightmare, feeling an unbearable heaviness upon him. Opening his eyes, he saw 2 youthful faces leaning in.
Yin Piao, are you awake? You're awake. Yin Piao, can you 2 stop taking free handouts as if they were your birthright?
Tao Mian grabbed both by the back of their collars, one in each hand, and tossed them onto the bed. The 2 children, a brother and sister, were not blood-related but relied on each other. Tao Mian looked at the 2 of them, feeling overwhelmed. He initially thought they could be his 2 new disciples, yet the system failed to alert him. Now he was merely a victim of circumstances. It was troublesome. The 2 children shared the surname Chu. The elder sister is named Chu Liuxua, and the younger brother is named Chu Sui Yin. Tao Mian encountered them by a pile of dirt, and thus named them San Tu and Cdui. When they first met, the children were covered in dirt, but after washing up, their true appearances were revealed. At first, they claimed not to be siblings, which Tao Mian did not believe, as they looked like two little dirt rats. Once they changed into clean clothes, and had their faces washed, Tao Mian noticed there was indeed no resemblance between them. The sister had a slightly yellow complexion and an ordinary appearance, while the brother had eyes like polished ink and a stunning visage showcasing a celestial beauty at such a young age. Tao Mian furrowed her brows tightly. "Who are your parents?" Santu with a clever tongue babbled a whole lot like a bamboo tube pouring out beans. She said her father was originally a teacher in the village, but later became addicted to gambling and squandered the family fortune. Her mother ran away, and her father jumped into the river, leaving her all alone. Cdui was someone she picked up. His situation was even worse, born to a concubine of a landlord, who was bullied by the main wife, barely getting enough to eat, and he escaped on his own. Tao Mian listened to her tale. "Is what you said true?" "It is true. If there's a single lie you won't get any food, it's a lie." Cdui stood behind his sister, nervously clutching the hem of his clothes. He was introverted, shorter than Santu by half a head, and thin, relying on his sister for support. Whatever Santu taught him, he would learn. She said Tao Mian was a silver note, and thus he understood it as a silver note. Silver note, brother," Cdui stammered. "My name is Tao Mian. Little brother Tao." Tao Mian appeared to be just around 20 years old. How could Cdui know he was an ancient spirit of 1,000 years? "My sister has led me through many hardships while wandering. If it's impossible to take us both in, could you perhaps just keep my sister?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Santu anxiously pinched Cdui's right hand. Her deception was bold, but her concern for her brother was genuine. If Tao Mian would only keep one of them, then "Let my brother stay." Santu bit her lower lip, as if making a difficult decision. "Let Sui Yin stay and he'll leave." Tao Mian wiped the corner of his eye with his sleeve, seemingly moved by the deep bond between the siblings. "You two have a truly good relationship. Then, however, you both must leave." Santu released Cdui's hand and lunged forward animatedly. "How can you say something so cold on such a hot day?" Tao Mian lay back on the couch, covering his head with the blanket. "Cool down, get rid of the heat lest you get overheated." "What a fanciful thought, two little con artists." "I've been honest with you. You can't be so cold-hearted. I've always been the one, Tao Mian, who benefits from others. If you think you can take advantage of me, you're dreaming." Tao Mian was utterly unapologetic, while Santu was fuming, returning to her brother's side. "Liuxue." Cdui looked helplessly at his sister, as Santu took his hand. "Let's go let him rot in the pile of silver notes. It's not even New Year yet, no need to speak such auspicious words, but I do enjoy hearing them." Tao Mian responded with a prolonged tone. Santu took Cdui and slammed the door shut. Tao Mian muttered about their bad tempers and rolled over to sleep. Before falling asleep, a thin piece of paper fluttered from his embrace, drifting through the crack of the window and sticking to a wall where people came and went outside. Once outside, Santu reached the street, hearing the sounds of vendors calling out and Cdui's stomach grumbling. She immediately regretted it. But Tao Mian seemed like the kind of stingy rich person she was most familiar with, and going back would only lead to more humiliation. Being humiliated was fine, but not getting any money was fatal. Begging is not a long-term solution. Looking at her brother's pure eyes, Santu gritted her teeth. "With hands and feet, how could one starve to death?" "Don't worry, sister, we'll think of every possible way to ensure you don't go hungry." They wandered around the market, and by chance spotted a job advertisement posted on a wall. It was for a scholar looking to hire 2 young attendants, with limited pay but food and lodging provided. "So good it can't be a scam, right?" Santu murmured, tearing it down, planning to check other places. However, when she reached the next intersection, then the next, and turned another corner, everywhere had the same notice. Now she had no choice but to go. Santu steeled her heart. No matter what, she would take a look. Those without shoes are not afraid of those who wear them. She had nothing to lose. She urged her brother to stay close and together they arrived at the tea house marked on the notice. Before entering, Santu still worried whether the two little beggars would be chased out by the shopkeeper, but unexpectedly the waiter greeted them with a broad smile, and led them up to the second-floor elegant room. The elegant room was separated by pearl curtains, with the sound of a guillotine resonating softly, and the sound of flowing wine clinking gently. It was Santu's first time in such an elegant place, and she felt somewhat timid. Someone was enjoying tea behind the curtain. She could vaguely see a side profile which belonged to a young master. She gathered her courage and lifted the pearl curtain. Her gaze collided with the deep serene eyes of the person inside. The two sides exchanged glances with only silence. The first to speak was the person inside.
Is that not little two and little Dui?
Tao Mian supported his face with one hand, gazing at the two children with a smile. Santu was almost driven to faint with anger.
You. Don't point at people, it's impolite.
Tao Mian changed his posture, casually leaning against the jade-carved screen.
You don't study,
Santu retorted angrily.
What do you need attendance for? Who said I don't study? I am knowledgeable. Then why don't you take the imperial examination? Can't pass. I don't take the top scholars exam because I simply don't like it.
Santu almost rolled her eyes.
Little girl, don't look down on others. Does the current emperor know who I am? Of course.
Santu, this little girl seemed disdainful of everyone, yet she spoke fondly of Lu Yuan's glory. Praising her diligence, praising her love for the people, praising her wisdom and strategy that rivaled men, proclaiming that the current court was peaceful and prosperous, all thanks to her efforts. Tao Mian had traveled for 10 years, hearing much praise for the new emperor during that time, yet he could still listen with keen interest. Yuan Di, is this what your heart wishes for? He sighed softly, not knowing when Santu stopped her incessant chatter, and Tao Mian's gaze shifted to her.
Why don't you continue? Silver notes, are you about to cry? I'm hiring attendants, not those with poor eyesight.
Oh, perhaps it was my misperception. Santu shivered.
Almost made me feel sick. I also won't hire those who speak unpleasantly. So why did you suddenly ask about the current emperor? Nothing much, just reminiscing about my favorite disciple. Are you saying your disciple is?
Santu's words were cut off as Tao Mian nodded repeatedly. The little girl fell silent for a moment, then took her brother's hand again, turning to head out the door.
Suiyan, let's go! We can't associate with a master who isn't sharp in mind.
Santu and Cdui ultimately remained at Tao Mian's side. The reason is simple: the rewards were too abundant. Being Tao Mian's attendant requires little effort, or rather Tao Mian is not a person who demands much. Every day he savors tea, drinks wine, and enjoys the mountains and rivers, living a leisurely and aimless life. Although there isn't much work to do, Tao Mian has a peculiar temperament and occasionally becomes restless, sometimes wanting to stir trouble for a whole day. The cup of tea before him has already been changed 3 times by Chu Lu Shui. It's too cold, add some hot water. It's too hot, let it cool by the window. Once it cools down, heat it up again. Chu Lu Shui, unable to endure any longer, almost overturned the expensive tea set.
Silver note, are you in a bad mood?
Tao Mian leaned against the bed, listening to the gentle sound of rain. His current resting place is the best inn in the city, and with the window half open, he can glimpse the smoky hue of the city, with a cluster of azaleas drooping at an angle weighed down by heavy flowers. Damp and cold. Whenever it rains, Tao Mian's mood fluctuates greatly, unsure if it is related to that night of regicide many years ago. Seeing his clothes dampened by the fine rain, Chu Lu Shui walked around the table and gently shut the window. Chu Sui-yin sat on a small stool under the bed, hugging his knees, holding a thin scripture in his hands. Tao Mian spent a fortune acquiring ancient texts, yet he himself never reads a single word. One time when Chu Sui-yin mustered the courage to borrow a book from him, he generously gave all of them to the child. Chu Lu Shui was confused, not knowing who she was actually accompanying and reading. The rainwater made everything wet, and she felt drowsy. Chu Sui-yin's small frame leaned against the corner of the wooden bed, drifting into a shallow sleep, holding an ancient book that he had read most of. Tao Mian bent down, picked him up to the bed, tucked him in with a thin blanket, and turned back to take a sip of the tea snack. Chu Lu Shui was still waiting for his response. Tao Mian finished one piece of snack, losing his appetite, and pushed the rest to Chu Lu Shui. Chu Lu Shui had yet to move on from her days of intermittent hunger and feasting. She accepted any food that came her way. Tao Mian feared she would overindulge, so he had to supervise her portions at every meal, not allowing her to eat too many snacks. Fortunately, after several days of effort, Chu Lu Shui slowly realized that no one would compete with her for food, and her eating speed gradually slowed down. The girl learned to chew her food bite by bite, restraining her desires. Tao Mian looked at her long drooping eyelashes, and suddenly said that he missed his disciple.
Disciple? Are you referring to the current emperor? Silver Note, is she really your disciple?
Chu Lu Shui's skeptical tone made Tao Mian pout. He said that not only Li Yuandi was his disciple, but even the once renowned leader of the Qingmiao sect Gu Yuan was also his beloved student.
So which one do you miss? I share my affection equally, of course. I miss them all.
Tao Mian opened up and excitedly told the girl how remarkable his two disciples are. Seeing him finally regain some spirit, Chu Lu Shui did not interrupt him, stuffing her mouth with snacks while listening to his ramblings.
Are you done? You haven't even listened.
Tao Mian mumbled a response and reached for the last piece of pastry on the plate. Chu Lu Shui would not allow it, wrapping her arms around the entire plate and pulling it into her embrace.
Stingy.
Chu Lu Shui forgot her hard-earned table manners, devouring the food voraciously. No one could take away her last bite. After swallowing, the girl wiped her mouth and continued with Tao Mian's conversation.
You say the Empress is your disciple, which is questionable.
As for the Qingmiao sect, I've never heard of this sect. Is it very famous?
Tao Mian could hardly believe that someone had never heard of the illustrious name of the Qingmiao sect, his eyes widening. Impossible. The Qingmiao sect is a renowned sect across the land. San Tu, you really lack knowledge.
Chu Lu Shui did not respond, only remaining silent. This silence spread to Tao Mian, wrapping around him from body to heart. In the world, the tides of change ebb and flow, and flowers bloom and wither at the steps. Even the once mighty sects of cultivation cannot withstand the torrent of time and gradually fade away. Love and hate scatter together, swept away by the continuous waves of water flowing eastward.
San Tu.
Tao Mian, with a plate of snacks that appeared out of nowhere, looked at Chu Lu Shui sadly.
Eat up.
Chu Lu Shui did not understand his sudden change in demeanor, but the temptation of food was too great to resist, and she quickly pulled the plate closer to herself, albeit with suspicion.
Why are you suddenly being so nice to me? Sigh.
Tao Mian sighed deeply.
I suddenly realized a profound philosophy. What? People must live until they die. What kind of nonsense is that? Eat, even if you die from overeating, it counts as a dignified death.
Chu Lu Shui's body trembled for the first time, feeling the threat that food posed.
You'll save it for Sui Yin.
Their conversation inevitably disturbed Chu Sui Yin's light slumber. The boy rubbed his eyes and woke up. Seeing both children awake, Tao Mian tapped his fingers on the table.
We will head north immediately to the royal capital to see my second disciple.
Tao Mian's actions and thoughts were enigmatic. At least Chu Lu Shui felt that his moments of normalcy were becoming increasingly rare, as he seemed to be eccentric daily. He actually wanted to take her and Sui Yin as disciples.
What's wrong with being my disciple? I, Tao Mian, possess numerous skills. Don't just focus on the few bowls of rice in front of you. Learn well, and mere sustenance won't be a problem.
Children should not be so short-sighted.
Chu Lu Shui thought he was acting crazy and ignored him, continuing to munch on her baked bun. Chu Sui Yin, however, brightened up, cautiously tugging at Tao Mian's sleeve, asking if he could really become a disciple.
Tao Mian gazed deeply into the boy's eyes, as if penetrating layers of mist to scrutinize his soul. That expression was something Chu Sui Yin did not comprehend, but Chu Lu Shui sensed something unusual and broke a half piece of the bun for her brother, stuffing an entire piece into Tao Mian's mouth. She had been increasingly reckless lately because she realized that adults were unreliable and younger ones were even less responsible. At a young age, she had to shoulder the burden of caring for the three of them. Tao Mian struggled, appearing to be choking badly. Chu Sui-yin, holding the greasy half-piece of bun, looked helplessly at his sister.
Eating food when your stomach isn't even full, and you have the energy to think about such irrelevant matters. Lu Shui. Eat.
Chu Sui-yin munched on the bun gloomily, not daring to retort. With a whole piece of bun in his mouth, Tao Mian's eyes darted between the two siblings. He sighed inwardly. Chu Sui-yin was younger than Chu Lu Shui, always listening to his sister. It had always been Chu Lu Shui taking care of him, letting him eat first, when food was available, and making him stay back when danger approached. The siblings grew up stumbling along until they met Tao Mian and no longer drifted. Now that Tao Mian wanted to take them as disciples, it was clear that Chu Lu Shui was unwilling to let her brother become a disciple. It wasn't that she didn't trust Tao Mian. Of course there might be a bit of doubt, but the more significant reason was that she didn't want Chu Sui-yin to be caught up in the secular strife. She couldn't see too far into the future, she only vaguely sensed certain trends. Chu Lu Shui would not agree, and Chu Sui-yin would surely follow his sister's thoughts. What to do about this, Tao Mian contemplated. He hoped to pass on his skills to both of them so that they could protect themselves no matter what happened in the future. But the golden opportunity only granted him the background of one of them. One was destined to walk into fate whether willingly or not. The golden finger reveals the backstory of Chu Liuxue. The siblings Chu Liuxue and Chu Sui-yin have an intriguing relationship. Despite having no blood ties, they rely on each other. The elder sister appears ordinary, while the younger brother is breathtakingly beautiful. However, the disciple that the golden finger desires Tao Mian to take on is Chu Liuxue. Disciple's name: Chu Liuxue. Background: daughter of Do Huai, the master of the Tianjin Valley in the demon domain. Qualification: inferior earth spiritual root. Background: the two major forces in the demon domain, Tianjin Valley and the Underworld Hall, are sworn enemies. The Underworld Hall's leader Tan Yuan seduced Do Huai's confidant and gained intelligence. Do Huai was unfortunately poisoned, and the Do family was brutally slaughtered by the Underworld Hall. In a moment of crisis, an old servant beside Madame Do swapped his own granddaughter for the Do family's legitimate daughter and fought to escort her to the human realm. This girl was raised by an old scholar for many years. The scholar, frail and sickly, feared he could not care for his adopted daughter, so he entrusted her to a young couple in the village. The following year a severe drought struck, leaving them with no food, and in order to survive the couple sold the girl. Fortunately, the girl was clever and managed to escape, becoming a drifter since. This is the relevant information about the disciple Chu Liuxue. Please nurture her with care. Congratulations on unlocking the reward 6 transformations of Tianjin 1 Soul Devouring Palm 1. That day the Golden Fingers prompt contained all the details concerning Chu Liuxue. There was not a single piece of information regarding Chu Sui-yin. Now Tao Mian was troubled. The disciples he had taught before, whether Gu Yuan or Lu Yuandi, all possessed exceptional talent. Yet Chu Liuxue only had an inferior spiritual root. 6 transformations of Tianjin is an illusion technique, while Soul Devouring Palm is a palm technique. Tao Mian flipped through the manuals briefly. Both sets of skills were profoundly complex, and without innate talent one couldn't even enter the door. This time, there was no way to freeload. Although it was a pity not to share quickly, Tao Mian maintained a positive attitude. If the disciple was a bit slow, so be it, he could just give her more time to learn on her own. After all, he could afford to wait. However, the current issue was that Chu Liuxue had no interest in cultivation. She herself did not want to, nor did she wish for her brother to get involved. At first Tao Mian did not understand. If it were him and a handsome immortal were to offer him a technique, he would immediately kneel down and beg fervently. Becoming a disciple is not degrading. But then he thought, if at that moment another handsome figure appeared offering him free meals and drinks, he would gladly lie down. Who could turn down money? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Since Chu Liuxue was unwilling and Chu Sui-yin had the heart, but could not agree, Tao Mian did not press the matter. The purpose of their journey remained unchanged. A month later they arrived at the royal capital. Tao Mian needed to see Lu Yuandi, and Chu Liushua asked him if Lu Yuandi knew of this. Tao Mian confidently replied, I don't know. Chu Liushua. Then how do we enter the palace? We'll wait until evening. What will happen in the evening? Well, climb over the wall. Chu Liushua thought he might have some amazing method only to find it was a complete waste of feelings. Tao Mian declared that they would climb the wall, taking the two children to a place with weak guards. Although you both refuse to become my disciples, my daily teachings count as half a master. Disciples, watch closely, this is how you scale a wall. He gracefully vaulted over the high wall, and Chu Suiyan gasped in awe, while even Chu Liushua appeared somewhat intrigued. However, the next moment, they heard a flurry of voices from within the high wall. Assassin. Their initiation was not smooth, but the three were not thrown into the dungeons. Instead, they were respectfully invited into the palace. The emperor, disturbed from his peace, did not grow angry, but instead changed clothes and greeted them with a smile. Xiao Tao, why didn't you inform me in advance of your arrival? Xiao Tao. The guards exchanged glances. They had never heard of this individual. Could it be the emperor's master, Tao Mian? Now everyone was drenched in cold sweat. Who would have thought the imperial master would take the back route and climb over the wall? They were even tied up and delivered to the emperor. When Lu Yuandi saw Tao Mian tightly bound, she frowned. Tao Mian was broad-minded and did not want her to punish anyone for such a small matter, so he responded to her. I didn't think much when I came. I ended up causing trouble for your palace. Indeed, the palace is heavily guarded. Only then did the second disciple relax her brow and personally help him untie the ropes. All right, everyone leave. Xiao Tao, come with me. Also, is this your adopted child? Just a book boy I picked up by the roadside. Lu Yuandi untied her master and led him to the study, only then having time to scrutinize the two unfamiliar children. You too. She noticed something and turned back to look at Tao Mian. Tao Mian lowered his eyes, and Lu Yuandi wisely swallowed her next words. Chu Liushua tightly held her brother's hand, not daring to wander, feeling somewhat reserved. Only after Tao Mian nodded did she follow the unfamiliar palace, made her expression a little anxious. The door to the study was closed tightly, leaving only the master and disciple. Despite not having seen each other for many years, their relationship was not estranged. Tao Mian poured himself tea, not caring whether Lu Yuandi was thirsty. She would speak up if she needed anything. Lu Yuandi indeed had no time to think about drinking water. She spoke freely. Xiao Tao, that child is a demon. Oh! You noticed? You know? No, you should have seen it earlier, both of them are. I didn't notice that. Lu Yuandi raised her hand to support her forehead. She knew Tao Mian was casual, but she did not expect him to be this casual. The temperament of demons changes drastically with age. They are still young and appear docile. If they reach adulthood, who knows what will happen? What? They are already considered docile at this stage. Tao Mian expressed indignation. My place is already in chaos. Lu Yuandi listened to him ramble. Given her experience, it was a good thing Tao Mian did not cause trouble for others. Yet her worry did not diminish in the slightest. The terror of demons lies in the unknown. Lu Yuandi had seen all sorts of them. They are cunning and cruel, most carrying a sense of pure malice. Lu Yuandi did not consider herself a good person, and was not afraid of evil. She simply did not want to see Tao Mian invest his feelings and energy only to end up heartbroken. She had researched Gu Yuan's life and generally understood what kind of senior brother he was. The results presented by her subordinates could only say it was not unexpected. Gu Yuan, like her, had walked into the quagmire of revenge until his body was bathed in the blood of his enemies. Disappointed, Tao Mian had once refused to meet his eldest disciple Gu Yuan, but now he was willing to visit her, probably because Gu Yuan's early death had caused him too much pain, and he did not want to repeat the same mistakes. In truth, Tao Mian had never stopped Lu Yuandi from returning to Taohua Mountain. It was Lu Yuandi herself who was too afraid to meet him. Xiao Tao, I wish you had not met me at the beginning. Xiao Tao. Lu Yuandi whispered softly, but received no reply. When she raised her head, she found Tao Mian had unknowingly rested his elbow on his head, and was sleeping in the large mahogany chair. Lu Yuandi was slightly taken aback, unsure if he was pretending to sleep or truly tired. The corners of her mouth tightened, revealing a hint of the stubbornness she had shown in her youth. But I have never regretted meeting you. Even if one day you lament having taken in such a scheming and vicious disciple, growing tired and vexed with me, I will not regret it, not even until death. Chu Liuxuan never expected that Tao Mian was truly the master of the emperor. Among his numerous lies and deceptions, the one that seemed most like nonsense turned out to be the truth. Currently they resided in a palace chamber that was supposed to be occupied by a consort. Lu Yuandi was a workaholic preoccupied only with state affairs, dismissing all requests from ministers to keep her as a consort and scolding them in the process. Later, to deceive others, she adopted a pair of siblings to raise in the deep palace. She had never truly looked at what the children were like. The emperor's dedication to governance earned praises both inside and outside the palace. The bloody past of the new emperor's ascension was buried in the ink of white paper, fading away like smoke. Children as large as Chu Liuxue could only blindly idolize the emperor. At this moment, they were at a waterside pavilion, outside the hall, where master and disciple were engaged in a game of chess. Chu Liuxue's gaze closely followed every movement of Lu Yuandi, inevitably catching sight of the lazy Tao Mian beside her. Lu Yuandi stood straight as a sword, donned in a deep purple robe, holding the chess piece with one hand. In contrast, Tao Mian lounged, almost melting into his chair, changing positions every few moments, as if uncomfortable, calling for more soft cushions. To be so bold and carefree before the emperor. Chu Liuxue even doubted if Lu Yuandi owed him several lives. The two had already been playing for half an hour. Lu Yuandi's daily affairs were overwhelming. She only squeezed out time to see Tao Mian briefly. Apart from playing chess, they enjoyed tea and flowers. The two spoke little, as if sharing a unique tacit understanding, quietly coexisting. Chu Liuxue once privately asked Tao Mian if Lu Yuandi was a taciturn person. Her. Tao Mian laughed upon hearing this. She was even more mischievous than you when she was young. Tao Mian was then fiddling with a precious handle piece, losing interest after a while, and casually tossing it into a carved basket. He arrived at this resplendent palace treated with the highest courtesy by the emperor, with precious gifts arriving in waves for him to choose from. One day Tao Mian casually mentioned wanting to see the wax plum blossom. The flowering period of this flower is in the cold winter and early spring. It was midsummer now, so where could he find a wax plum in bloom? He hadn't thought much of it at the time, and Lu Yuandi was not present. Yet somehow the words reached the emperor's ears, and the next morning a tree in full bloom of wax plum appeared in Tao Mian's room. The pale yellow petals fell into his palm, and Tao Mian pinched them with his fingers, staring down, lost in thought. Since then little Tao Xianren had spoken, even less. In Chu Liuxue's eyes Tao Mian was quite peculiar. He appeared plain and unadorned, yet he was wealthy. If one were to say he didn't care about material possessions, he often displayed a love for wealth at certain moments. After entering the palace, he became even stranger. The emperor was more than willing to share half of his treasures, yet Tao Mian remained indifferent, unable to smile at even the rarest treasures. For Tao Mian, now speaking with Lu Yuandi required careful word choice. His disciple had good intentions, but Tao Mian sensed that behind that good intention lay a deep chasm, a pair of pitch-black eyes. With Lu Yuandi ascending to the throne, she was finally free from humiliation and bullying, achieving what she wished for. But was what she truly sought really just this? Tao Mian dared not think deeply. He understood his disciple. Lu Yuandi desired to be above all others, and he could provide that. But if Lu Yuandi sought more? Chu Liuxue noticed that the times when Tao Mian appeared most relaxed and happy were when he played with the 4 small children, her Chu Suiyin, and the only pair of prince and princess in the palace. The pair of siblings were a dragon and phoenix twin, with the elder brother being steady, and the younger sister lively, both 10 years old. Lu Yuandi paid little attention to these siblings, while the palace maids were overly cautious, making it rare for the 2 children to meet peers, and with someone as special as Tao Mian, they quickly became familiar. Rather than saying Tao Mian was leading the 4 children, it was more accurate to say that the 4 children were entertaining this adult. Stand well, all in a row.
Tao Mian lounged diagonally on the concubine's couch, treating the priceless black bone mud fan as if it were worthless, banging it against the edge of the wooden couch. The 4 children lined up neatly according to height. The tallest was the little prince, Lu Yuan, followed by Chu Liuxue, then the reserved Chu Suiyin, and lastly the giggling little princess Lu Yao. Today's morning lesson is, each of you tell a joke. Lu Yuan frowned. Chu Liuxue rolled her eyes. Chu Suiyin was at a loss, and Lu Yao asked blankly what a joke was. Hurry up, if you can't tell a joke there will be no recess. Lu Yuan sighed. He was not good at humor, but to cooperate with Tao Mian, he had no choice but to rack his brain. I'll go first. Once there was a person who competed with the wind. He won, but was sick for half a month. Why? Because he caught a cold. Ha ha. Chu Liuxue couldn't help but shiver. Tao Mian seriously flicked Lu Yuan's forehead with his finger. Little prince, it's not that adding ha ha after a joke makes it funny. You're right, Tao Xianren is correct. Lu Yuan sighed helplessly again. Next it was Chu Liuxue's turn. Originally she was unwilling to speak at all, but if she didn't Tao Mian would keep dragging it out, so she succumbed. There was a frog named Little Huang. One day, it was run over by a cart. Before it died it shouted quack, and from then on became a cucumber. Without needing anyone to feel awkward, Chu Liuxue was already breaking out in a cold sweat. Tao Mian showed little reaction and turned to Chu Suiyin. Chu Suiyin entwined his 10 fingers, stammering to tell a joke. One day a son asked his father, I have an uncle, a second uncle, a third uncle, and a 5th uncle, but why is there no 4th uncle? Did the 4th uncle die? The father said, yes, the 4th uncle was killed by your filial piety. Chu Suiyin felt uneasy under the cold silence and looked at Tao Mian. Suddenly Tao Mian burst out laughing so hard he couldn't straighten up. Chu Suiyin. Did he tell such a successful joke? As a result, Tao Mian patted Chu Liuxue's shoulder, saying the little Huang was too funny. Chu Liuxue. You're really quick to react. Finally it was Lu Yao's turn. The little princess, innocent and carefree, looked up at Tao Mian and asked, Little Tao, I can't tell a joke. Do I look like a joke? Tao Mian fell silent and patted Lu Yao's little head. You're honest enough, I'll count that as a win for you. After hearing enough jokes, Tao Mian seemed to be in a much better mood. He told the children to find a place to sit themselves, and as a matter of reciprocity, he would tell a joke. Tao Mian's joke had a long build-up. He said, there was once a peach blossom mountain, and in the mountain was a peach blossom temple, where a peach blossom immortal raised a large white goose. The large white goose was a long-lived goose, having lived over 200 years. The immortal couldn't bear to stew it for nutrition, allowing it to bully cats and fight dogs every day, gradually becoming a tyrant in the village. One day the villagers bought a little female goose. The little female goose was weak and grayish, looking like a malnourished goose. But the large white goose didn't mind. It stopped bullying cats and pecking dogs. It shared more than half of its food, carrying it outside the goose cage, watching the little female goose eat slowly. The little female goose's feathers gradually thickened, and its body became round. The large white goose looked at the little goose it had raised with satisfaction, thinking there was nothing better than this. Living peacefully and happily, what more could it desire? Later the little female goose disappeared from the village, leaving an empty goose cage. It was likely sold, or perhaps stewed by its owners, or possibly it transformed into a young woman and gracefully left. The large white goose knew nothing. It was heartbroken, and had no appetite for several days. The immortal was also saddened, and allowed it to go outside to relax. The large white goose returned home after 7 days, refreshed as if nothing had happened. Soon another little goose arrived in the village. The immortal didn't want the large white goose to see it, but the large white goose snuck away. As usual, it shared half of its food with the newcomer. Lu Yao was a curious child, and raised her hand first. Little Tao, what did the large white goose see during those days? Lu Yuan pondered for a moment. Could it be that it discovered the previous little goose found a good family? But a goose is originally bought by farmers for eggs or meat. Chu Suiyin was influenced by the atmosphere, and began to think along. Returning home after 7 days suggests it didn't go far. Perhaps it did something, like rescuing that goose.
Chu Liushua was the calmest among the 4 children.
Perhaps it simply came to terms with it.
Tao Mian narrowed his eyes slightly, tenderly cradling a branch of wax plum that had already spent its vitality. This was not the season for it to bloom, it had bloomed incorrectly. Tao Mian said that the goose saw nothing. The children exclaimed in disbelief, thinking that Tao Xianren was just making up nonsense to amuse them. Tao Mian held both hands against their eager bodies, shouting for them to let him finish. Tao Mian said that the goose did not see its own goose nor any other goose. In short, it reached the edge of Peach Blossom Mountain with not a feather in sight. There were no geese, only a weak petal falling onto its orange-red beak. That petal was not beautiful, the edges were withered, and it was missing a corner. In the vibrant spring season, it looked so unremarkable, falling to the ground or drifting along, ultimately meeting a mundane fate, just like all the flowers on the mountain. But what was the goose thinking? The goose thought it too had moments of budding once blooming under the clear sky. It thought that since withering and parting were inevitable, at least let it pass by during the bloom of that flower. The 3 children listened in a daze. They could not yet understand Tao Mian's words. Only Chu Liushua, after a moment of silence, asked, "Geese can't talk, is this what the immortal made up? Did the immortal really raise a goose? Was it the goose, or the immortal standing under the falling flowers?" Tao Mian smiled faintly and remained silent. Chu Liushua noticed that since that inexplicable joke-telling meeting, Tao Mian's mood had remarkably improved. In this gilded cage woven from golden threads, he seemed at ease, as if returning to Peach Blossom Mountain. The composed emperor, on the other hand, appeared to lose her tranquility, becoming increasingly anxious. She began to frequently request meetings with Tao Mian, from half an hour to an hour, sometimes even spending half a day there. It was still chess and tea, but Lu Yuandi was restless. Even the children, like Chu Liushua, could sense it.
"Yuandi, focus your mind,"
Tao Mian often reminded her gently. The situation took a dramatic turn, and no one understood the underlying causes. Tao Mian was thus confined by Lu Yuandi, locked in the heavenly prison. In a nondescript narrow cell within the heavenly prison, a plain-clothed Taoist sat cross-legged on a straw mat, eyes closed in meditation. The sounds of prisoners begging for mercy and screaming echoed around him, yet he remained undisturbed, not even furrowing his brow. Guard Shaolin had been observing him for 3 full days. He had just been transferred to this new unit, and the first prisoner he was assigned to watch was the young Taoist before him. The Taoist appeared fair and refined, not at all like someone who would commit crimes. After being imprisoned, he received quite peculiar treatment. The head guard only instructed Shaolin to monitor his actions and keep timely records. No one interrogated him or tortured him. It was as if he had come here to seek refuge. Shaolin had tentatively asked the head guard what crime the Taoist had committed. The head guard retorted that he should mind his own business and not ask unnecessary questions. But who doesn't have a bit of curiosity? The more the head guard told him to be quiet, the more Shaolin felt compelled to inquire. The young Taoist didn't seem like someone with a bad temper during the long days. It would be better to chat with him.
"Hey!"
Finally Shaolin took the initiative to speak.
"Taoist, which law have you broken? What crime are you imprisoned for?"
The young Taoist kept his eyes closed, unresponsive. Shaolin tapped the cell door with the shackles in his hand, producing a clanking sound that made the person inside tremble.
He looked around in confusion. "Is it time for meals?"
Shaolin fell silent. He thought he was dealing with a profound master. It turned out he was just sleeping in. Tao Mian had not enjoyed such a deep sleep in a long time. He felt refreshed and leisurely surveyed his new abode. It was even more dilapidated than he had imagined. The only clean thing was the straw mat beneath him. Fortunately, he was the type to adapt to his circumstances and didn't mind. When his gaze met that of the dazed guard outside, Tao Mian smiled slightly.
"Hello." Wait."
Shaolin, influenced by his easygoing demeanor, mistakenly thought they were in a tea house rather than a heavenly prison. He shook his head vigorously to clear his thoughts.
"Be serious." Just answer my questions. Don't try to get cozy with me. Just answer what I ask.
Tao Mian hadn't heard someone speak so rudely to him in a long time. It felt quite fresh.
Speak without reservation, please ask away.
Shaolin was conflicted. He had too many questions. Where did the Taoist come from? What was his purpose? Why hadn't anyone interrogated him? And so on. Ultimately, he picked a crucial question.
What crime have you committed, and why are you imprisoned here?
Tao Mian really thought hard for a while before letting out a long sigh. Shaolin perked up his ears. Was there some major secret? The young Taoist leisurely replied,
I indeed have committed a crime. What crime? Speak honestly. It's the crime of stealing hearts. Are you serious?
Shaolin was furious and embarrassed.
Are you joking with me? Just wait until I teach you a lesson.
Tao Mian laughed uncontrollably, unable to straighten up, even losing his breath, and exclaiming in dismay. The young guard's face turned beet red from laughter, trying to feign fierceness, as he ordered him to stop.
Stop laughing. If you keep laughing, I'll hang you up and beat you. You're still young, yet your tone is quite bold.
Tao Mian finally stopped, a remnant smile on his face.
Do you know why the head guard doesn't let you talk too much? Because I have someone above me.
Tao Mian raised a finger pointing upwards. The guard foolishly followed his gaze. Only then did he realize who the someone above referred to. Tao Mian curled his finger, looking at him with a smile.
What if I have someone? You speak so highly of yourself, yet you're still in here, aren't you?
The guard replied weakly, waiting a long time for a response from the other side. He looked up but found the young Taoist letting out a soft sigh.
This place cannot hold me. But for now, being confined here is better.
His words were convoluted, leaving Shaolin's head spinning. He wanted to continue asking, but the other person had closed his eyes again, ignoring him completely. After days of being imprisoned, the mysterious prisoner began to receive visitors, presumably due to new directives from above. The first wave consisted of 2 children, resembling a brother and sister. This pair of siblings was quite interesting. Their appearances bore no resemblance to each other. If the boy hadn't called her sister, Shaolin would never have believed they were related. The younger brother began to tear up before even seeing the real person, while the sister wiped his nose and scolded him for being embarrassing. Upon seeing the thin figure inside the cell, the sister's eyes also turned red, and the brother burst into tears.
Little Tao Ge, you've suffered.
Shaolin stood at the cell door, assuming that the usually calm and indifferent Taoist would comfort the child and offer some life advice. Instead, the Taoist wailed even more pitifully.
Little DUI. This place is absolutely unfit for human habitation. It's dirty and chaotic, and the guards bully people. I can't survive even a single day here, boohoo.
Shaolin. Who is bullying whom? Who is bullying whom? He had been interrogated so relentlessly by the Taoist he felt as if his ancestors were being dug up, yet he had to endure this comprehensive mental torture every day. Who was really the one being bullied? Shaolin was furious but remained silent. The Taoist had quite the sharp tongue. If he wanted, a single comment could anger half the heavenly prison's inmates. The 2 children barely managed to say a few words before the Taoist lamented about the heavenly prison, criticizing it equally from top to bottom. Visiting time was up. Shaolin thought the complaints were nothing unusual. He figured since the Taoist mentioned having someone above him, perhaps these 2 children had pleaded for leniency, bringing gifts of good food and clothing. Such things weren't new in the heavenly prison. However, the second wave of visitors shocked the guard.
General.
Shaolin's legs went weak.
The prison is damp and cold. Why would you suddenly come here?
The visitor was General Wu Yue, the most trusted and valued general by the current emperor. It was said that General Wu had fought alongside the emperor in the past, earning his favor. There was much speculation about their relationship in the streets, often colored with subtle and ambiguous undertones. After all, they were well matched in appearance. But at that moment, Shaolin had no thoughts of romantic notions. He was completely baffled, not understanding why a noble general would suddenly visit a heavenly prison to see a Taoist who seemed to have no connection to him. Wu Yu arrived at the cell door and saw the comfortable and luxurious environment within. He frowned.
Remove all of this, a prisoner is living better than a prince.
His words indicated that he looked down on Tao Mian and also disdained the prince. Shaolin began to sweat profusely, unsure of what to do. He couldn't afford to offend the general, but he sensed that the person behind Tao Mian was not someone to be trifled with either. He cast a desperate glance towards Tao Mian for help. Tao Mian responded with a smile, but it was not the usual teasing grin, rather it carried a soothing significance.
"General, you have quite the temper,"
he said slowly. Shaolin was oblivious to the subsequent conversation. It seemed that General Wu was easily provoked by a single comment from Tao Mian, demonstrating that the Taoist had a knack for driving people mad. Shaolin was dismissed with a wave of the general's hand. Half an hour later, General Wu stormed out of the heavenly prison seething with anger, and only then did Shaolin approach to inquire. He thought that his incessant curiosity would eventually get him into trouble, but wasn't that what being human was about? The general was fuming, yet, inside the cell, the Taoist remained leisurely sipping the remnants of his wine.
"Oh, you're back."
He even had the mood to greet him. Shaolin wore a face of helplessness, as if he had something on his mind but couldn't find the words to say it. After thinking for a moment, he decided against it. Tao Mian was not in a hurry. After all, this guard was simple-minded and couldn't keep secrets. Sooner or later, he would spill the beans. As he had expected, after a short while Shaolin leaned against the prison bars and whispered to him.
"You said you stole someone's heart before." Wait. Did I? Yes. Definitely. I have a good memory, don't think you can gloss over it. Then I suppose I did, yes. That person you mentioned.
Shaolin looked around cautiously and gestured for Tao Mian to come closer. Tao Mian graciously leaned in. Shaolin lowered his voice even further.
Could it be the general?
The scene of Tao Mian laughing heartily that day would still make Shaolin want to die even 70 years later. Tao Mian, lacking in virtue, wiped away the tears of laughter from his eyes, as he said,
Yes, look at how cruel this unrequited love is."
Shaolin wished he could bang his head against the cell wall. He and the Taoist agreed not to mention tonight's events, and the Taoist readily promised, but couldn't stop laughing. General Wu visited a few more times, each time leaving in a huff. Shaolin noticed that the Taoist's expression turned extremely poor, which made General Wu think that he had some grievance against him, further worsening his mood. It was annoying, but he still came. Shaolin couldn't quite grasp the general's thoughts. The Taoist remained leisurely, replying,
"I told you it's a cruel unrequited love."
Shaolin didn't believe him. Slowly he began to realize that this young Taoist indeed had some connections. Even the prince and princess came to see him. The prince could still contain his emotions, but the young princess cried until her eyes were swollen. She said that the person was too much, and she couldn't bear to see little Tao suffer. The name of the person she mentioned was unknown to Shaolin. However, it seemed to be a taboo. No matter how agitated the princess became, she never spoke the person's name directly. The princess sweetly demanded Shaolin to open the prison door. He broke out in a cold sweat, repeatedly saying he dared not. Defying the princess was a serious matter, but the head guard had warned him that opening the door without permission could cost him his head. Shaolin didn't understand why the person who had sent the Taoist in was so contradictory, wanting him to suffer yet unable to bear seeing him in too much pain. Life in the prison passed slowly, and the Taoist's daily amusement was to tease the guard. Shaolin often suffered in silence, but he didn't dislike the Taoist. The Taoist had such a charm that he could easily breach anyone's defenses, and knew where the limits were, showing discretion in his advances. Shaolin thought that the phrase, "the crime of stealing hearts," might not just be a joke. The young guard believed that, having seen the general and the prince and princess, he was quite the worldly person enough to boast to his friends for a long time. Yet he never expected that one night a figure quietly stood in front of the cell, not alarming anyone. When he clearly saw the person's face, Shaolin's knees went weak. Emperor. In the dim candlelight, the silhouette facing away stood tall and graceful. Shaolin knelt in trepidation, not daring to even breathe. Even with 10 more heads, he could not fathom why the emperor would visit this small prison in the dead of night without a single attendant. The Taoist lay on the bed, seemingly asleep. Shaolin was sweating nervously, unsure whether to wake him. The Emperor merely gazed silently at the person within the cell. Fortunately, the other parties showed great kindness, and did not overly trouble a mere jailer. With a graceful wave of her slender fingers, Shaolin understood to leave. Then she formed a hand seal, creating a transparent soundproof barrier that separated the outside world from this place. Now only the master and disciple remained in the cell. Lu Yuandi still said nothing, but the one in light slumber began to speak. Long before now I pondered how it would be when we meet you, and I outside the Peach Blossom Mountain, what a unique flavor it would hold. The Emperor finally spared words to respond. How does the master view the present situation? Is it far from what you envisioned in your heart? Tao Mian did not answer directly. He sat up, reclining his head slightly. Within the cell there was a tall, narrow window, the full moon evenly divided by the bars. He spread his palm, the moonlight filling his hand. At this moment, he was turned away from Lu Yuandi, separated from both the bright moon and his disciple by a wall. A wry smile tugged at the corners of Tao Mian's mouth, hinting at a sense of helplessness. Ah, Yuandi, when did this rift arise between us, master and disciple? Standing outside now, is it the Son of Heaven or my disciple Tao Mian? After a long while the person outside the cell finally replied. What does it matter whether it is the Son of Heaven or the disciple? The distinction has blurred, neither pure nor murky. Tao Mian's pupils quivered, but it was just for a moment. He quickly reined in excess emotion, supporting himself, with both hands on the bed, turning around. Lu Yuandi's half face was shrouded in a layer of hazy candlelight, the other half lost in shadows. She was undoubtedly beautiful. The combination of her mother's delicate grace and her father's striking features made her appearance remarkably outstanding. However, that external glamour seemed suppressed by her noble status. Standing there, she embodied a vast power, watching over rather than being an independent individual. With a sweep of his wide sleeves, Tao Mian seemed to dispel the oppressive force weighing upon him. Between the master and disciple, they could not withstand any more blows. Every word spoken had to be carefully considered. The last time he spoke poorly, Lu Yuandi had thrown him into the celestial prison. Tao Mian recalled that day's scene. In truth, he had not said anything excessive. He had merely mentioned in passing that he wanted to return to the mountain for a visit while playing chess with his disciple. His thoughts were quite simple. Wu Chang was waiting for him, and the flying cockroaches might be missing him too. Moreover, the flowers and trees of that mountain were all lined up waiting for him to tend to them. Also, the festival day at Gu Garden was approaching. There were no extra words, just that one sentence. Tao Mian did not take it to heart. He had been living in this imperial palace for quite a while, from summer to winter, and now spring was approaching. It was time to go back and take a look. The Emperor, however, changed countenance, appending the chessboard. At that moment Tao Mian still held a white piece in his hand, looking down at the empty stone table, unsure where to place it. The scattered black and white pieces rolled about, with 2 or 3 falling into the pond, startling the fish that rested quietly. He gazed at the Emperor's departing figure, sighing softly. The child's temper is truly volatile. In less than half a day Tao Mian had fallen from the imperial tutor to a prisoner, a drastic disparity in status. The one wrong did not take it to heart, yet the instigator lost sleep for several nights over it. Perhaps realizing her own loss of composure, that day Lu Yuandi came to see Tao Mian, this time even more silent than usual, donning a thicker mask. She had to restrain her wicked nature. She could not harm Tao Mian, for he would not retaliate against his own disciple. Lu Yuandi tried her best to remain calm. Recently the heavy snow continues. It is not suitable for travel. Shall Tao wait until spring, when the flowers bloom, before you return? It is not too late. Tao Mian knew she was just stalling, but could not say it outright. Yuandi, I have been troubling you for several months now, and the 2 little attendants have grown increasingly slack. It would be best to send them back to the mountain to practice. I have come to see you this time merely to check if you are well. If you are well, then I can be at ease. Tao Mian's excuse sounded stiff, but the last 2 sentences were heartfelt. Lu Yuandi's expression relaxed slightly, retrieving a hint of the ease they once shared. Shall Tao, why the haste to return to Peach Blossom Mountain? Everything in the palace is arranged. Whatever you desire, I can have someone fetch it for you. I know you are concerned about the temple, and those few chickens, that is not difficult to manage. Whether watering flowers, or feeding chickens, just instruct a few people to take care of it for you. Others cannot care as much as oneself. Tao Mian's faint sigh made Lu Yuan's resoftened expression stiffen once more. Why insist on returning to the mountain? We master and disciple have been apart for over 10 years without meeting. Master, I still have many old matters to discuss with you. It seemed Lu Yuandi had successfully learned the art of playing the emotional card from Tao Mian. If the hard approach does not work, then soft words should be exchanged. Of course, it would be even better if her demeanor matched her words. Yuandi. Unfortunately, a master is still a master, not easily swayed by her. Tao Mian only asked his second disciple one question, leaving her speechless. Master asks you answer truthfully. If Master were to ask you to return to Peach Blossom Mountain with me now, would you agree? Lu Yuandi did not know how to respond to Tao Mian's question. She was an emperor, a figure of royal authority. She had coexisted with power for too long, possessing it yet also being consumed by it. The days at Peach Blossom Mountain felt like a lifetime ago. To let her return was akin to crossing through a cycle of reincarnation. Tao Mian smiled knowingly. You see, you have your palace and Master has his Peach Blossom Mountain. You will not leave the palace, and Master's belonging will forever reside in that mountain. Lu Yuan's stubborn nature surfaced once more, resembling her youthful self. She said, what if she insisted on keeping Tao Mian there? Master is an immortal while I am but a mortal. Ultimately, I will walk before you, so why can you not accompany me through this mortal life? She even wanted to blame Tao Mian for his cruelty. Tao Mian gently shook his head. Yuandi, it is not that Master treats you cruelly. Accompanying is easy. I can tend to 1,000-year-old flowers bloom naturally. I have the patience to accompany you through the remainder of your life. But what you truly seek, does it really end at companionship? Tao Mian understood his disciple too well. He knew her capabilities, and also her weaknesses. Lu Yuandi could secure her position as emperor relying on her cold, and even cruel means, along with a heart that was perpetually unsatisfied and greedy. If today Tao Mian agreed to her staying, tomorrow she would demand even more. Master can do many things for you, but there are also limits to what Master can reach. At that moment Lu Yuandi realized Tao Mian's cruelty. He was so gentle and clear, carefree and ethereal. His heart, like the mountain gate, was open to all. Every hand reaching out for help would be gently grasped by him. If you sought a bowl of porridge, he would provide a bowl. If you sought shelter, he would offer a place to shield you from the wind and rain. At Peach Blossom Mountain you desired a secret method, and Tao Mian imparted to you unparalleled skills. In the military tent, if you desired to slay the enemy, Tao Mian delivered them to your hands, for you to deal with as you pleased. In the midst of flames and sword shadows you said, Master, I no longer wish to be bullied nor to be humiliated. Tao Mian agreed. Then go take that position above all others. Immortal techniques rivals imperial throne. She grasped them all in her hands. She was high above, surveying all beings, yet still felt emptiness around her. When she turned to look back, she saw endless peach blossoms, and the immortal beneath the tree. She thought she finally understood what she truly desired. She wanted the immortal's gaze to rest solely on her, all words uttered tied to her. She wanted to possess a complete heart exclusively for herself. She was an emperor, what could she not have? Yet the immortal gazed at her from afar, letting out a soft sigh. This sigh called back time. She shed her splendid robes, and transformed into that innocent girl with nothing. It turned out she had returned to the day she left the mountain, where Tao Mian bid her farewell beneath a flourishing peach tree. He said, Yuandi, Master will always be here. In your childhood, when you had no one to rely on, Master was by your side. When you left the mountain facing enemies from all directions, Master stood behind you. Now you have achieved success, and have no worries in the world. Master, just stay here at Peach Blossom Mountain. His heart, like the mountain gate, was open to all, and would never be open solely for one person. The calculating emperor tightly gripped the railing with trembling hands. His head bowed, a few hot tears splashing onto the cold ground. Ultimately it was she standing outside the cage, who was trapped. Shaolin awoke from a long dream, stretching lazily, and scratching his head as he looked around. How did he end up sleeping on the floor of a cell? Fragments of last night's events flickered in his mind as he struggled to recall. Right. He had seen the Emperor. The Emperor came to visit the Taoist. Then, where is the Taoist? Shaolin hurriedly ran to the familiar cell. All the luxurious furnishings inside had vanished along with the person confined there. They ran away. He was alarmed, fearing he might have inadvertently let someone escape after having a few drinks last night. Just as he was in a panic, the jailer brought in a new prisoner. Spotting a young guard beside him, he impatiently scolded, "What are you standing there for?" "Yes. I. This is the new arrival. From today on you are responsible for him." The jailer's mouth kept moving as he relayed various instructions. Shaolin turned to look at the new prisoner in the cell, a man in his 50s or 60s, who appeared mentally unstable, incessantly muttering, "I am innocent." Then what about the previous? Before Shaolin could finish his sentence, the jailer slapped the back of his head. "I told you to talk less, and not to ask questions." "Not listening, huh? I was just being talkative." Shaolin bent down, feeling a strange sensation in his abdomen. Once the jailer left, he turned his back to the others, and quietly reached into his clothing, feeling a bulging paper package. Inside was a stack of silver notes, and a pawn-sized note. It was a chance encounter. "Thank you for your care. With the cold and snow, take care of yourself." The Taoist really had left. Tao Mian along with 2 young attendants settled down completely in Peach Blossom Mountain as the spring snow began to melt. Chu Liuxiu donned a watered jacket, holding a few cotton blankets, and stepped into the courtyard. The snow, which had fallen for several days, had soaked the blankets. Finally waiting for the weather to clear, she got up early to take out the blankets and quilts from the 3-person room to dry in the sun. This was a hardship for the cold-sensitive immortal. "Santu, leave me a blanket. I'm freezing to death." A plaintive voice came from inside the room. Chu Liuxiu paid no mind. "I told you to get up for breakfast half an hour ago, and you didn't listen. I mentioned I was going to dry the blankets." Tao Mian mumbled, not knowing what else to complain about. A lake blue figure flashed past the middle of the courtyard. Chu Liuxiu thought her eyes were playing tricks on her. What just flew by? Soon a scream came from Tao Mian's room. "Ouch. What just hit me in the waist? Sandui. Did you stab your sword into Master's bed? Why didn't you just chop off my head instead? Truly you are a filial disciple. Since Master has such a need, stop right there. You really will chop." A clatter of tables and chairs ensued as Chu Suiyin was yanked by Tao Mian and thrown out the door. "Go away. None of you are worth a worry. Stop bothering Master." Chu Suiyin was scolded by Master, yet his face still bore a grin. The soil and water of Peach Blossom Mountain nourished people. Even the once timid boy who hid behind his sister had become quite lively. Chu Liuxiu thought that ending their wanderings and settling here was indeed a blessing. That day, as they rested in the palace as usual, Tao Mian was imprisoned by the Emperor, leaving the 2 children anxious and without support. Chu Suiyin, fearing for Tao Mian's safety, cried in his dreams. Chu Liuxiu had no choice but to hold his left hand, unable to sleep the entire night, worried about the person in the cell. At dawn, an unexpected person appeared before the siblings, and Chu Liuxiu thought she was dreaming. "You? Shu." Tao Mian raised a finger signaling Chu Liuxiu not to ask too many questions. They quickly packed their things, which were actually not much. Not a single jewel or valuable was taken, everything returned to the rightful owner. Finally he picked up his sleeping brother with one arm, and held his sister's hand with the other, quietly leaving the palace. Clean and without a trace, as if they had never been there. In the faint morning light, they sat in a horse-drawn carriage swaying along the dirt road. Chu Liuxiu asked how the Emperor had allowed him to leave. Tao Mian draped his outer garment over the sleeping Chu Suiyin, tucking it, and then broke off a large portion of the dry food he had in hand for Chu Liuxiu. "She didn't let me go. I escaped from the prison." Chu Liuxiu nearly choked on a sugar cake she hadn't swallowed. Then, cough cough, "Doesn't that make us fugitives?" She thought she was just being a beggar, but after following Tao Mian, she had inadvertently become a fugitive going further back in life. It's truly a punishment. Tao Mian handed her a jug of water, smiling as he watched her glare while gulping down the water. Not to worry, she won't send anyone to hunt you down. I don't understand. If you had this ability, why did you escape today? As a person who values timing, I naturally wanted to choose an auspicious day to break out. Do you hear yourself? Tao Mian leaned back slightly, resting against the wall of the carriage, his fingers casually resting on his knees. The so-called auspicious day is naturally when she is willing to let me go. Although Tao Mian was indeed not freed by Lu Yuandi, he was clear about it in his heart. From that day on, even if Lu Yuandi knew of his escape, she would not pursue him again. This was an unspoken understanding between them, mutual and clear. Chu Liuxue did not understand the intricacies, but seeing Tao Mian so confident, she presumed he had some confidence. Since the main person was untroubled, why should she worry unnecessarily? Chu Suiyan rubbed his eyes, and finally woke up an hour later. At that time, they were nearing Tao Mian's territory, faintly seeing the majestic mountains shrouded in mist. He was young, and although confused about leaving the palace, he quickly shifted his gaze. He knelt on the soft cushions in the carriage, lifting the curtain to gaze at the mountains outside with amazement. Snow was falling outside, and Chu Suyan's nose turned bright red from the cold as he opened his palm to catch a piece of pristine white snow. Tao Mian also peeked through the crack in the curtain to see the familiar scenery. He wore a moon-white robe, as if transformed from the snow in the mountains. His breath merged with every exhale of the land. Only then did Chu Liuxue understand why he insisted on returning to Peach Blossom Mountain. He and this place were one and the same. Upon returning to Peach Blossom Mountain, Tao Mian had 3 things to do: feed the chickens, take in disciples, and visit graves. Shortly after arriving at Peach Blossom Mountain, under Tao Mian's threats and temptations, Chu Liuxue and Chu Suiyan became his disciples. Chu Suiyan was more than willing, while Chu Liuxue was not satisfied at all. She remarked that with silver notes, your disciples seem to have a fate. As a result, Tao Mian was angry with her for 3 whole days. Chu Liuxue found it hard to believe, and was speechless. A 1,000-year-old man, yet he was sulking like a 3-year-old child. He did not leave the house during the day, ignoring calls for meals, and whenever he saw her, he would take a detour. Chu Suiyan, with his elbow nudging outward, pleaded with his sister beside the listless Tao Mian. Liuxue, you should just apologize and soften up. What if you make him cry? Tao Mian immediately complied, burying his head between his arms. Chu Liuxue, stop giving him ideas. All right, it was my fault. Since you want to take me as a disciple, I accept. Tao Mian, you're making it sound easy to be my disciple. I might not take you. Whether you want to or not is up to you. Chu Liuxue was tired of indulging his whims. Just as Tao Mian seemed ready to unilaterally cut ties with his sister, Chu Suiyan quickly stepped in to mediate. Let's all say less. Young Master Tao, weren't you going to teach us immortal techniques? Tao Mian's temper flared quickly but subsided just as fast. Since the Chu siblings had joined his sect, he naturally had to teach them some real skills. He taught them the soul-devouring palm and 6 transformations of heaven. Both disciples lived up to expectations and learned it thoroughly. Chu Suiyan mastered 95%, while Chu Liuxue only grasped half of it. The information provided by the golden finger proved accurate. Chu Liuxue's talent was not high, and her comprehension of the techniques was far inferior to that of her senior brother Gu and senior sister Lu, even less than her little brother, who had been picked up. However, Chu Liuxue was not anxious, and Tao Mian as a teacher was not in a hurry either. The only one anxious was Chu Suiyan, who several times privately asked Tao Mian if he had any immortal pills or spirit herbs to help his sister cultivate. At that time, Tao Mian was walking the rooster named Wu Changzai, and another rooster, which was forced upon him by Chu Liuxue. She said he lay around all day, and if he continued like this, his limbs would become useless, and then he wouldn't be able to walk and would have to stay in bed. She would not take care of him. Tao Mian felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. After all, he was over 1,000 years old and needed to pay attention to his legs. Thus every evening after dinner, he would take the 2 chickens out of the coop and force them to take a walk. When Chu Suiyin asked this question, Tao Mian still appeared relaxed and leisurely. San Tu has his own destiny. See Gui, not everyone can achieve success in cultivation. My eldest disciple is the master of a prestigious sect, my second disciple is a supreme ruler, and my third disciple is an ordinary person. There is nothing wrong with this. In my eyes you are all my disciples, that's all. Master, the disciple still does not understand. Tao Mian flicked the boy's forehead. If you don't understand, then you don't need to exhaust all your reasoning. If someone insists that I understand the reasoning of a 70-year-old at 20, I would definitely slap them on the spot to teach them how to be a person. Oh, Chu Suiyin covered his forehead, feeling wrong. Then Master doesn't need to hit me. I'm not hitting you, I'm enlightening you. Upon returning to Peach Blossom Mountain, Tao Mian had 3 things to do: feed the chickens, take in disciples, and visit graves. The day for visiting graves was approaching. Since you have become my disciples, it is also time for you to meet the elder brother, Tao Mian said seriously to his 2 new disciples. Disciple number 1 yawned, while disciple number 2 looked spirited. San Tu, do not disrespect your elder brother. Chu Liuxue curled her lips. I was wrong about the silver notes. But in the end everyone returns to a mound of earth, and sooner or later, I will be buried next to my elder brother. Chu Suiyin, who was watching. Oh, Suiyin too. Chu Suiyin, who was inexplicably brought into the conversation. Tao Mian scratched his chin. That makes sense. Then when we go up the mountain, we can dig a couple more pits. Chu Suiyin. Tao Mian, who was usually lazy, was actually quite eager about burying his disciples. On the agreed day, he prepared shovels and hoes early, followed by 2 children, and arrived at Gu Yuan's grave. Today was not the official day of worship, just a spontaneous visit by Tao Mian. Gu Yuan's grave was set by the mountains, and water perfectly quiet. It did not appear overgrown with weeds, as Chu Liuxue had imagined. It seemed someone maintained it regularly. Who else could come here? A square tombstone stood silently under the peach tree engraved with Gu Yuan's name. Tao Mian ignored the tombstone and walked around nearby instead. He knocked on the ground with a shovel in his hand. I picked a good spot. You 2 siblings will be buried here in the future. Chu Liuxue cooperatively stepped forward, grabbing a handful of damp soil and nodding. This place is nice. Chu Suiyin was at a loss for what expression to make. His elder brother's grave was here, and he did not dare to wander around, standing obediently in place looking around. He noticed that the spot where Master was standing was quite far from Gu Yuan's tombstone, which piqued his curiosity. Young Master Tao, this place is empty. Oh, Tao Mian's tone was light, as if discussing how many bowls of rice to eat for lunch. This spot is saved for your senior sister Lu. Chu Suiyin closed his mouth, realizing he had no need to ask further. Tao Mian seemed to have made some decision, cheerfully raised the shovel, and started digging a pit specifically for Lu Yuandi. The 2 children watched in bewilderment, accompanying him, as he dug for an entire morning. When he complained of a sore waist, they finally returned to the Taoist temple at the foot of the mountain. On the day of the ritual, a gentle rain fell, the first rain Peach Blossom Mountain had welcomed that year. The raindrops began to moisten the ground as the 2 children remained in their dreams. Tao Mian, who usually liked to sleep and had early prepared a basket of flowers, fruits, and wine, walking through the woods and ascending the steps. He had his own familiar process: remove weeds, pack the soil, clean the tombstone, and place offerings. There was also an order to the offerings. Add flowers, place fruits, pour a cup of wine. Then he stood for a long time in front of the tombstone, reminiscing about the past year. At this point, Tao Mian became casual, saying whatever came to mind. Mentioning Lu Yuandi, he even had a sudden idea to bring over that empty tombstone he had set up a few days ago to polish it. He had brought an all-paper umbrella up the mountain, but was now too busy to care about anything else. The light rain gradually soaked his clothes and hair. He crouched down, wiping the droplets off his eyelashes with the back of his hand, when someone held the umbrella over his head. Lu Yuandi had been standing under a peach tree on the west side, staring intently at every move of Tao Mian. She had no idea how long he had been there. until Tao Mian moved over an empty tombstone. Her heart stirred, and she walked over slowly. Looking down, she saw Tao Mian carving the character Lu on the surface of the stone. Lu Yuandi. Xiao Tao, I was only away for a few days, is it necessary to hate me this much? Tao Mian chuckled awkwardly. This can't possibly be safe for me, right? To break the awkwardness, Tao Mian suggested an idea. Since you're here, why not lie down and see how it measures up? While you're still alive. Drizzle fell like softened butter as two figures, one tall, one slight, stood side by side beneath the same umbrella. Upon hearing that the tombstone was truly his own, Lu Yuandi silently drew the umbrella back, halfway, inevitably leaving Tao Mian exposed to the rain. Tao Mian. Don't be so stingy. You may carve mine too, it's only fair reciprocity. He spoke with remarkable magnanimity. Lu Yuandi clearly wished to avoid this topic altogether. Her head tilted leftward, and Gu Yuan's gravestone entered her field of vision. Today is Senior Brother Gu's Memorial Day. Yes. Lu Yuandi had never met the living Gu Yuan. Of all she knew about him, 7 tenths came from Tao Mian's telling, the remaining 3 tenths from her own quiet investigations. Gu Yuan was a man of extraordinary talent. His innate genius sufficed to fuel boundless ambition, while ruthlessness and cold-blooded calculation served as twin blades cleaving through every obstacle. He bore a tragic past, and chose vengeance with unwavering resolve. In Lu Yuandi's eyes, he was her exact counterpart. Every seemingly cruel decision Gu Yuan made she understood far more deeply than Tao Mian ever could. They instinctively interpreted others' motives in the darkest possible light, leaving loose ends equal betraying oneself. Lu Yuandi even knew of the Hua family affair. Gu Yuan had eradicated the Hua clan entirely. Master Tao Mian, enraged by this act, nearly severed all ties with his disciple. Gu Yuan bowed his head in submission, and spent years pleading for forgiveness. Yet Lu Yuandi knew he never believed himself wrong, and were she in his place, she would have done precisely the same. She would simply have concealed it more thoroughly, ensuring at the very least that Tao Mian remained unaware. Then again, she reflected the Tao Mian of those days still possessed the capacity to rage. The men before her now regarded all things with serene detachment. I recall that as a child you would climb this mountain alone every year on this day, and forbid me from accompanying you. Lu Yuandi instinctively shifted the umbrella back over Tao Mian's head as he wiped mud spots from the stone with coarse cloth. Didn't you find it tedious? The first time I came here with you, you declared you'd never return. Who subjects a child of mere years to hours-long storytelling beside a grave? Lu Yuandi sighed, recalling the memory with weary resignation. And if you didn't finish listening, you weren't allowed to leave. Ahem, surely my brilliance demanded an audience, or else it would choke me from within. Later, when you forbade me from coming, I secretly followed you twice. I always said you were born with a rebellious spirit. I saw you drunk to oblivion before Senior Brother's grave. As a child, Lu Yuandi's greatest daily torment was rising at dawn. Fortunately, her master never urged haste, because Tao Mian himself clung to bed longer than anyone. Yet she knew of one day each year when he never slept past dawn, Senior Brother's Memorial Day. One day, she resolved to trail him up the mountain on Gu Yuan's Memorial Day, to hear what heartfelt words her master might whisper to his elder disciple. Fearing she might oversleep, she jolted awake in the dead of night, and dared not close her eyes again, forcing herself to stay alert until she heard the muffled sound of boots being pulled on in the next room. Through a thin paper window she glimpsed a blurred silhouette step out the door. She sprang from her bed, with feline stealth slipping behind Tao Mian like a little oil-thieving mouse. She already knew the precise location of Gu Yuan's grave, having scouted it beforehand, and crouched low among a thicket of dwarf shrubs. Though Tao Mian stood some distance away, the mountain's profound silence carried his voice clearly. Back then her master lacked the composure and practiced grace he possessed now. Weeds remained, half-pooled water for cleansing the stone proved insufficient, no offerings appeared, yet he brought ample wine. It wasn't that he couldn't perform the rites properly, he simply lacked the heart for them. Rushing mechanically through the preliminary steps, he finally reached the ritual of shared libation. There his motions grew startlingly fluid, pouring one cup for his disciple, one for himself.
To you, my loyal hound, I drink first.
He raised the cup and drained it in one swift motion.
This one is for you.
He bowed low, spilling wine upon the earth. 1 cup for him. 1 cup for Gu Yuan. 1 cup for Gu Yuan. 1 cup for him. The soil before the grave steamed faintly with the scent of wine, and Tao Mian too swayed with intoxication.
Whenever you drink yourself into oblivion, you cling to the tombstone and weep.
Setting aside laziness or calculated theatrics designed to elicit sympathy from disciples, Tao Mian had always struck Lu Yuandi as an unbreakable iron man, unmoved by tears. Yet here was proof that even her master could suffer pain so deep it carved into bone. He remained silent, his throat choked with unspeakable words, rendering the scene all the more desolate. The young Lu Yuandi counted on her fingers. Gu Yuan had died at 32. Roughly 40 years later, Tao Mian adopted her, and several more years had since passed. Decades later, Tao Mian still could not move beyond Gu Yuan's death. Lu Yuandi thought perhaps this is the price of immortality. For mortals, decades span nearly an entire lifetime. For the immortal, they vanish, like a fleeting white horse passing a crevice. A wound a mortal might heal from in but a few springs and autumns demands decades of endurance from an immortal.
On my way here, I wondered, how would the younger Tao Mian stand before Gu Yuan's grave today? It seems that sorrow has indeed faded for you.
Rain tapped softly against the umbrella's taut silk, murmuring like distant looms. Beneath its shelter, Tao Mian turned to gaze at the sole gravestone nearby, clean, tranquil, like a youth clad in plain white robes seated in serene stillness.
It would be inaccurate to call it fading.
The immortal gently shook his head.
Memory is a most peculiar thing. In the first year after Gu Yuan's passing, the thought of never seeing him one last time tormented me beyond endurance.
In the 5th year, the bitter quarrel between master and disciple haunted him relentlessly. If only I had spoken differently then. If only my words had been kinder. By the 10th year, he recalled his disciple descending the mountain alone. The boy, so young and vulnerable, surely endured countless hardships. Had he not been so stubborn, had he only walked a little farther beside him. Then 20 years passed. Then 30. Then 40. Gradually memories steeped in regret and remorse receded, until Tao Mian began remembering Gu Yuan's first 16 years. He remembered the boy's swordplay, graceful and fierce, from dew-damp dawns to dusks when birds returned to their nests. He remembered the winding path carpeted with wild mountain blossoms, and the boy trailing behind him, arms full of flowers held carefully in his folded robe, staggering with delight. He remembered every playful argument between them, the stubborn hound unable to best him in debate, sulking on the high threshold with his chin propped on his palms. He remembered the toddler barely able to speak, who never uttered mother or father, but whose first word was
Tao.
Having heard villagers address him endlessly as
Master Tao, Taoist priest Tao, immortal Tao.
Finally he recalled that sunlit afternoon, rushing toward the stream cradling the infant Lu Guifei, when a wooden basin drifted down the current and floated gently to his feet. Cradling the bewildered infant, he laughed so widely his eyes vanished behind his grin.
My disciple will surely achieve greatness one day. Time winnows the chaff and preserves the essence. In the end, why do only the beautiful stories remain?
Tao Mian lifted his palm and tenderly stroked Gu Yuan's gravestone. Lu Yuandi watched her master's profile, and wondered not unreasonably whether the fine mist had softened his features in her eyes. She thought how fortunate Gu Yuan was. Even if the world forgot the once renowned Qingniu sect, he still occupied a sacred inch of space within this man's heart, enduring as long as time itself.
Xiao Tao,
she asked quietly,
will you remember me this way someday?
Remember a greedy villain, a shameless opportunist? Tao Mian glanced at her and replied,
I hope that day arrives as late as possible. May your life overflow with joy, peace, and celestial blessings. May you walk a path unshadowed by sorrow, pure, serene, and whole.
Lu Yuandi's grip on the umbrella tightened sharply. Her eyes reddened, shimmering with unshed tears, swiftly swallowed, buried deep. Her willow-leaf brows nodded, then eased, and a faint wry smile curved her lips.
It is precisely because you are so infinitely good that I find no refuge for my heart.
Lu Yuandi resided in the mountains for a day, which was the most time she could manage to secure for herself as an empress. When Lu Yuandi appeared at the Taoist temple, the two children had already awoken. Chu Liuxue was the first to come out of the room, and upon seeing the emperor standing at the door, she was so startled that all sleepiness vanished, leaving her pale.
Silver notes. Quick retreat. The emperor has come personally to catch people.
Tao Mian peeked out from behind Lu Yuandi.
Why are you calling for me?
The misunderstanding was cleared, yet the siblings still did not know how to interact with the emperor. Previously, when she had locked up Tao Mian, it had led to an unpleasant situation between them, and Chu Suiyin held a significant grudge against her, not willing to acknowledge her at all. Lu Yuandi intentionally teased him.
Little Tao, your junior disciple, doesn't seem to like me much. Did you secretly speak ill of me?
Chu Suiyin suddenly stood up to defend Tao Mian.
Little Tao is not that kind of person. He wouldn't talk behind others' backs. Still, you understand me, Suiyin.
Tao Mian appeared from nowhere, half a bun in his mouth.
I only comment face to face.
Chu Liuxue suppressed the urge to roll her eyes.
You really have the nerve to say that. What is there to be embarrassed about? This immortal has always been strict with others and lenient with myself.
Rather than exhausting oneself, it is better to drive others mad.
As they interacted, Chu Liuxue finally began to believe Tao Mian's words, that the emperor was more troublesome as a child than you are.
Lu Yuandi and Tao Mian had seemingly set fire to Wu Shangzai's backside. The rooster flapped its wings and ran around the yard while Tao Mian and his second disciple chased after it, both covered in dust. At such a young age, Chu Liuxue was indeed being subjected to the mental and physical strain of having two adults around her. After lunch, Tao Mian wanted to take a nap. Chu Suiyin practiced swordplay in the courtyard, and Chu Liuxue should have joined him, but she often slacked off, moving a chair into the shade to avoid work. Today there were two chairs, and the emperor sat beside her, both lost in thought. Lu Yuandi's mouth was not idle, constantly pointing out where Chu Suiyin was misapplying force, where he had not executed properly. Before long, Chu Suiyin impatiently tossed his sword aside, sulking, as he waited for his master to wake up and settle things. Chu Liuxue also realized that Lu Yuandi was merely giving random pointers, and asked why she was doing so.
My brother takes cultivation very seriously. He truly regards Tao Mian as a master, and has vowed to inherit his skills. What about you?
Lu Yuandi looked at the girl, her gaze slightly probing.
Little Tao has also accepted you as a disciple. Don't you have any aspirations?
Chu Liuxue was honest.
I told Tao Mian that his disciple has bad luck. I have always been drifting without much fortune, and I'm afraid that if I try harder, I won't even be able to achieve the most humble wish of living to old age.
Lu Yuandi did not expect her true thoughts to be like this. The girl's sincere attitude, believing she would not live long, made her unable to suppress a smile. She said, "You are different from us."
Different from whom? From me, from Gu Yuan, even from your brother, all different.
Lu Yuandi changed to a more relaxed posture. She had not sat so leisurely in a long time, and felt somewhat unaccustomed.
We have desires in our hearts, and Peach Blossom Mountain does not welcome those with wandering thoughts.
You seek nothing perhaps that might allow you to remain here longer.
Her gaze fell on Tao Mian, who lay flat, hands on his abdomen, an old fan covering his face. Tao Mian has taken you to see Gu Shixing's grave rite,
she said softly. Chu Liuxue did not understand why she suddenly asked such a question, but nodded truthfully. After hesitating, she threw the question she had previously been unable to ask Tao Mian to the senior sister whom she had not spent much time with. She genuinely wanted an answer.
I actually don't understand. Tao Mian is an immortal, and his disciples, even if they live to old age, will still depart before him. He should be very saddened by Gu Shixing's death, even if he doesn't say it, I can tell.
Why does he continue to accept disciples? Isn't this a fate that was doomed to be tragic from the beginning?
Lu Yuandi took quite a while to respond to her junior sister's question.
She looked up at the branches overhead that had newly sprouted, the branches intertwined, dividing the sky into variously shaped sections, while two birds soared high above, becoming two black dots that traversed from one section to another.
What else could be done? With new disciples there will be new stories become new memories, and new memories will fill into new sections intersecting and overlapping with the past sections, making little Tao's life vibrant and colorful. To cling only to a few past events, endlessly reminiscing about the immortal, how pitiful that would be. Lu Yuandi raised one arm high, pinching off a branch with new buds and handing it to Chu Liuxue. Your background is not ordinary. Lu Yuandi watched the slight change in the girl's expression and smiled. Don't be nervous, I'm not here to question you. Perhaps this is fate. Even if Tao Mian wanted to accept an ordinary disciple, it would be impossible. Gu Yuan and I, we both have our secrets and missions. You are the same. She paused. But you are fortunate to still have a choice. Lu Yuandi did not say much. She likely did not want to interfere with her junior sister's thoughts. Just like Master Tao Mian, she believed that everyone has their own opportunities and destinies. She said that whether to descend the mountain or not, Tao Mian would not stop her. But junior sister must understand one thing: those who descend the mountain may find it difficult to return. Lu Yuandi's departure was as sudden as her arrival. She set off before dawn. Tao Mian bade farewell to his disciple alone. Before she left, he casually mentioned why she didn't stay a few more days. The disciple's response unexpectedly sent a chill down his back. She said that if she lingered a few more days, she would be unable to resist burning down the mountain, forcing Tao Mian to return to the royal capital with her. Watching the smile at the corner of Tao Mian's mouth gradually disappear, Lu Yuandi instead broke into laughter. Master, I'm leaving. As Lu Yuandi uttered this farewell, the master and disciple once again shared a mutual understanding, as if they both knew this was their last meeting. The second disciple would no longer return to Peach Blossom Mountain. She knew that her feelings for Tao Mian would only grow over time, and the inherent obsession and madness within her would eventually drive her to do something excessive. But what could Tao Mian do to retaliate? Once, she had assassinated him every night, yet the master merely blocked her sword and dismantled her moves without harming her in the slightest. The Peach Blossom Immortal was undefeated. The only one capable of hurting him was the disciple he had personally taught. Tao Mian was unwilling to fabricate a kind lie for her. He could deceive heaven and earth with lies, but he could not bear to deceive her with a true heart. Lu Yuandi thought this truly was an unsolvable dilemma. It is better to part than to meet. What is affection in comparison to indifference? Thus let them part ways amicably. After Lu Yuandi left, Taohua Mountain returned to its usual tranquility. Chu Suiyan continued to cultivate the soul-devouring palm and the 6 transformations of heaven, making significant progress, but he could not grasp the final transformation of the 6 transformations of heaven no matter what. As the name suggests, the 6 transformations of heaven include 6 forms. Those who master this technique can transform objects, flowers, insects, birds, clones, and illusions. Among them, the illusion technique is the most complex. This technique allows the practitioner to transform into the person or thing that the target desires or fears the most, thereby confusing the opponent to achieve victory. Tao Mian tried many ways to teach him, but none were successful. Chu Suiyan couldn't help but feel disheartened. Still, master is impressive. He mastered it after just reading the manual a few times. Tao Mian comforted him. It's all right, not being as good as master is nothing to be ashamed of. After all, master is an on 1,000 years genius. Chu Liuxue nearby was speechless. If you can't comfort people, it's better to say less. What can't I speak the truth? Chu Liuxue did not continue to argue with the self-righteous Tao Mian, but instead asked Chu Suiyan. Is your inability to learn this final form related to the object you are practicing on? The silver note seems like a solid iron weight devoid of any fear or desire. Chu Suiyan's expression changed to one of realization. That's true. What do you mean by that? Tao Mian playfully tapped the back of his head, causing the boy to exclaim, hugging his head. Of course, master's heart is also made of flesh. Don't listen to your sister's nonsense. I was wrong, little Tao master. The three of them only exchanged a few playful words about Chu Suiyan's inability to master the final transformation of the 6 transformations of heaven before moving on. Not being able to do it was no big deal in Tao Mian's eyes. At present, the daily necessities of the 3 on Taohua Mountain were mainly taken care of by Chu Liuxue.
Initially they decided to take turns cooking, but what Chu Sui-yin prepared was either burnt or overly salty, completely inedible. Tao Mian was even more disastrous, he nearly burned the kitchen half down. Chu Liuxue incredulously asked how he survived in the past, and he replied that he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In short, he was just surviving on the wind from the northwest. Chu Liuxue did not mind cooking but hated washing dishes, so that task fell to her brother. Tao Mian also had no time to spare, he had to take care of the chicken. Under careful care, Wu Chongzai became increasingly plump. One day, while Chu Liuxue was outside sunbathing herbs, she unexpectedly saw Tao Mian squatting on the ground wiping non-existent drool from his mouth while looking at Wu Chongzai. Wu Chongzai, being a century-old chicken, had a certain ability to recognize people. It cleverly flapped its wings and hid behind Chu Liuxue. Chu Liuxue looked down.
"If you are really craving it, I can pluck its feathers and stew it."
Wu Chongzai shook all its feathers.
"No."
Tao Mian looked regretfully at the chicken.
"Let's keep it, it serves as a reminder."
What reminder? What thoughts? Chu Liuxue didn't know. She weighed the basket in her hands, the herbs emitted a faint fragrance. These herbs were prepared for Chu Sui-yin. His body was weak, and he had suffered from headaches since childhood. The onset of the pain was unpredictable, and when it struck it would take half his life. In the days when she wandered around with her brother, they had no money to see a doctor, so she could only helplessly hold him as he curled up in pain. Now that Tao Mian was here, there were more solutions. Although it couldn't cure the ailment completely, the symptoms had eased significantly compared to the past. At first Chu Sui-yin didn't mention his illness, fearing that Tao Mian would find him troublesome and kick them out. It was Chu Liuxue who took the initiative to find Tao Mian to explain. She said her brother had a stubborn illness and hoped Tao Mian could come up with some ideas. She was willing to work like a mule. Tao Mian replied,
"You are just a child, why would you work like a mule? Just be a child and don't worry about anything else."
Little Tao Master initially did not have any medical skills. His first and second disciples were both physically robust, more energetic than their master. Gu Yuan's early death was related to his excessive workload, and Lu Yuandi was another matter. He could manage countless affairs while still having the energy to keep the master in check. Tao Mian himself rarely fell ill. Now he was in urgent need, but he temporarily had no suitable methods. He made a request to the Golden Finger, which ignored him, likely because that good disciple was waiting for him far in the future. Not understanding, and the Golden Finger not providing, was no problem at all, because Tao Mian had money. Little Tao Master actually had his own connections in the mortal realm, he just rarely used them. The villas and shops left to him by Gu Yuan, as well as the various tea houses and restaurants gifted to him by Lu Yuandi, were all managed by dedicated people. These people's social circles were broad. Tao Mian wrote 2 letters, and within a few days he received several replies. He automatically ignored the complaints about him being an absentee landlord and selected 2 feasible methods from the remaining options. Drinking medicine was one of them. The other method was to inject spiritual power into the acupoints on his head. Preparing and boiling herbs was Chu Liuxue's responsibility, while the latter task fell to Tao Mian. She could not help with that. Tao Mian also told her not to worry. Chu Sui-yin's old ailment often flared up at night, lasting anywhere from a single night to 7 days. Initially Chu Liuxue was uneasy, and secretly went to check on her brother's room several times. When Chu Sui-yin's headache struck, it would leave him in a dazed state, unable to hear or see anything, merely holding his head tightly. At this time Tao Mian would let the child rest his head on his lap, and slowly channel spiritual power into the acupoints. Too much spiritual power could not be injected at once, otherwise Chu Sui-yin's head would explode. During this time, the master had to concentrate fully, without a moment's distraction. The painful murmurs escaping Chu Sui-yin's lips gradually faded, and his expression became calmer. At this moment Tao Mian still dared not leave his side. He stretched out his arm to take the soft cloth from the table, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, waiting for dawn outside the window. Once the disciple fell asleep, he could not sleep. He stayed awake all night, until this bout of illness for Chu Sui-yin passed. After Chu Suiyin recovered, he knew nothing, and happily went to find his master to practice swordsmanship. Chu Liuxue, however, witnessed everything and intercepted her brother midway, insisting that he come with her to gather firewood. She had once suggested doing it for him, but was lightly tapped on the forehead by her master.
It's one thing to be lazy in practice, but to gamble your brother's life at a time like this.
Chu Liuxue had no choice but to keep her mouth shut and no longer mention this matter. The boy followed behind her, still complaining about his sister ordering him around and not letting him go find his master to play. Chu Liuxue did not respond, remaining silent as she picked up branches. She gathered more than her brother, filling her arms. The brother couldn't be lazy either. He carried back the stack of branches. On the way down the mountain, Chu Liuxue was still in the lead, but this time she spoke. She said,
Chu Suiyin, if you ever go down the mountain in the future, I will definitely kill you.
Chu Suiyin was taken aback, somewhat unable to respond. In his impression, although his sister occasionally bullied him, it was all in good fun, and she had never said anything so serious. He stammered, asking,
What did you just say?
Chu Liuxue repeated it.
Tao Mian does not interfere with matters of going down the mountain. His opinions don't matter. But Chu Suiyin, you are not allowed to go down the mountain. If you do, I will definitely follow you. Following you is to kill you.
Because if you go down the mountain, you will break the dream, and leave him heartbroken. At that time, Chu Suiyin was still young and secretly blamed his sister for being authoritarian. Later he would come to understand that this was both a prophecy and a conclusion. As the winter solstice brings forth the sun, and spring returns year after year, Chu Liuxue is 17, and Chu Suiyin is 16. The once slender and fragile bean sprouts have now transformed dramatically. Chu Suiyin possesses a naturally attractive appearance with pearly teeth, rosy lips, and a grace akin to a jade tree swaying in the breeze. Although Chu Liuxue may not be as extraordinary looking as her younger brother, her demeanor is elegant and ethereal, standing there like a gentle spring breeze. Yet in Tao Mian's eyes, they are merely small bean sprouts growing into larger ones. The childish nature remains unchanged, and there is little difference. Chu Suiyin's condition is indeed troublesome. The chronic headache has finally been suppressed, but now he has developed a tendency for excessive sleepiness. He is naturally fond of clinging to Tao Mian, constantly calling him master, which has become a catchphrase. Chu Liuxue has advised him twice not to bother Tao Mian over trivial matters. As long as he knows when he is hungry or full, there is no need to insist on showing off the flower he picked amidst the blooming mountains. Chu Suiyin feels wronged. He simply loves to share. His sister does not understand the joys of the world, but master is always there to respond to him. With just the three of them on the mountain, who else could he turn to but Tao Mian? Tao Mian said that if it comes to it, he could talk to senior brother Gu. Chu Suiyin shivered and quickly shook his head, refusing the idea. Now that he is ill, he can proudly stay by his master's side. Tao Mian has never intervened in the petty quarrels between the siblings, maintaining a balance as he sits aside, like a spectator. They have grown up, but their bickering is even fiercer than in their childhood. There is hardly a moment of peace throughout the day. On this particular day, the two younger ones quarreled again over something trivial, and halfway through Chu Suiyin suddenly fell silent, closing his eyes and collapsing. Tao Mian, watching from behind, skillfully caught him, indicating that this scenario has happened more than once. Tao Mian's brows knitted tightly, and Chu Liuxue also fell silent. They both looked toward Chu Suiyin's sleeping face, an unsettling aura spreading around them. Silver notes. Tao Mian's hand rested on the young man's forehead. It was neither hot nor sweaty, just quietly sleeping. If he hadn't checked for a breath, anyone else would think he was not alive. Hearing Chu Liuxue call his name, Tao Mian looked up and smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, there will be a way. Despite his laziness, Tao Mian is serious when it comes to important matters. Just like many years ago, he instructed his connections in the mortal realm to seek a solution. However, this time, the response was delayed by several days, giving Tao Mian a bad premonition. He opened the letters one by one, tearing through three, each containing similar content. The causes of excessive sleepiness are numerous. The afflicted must seek diagnosis personally.
When will the shopkeeper come to the store for a visit? Excessive sleepiness is difficult to resolve, and I am powerless. I have yet to see an appropriate method. When will the shopkeeper come to the store for a visit? Excessive sleepiness may be a congenital ailment. When will the shopkeeper come to the store for a visit? Tao Mian's knife slipped from his hand, piercing neatly through the 3 letters. All were asking when will the shopkeeper come to the store for a visit. Were they all in cahoots? He angrily opened the last letter, which was much shorter, and contained no superfluous words. I have a solution, come meet me. The tone was assertive, and rather impolite, showing no respect a subordinate should have toward a superior. Without needing to see the signature, Tao Mian knew who had written the letter. He disdainfully muttered, "What level are you at to ask me to meet you?" Then, he hurriedly packed his things to prepare to descend the mountain. Chu Liuxue visited her brother's room once. At that time Chu Suiyin was still asleep. She stood at the door for a while, and heard something crash to the ground from the adjacent room. Her eyes shifted slightly, as she turned toward the source of the sound just in time to run into Tao Mian, who was picking up a wine jug. "Are you leaving the mountain? I disturbed your sleep." Tao Mian placed the wine jug back on the table, while Chu Liuxue behind him said, "I wasn't sleepy anyway. The condition of CDUI cannot be delayed as hours of deep sleep have been increasing lately, and I worry that if this continues, he may one day sleep indefinitely." When not arguing with his younger brother, the 3rd disciple is quite mature. Tao Mian does not shy away from many matters with her. Moreover, the mountain also needs Chu Liuxue to look after everything. Chu Liuxue knows that her brother's illness is quite troublesome, and did not expect it to reach the point where Tao Mian had no choice but to descend the mountain. "On this long journey, I do not know when you will return. See to you and CDUI must take care of yourselves," Tao Mian earnestly reminded her. "Rest assured," Chu Liuxue nodded in agreement. "You need not worry about anything on the mountain. I will take good care of Suiyin." "You still don't understand," Tao Mian said, as he stuffed items into his mustard seed bag. "I am telling you to take good care of yourself too." "I..." Chu Liuxue hesitated. "What can I do? Haven't we been just fine all these years on the mountain?" Tao Mian looked back at her deeply without elaborating. "Enough, let's not discuss unnecessary things, or else you'll think I'm being verbose. I'm leaving. When CDUI wakes up, tell him that Master is going on a long journey. He is sensitive, do not let him overthink. The illness Master will surely help him to recover." Chu Liuxue nodded and watched as Tao Mian pushed the door open and left under the moonlight. Until Master's figure disappeared, she pushed open the door to the adjacent room, intending to take one last look at her brother's condition before sleeping. "Are you awake?" Chu Suiyin had both arms resting outside the blanket, his eyes gazing longingly at the crescent moon outside the window. "Liuxue, what is out there beyond the mountain?" "What a silly question, didn't you always wander outside when you were little?" This time the boy did not argue with her, but seemed to be lost in his own world. "That feels like a long time ago. How long have we been at Peach Blossom Mountain? I'm gradually forgetting what the outside world is like. Do you want to go down the mountain?" Chu Suiyin did not directly respond to her question, but raised his right hand, opening his 5 fingers, as if trying to grasp the moon outside the window. "You and I have been protected too well by Master. Those desolate and helpless times seem to have vanished, leaving only this paradise. So what? What's wrong with this? But we are too powerless, Liuxue. If one day Master falls ill, if someone were to completely destroy this place, who would protect Master, who could safeguard this paradise?" Chu Liuxue could not answer his question. After a moment of silence, she sighed and urged him, "Sleep now, Suiyin. These questions can wait until you recover." Chu Suiyin slowly withdrew his hand back under the blanket, turning his body away from the door. Chu Liuxue, standing at the door, gazed at his back for a while before quietly closing the door. The bright moonlight remained scattered across the ground. Tao Mian, unaware of the conversation between the siblings, was heading south toward the most prosperous capital in the south. His retreating footsteps echoed all the way from the land to the waters. The boatman, noticing the troubled expression on his face, smiled and asked where he was going to meet his lover. Tao Mian chuckled dryly, his smile not reaching his eyes. "Not to meet a lover,
but to confront an enemy. Tao Mian paid the ferry fare, disembarked, and walked along the embankment until he arrived at the largest bank in the city. The clerk inside the bank glanced at him, noting his plain and modest attire, and refused to meet his gaze. As Tao Mian looked around, unsure how to reveal his identity, a tall, thin, middle-aged manager spotted the jade pendant hanging from Tao Mian's waist. His eyes widened as he hurriedly bowed and approached.
The head manager has arrived. The second manager is waiting for you inside.
The clerk was so shocked that his jaw nearly dropped. This young man, who appeared to be barely 20, was actually the head manager. The manager slapped him on the back of the head, scolding him for being blind and failing to recognize a noble person. The clerk felt wronged. Which noble person would wear such cheap clothes? Tao Mian found the scene amusing and waved his hand, signaling that it was enough. The bank was bustling with people, and the manager led Tao Mian through a discreet passage to the most secluded room. The door to the room was partially ajar, and the sound of paper flipping could be heard. Likely someone was going through account books. The manager brought Tao Mian to the door, lowering his voice and wearing a grin.
The second manager is inside. He left a message earlier that the head manager can go directly in.
Tao Mian hesitated, remaining motionless.
Could you please take me in?
The manager stepped back half a step, chuckling awkwardly, seemingly reluctant to face the second manager.
Well, the second manager has specific instructions for the head manager. We can't just barge in.
Tao Mian took a big step back.
What are you afraid of with the head manager present? I have your back.
The manager retreated 3 steps.
The head manager is joking. Why would I be afraid? It's just that the bank is busy, and we can't spare any hands.
The two exchanged polite refusals at the door, neither willing to enter nor let the other go, until a clear, calm male voice came from inside the room.
Manager Lee, you can go about your business. Tao Mian, you may come in.
Manager Lee wished he had 2 more legs to run after saying,
"I'll take my leave."
He quickly fled, leaving the little Tao Mian standing alone.
What do I have to personally invite you?
The voice inside spoke again. Tao Mian steeled himself while he said,
You're not as obedient as you were when you were young, daring to call the noble one's name directly.
He quickly stepped into the room. He wasn't afraid, he merely knew how to assess the situation. Inside the room, the scent of sandalwood wafted through the air. Behind a large heavy table sat a young man in purple robes, one hand holding account books, and the other fiddling with a purple sandalwood abacus. Upon hearing the sound of the door closing, he did not lift his head. The enemy does not move, I do not move. Tao Mian remained silent, observing what trick he was about to play this time. The young man did not leave Tao Mian in awkward silence for long. After turning a page in the account book, he spoke up.
Are you willing to leave that little broken mountain of yours? What do you mean by broken mountain?
Tao Mian warned the youth named Shuehan, with less conviction, who merely smiled faintly, the amusement not reaching his eyes. Little Tao Mian was all too familiar with that smile and felt a sense of unease.
You?
3 golden ropes appeared from nowhere, wrapping tightly around Tao Mian's clothes, like snakes binding him. Tao Mian was both shocked and panicked, struggling with all his might.
Don't move, the more you wriggle the tighter it gets,
Shuehan leisurely reminded him.
Binding fairy rope. Well done, Shuehan, you're really playing a twisted game now. To use such a powerful artifact against your savior. Let me go!
Tao Mian floundered like a fish thrown onto the shore, sitting on the soft, luxurious carpet flapping around. Shuehan's mood improved, he reined in his smile, and slowly walked to Tao Mian, bending down. His fingers hooked the rope, testing its tightness, and he was quite satisfied. Tao Mian glared at him. The young man in purple pretended not to notice, and personally brought over a chair, crossing his legs, shaking out his robes, and calmly sat before his former benefactor.
Your little disciple won't die anytime soon. I see you're not in a hurry. Why not be my guest at my residence? I'll entertain you personally. How is this how you entertain guests? Tao Mian turned his face away.
This immortal is busy, and has no time to eat and drink. Oh, you see, I'm getting old now, and my memory isn't what it used to be. The method to save your disciple has been forgotten entirely.
Shuehan pretended to be confused, lightly tapping his head with a paper fan. Tao Mian. Fine, I'll eat, is that okay? Don't look so humiliated.
Shui Han's good mood was almost written on his forehead.
You want lose out.
Hearing a hint of concession in his tone, Tao Mian's eyes turned, his mind became active again.
Since you agreed, then let me go. Well?
Shui Han prolonged his tone, watching the spark of hope rekindle in Tao Mian's eyes. The gold-printed paper fan in his hand opened with a flourish, hiding the sly smile at the corner of his mouth.
No.
Tao Mian was furious.
You've changed drastically. You weren't like this when you were young.
Shui Han toyed with the tassels of his folding fan, responding in a sinister manner.
Who should I thank for that?
Tao Mian closed his mouth tightly again. Fine, he was partly at fault. The relationship between Shui Han and Tao Mian could be traced back many years, around the time Gu Yuan was 7 or 8 years old. At that time, Shui Han was just a small child that Tao Mian had picked up by the roadside. Or rather, a little monster. That time Gu Yuan had accidentally been bitten by a rare poisonous snake while playing on the mountain. The antidote herbs were a few that could not be found in the mountains, so Tao Mian had to go alone to the town's pharmacy to fetch medicine. By the time he stepped outside with a bundle of medicine and was retracing his steps, he was suddenly pounced upon by a ragged little boy who clung to his leg. If he were just an ordinary little beggar, Tao Mian would have simply given him some money and moved on. But that child, it was evident, he had suffered some form of abuse. The arms and legs exposed from his clothing were marked with bruises and burns, and there were scars from cuts that had healed, a sight too tragic to bear. Tao Mian had already walked 10 steps past the corner when he recalled the child's injuries, gritting his teeth as he turned back to where he had come from. The boy was still there, but had lost consciousness and collapsed. Tao Mian stored the medicine bundle in his mustard seed bag, chiding himself for being too soft-hearted and eventually getting himself into trouble. Then he picked up the frail little boy and sought out a clinic to treat him. The child he picked up was not seriously injured, he had merely fainted from hunger. Since there was no illness, Tao Mian thought of secretly stuffing some money into his arms before leaving. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to give the boy all the money he had on him, the latter opened his eyes and woke up. Even better, Tao Mian shared his thoughts, hoping the boy would use the money to buy something to eat. He was set to return to the mountain. His disciple was still waiting for him. However, the child clutched the corner of his clothes, silent, not shedding a tear, merely staring at him intently. So stubborn, yet so pitiful and humble. Tao Mian's head began to ache. He was an immortal, having lived over 1,000 years, and naturally understood the principle of not casually forming attachments. Having a disciple burdened with a deep blood feud was already troublesome enough. Did he want to add a child of unknown origin to that? Would he still be able to live the carefree life he once had? Tao Mian forced himself not to soften, removing the child's hand from his outer robe, and reasoned with him.
Look, we are strangers to each other. I am giving you all the money I have. Consider it a token of acknowledgement for this fleeting encounter. Is that all right?
The child's eyes dimmed, and he lay back down on the couch, curling up like a little shrimp, hugging himself. Tao Mian closed his eyes, unwilling to look, stuffed the money bag into the hands of the doctor at the clinic, and left without looking back. In less than 10 counts, he burst back through the door with large strides.
Forget it, I will help you to the end. I will find you a good place, but do not come to disturb me afterwards.
I am truly amazed by myself,
he mumbled to himself, picking up the child again. It was early autumn, and the sky was a clear blue. Golden leaves carpeted the stone pathway in front of the clinic, marking the season of orange, yellow, tangerine, and green.
Even after many years had passed, Shui Han could still close his eyes and transcend time, feeling the warm sunlight that had shone on his face that day. The beginning of the story was clearly so beautiful. Then it took a sudden turn. Tao Mian indeed kept his promise, and sent the child to a family he knew in the mortal realm. This couple had been in business for years, and had no children. Tao Mian had helped them exorcise evil spirits before, and the couple, grateful for his kindness, would send gifts to Taohua Mountain during festivals. Tao Mian knew this couple had always wished for a child, so it was perfect to send the found child to them. Everyone benefited. The kind couple did not mind the child's old wounds. Instead, they loved him dearly and named him Shui Han. Knowing their background, Tao Mian felt at ease and left the child in the care of the Shui couple. He had helped the lonely child and repaid the couple's kindness, thus accomplishing two good deeds. After that, he returned to Taohua Mountain and never actively visited the child again. Little Tao Mian thought that he should not interfere too much in Shui Han's life, since he had found a good family to take him and his mission was complete. But Shui Han thought differently. His adoptive parents treated him exceptionally well without any room for complaint. The Shui family was well off, and as their only son, Shui Han enjoyed a life of luxury. They even hired a tutor to teach him to read and write. Though life at the Shui residence was peaceful and worry-free, Shui Han never forgot his savior from the past. He had asked his adoptive parents about Tao Mian, but received little information in return. They only said he was a cultivator living in the mountains, uninterested in worldly affairs and rarely coming down. Shui Han nodded, thinking Tao Mian simply found children troublesome and did not wish to see him. That's fine, he could go see Tao Mian. The Shui family doted on their only son, but they did not indulge him in everything. As for going on a journey, he had to wait until he was an adult. Shui Han was not the type to throw tantrums. On the contrary, his painful childhood had matured him early, making him far more calculating than his peers. He heeded the teachings of his parents and tutor, working diligently and earning their trust. Thus, on the first day of his 20th year, he left the Shui residence and headed for Taohua Mountain. Taohua Mountain truly resembled a paradise on earth, with light mist and blooming flowers all around. The surrounding villagers were simple and honest, making the elegantly dressed Shui Han feel out of place. He frowned and did not linger in the village. After inquiring about the direction to Taohua Temple, he set off alone. The temple was nestled among the peach trees, quietly and peacefully situated. He approached and knocked on the door, but no one answered. It seemed Tao Mian was not home. Disappointed, Shui Han decided to stroll around the mountain, hoping to encounter the immortal. To his surprise, he really did meet the peach blossom immortal. Tao Mian, unchanged from his memories, still exuded an ethereal charm, wearing a dark blue robe that made him appear as if he had stepped out of a painting. He wandered leisurely among the blooming peach trees. Shui Han, standing not far away, felt delighted and took half a step forward. But he withdrew grandly. Little Tao Mian was originally walking his own path, but suddenly a boy hanging upside down from a branch blocked his way. "Master!" The boy called out to him briskly, and the startled Tao Mian couldn't help but laugh. He told the boy not to be naughty and ruin his flowers. The boy's expression changed as he sneakily hid 2 or 3 flower branches of varying lengths behind his back. Tao Mian saw this, but said nothing, instead giving the boy a light flick on the forehead. They laughed together as they descended the mountain. That day Shui Han stood for a long time, not knowing how many hours had passed. When he regained consciousness, his legs felt a bit numb.
"Do you know what I was thinking at that time?"
Shui Han asked leisurely, looking at the tightly bound immortal. Receiving no response, he only got a defiant glare in return.
"I was thinking, one day I would chop down all the broken trees on your cursed mountain."
Tao Mian suddenly stood up, only to be forced back down by the tightening ropes.
"What do trees have to do with this? Shui Han, you are venting your anger." "Not much, I just find them unsightly."
Tao Mian nearly cried out in frustration.
"Little Shui, how did you go from being an innocent child to such a twisted adult? Where did it all go wrong?"
Shui Han reflected on his growth experience. After returning from Taohua Mountain, he became much quieter. The Shui family gradually made him accept the family business. He had a knack for business and thrived. He no longer mentioned anything about Tao Mian, as if he had completely forgotten this person. Until Gu Yuan passed away, Tao Mian received a substantial amount of retirement money left by many disciples. Tao Mian was not skilled at managing affairs, so he asked the Shui family to recommend an assistant. At this time, Shui Han volunteered and took over the shops and mountain villa from him. At that time, Tao Mian thought Shui Han was one of his own, and he felt at ease handing things over to him, allowing him to be a carefree manager. However, Shui Han had his own ulterior motives. The immortal always wanted to sever ties with the mortal realm, but Shui Han did not want to grant him that wish. He thought that with time their relationship would inevitably draw closer. Then another Lu Yuandi appeared.
Gu Yuan is one thing, but Lu Yuandi is a princess from the previous dynasty, bringing a lot of trouble with her.
Shui Han gritted his teeth at the mention of this matter.
You say you don't want to stir up trouble, yet you take a royal orphan as your disciple.
Tao Mian smiled awkwardly.
She stole the chickens I raised. I couldn't just let her go, could I? It was forced by the situation. It seems I have to owe you something before you pay attention to me, right? You're getting off track. Speaking of which, if you're so unwilling, why did you say you could save Sui Yin? You don't reject him. No.
Shui Han smiled slightly.
I equally hate every disciple you take in.
Tao Mian suddenly perked up, and despite his legs being bound, he jumped to get out. There's no escaping this. Shui Han moved his fingers, causing Tao Mian, who had just made it to the door, to fall to the ground with a sigh. This bundle of celestial ropes is truly formidable. I wonder where Shui Han acquired such high-quality ones. Tao Mian couldn't untie it, but he needed time. However, Shui the shopkeeper clearly would not grant him that. He lay on the ground like a corpse, and Shui Han rose from his chair, pacing over to him. He squatted down, his dark eyes locking onto Tao Mian's, with his pupils slitted, exuding an otherworldly charm. Before losing consciousness, the last words Tao Mian heard were, "You're too unruly, it's better to just sleep for a while." When he regained his senses, the surroundings had already changed. Tao Mian speculated that this might be Shui Han's residence. The surroundings were opulent, with a thick layer of wool carpet covering the floor, and the furniture made of dark, heavy sandalwood. Antiques and potted plants were everywhere, arranged with a sense of taste and style, showing the owner's refined aesthetic. He noticed that the celestial ropes binding him had been removed. Tao Mian stood up, stretching his wrists and surveying the surroundings. He took out the fruits one by one from the fruit plate on the table, then held a half-palm-deep glass plate with both hands and suddenly vomited. What kind of incense is burning in this room? Tao Mian was enveloped in a strange and rich fragrance, feeling dizzy. He couldn't stand steadily, stumbling around in search of the source of the scent. Finally, he discovered a gilded three-legged bronze incense burner hidden behind a coral bonsai, with wisps of smoke curling upwards. Suppressing the nausea in his stomach, Tao Mian covered his nose with his sleeve, planning to extinguish the incense. Someone entered through the door, stopping him. "Extinguish that incense, and don't think about saving your disciple, Shui Han." A familiar voice rang out from behind, and when Tao Mian turned, it was Shui the shopkeeper, now dressed differently, accompanied by a male servant. Shui Han raised a hand, and the servant took away the fruit platter from the table, simultaneously closing the door to provide them with privacy. The door closed silently. Tao Mian asked Shui Han about the purpose of the incense. Shui Han approached, pulled out a paper package from his sleeve, opened it, revealing brown incense. He curved the paper into an arc, pouring the incense into the burner. As the incense heated, its scent spread, immediately thickening the atmosphere in the room. Tao Mian felt increasingly unwell, one hand propping himself up against the display case, while the other covered his mouth, his brows furrowing deeply. "If you have, any grievances against me, just say it. Don't play these tricks." Tao Mian's breath weakened, but Shui Han did not retaliate as he had at the bank. Instead, he sighed and urged him to endure. "This incense comes from the demon domain named Soul Returning. It must be burned for 3 days to suppress the breath of the living. If your immortal aura does not dissipate, you may be devoured alive upon descending into the demon domain. Am only considering your well-being." Demon domain? Tao Mian uttered 2 words and felt nauseous again. He struggled to compose himself before continuing, "Are you taking me there?" Shui Han personally moved a cushioned round stool over for him to sit on. After Tao Mian sat down, the urge to vomit lessened somewhat, but he still felt dizzy. "Your little disciple's sudden drowsiness is a symptom that some demon races exhibit before adulthood. This ailment can be serious or mild. On the mild side, it just means sleeping more hours each night. But I noted from your letter that he also faints during the day which likely indicates a more serious issue. Isn't his sleeping time getting longer? If left unchecked, he won't make it to adulthood, and will fall into eternal slumber. Shui Han's words were genuine. Chu Suyan's illness was indeed troublesome. Tao Mian pondered for a while. Given that Chu Liushua, also a demon, showed no signs of such ailments, it was clear that this illness was not common. If it's not common, it means it's hard to treat. There's a way to save him, but it's not without its challenges. Shui Han poured Tao Mian a cup of calming tea to alleviate the irritation caused by the incense. We must prepare a special prescription. I have the recipe, and most of the ingredients are available at my residence, but there is one crucial item that requires both of us to venture into the demon domain. What is it? It's the fat of the Hingong fish. The Hingong fish found in the stone lake, which is perpetually frozen, grows to 7 or 8 feet and resembles a red carp. Shui Han intends to take Tao Mian into the demon domain precisely for this rare medicinal material. Tao Mian grasped the teacup tightly to prevent it from shattering due to his dizziness and trembling hands. He sipped the tea and tilted his head in thought. Are we going to the lake to fish? No need to fish. I can catch everything except fish. Let's just scoop it up. Shui Han paused. Have you considered that we can also buy it with money? Oh, Tao Mian suddenly realized. Then let's buy it. Don't we have plenty of money in the account? Money isn't the issue. The problem is that having money doesn't guarantee you can buy it. Shui Han teased, narrowing his eyes with a smile. This time we need to go to an auction. The day after Tao Mian left, Chu Suyan finally awoke from his dream. He seemed to have no memory of the conversation with his sister that night, nor could he recall why Tao Mian had left the mountain. When Chu Suyan inquired about his master's whereabouts, Chu Liushua was momentarily taken aback. You don't remember anything? The boy's face was unnaturally pale, and the anger was gradually dissipating from his body, making his speech and action slow. Even for a brief sentence from Chu Liushua, he needed time to react before slowly responding. Chu Liushua explained that Tao Mian had gone down the mountain to seek medicine for him, and would likely take some time to return. Chu Suyan showed a guilty expression, unconsciously gripping the edge of the blanket. I have caused trouble for my master again. Chu Liushua, unable to bear her brother's self-pitying demeanor, threw the clean, dried clothes she had been holding onto him. The clothes scattered, covering the boy completely. Hearing him mumble, and seeing him scramble to pull the clothing from his head, he only became more entangled in the fabric. Chu Liushua, hands on her hips. The silver note said to tell you not to overthink things, and to take care of yourself. If he returns and finds you thin and weak, he won't pay you any attention. Ah, did my master really say that? Chu Suyan was afraid of nothing but being ignored by the immortal. He hurriedly freed his head and face from the clothes, assuring his sister, I will eat well and sleep well. You should sleep less. Speaking of eating, Chu Liushua walked out of the bedroom. Before long, 2 meals were brought in for them. She ate quickly, and after finishing her portion, she focused on watching Chu Suyan, supervising him to finish his food. At first, Chu Suyan could eat normally, but halfway through his eyelids felt heavy and his spirit waned. Chu Liushua, grasping his wrist through his clothes, felt the boy tremble as he barely opened his eyes, and continued eating a few more bites. Seeing that he had eaten enough, Chu Liushua allowed him to rinse his mouth and wipe his hands before clearing away the dishes. After dinner, it was time to walk the chickens. With Tao Mian absent and Chu Suyan asleep again, this chore fell to Chu Liushua. With a handful of feed in her hand, Chu Liushua walked while scattering it, and the 2 roosters followed behind her, pecking at the ground. As she reached the southwest corner of the courtyard, where a blooming crabapple tree stood, she spotted a dark shadow beneath it. Chu Liushua showed no sign of vigilance or wariness, as if she had seen nothing, leading the 2 chickens for their stroll. As she passed the crabapple tree, she lowered her gaze and said to the shadow, Don't come back, I won't go back with you. Shui Han kept his promise, and 3 days later took Tao Mian on a journey to the demon realm. After 3 days of exposure, Tao Mian had lost his human form. Dizzy during the day and vomiting at night. Fortunately, his physical constitution was decent, otherwise he would have had to lie in the Shui residence for 7 days before he could set out. Seeing Tao Mian, who had lost a lot of weight and looked pale, Shui Han, with no sense of compassion, was quite satisfied, lightly tapping his fan against his palm.
Good, this is the kind of listless state I wanted.
Tao Mian rolled his eyes weakly. The returning soul incense was indeed effective. Apart from his simple outer robe, it was hard to find any traces of an immortal. Shui Han had him change clothes, swapping out the disheartened outfit.
What I am is ethereal and graceful.
While Tao Mian was still weakly justifying himself, he allowed the maids to dress him in a new outfit of hibiscus purple silk. Shui Han scrutinized his face.
Although you have no fame in the demon realm, just in case should we alter your appearance, I can't change my appearance.
Tao Mian replied defiantly.
And what have you learned in over 1,000 years?
Once they left that room, Shui Han's tongue began to get sharp again. He clapped his hands, and someone brought over a small card box.
What is this? Snow mud that changes appearance. It itches when applied.
This wouldn't work, nor would that. Shui Han was left without the energy to argue.
Then just wear a mask. Though inconvenient, it's better than nothing at all.
Thus Tao Mian wore a plain white mask. The two of them boarded a large carriage with the driver wearing a black hat that obscured his face. Tao Mian and Shui Han entered one after the other. The interior of the carriage was spacious. Shui Zhanggui was a person who pursued taste in all things. This carriage could not only carry people but also accommodate activities like tea drinking, reading, and chess playing. Taking advantage of the travel time, Tao Mian ate to replenish his energy. Shui Han leisurely sipped a cup of tea across from him. Once little Tao Xian had restored 50% of his energy, he began to inquire in detail about their plans for this trip. Whenever it came to serious matters, Shui Han could temporarily act like a normal person. He said that the two of them were about to head to a place in the demon realm specifically for transactions among the wealthy and powerful called the Thousand Lantern Pavilion. The Thousand Lantern Pavilion consists of 9 floors, each with items of varying quality and level for trade. Guests went to the corresponding floor based on their needs to participate in the Singing Pavilion. The so-called Singing Pavilion meant that the attendants responsible for the auction stood on a circular platform in the center of each floor, showcasing items to the guests and announcing the starting price. Several lotus glass lamps of uniform size hung before the private rooms. Interested bidders must light a lamp with the number of lamps correlating to the price. The one who lights the most lamps can acquire the item. Tao Mian nodded after listening to Shui Han's explanation. The auction rules of the Thousand Lantern Pavilion were not difficult to understand.
The fish fat you need is among the items in the next round of the Singing Pavilion.
This item, though rare, was only useful for treating one specific illness, and the guests were not very interested in it. I have heard that this fish fat has been hanging in the Thousand Lantern Pavilion for over 2 months without anyone bidding on it. Indirectly probing the steward of the Thousand Lantern Pavilion, the response given was, if there is interest, it would be as easy as reaching into a bag.
Shui Han spoke leisurely, while Tao Mian remained silent throughout.
It was not until he heard the phrase as easy as reaching into a bag that his chewing slowed.
What do you have a premonition?
Shui Han keenly noticed his subtle change. Tao Mian wanted to say that he vaguely felt that Shui Han's earlier words had inserted several flags into their backs. However, he did not express it so bluntly.
It is better to be cautious.
The Thousand Lantern Pavilion is located in the southwest part of the demon realm in a small city called Yuechio. Yuechio City is not large, but it is quite prosperous. It is a place specifically for people of the demon realm to enjoy themselves, with no daytime, only endless nights of indulgence. The carriage crossed the boundary between the human world and the demon realm, and the originally gentle and strong horses suddenly shed their skin and flesh, leaving only 2 skeletal frames that raised their heads and neighed loudly. The coachman cracked the whip, and the rushing wind lifted the black veil of the hat, revealing a face that looked as if it had been burned by fire, with empty eye sockets where there should have been eyeballs. Inside the carriage, Tao Mian frowned. The returning soul only masked his aura, but his perception of the sinister energy had not diminished at all, making him feel distinctly uncomfortable. Shuehan handed him a sachet instructing him to tuck it inside his clothing, clearly having prepared in advance. Their destination was clear, and they arrived at the Yuechio Thousand Lantern Pavilion in no time. Shuehan had Tao Mian secure his mask properly, while reminding him to speak as little as possible, and to stay behind him without wandering off. This time Tao Mian's false identity was that of Shui Zhanggui's attendant. As the two descended from the carriage, Tao Mian through the mask was able to witness the grandeur and wealth of the Thousand Lantern Pavilion. The lanterns illuminated the azure clouds, and guests filled the high towers. The sound of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air with subtle fragrances wafting, and shadows flitted about. If it were not for the bizarre appearances of the people around, some extraordinarily large and robust while others were small and thin with various ears and tails, Tao Mian might have thought he had mistakenly entered a prosperous human city. Before the singing pavilion had started, a short child was welcoming guests at the entrance. This child was a bit strange. The skin visible was wrinkled, indicating that he was not young. However, on his head was a large-headed doll-like hat, shiny and with a stiff smile. Tao Mian squinted to take a closer look and realized that it was likely more than just a hat, as its eyebrows and eyelids moved slightly. Perhaps it was a type of monster from the demon realm. That large-headed doll bowed and smiled at each guest, enthusiastically inviting them to ascend the building. The slightly oversized head seemed to impede its vision, requiring it to turn its body to see the happenings of certain people. As it turned, it spotted Shuehan and Tao Mian by the side of the carriage.
"Oh, Shui Zhanggui, what a grand visit!"
The large-headed doll bobbed its head eagerly, approaching, rubbing its hands, while smiling broadly at Shuehan. Upon getting closer, Tao Mian realized that the impact of this large head was quite significant. It looked too much like a person, yet it was clearly not human. Shuehan replied with familiarity.
"Manager Ming, how has business been lately?"
Manager Ming repeatedly bowed, exchanging pleasantries.
"Not at all, thanks to the esteemed patronage of Shui Zhanggui."
His head turned to the left, looking at the silent Tao Mian.
"This person is..."
Shuehan instinctively stepped forward slightly to block Tao Mian.
"Just an attendant, no need to mind." "Ah, very well."
That Manager Ming seemed to want to say something but hesitated, as if sensing something unusual, yet he held back from speaking. If he did not say anything, someone else would.
"Shui Zhanggui usually brings lovely ladies to the singing pavilion. Why the change today?"
A young man's voice, tinged with an indescribable provocation and malice, sounded from behind the two. Tao Mian frowned and turned back to see a tall young man in splendid attire standing not far away, looking at him with a smile.
"Oh, still wearing a mask, all mysterious. One cannot enter the pavilion without revealing their identity, right, Manager Ming?" "This..."
Manager Ming rubbed his hands repeatedly. If his large head could sweat, he would likely be drenched. The young man's smile deepened.
"Rules cannot be broken. Shui Zhanggui, have your companion remove the mask."
Many years later, when asked if he regretted meeting Shinbuizhou, Tao Mian would always fall silent first, then feel a sense of relief. He would say there was no such thing as regret, it was merely that the wind was clear and the stars shone brightly. In the river of 1,000 lights and 10,000 flames, that person just happened to appear. Of course, that was a thought formed years later. The current Tao Mian still wanted to strangle the dandy in front of him. The young man before him was none other than Shinbuizhou, the second son of the master of the mythical Truth Pavilion in the demon realm. Shin Gongzi was notorious for his arrogance and disrespect, and even Shuehan found him a headache. However, it was impossible to remove the mask. Shuehan was a smiling tiger. The angrier he felt inside, the wider his smile became. He said that today Shui was stood up by a beauty, and had to bring his servants for company. This small matter need not trouble young Master Shin. Shinbuizhou scoffed. Manager Shui, we both understand each other, so let's not beat around the bush. Everyone knows what it means to bring a male attendant to sing in the building. Tao Mian included in everyone. What does that mean? He turned to look at Shuehan. Even through the mask, Manager Shui could feel his eyes filled with great confusion. Now was not the time to clarify. He pressed down with one hand at his side, signaling Tao Mian to refrain from asking. It's just a coincidence, Manager Shui coughed lightly. He always pretended to be unwell in front of others to lower their guard. Shen Boizhou was unwilling to believe in his coincidence. Forget it, since Manager Shui refuses to admit it, then asking for the mask to be removed should be a reasonable request, right? The Thousand Lantern Building held a special status in the demon realm with its own set of rules. Although all guests were distinguished individuals, the Thousand Lantern Building had the right to refuse transactions it did not wish to engage in. Guests were reluctant to offend the Thousand Lantern Building and the forces behind it, so they still followed its rules on the surface. Verifying identities before ascending the building was one of those rules. Only when trading certain special items was it allowed for guests to conceal their identities. In other cases, guests were not permitted to cover their faces. The difficulty for the round-faced steward Meng lay here, but considering that Shui Han was their esteemed guest, who had spent a considerable amount of money at the Thousand Lantern Building. A servant is a subordinate to their master. Since the master's identity was clear, it was just a servant, it would be best to turn a blind eye. If it weren't for Shen Er appearing out of nowhere, this matter wouldn't have been a problem at all. Shui Han also found it puzzling. He had no ties with Shen Boizhou, and shouldn't be troubled by him like this. Moreover, the Mythical Truth Pavilion had business dealings with Manager Shui. Even Shen Er's father would have to give him some face. Shen Boizhou was merely an illegitimate child. With this thought, Shui Han felt somewhat displeased. Could it be that Tao Mian had unknowingly provoked him? Manager Shui turned back to look deeply at Tao Mian. Tao Mian, why are you glaring at me? He knew nothing at all. Tao Mian's heart was sunny and bright without so many twists and turns. Since the young man opposite him wanted him to remove the mask, then he would. He placed his hand on the edge of the mask, but Shui Han shook his head disapprovingly. He thought it unnecessary to yield to such a reckless young man. But immortals have their own methods. Tao Mian's fingers brushed against the edge of the mask, but under Shen Boizhou's subtly oppressive gaze, he returned his hand to his side. He tilted his head. This is how I look. Shen Boizhou. Shui Han. Shen Er Gongzi was both angry and amused. He said, listen to what you just said. How strange is that? Who has a head with a mask? Tao Mian looked toward the round-head steward Meng, who was bowing and rubbing his hands, appearing hesitant to speak. The silence at this moment was deafening. But Shen Boizhou still refused to let go. Steward Meng is a Moonhill Night Demon. Could it be that you are also of the demon clan? Could be. Tao Mian hesitated to reply, and Shui Han struggled to hold back his laughter, having to half open his folding fan to avoid laughing too hard and incurring Shen Boizhou's wrath. Shen Er's face turned pale. The voices of the few people conversing were not loud. The passing demons barely took them for anything more than idle chatter. Only those involved could feel the undercurrents swirling in the atmosphere. Steward Meng was a shrewd demon. He could not allow the two esteemed guests to fight at the entrance of the building, thus disturbing the peace. He rubbed his small rough hands and stepped forward. Gentlemen, the singing in the building is about to start. Why not head inside and take a look at today's rare items? Shui Han smiled broadly, taking the step down that Steward Meng had provided. Then, I must trouble Steward Meng to make arrangements. Steward Meng repeatedly said, you're too polite, manager, while cautiously glancing at the unfriendly-looking Shen Boizhou. What does the second young master think? Shen Er snorted coldly, unwilling to continue the back and forth. Hurry, and lead the way, Steward Meng. Aren't we here to see the goods? Steward Meng felt relieved, the sweat breaking out along his back. He quickly called over two little servants to lead the esteemed guests inside. Shui Han lifted his robe and stepped through the door, walking in front. Tao Mian followed closely behind. Suddenly a gust of wind swept across his face, causing one side of the mask to uncontrollably lift, blown open by the force of the wind. With a plop, the white mask fell to the ground, swaying lightly. Throughout the entire process, Tao Mian's hand didn't move at all, seemingly unaware that he had been ambushed, unable to catch it in time. Shen Boizhou raised his eyes to see the person's face, a face wearing the same mask reflected before him. Tao Mian spoke in a flat tone, as if saying, I told you so. Young Master Shen, I told you I was born looking like this. As if that wasn't enough, he added, unlike Steward Ming, I don't have as many faces. Only after thoroughly humiliating that annoying kid did Tao Mian leisurely step over the threshold to catch up with manager Shui. Once the two felt Shen Buizhou's presence fade, Shui Han quietly asked Tao Mian, How did you do that? Tao Mian's mask was illuminated by the warm light of the glass lamps, casting a colorful glow. He seemed to let out a brief chuckle. Just performed a little trick. You know illusion magic. You should have said so earlier. Why wear a mask when you can just change your face? Maintaining one face takes too much effort. I don't want to. You're just being lazy. As they whispered, the two ascended the long spiral staircase. The layout of the 1,000-lantern building was unique, connecting upwards and downwards, with a circular stage in the center of each floor surrounded by private rooms. Bright in the center, dark around. Tao Mian looked at the thin platform in the middle adorned with intertwined lotus patterns. Judging by its size, it could only accommodate 3 or 4 people standing. It was unclear what kind of spell had been cast, as there were no supporting pillars floating in the center, like a leaf suspended in the air. There was a considerable empty space between the circular platform and the private rooms, dark and seemingly devoid of anything, yet it felt like there was something hidden. Before the performance in the building began, a renowned courtesan danced on the circular platform, her flowing sleeves swaying gracefully. Tao Mian took a brief glance before withdrawing his gaze. The attendant in the building led them to the 5th floor. Shui Han took a lantern from him, its candle burning with a dim green glow which would be used to light the glass lamps later. The private rooms were each independent compartments facing the circular platform. Although they appeared open, there were secret spells in place preventing outsiders from seeing inside, while guests inside could clearly observe the movements outside. Hanging from the hollow-carved columns on both sides were exquisite glass lamps waiting for guests to ignite them. After entering the private room, Shui Han noticeably relaxed. The privacy of this place was evidently well maintained. Some topics that couldn't be discussed outside could now be talked about. Tao Mian said little, focusing on eating, while the sound of Shui Han's storytelling filled his ears. Shui Han said the 1,000-lantern building had a history of hundreds of years. While not as long-lived as you, it could still be considered historical. The distinguished individuals of the demon realm all recognized it, even if there were many rules. In a moment, a singing official would come to explain the rules of the building, so you need to listen carefully. Tonight, there were unusually many guests, and it was uncertain if there were valuable items on the 7th floor. We must act discreetly. Additionally, Shen Er is a pervert, pay him less mind. Tao Mian raised his eyebrows in surprise. It's fresh to hear a pervert calling another pervert a pervert. Shui Han merely smiled. I am the type to know when to stop, but Shen Buizhou is not. He relies on his family's background to engage in all sorts of dirty dealings. Be sure not to get involved with him. Tao Mian acknowledged this. I know. Don't brush it off, that Shen Er. Shui Han's words were abruptly cut off. As Tao Mian wondered why, he suddenly sensed something unusual. The ambient noise outside seemed to be sucked away by a gigantic pocket. The sounds of guests chatting, musical instruments playing, and the shouts of running attendants all vanished. Tao Mian opened his eyes to gaze at the floating circular platform in the center. Thump! The crisp and powerful sound of a drum struck by fingers brought the wondering guests' attention back, causing them to turn their heads toward the empty platform in the center. Thump! Another crisp sound resonated. The lights in the building grew brighter, illuminating the patterns on the base of the circular platform more clearly. Thump! The final drum sound reverberated, and 9 singing officials clad in black robes appeared simultaneously on the 9-layered circular platform. The singing officials were all of equal height, rather thin, and their figures were almost identical, as if carved from the same mold. Among them were both men and women, young and old, all wearing polite smiles, with the corners of their mouths almost in unison. Though the smiles were friendly, they felt stiff, as if deliberately trained, like a group of wooden puppets. The 9 began simultaneously reciting the same opening lines with identical rhythm and cadence. The male and female voices harmonized together, sounding like the performers of a theater troupe. The singing official on the 5th floor was a young man of about 30. He began with a gesture, spinning in an orderly manner, his voice resonant and measured. Above is the Yao platform mirror, below is the Thousand Lantern building. There are 3 prohibitions in the building, please listen carefully. First prohibition: lighting private lamps violators will be fined 10,000 gold. Second prohibition: fighting among guests violators will never be allowed to enter. Third prohibition: immortals ascending the building violators will face 1,000 cuts, sealing their souls. The ban on immortals entering the tower has been declared. Upon hearing this decree, Tao Mian slowly put down the pastry he had taken a bite of. Although he was somewhat prepared, after all, this was the domain of demons and monsters, and immortals were bound to be marginalized. However, he did not expect that the Qian Ding Tower would so clearly state this in the ban, and the consequences of being discovered would be dire. His heavy gaze turned toward Shui Han.
Immortals are forbidden from entering the tower. Violators shall face 1,000 cuts, as the shopkeeper Shui must know.
Shui Han coughed lightly.
Are you seeking fortune and danger? Otherwise, why do you think I forced you to inhale incense for 3 days?
Tao Mian wanted to say more, but at that moment, the sound of 2 consecutive drums echoed from the other end of the circular platform, diverting his attention once again. Originally, there was only the high platform for the singing official, but suddenly 2 corpses fell down. These corpses were hanging by their necks from long ropes, and it seemed some preservation method had been employed, allowing the expression of the immortal who violated the ban to still be visible, full of agony before death. And his body was riddled with thousands of cuts. 1,000 cuts only refer to the physical body, while sealing the soul means that the immortal's consciousness is forever trapped in the most difficult moment before death, never to be reborn. The tragic fate of the violators was brazenly displayed before all the guests. Tao Mian fell silent, and at that moment he noticed the corpse beside him. It looked just as miserable as the immortal.
Is this another immortal?
He asked in confusion. The answer from Shui Han was beyond his expectations.
No, this is an accomplice who helped the immortal enter the tower.
Originally, Shui Han was somewhat flustered by Tao Mian's initial questioning, but upon seeing the 2 corpses, he unexpectedly awakened some peculiar thoughts, clicking his tongue twice.
If you don't look closely, it's fine, but the more you look, the more it resembles the 2 of us hanging up there. How tragic. Indeed, a pervert is truly a pervert. You can still express admiration about it. That's impressive. Rest assured, it's not so easy to be discovered. I dared to bring you here, so naturally I can safely send you back.
Tao Mian remarked that while he might not excel in other areas, he had a knack for flagging things for them. Seeing that Tao Mian still had the leisure to banter, Shui Han realized he had accepted the situation quite quickly. It was just that the sudden appearance of the corpses was indeed quite shocking. The performance began with 3 prohibitions jolting the guests' spirits, and only then did the real show take the stage. The first item sung by the singing official was the Han Yu Bone.
1 lamp worth 100 gold. Those with more lamps will gain.
The singing official drew out the long melody, meticulously showcasing the translucent and exquisite jade contained in the brocade box. It looked like jade, yet it was called bone. Tao Mian inquired about what Han Yu Bone was. Shui Han, sipping tea, paused and glanced at him.
The shank bone of an immortal.
No further questions were necessary. The next auction items were even stranger, like the little finger of an immortal, the left ear of an immortal, the 3 pieces of heart of an immortal. Tao Mian could no longer contain himself.
What on earth are we auctioning these things for? To keep at home as offerings.
Shui Han's expression reflected a hint of compassion.
Generally, they are used for dietary supplements. The practice of Qian Ding Tower is usually to sell 1 category of items on each floor. The medicinal item we seek, the Hong Gong fish fat, is naturally in this medicine-selling section.
Among these, the bones, blood, and flesh of your kind, the immortals, are considered top grade.
Tao Mian finally understood his predicament. He was not ascending the tower, he had fallen onto the chopping block. Hang in there, we'll soon reach what we need.
Shui Han attempted to calm the immortal's emotions, urging him not to delay the main event. Tao Mian pretended not to hear the singing official's melody and buried his head in the pastries, until the person beside him lightly tapped the table with their fingers.
It's time.
The brocade box in the singing official's hand remained unchanged, but the treasure inside had transformed into a piece of oily fish fat.
Hong Kong fish fat. Everyone take note. 1 lamp for 200 gold. Those with more lamps will gain 200 gold for a lamp.
Tao Mian mumbled.
Isn't that too expensive? Did Manager Ming raise the price because he knew you were coming to trade? It has only increased by about 50 gold. No need to be concerned,
Shuehan said, waving his paper fan nonchalantly.
After all, it's money from your account.
The auctioneer strolled around the circular platform, displaying the rare fish fat in hand to the guests present.
The fat of the Hingong fish. Consuming it can ward off evil ailments. Please take a closer look, everyone.
Tao Mian thought he should return to the mountain quickly, otherwise he might end up in the pot directly. He glanced at Shuehan beside him.
Aren't you going to light the lamp?
Shui the shopkeeper remained composed.
No hurry, let's enjoy the spectacle first.
Similar to what he said earlier, compared to the limbs and heart of a celestial being, the Hingong fish clearly fell a few tiers lower. The 5 astray guests showed little interest, with only 1 lamp lit in the southeast corner of their private room. Before long, another shade of dark green was slowly ignited to the right of that lamp. A total of 2 guests placed bids. The auctioneer shouted, inquiring if there were any other guests following the lamp. Only then did Shuehan retrieve the small lamp, the jade handle extending as he gently tapped the bottom of the glass lamp. A clear sound echoed, and the wick slowly lit up. His hand with the lamp continued to rise, and following the same method, he lit another lamp.
Jinzi no. 7 pavilion, offering 2 lamps.
The base price for items traded on the 5th floor was 500 gold. Shuehan's bid of 900 gold for a piece of fish fat the size of a finger bone was already considered generous. Indeed, after he lit the second lamp, the opposite side extinguished one to signal their withdrawal from this round of bidding. The other lamp stubbornly remained lit. The auctioneer raised his left hand, his tone becoming more enthusiastic.
Jinzi no. 7 pavilion, offering 2 lamps. Are there any esteemed guests following the lamp?
As soon as his words fell, 2 new flames appeared on the only spot of green across from them.
Jinzi no. 36, offering 3 lamps.
3 lamps. 1,100 gold. The guests in the other private rooms couldn't help but whisper in surprise. Although Hingong fish fat was rare, it had a basic price range. Even at its peak, it never exceeded 1,000 gold. The price offered by No. 7 pavilion was considered high, and continuing to chase the lamp seemed pointless. However, since they added another lamp, it was likely that the guests from No. 36 needed the Hingong fish fat urgently, and had to offer such a high price. It seemed that this fish fat was within the grasp of No. 36 pavilion.
Jinzi no. 7 pavilion, offering 5 lamps.
No. 7 pavilion joined the bidding. 1,500 gold. Tao Mian watched the entire process wide-eyed, while shopkeeper Shui disdainfully remarked,
"Who would spend 1,000 gold on such a thing?"
and added 2 more lamps.
There's no need to be so difficult about it.
He couldn't help but comfort. Shuehan's expression was rarely serious. He said that things didn't seem good, and he had a bad premonition. The opposing bidder might not genuinely want this piece of fish fat for any significant use. They were likely deliberately making things difficult. If that were the case, they might have to reach the final step. Tao Mian asked what the final step referred to. Shuehan turned to look at Tao Mian, the glass lamp casting a hazy glow around his silhouette.
The final step depends on you.
Tao Mian was puzzled. The shopkeeper Shui not only made ambiguous remarks, but was also especially skilled at keeping secrets. Just as Shuehan had guessed, the opposing side indeed added another lamp. In the past, Shuehan was not the type to easily get carried away with bidding. He had a bottom line, and once crossed he would give up no matter what. As he claimed he would
take what he was satisfied with.
But tonight circumstances were unusual. Tao Mian's unfortunate disciple was still in the mountain, unable to wake up. Although Shuehan harbored animosity towards every disciple who joined Taohua Mountain, Tao Mian was someone worth making an exception for. This fish fat was not extraordinarily rare, but finding another piece in a short time would be difficult, and that child he had never met could not afford to wait. He and the opposing bidder were locked in a fierce competition, neither willing to back down. The guests watched as a piece of seemingly unremarkable fish fat broke the 10,000 gold mark, exchanging bewildered glances. Before long, all the glass lamps in both private rooms were lit. Shuehan leaned back in his chair, folding fan striking the jade armrest, looking somewhat impatient. He was usually calm and collected. To be pushed to this extent was a testament to the opposing bidder's skill. What should they do now that all the glass lamps were lit?
Hit the linked rings!
Without waiting for Tao Mian to inquire, Shuehan pressed his forehead, directly resolving his confusion. The number of glass lamps hanging in each private room was calculated in advance. Each auction item was different, and naturally the estimated value of each item varied. The managers of the Qian Ding building ensured these details were executed to perfection, and there should never be a situation where there were no glass lamps left to light. However, there were always exceptions, so naturally there was a corresponding countermeasure. This countermeasure was called
Hit the linked rings.
The so-called linked rings referred to the nine-turn linked lamps of the Qian Ding building. The location of these lamps was hidden in the darkness between the circular platform and the corridor of the private rooms, consisting of several small lotus lamps. 2 or more competing bidders needed to send a male servant holding a lamp rod of a certain length to ignite the lotus lamps located in the dark. Within the duration of a single instance, stick the side that ignited the most lotus lamps would obtain the item. Outside the private room, the female attendants of the building were already quietly waiting at the door, holding trays with the lamp rods used for lighting. Shuehan sighed.
Earlier at the door, Shen Buozhou questioned me about why I brought a male attendant, which was also in this context. Usually guests with male attendants are those who have a treasure they must acquire in this round of the auction. If money can't secure it, then one must resort to force.
Tao Mian maintained a calm demeanor, but he was still curious.
Isn't it against the rules of the Qian Ding building for guests to fight openly?
Shuehan scoffed.
Look at the front, only the circular platform is lit. As long as no violence occurs there, and the auctioneer doesn't see, isn't it fair game in the remaining dark areas? The rules of the Qian Ding building have some significant loopholes.
Tao Mian took a moment to gather his strength, and finally regained about 80 to 90% of his energy. It was time to stretch his muscles.
Is it enough to just hit the lamps with the lamp rod? Sounds quite simple.
He stepped out of the private room, exposing his figure to the other guests, and took the lamp rod from the beautiful attendant who had bowed gracefully. A tall male attendant also stepped out with 2 black horns protruding from his head, appearing to be some sort of monster. Another person also lifted the curtain and walked out. The opposing bidder leaned his arms on the railing of the corridor, gazing out. The celestial being's keen eyes could easily discern his facial features. When Tao Mian realized that the bidder who spent over 10,000 gold for a piece of fish fat was Shen Buozhou, he thought it was not surprising at all. The Qian Lantern Tower forbids martial arts, but as long as one does not act under the watchful eyes of the singing official, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Seeing the singing official smiling as he gazes levelly at the height of the private room, it seems he is prepared to turn a blind eye. This is an unspoken rule within the tower. Suddenly a 3-legged bronze incense burner appeared on the round platform, with an intact incense stick resting among the piled ash. The singing official waved his finger in the air, and flames immediately flared up, dancing in an eerie manner. He lowered his body, bringing his fingers close to the lone incense within the burner. With a hiss, like the signal of a start, Tao Mian and the attendant across from him leaped off the railing almost simultaneously. The guests curiously stepped out of their private rooms, all lowering their heads to look at the dark space that was encircled. Buying things is interesting, but the excitement is even more captivating. Tao Mian could still see in the darkness. He finally discerned the nature of this pitch-black area. Countless winding lanterns were strung together with chains as thick as a wrist, scattered in every corner. He quickly lit 3 nearby lanterns, igniting dark red flames. Meanwhile, in his northwestern direction, the male attendant also lit 3, but the flames on the opposite side were a ghostly blue. It appeared that colors were to be used for differentiation. Tao Mian moved swiftly. In just a moment, he was surrounded by a sea of red lanterns. The opposite side was no less diligent, though slightly fewer lanterns were lit than Tao Mian's side. they could easily catch up. In the eyes of the spectators above, the previously dark area quickly ignited with red and blue spots merging into two streams of colorful light. The number of lanterns was limited, and soon Tao Mian discovered that the closer he got to the central area, the sparser the lanterns became. No wonder Xuehan reminded him, before leaving, that if he could act, he should never be polite. It was time to seize the lanterns. Tao Mian extended his left arm, the lantern pole about to touch a dim lotus lantern. At that moment another lantern pole struck his without warning. Tao Mian raised his eyes, locking gazes, with the attendant's faintly glowing azure eyes. Here it comes! With a deft flick of his wrist, he effortlessly broke free from the attendant's grip, while his right hand formed a palm, launching an attack straight at the attendant. This palm strike appeared gentle and light, yet it contained boundless celestial power. The heavy golden chains around trembled and clashed under the force of his strength. The sturdy demon attendant sensed the danger and leaped back 3 steps, his toes pressing against one of the chains. Tao Mian did not look back, swinging his pole lightly, igniting the stolen lotus lantern behind him with vibrant red flames. He then shifted his gaze to his left side. Another unlit lantern awaited. Tao Mian lightly stepped onto the chain where the lantern was located. This time the demon attendant did not yield. He took the initiative to strike, forcefully gripping the chain and yanking it down. Taking advantage of Tao Mian's body tilting to one side, he leapt up, ready to ignite the lotus lantern first. However, the celestial being who should have been falling clutched the chain with one hand, swinging his body upward, not only to light the lantern, but also to kick the attendant in the process. With the faint glow of the lotus lantern, the guests below clearly witnessed this scene, gasping in astonishment. The number of lanterns dwindled, and the battle between the two grew increasingly fierce. Tao Mian flipped over onto the round platform, taking 2 steps before appearing in front of the smiling, singing official, vanishing into the darkness, closely followed by the demon attendant with a fierce expression. Even as the chaos below threatened to dismantle the tower, the singing official at the center of the round platform kept his hands tucked in his sleeves, pretending not to hear. Whether it was the rapid pace of their lantern lighting or the length of the incense was unclear. In any case, the celestial being and the demon attendant had lit all the lanterns below, yet there was still a considerable length of incense remaining. What could they do with the remaining time? Surely they couldn't just stare at each other, each holding their own lantern. Tao Mian's eyes darted, a mischievous idea brewing. Above him to the right was the last unlit lotus lantern, which the demon attendant would undoubtedly try to seize, but this time Tao Mian did not fight back aggressively. The demon easily ignited the lantern, feeling something was off, and turned to search for Tao Mian's position. Tao Mian stood not far away, appearing relaxed. He smiled, gazing at the demon attendant from a distance, tapping the crystalline lantern beside him with the long pole in a threatening manner. Clang, clang. That lantern had already been ignited with blue flames. The demon attendant suddenly realized what he intended to do, but it was too late to stop him. Tao Mian applied force, with his fingers striking heavily. The lotus lantern could not withstand his strength, and shattered into pieces. He aimed to shatter the blue lantern. This would surely astonish even Shen Boizhou. The Qian Lantern Tower had experienced numerous collisions in the past, but due to the difficulty in distinguishing objects in the dark along with the awkward positioning of the lanterns, it was exceedingly challenging to guard against enemies, while accomplishing all 3 within the time of a single incense stick. Past collisions had never been executed neatly. How could anyone compare to Tao Mian, who had the strength to shatter lanterns? Tao Mian's thought process was simple. He couldn't possibly defend the red lotus lantern for the remaining time, as the area was too vast. Eventually the other party would catch on to the idea of shattering lanterns. Rather than waiting for them to regain their composure, it was better for him to strike first. Seizing the chaotic moment, when the demon attendant was uncertain whether to guard the lantern or shatter the red ones, Tao Mian had already shattered 8 blue lanterns. His opponent seemed to have made up his mind, adopting the same strategy. The guests gasped in amazement, watching the scene as the sea of red and blue light gradually melted away. With only a few blue lanterns left intact, Tao Mian still had enough energy to protect his red lanterns. The demon attendant found himself at a disadvantage. Just when the celestial being felt victory was in his grasp, someone fell from the corridor of the private room. It was Shinbujo. As a distinguished guest, he should not have had to intervene directly, and this was indeed against the rules. But he had always been one to defy conventions. The purpose of rules was to be broken. Feeling intrigued, he decided to challenge Tao Mian. Tao Mian thought to seize the opportunity to give him a good beating. The celestial being usually kept a low profile, but his foundations were incredibly solid, making it akin to bullying a child in a tussle with someone like Shinbujo, who lacked experience and was self-taught. However, Shinbujo was a madman. He went crazy when faced with strength. His reckless fighting style, disregarding his own life, was quite shocking even across the three realms. Tao Mian had vented enough frustration, and naturally did not wish to linger. But at that moment Shinbujo approached him closely, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear, "You truly are a celestial being." Caught off guard by his identity being exposed, Tao Mian feigned ignorance. Shinbujo continued, "If you reveal your identity here, the celestial being ascending the tower will instantly become an item for auction at the Qian Lantern Tower." Tao Mian remained silent, but he thought to himself that if it came to that, things would become troublesome. There were only two possible outcomes: either he would not be able to leave the Qian Lantern Tower, or all the guests except Shui Han would be unable to leave. He was unwilling to take the initiative to kill. He feared that there wouldn't be enough money for Shui Han to clean up after him. Shui Han, who had been sitting steadily in the private room, suddenly felt disturbed as Shinbujo recklessly leaped down. He crushed a teacup in his palm, cursing under his breath, "Mad dog." Shui the manager had no mood to savor his fine tea, sweeping out of the private room. At this moment Tao Mian, Shinbujo, and his attendant had already leaped onto the round platform. With a streak of blood on Shinbujo's face, the source of the injury was evident. Tao Mian cast a glance at the remaining incense, planning to re-enter the darkness for the final moments. Just then Shinbujo fell before him, facing his direction, as he unleashed a blade of wind from his hand. Tao Mian, who should have been falling, quickly adjusted his posture, arching his neck high to let the wind blade pass. However, an edge of his mask was inevitably shredded, revealing his right eye. It was a tranquil lake, serene and clear, imbued with a touch of ethereal divinity that seemed to suspend time. As Shinbujo descended, he glimpsed this lake through the eyes of the celestial being. Suddenly a grin spread across his face, growing wider in a display of madness. His body twisted in an unbelievable manner in midair, landing back on the round platform, using his hand as a blade to crush the mask. A folding fan rested lightly on his wrist, seemingly weightless yet as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Shui Han's smile had taken on a frosty demeanor. "Second young master, this is where you should stop." Despite the intense background noise, the singing official acted as if nothing had happened, strolling to the front of the incense burner. The burnt-out incense finally emitted a wisp of blue smoke. The singing official raised his voice and sang, "The incense is burned out." The Hong Kong fish fat was finally acquired by manager Shui at the historical highest price. On the return carriage, the treasure blue satin brocade box brought back from the Qian Ding Tower was opened before the two, revealing the gleaming Wanjin fish fat inside. Tao Mian examined it for a while. "Such an unremarkable little piece, almost cost me a shop belonging to this immortal." Manager Shui Han leisurely brewed tea across from him. "Be grateful that you weren't taken, and it can only be considered a stroke of luck. Shinbujo won't let this go easily." "Why?" "Just because I took what he wanted. He has no interest in the fish fat. What he is truly interested in is your identity." Shui Han paused. "Did he say anything strange to you during the lantern collision?" "He recognized me as a human immortal." "Oh." Shui Han raised his eyebrows slightly, seeming surprised. The little Tao immortal, who had been severely tormented by the soul retrieving for 3 days, should not have been perceived by any demon as having an immortal aura. In this regard, Shui Han had confidence the incense he used was the most authentic. Unless Shinbujo discovered his disguise through other means. "Could it be because you look so much like an immortal?" "What does looking like an immortal even mean?" Tao Mian was equally puzzled, but he restrained himself for the moment. "Regardless, I managed to get through this time. Hopefully, I won't see him again in the future."
if you say that you might just run into him again tomorrow. I hope not.
Every hair on Tao Mian's head expressed resistance, but at the same time he recalled another matter.
By the way, Shuehan, you actually know martial arts. Seeing how you blocked Shen Buizhou's attack, I witnessed it firsthand. You're not a naive novice, you can gauge the oppressive force of that strike at a glance.
Shuehan always maintained an elegant and refined merchant image, and in Tao Mian's memories, there were no traces of him having practiced any martial arts. As the topic returned to himself, manager Shui relaxed his posture, leaning against the soft cushion.
When you're out, there are always things that money can't solve. His fingers traced the tassels of the fan, smiling.
You look quite surprised. I am not. My face just looks like this.
Is it that you never considered that someone who has never been taken under your wing like me would actually know a few punches and kicks? What's good about coming to my Peach Blossom Mountain? You'll only suffer alongside me. You say that, yet you never truly believe it in your heart.
Shuehan sighed.
Peach Blossom Mountain is your blessed land. You will always be bound to it.
I have come to understand. Your disciples are all passers-by, only the mountain remains eternal.
For many years, Shuehan was troubled by a question: why did Tao Mian decide to save him, but refuse to bring him back to Peach Blossom Mountain?
At that time, the young Tao immortal, though poor, was still an immortal, who had lived for over 1,000 years. It shouldn't have been a problem for him to provide for 2 children. Peach Blossom Mountain is vast and abundant. All it needed was to leave him a bowl and chopsticks, and a bed would suffice, or even the bed could be omitted. He asked for very little. Life at the Shui residence was far more affluent and nourishing than that remote Peach Blossom Mountain, and his adoptive parents treated him with great care and thoughtfulness. Once Shuehan tried to convince himself to let go of his attachment. What was there to hope for in that little broken mountain? There were no exquisite dishes or fine wines, and certainly no rare antiques or treasures for him to admire. Don't even mention finding someone to serve him. The reality was likely that he was the one serving the lazy Tao Mian. This kind of self-comfort worked for a while, and Shuehan thought he was fine believing Peach Blossom Mountain had nothing to do with him from then on. But one day, as a youth, he wandered through the courtyard. When the first fallen leaf heralded the arrival of autumn, he thought in his heart that he still longed for that mountain. Many things only found the courage to be voiced with the passage of time. It was 20 years after the death of Tao Mian's eldest disciple Gu Yuan that Shuehan casually brought up this matter with him. Counting his age back then, he was still quite young. If it were now, manager Shui would have no qualms about tying someone up and forcing them to confess. But at that time, Shuehan could only treat the lingering obsession of many years as a joke. The begonia flowers fell, and the wine carried the fragrance of dust. Tao Mian and Shuehan sat before the courtyard toasting with a jug of Shifeng wine and 2 white jade cups. Tao Mian was slightly tipsy, leaning his upper body against the lacquered red railing, his fingertips plucking a begonia flower with snow-white tips, his blinking rate slowing down. Shuehan held the wine cup in his palm, deliberately avoiding his gaze, fearing he would be unable to speak. He jokingly said,
"You see, Peach Blossom Mountain is a place of heroes, and spirit raising 10 children is not a matter at all."
Back then, why did you only save Gu Yuan from the bathtub, but sent me, who was begging by the corner, into someone else's hands?
Tao Mian responded with a sound akin to meaningless murmuring.
The evening breeze stirred, and dozens of begonia flowers drifted down softly again. Shuehan thought he might never get an answer. At that moment, Tao Mian slowly began to speak.
"Shuehan, I often say, everyone has their own fate. Everyone has their own cultivation. Just like Gu Yuan became my disciple while you were adopted by the Shui couple." Shuehan waited for a long time, but only received a platitude in return. His hand, which was holding the cup, paused slightly. Forget it. He assumed Tao Mian was drunk and unconscious.
Now, if you were to ask him who he was, he might not even be able to answer, let alone such a complex and profound question. But Tao Mian had more to say. He twirled the falling flowers with his fingertips, his thoughts drifting to the sky. He said,
"What good is it to be my Tao Mian's disciple? The path of life is fraught with hardships and upheavals. The heart of an immortal is made of flesh. Immortals can also feel sorrow and melancholy and think aimlessly.
Occasionally an immortal wonders whether it is because their disciples lead a bitter life that they seek him out, or whether they become bitter only after encountering him. If he did not impart them the ability to reach the heavens, would it be better to live a mundane life and lead a long and fulfilling existence? It seems that the young Tao immortal back then was just a little over 1,000 years old. It was normal for him to be engulfed by such mixed thoughts. Gu Yuan was also his first disciple, and his death brought him enduring pain for many years. It must be said that the appearance of Lu Yuandi somewhat redeemed him. As the disciple grew, he too matured continuously. His feelings were never disclosed to anyone, not even to Shui Han, whom he had known for many years. At that time Shui Han did not understand. He merely felt that Tao Mian was being perfunctory and resisting him. This veiled thought reached an extreme after Lu Yuandi was accepted as a disciple by Tao Mian. Shui Han became increasingly perplexed. Moreover, because his second disciple was a girl, Tao Mian was even more concerned. Originally they would have a few small gatherings each year, but ever since Lu Yuandi went up the mountain, Tao Mian always found excuses not to come. Shui Han had seen the young Lu Yuandi. Her face and hands were always dusty, running around in the mountains every day, a wild child. She was not afraid of strangers, her dirty hands propping up a peach tree, her dark eyes staring straight at him like a fawn in the forest.
The fact that Master has friends
shocked her greatly. At that rebellious age, Tao Mian wanted her to go east, but he had to say,
"Arya, you must go west."
When Tao Mian went up the mountain to fetch her back to cook, she was caught under his arm, kicking and shouting that she would not go. Then in the not-so-spacious courtyard of the Peach Blossom View, Shui Han, Tao Mian, and Lu Yuandi sat at the same table, savoring the second disciple's culinary skills. Shui Han took a bite and nearly dropped his chopsticks. Seeing that he was displeased, Tao Mian sincerely asked,
"Should I make you another serving?"
Shui Han told him to stop fussing. He didn't come to Peach Blossom Mountain to die. That day he took a keen interest in Lu Yuandi, and specifically looked into her background. Upon discovering that this local girl was actually a princess of the former dynasty, and that Tao Mian had taken such a troublesome person as a disciple, Shui Han nearly decided to burn down Peach Blossom Mountain. Having lost the heir of the sect, now he was saddled with a princess from the former dynasty. Shui Han sneered, truly remarkable. He unilaterally decided to no longer interfere in the affairs of Peach Blossom Mountain, and wanted to see what would happen to this second disciple. After all, he had all the time in the world. Later on, the local girl left Peach Blossom Mountain and transformed into a golden phoenix. Ascending the throne and claiming the title of emperor, she sat aloofly on the dragon throne, looking down on all sentient beings. The road to the heights always narrows. As one walks further, there is no room for another person, and even oneself must stand on tiptoe to tread upon that precarious ladder. The Tao Immortal and Peach Blossom Mountain should not have appeared on this road. With Lu Yuandi gone, Tao Mian returned to his small gatherings several times a year. Under the familiar begonia tree at the Shui residence, Shui Han asked Tao Mian if he felt lonely. The eldest disciple was leaving, and the second disciple was also departing. People come and go, yet he remained to guard the blooming peach blossoms year after year. Tao Mian's drinking capacity had improved slightly over the years. He was no longer 1 cup down, but could manage half a cup more. He took a small sip, smiling as he gazed at the master of the residence.
"My memory hasn't been very good lately. I can't seem to recall the awkwardness of our first meeting."
Shui Han said that bringing up such trivial matters was disheartening. It had happened many years ago.
"Yes, it's been many years,"
Tao Mian sighed.
"That child whom I carried into the medical hall, Hafted, is now one of my few close friends. The mountains and rivers are not worth much. What matters is that rare encounter, and finding a kindred spirit is hard to come by."
Hearing this, Shui Han forgot to taste the wine he had brought to his lips, his mind momentarily blank. When he regained his senses, he felt somewhat annoyed and chided himself. He was scolding himself for letting go so easily. A chance encounter, a moment of softness in heart, led to a bond formed outside Peach Blossom Mountain. Disciples have their own connections, and kindred spirits have their own ties. Tao Mian was clear about this. He had never considered taking Shui Han as a disciple. He thought they would have no further interactions. But Shui Han came to the mountain, and this accidental bond surprisingly yielded good results. The tangled mess in Shui Han's heart was thus cut by the immortal's blade, and as he gazed at the moonlight in the courtyard, he even smiled faintly. He believed that the obstinate emperor far away would eventually understand that an immortal would always remain an immortal. Just like the moon in the mountains, its clear light spreads across the world, yet it wouldn't shine solely for anyone. Rather than being a person chasing the moon, it is better to take advantage of this beautiful scenery and raise a cup to invite the moon for a drink together. Of course, Manager Shui's enlightenment was intermittent. Occasionally, when in the company of Tao Mian, he would still contemplate binding the immortal to the mortal realm. However, immortals always have ways to escape. Once, twice, 10 times, 100 times, it instead became a unique way for the two to interact. Now that Tao Mian had obtained the Hong Kong fish fat, he naturally had to return to Peach Blossom Mountain. Shui Han was not in a hurry. He said the recipe was with him, and he would handle it himself. Then the clerks at the bank witnessed the strange sight of the manager being forced to assist the second manager for 3 consecutive days. The manager dared not voice his anger. He overturned 7 or 8 tables each time, having to pick them up obediently. This experience was too painful. By the time Shui Han finally let Tao Mian return to the mountain, he was holding the prepared medicine pouch, and the sound of the counting beats still rang in his ears. The immortal returned to Peach Blossom Mountain dizzy and suffering from tinnitus. The only one waiting to greet him was Chu Liuxue. Chu Liuxue had to circle around the foot of the mountain every day, and finally she saw the familiar rogue peek out from a bend in the mountain. She couldn't help but feel delighted, yet restrained herself, saying she had had a premonition last night and did not expect it to come true today. Tao Mian did not expose her and smiled as he patted her head.
Let San Tu wait for a long time. Don't worry, this time the master is here.
Chu Suiyin was unable to welcome his master back to the mountain, and after having breakfast, he fell asleep once again. Tao Mian pushed open the door to the room and saw Chu Suiyin, who appeared to be breathless. He handed the medicine package to Chu Liuxue, asking her to boil water for the medicine, while he approached to carefully check on the condition of the 4 piles. The situation was worse than when he had left. The boy was experiencing symptoms of night sweats. When he departed from the Shui residence, Shui Han had reminded him that the medicine might not take effect quickly, but he must persist in taking it. Furthermore, someone needed to watch over him at night to prevent him from choking on his own vomit. Shui Han had asked Chu Liuxue and him to take turns, but Tao Mian couldn't bear to disturb his disciple and took it upon himself. As Shui Han had said, medicine is 3 parts poison. The side effects of this medicine had tormented Chu Suiyin for most of the night, causing him to vomit and feel dizzy. He groaned in discomfort, and Tao Mian felt anxious. But with no other options, he repeatedly wiped him down, helped him rinse his mouth, and pressed on a few acupoints around his neck to help soothe him. In the middle of the night, Chu Suiyin woke up once, while Tao Mian had his back to him, fishing a washcloth out of the copper basin. The clear sound of water was particularly pronounced in the moonlit night. Chu Suiyin stared blankly at his master's back, watching him wring out the handkerchief and turn around, his gentle and calm eyes meeting Chu Suiyin's gaze as the cool water-soaked fabric was pressed against his forehead.
Master!
Chu Suiyin closed his eyes, feeling the coolness on his forehead, which provided some relief to the heat within him. He spoke in a very low and indistinct voice, saying,
Master, I will practice swordsmanship diligently.
Tao Mian, who had initially been worried about his disciple's illness, couldn't help but chuckle upon hearing this disjointed remark, thinking that his disciple had become muddled due to his sickness.
I haven't really forced you and your sister to practice swordsmanship, have I? Why are you even saying this in your dreams?
He took it as mere ramblings of a sick disciple. Chu Suiyin weakly shook his head, but Tao Mian was too preoccupied to notice, and was busy pouring out the water from the copper basin. Many things cannot be definitively classified as right or wrong. It can only be said that one misstep leads to another. By chance, there was no turning back. Under the day and night care of Tao Mian and Chu Liuxue, Chu Suiyin's symptoms finally began to ease. Counting the days, the number of times his disciple fell asleep grew fewer. Although Tao Mian said nothing, he felt a sense of relief inside. If this medicine continued to be ineffective, he would have to take Shui Han to Taohua Mountain. After Chu Suiyan recovered, he lay in bed for another half-month. Chu Liushua wouldn't allow him to get out of bed and run around, fearing that he might catch a chill while his body was still weak and fall ill again. The boy felt stifled in the room, often acting spoiled with his sister and sneaking out. As his master Tao Mian did not stop him, and instead facilitated his mischief. Chu Liushua caught them more than once picking fruits on the mountain. The mastermind and the accomplice both found themselves without dinner, forced to nibble on bitter wild fruits. Taking a bite, both master and disciple grimaced. The siblings spent several years peacefully on the mountain, with the younger brother growing taller and more handsome. The sister's long hair was tied into a ponytail cascading down from her crown, the ends brushing against her shoulder blades fluttering like wings. Yet the immortal showed no change in appearance. Time flowed like the wind, gently passing by him. Chu Suiyan learned all the techniques Tao Mian taught him, and even created his own sword manual. He indeed possessed talent. Just like the previous two disciples, once he stepped out into the world, he could astonish everyone. Chu Suiyan was like a young beast, greedily absorbing and seeking nourishment. He hoped that Tao Mian would impart to him the techniques learned by the senior brother and second senior sister, but Tao Mian tapped his forehead gently, advising him not to be greedy.
What I teach you is naturally the most suitable for you. As for the 4 piles, once you master these 2 techniques, you will be invincible. The boy pouted his youthful disposition, always reluctant to mature, perhaps due to being under the immortal's protection.
My night prayer is still not proficient. I can't even confuse my sister. The immortal laughed.
Disciple, your lack of proficiency in night prayer is not due to a lack of talent, but because you do not understand the human heart. Human heart? Aye.
He wanted to say more, but Chu Liushua, who was peeling chestnuts beside him, raised her hand and stuffed a piece of sweet chestnut meat into his mouth, silencing him.
Try it. Is it roasted well?
Chu Suiyan widened his eyes and nodded. With an affirmative answer, Chu Liushua finally popped one into her own mouth.
Sister, you are testing me for poison again. Don't talk nonsense. How could your sister be so cruel?
After tasting it herself, Chu Liushua then offered a handful to Tao Mian. Tao Mian always enjoyed sharing food and joy with his disciples, so he accepted it readily. The freshly cooked chestnuts were still slightly hot to the touch. The 3 of them sat together in the small courtyard surrounded by the clear autumn mountains, the fragrance of osmanthus, and the sounds of their chatter and cracking chestnut shells. The siblings inevitably argued again. The type of argument that 4 piles initiated only grew more heated, while 3 earths would ignite more fire the more he thought about it, causing them to bicker without cease. Tao Mian didn't intervene, lazily chewing on the sweet chestnuts while enjoying the autumn scenery in the distance. Kids bickering was normal. In the end, 4 piles would surely be the first to be driven away by anger. As expected, Chu Suiyan could not out-argue his sister, and abruptly stood up, leaving the courtyard in a huff. Once the younger brother was out, Chu Liushua became quiet instead. Tao Mian waved his fan slowly. The weather gradually turned cooler, and his fan moved at a leisurely pace, while the 2 of them exchanged idle chatter.
San too.
Tao Mian suddenly called out to the girl.
Have you ever thought about returning to the demon realm?
Chu Liushua, unsure of why Tao Mian asked this, raised her eyes to gaze quietly at him.
People from the demon realm have been seeking you out, haven't they?
Tao Mian's statement was accurate. In recent years, a few waves of people from Tianjin Valley had come, each time with the same purpose: to invite the young Valley Master back to the demon realm to revive Tianjin Valley. Chu Luxu's responses had always been the same. She would say she was incapable of helping, and ask them to leave and not return again. She was not avoiding the issue; on the contrary, she was very clear about her situation. Tianjin Valley could not be considered completely fallen. It had merely split into 2 factions. The faction currently in power was not her father's old subordinates, and it was easy to understand their purpose in seeking her out. The changes in Tianjin Valley had occurred over a decade ago. She had not participated in any of their secret talks, and was unaware of the operations behind the scenes, nor did she comprehend the power struggles at play. She was merely a pawn in the game. When Tao Mian inquired, Chu Liuxue answered openly. Apart from one secret, she had no other concealments from Tao Mian. She stated that people from Tianjin Valley had indeed come looking for her, but she was unwilling to leave the mountain. She believed that given her abilities, she would not be able to help much, and if that was the case, it would be better to stay on the mountain and avoid causing trouble. Tao Mian nodded, showing no intention of continuing this topic, as he could tell that Chu Liuxue did not wish to discuss it further. The North Swan flew south, and Chu Liuxue gathered the peeled chestnut shells into a small pile, which contrasted amusingly with the distant mountain range. The best half shell was decorated on top. She said,
Silver notes, if there's an opportunity, I'll take you to see my hometown.
Originally it was supposed to be a trip that would start immediately. Tao Mian had packed for the two children, but they were stopped in their tracks by a letter from Shuehan. Shuehan wrote,
Tao Mian, you should hurry and come down from your broken mountain. The emperor's appointed crown prince is staging a coup.
The emperor appointed his eldest son Lu Yuan as crown prince, and it has been 7 years since then. During these 7 years the crown prince has shown kindness and integrity, earning praise from both the court and the people. However, the emperor treated the crown prince with extreme harshness and remained distant. Rumors spread, with some saying it was because the crown prince was adopted, lacking deep blood ties. Others claimed that the emperor appointed the crown prince early due to pressure from the ministers sitting uneasily on the dragon throne. In recent years the emperor has become obsessed with the pursuit of immortality, neglecting state affairs, which have gradually fallen to the young crown prince. The emperor sought immortality through various means, spending gold and silver, as if throwing them into an abyss. The king's obsession unsettled the court, allowing the crown prince's influence to rise in secret. Now his wings have grown strong enough to oust the emperor from the throne. Tao Mian read the letter sent to him by Shuehan, nearly crushing the table in frustration. It was utterly absurd. Lu Yuan was his direct disciple, and if she desired immortality, why seek it externally? This was simply a frame-up. He briefly informed his two naive disciples that he needed to go on a trip. Chu Suiyin nodded, bewildered, and asked, Master, are you bringing second senior sister back to the mountain? Chu Liuxue pinched his arm, urging him to keep quiet. Tao Mian, hurriedly leaving, remarked, the master will consider it. Tao Mian moved quickly. Having received the letter in the afternoon, he reached the palace gates by dusk. The immortal entered as if in a realm without people, breezing through without alarming anyone. In the vast palace one person felt like a grain of sand. Tao Mian looked around, intending to coerce a palace servant for information on Lu Yuan's whereabouts. Behind a white magnolia someone approached. The crown prince stood tall beneath the flowers, draped in a crimson robe. Little Tao, you truly came. Tao Mian was momentarily unsure how to face this young man. He had spent time in the palace back when the crown prince was just an ordinary prince. Though precocious, he still displayed his innocent nature when playing with the other 3 children. Most days were spent either studying or chasing after his younger sister, preventing her from causing trouble. He had grown so much, each gesture subtly carrying the aura of royalty. Not a single palace servant or guard was in sight. Whether it was the crown prince's intention or mere coincidence, perhaps, he had anticipated Tao Mian's return and waited here. Tao Mian asked, Crown Prince, why are you so heartless? The crown prince did not defend himself much, but instead pointed a direction to Tao Mian. I have confined her there, you may go. Upon hearing this, Tao Mian didn't bother questioning why the crown prince had confined the emperor, rushing toward the indicated direction. The palace was isolated and desolate. The deeper he went, the more furrowed his brow became. An elderly blind palace maid seemed to hear the footsteps. She slightly turned her head toward him, before slowly turning back, staring vacantly at a patch of overgrown grass in the garden. Tao Mian brushed past her, standing outside the closed palace door, pausing. He placed his hands on the door, briefly closed his eyes, and then pushed it open. The old wooden door creaked, stirring up a few wisps of dust. Inside it was dim and deep, with only the light of dusk pouring through the gaps in the windows. Lu Yuandi sat sideways by the window, having shed her dragon robe and changed back into the clothes she wore when she first left Tao Mountain. When Tao Mian entered, she withdrew her gaze from the distance, looking at the immortal standing at the door. "You have come," Lu Yuandi said, her eyes curving into a smile dressed simply reminiscent of her former self. The two of them looked at each other from afar, one sitting, and the other standing separated by the warm glow of the setting sun, as if they had returned to the days of old. "I have kept this old garment all along," Lu Yuandi said, as she rose from the worn chair, slightly lifting her arms, and turning halfway. "It's been mended in several places by a skilled embroiderer. Can you not see a trace of it at all? Just like before." Tao Mian remained silent. The smile on Lu Yuandi's lips froze, and she withdrew her hands, letting them fall by her side, shaking her head lightly in resignation. "It cannot be like before anymore. The clothes are not as new, and I am not the same person I once was." Yuandi, Tao Mian finally spoke his first words. "You have grown so thin." Lu Yuandi felt a surge in her heart, nearly bursting into tears. Without asking her why she had fallen to such a state, without inquiring about the struggles she had faced, he only cared that she had lost weight. "The food sent from the palace is decent, but my appetite has diminished recently, and I simply do not wish to eat." Tao Mian sighed lightly. "If you do not wish to stay here, why not return to the mountain with your master? Little Tao would still be willing to let me go back." Lu Yuandi smiled. "When we parted back, then I vowed to burn your mountain down." Tao Mian replied with an "The master allowed you to burn the mountain?" Lu Yuandi's eyes slightly flickered, her long eyelashes fluttering like butterfly wings, her breathing slowing. For a moment deep pain flashed in her eyes, quickly buried beneath restraint. Her slender fingers pointed to the empty chair across from her. "Little Tao, let's reminisce a bit." Tao Mian approached and sat in the vacant chair. Lu Yuandi said there was no good tea or wine in the palace, and she had neglected him. The immortal shook his head, telling her not to worry. It had been a long time since their last meeting, and they had many heartfelt words to share. Most of the conversation was initiated by Lu Yuandi, with Tao Mian responding. Tao Mian mentioned that the osmanthus flowers on the mountain had bloomed, and the autumn fruits were ripe. His two disciples quarreled daily, throwing persimmons at each other. Good persimmons, none of which the master got to eat, were all wasted by them. The yard was filled with the sweet scent of persimmon juice. When would the children grow up? Wu often aged, unable to walk anymore. Recently it often moved to the courtyard gate, gazing at the distant mountains and clouds. Can a chicken feel sorrow? What is it thinking, and what does it miss? It looked at the clouds, and I sat on a small stool to watch it, only to realize a whole day had passed. I entrusted all the shops in the human world to Shui Han to manage, both those you gave me and those left by Gu Yuan. I have never been good at managing such matters. Shui Han excelled in this area, running everything smoothly. One day he showed me the money in the accounts, and I was taken aback to realize how wealthy I had become. He said I possessed wealth without enjoying the glory. I told him the cockroaches at home were becoming rampant again, and that I needed to return quickly to deal with them. Miss Wang's descendants finally had a little granddaughter after giving birth to 4 boys. On the day of her full moon celebration, it was filled with joy, and firecrackers went off loudly. I took the 2 little ones to join the festivities. The daughter-in-law of that family recognized me, approached with the child in her arms, and handed me a basket of red-skinned eggs. I pointed my finger at the child's forehead to offer blessings, wishing her longevity and peace. Lu Yuandi listened to Tao Mian recount these trivial matters, always smiling faintly, not interrupting him. Once Tao Mian had finished his ramblings, she said, "Its wonderful life in the mountains is always full of interest, unlike this palace, which can only absorb the breath of the living, suffocated with gloom." Yuandi, Tao Mian said again, "Let's go back to the mountain with your master." Lu Yuandi smiled lightly, appearing as if she wanted to cough, then covered her mouth with her hand, suppressing it. "Master, I still have unfinished business. What else do you want to do?" Tao Mian sighed. "You have done enough already." On the way here, the immortal had been angry. The crown prince, whom Lu Yuandi had personally appointed, was not closely related to him, but would not harm him. He encouraged him to study, to practice martial arts, to teach him the ways of a ruler. But when he grew into adulthood, he would turn around and stab the emperor in the heart. However, upon seeing the Crown Prince for the first time, he realized that perhaps things were not so simple. Lu Yuandi remarked that indeed nothing could escape the master's eyes. Are you and the Crown Prince acting in a play together? Yuandi, even if you wanted the Crown Prince to ascend, it shouldn't come to this. There are many ways. As soon as Tao Mian's words fell, he saw his second disciple shake her head. It is a play, but it is not a play. Lu Yuandi did not finish her complete thought before suddenly covering her mouth, bending forward. Yuandi. Tao Mian immediately rose from his seat, supporting her back, while bending down to look at his disciple's face. Lu Yuandi's eyes were redrimmed, her eyelids darkening, and several streams of blood oozed between her fingers, a sign of poisoning. The Crown Prince I appointed. Cough, cough is ruthless enough. She forced a smile. I did not misjudge him. Do not speak, for now Master will find medicine for you. Tao Mian pulled out a mustard seed pouch from his bosom, his hands trembling slightly. Another bloodied hand pressed down on his. Master. Lu Yuandi looked up at him, gently shaking her head. It's useless. The poison has been in the food for many days now. At this point, no amount of elixirs or miraculous medicines could turn back the clock. Tao Mian felt the blood from his disciple's hand unavoidably smeared onto his palm, nearly burning him, and his heart ached intensely. Why go to such lengths? Lu Yuandi released Tao Mian's hand, leaning against the chair back, her breathing growing increasingly rapid. She said the Crown Prince was deeply concealed. There were many in the palace coveting this position. The adopted Crown Prince lacked a solid foundation, and could suffer an untimely demise if not careful. She worried whether this young man could shoulder it, thinking perhaps it would be better to give him a trial. If he could pass, then good. If not, she would change candidates. The lifespan of mortals ultimately has its limits, and Lu Yuandi was acutely aware of this. Staying on Taohua Mountain might yield longevity, but she was no longer one of those mountain dwellers. Even so, the pursuit of immortality remained a good excuse. Thus she fabricated a lie. She clearly observed the Crown Prince's clandestine actions, but did not intervene. There were even a few times the Crown Prince nearly exposed himself, yet she had conveniently cleaned up the mess. Lu Yuandi was no longer young. She was tired, exhausted. She needed an heir to take her place. Among the leaders of those power factions, she scrutinized each one, but still found the Crown Prince she had nurtured to be the best. She was paving the way for the Crown Prince. As for whether the Crown Prince understood her intentions, she did not care. All she wanted was the outcome. After removing other obstacles, the reigning emperor was naturally the last barrier. The Crown Prince began to turn against her. This game of chess would be long-lasting. Lu Yuandi would not allow the Crown Prince to smoothly ascend the dragon throne. After countless open and covert attacks, she ultimately succumbed. Entering this secluded deep palace, Lu Yuandi could finally be herself again. By day, she would sleep until she naturally woke, and by night, she would count the days until the poison the Crown Prince had given her would take effect. She did not tell Tao Mian, for she thought her death would eventually become public. If Tao Mian learned of it early, he would grieve once. During the great mourning, he would grieve again. Lu Yuandi felt the contradiction within her. She hoped Tao Mian would not forget her, yet wished for him to forget her. But Tao Mian had come. She gazed at the setting sun outside the window. The evening glow as red as the blood on her lips. Master, I want to see the mountain again. In the year 26 of Yuan, water flooded the palace, and the emperor passed away in Zhonghua Palace. Crown Prince Lu Yuan ascended the throne, era named Jianxing. That night everyone was busy extinguishing the fire, and no one noticed a figure climbing over the palace wall, disappearing into the horizon. Tao Mian carried Lu Yuandi back to Peach Blossom Mountain. As they decided to leave, Lu Yuandi suddenly said, "Let's help the Crown Prince one last time." Thus Tao Mian cast his spell, and an immense fire ignited quickly, engulfing the desolate palace. Lu Yuandi's body could not withstand any more strain, and fearing that the fire would harm her, Tao Mian placed her far away beside a blank stone tablet. Only then did he set the fire. Having prepared everything, the immortal was about to return to find his disciple, when a piercing scream suddenly echoed from behind. He turned around to see a girl in an apricot-colored palace dress, disregarding the obstacles of those around her, desperately trying to rush into the flames. Hearing the repeated cries of your highness, you must and Tao Mian recognized her identity. It was none other than the little princess Lu Yao from back then. The flames reflected in Lu Yao's eyes, yet the light within her heart dimmed little by little. She dejectedly knelt on the ground, covering her face with her hands, weeping uncontrollably. Tao Mian engraved this scene deep into his memory. It turned out that within these cold palace walls there was still someone mourning for Lu Yuandi. He no longer lingered, bypassing the back wall to return to his disciple. A broken branch adorned with a few fallen flowers lay beside Lu Yuandi. Upon seeing his figure, Lu Yuandi lifted the corners of her mouth. "Shout Tao, shall we go?" "Yes." Tao Mian caught a glimpse of 2 new lines on the stone tablet, but Lu Yuandi urged him not to look. "It's just a beautiful tale left behind, there's no need to pay it any mind." Tao Mian complied with her wishes. He carried the weak Lu Yuandi, as light as a piece of paper. Though the journey back to the mountain was long, it did not feel tedious. Lu Yuandi lay on Tao Mian's back, eyes closed, allowing the night breeze to caress her hair and face. "Have we arrived?" Lu Yuandi lightly coughed twice, tilting her head to gaze at the mountain ahead. Even at night, this place did not seem desolate, rather the moonlight draped the mountain in a layer of soft beauty. Everything was clear and serene. "I can't walk anymore, shout Tao," Lu Yuandi said, suppressing the blood rising in her throat, smiling as she added, "Carry me up the mountain, would you?" "All right." Tao Mian asked her where they were going, and she told him not to ask, just to follow the direction she indicated. They first went to the Taoist temple to see Wu Chengzai. Wu Chengzai was asleep, and Lu Yuandi couldn't bear to wake him. She only reached out to gently stroke the cage. On the way they passed the respective sleeping quarters of the Chu siblings. Lu Yuandi did not allow Tao Mian to approach, standing quietly outside for a while, lost in thought. Then they continued up the mountain path. By this time the peach blossom season had long passed, which was a bit regrettable, yet a few persimmons still hung here and there. Tao Mian picked one for Lu Yuandi. She did not eat it, cherishing it in her hand. The master and disciple walked and talked, and Lu Yuandi became more talkative. She said that when she was younger, she thought Peach Blossom Mountain was vast, and could not be fully explored in days and nights. Everywhere was filled with flowers and trees she had never seen, and everywhere held new curiosities. At that time her greatest joy was to explore the mountain's boundaries. She had climbed to the highest point of the mountain and reached its furthest edge. There was a clear stream there beside which she piled up a high stack of stones to mark her visit. After living there for a few years, she had come to know every corner of the mountain, and it began to feel smaller. The thought of leaving the mountain had already arisen in her heart. She thought that the mountain was nice and her master was good too, but there was always a voice outside calling her, saying, "Your matters are unfinished, how can you indulge in the comfort here?" So she left, departing from Peach Blossom Mountain. Outside, she had no confidants, and did not dare to have close friends. During those rare nights, unplanned and devoid of scheming, she would talk to herself. She asked herself if she regretted it, whether she regretted leaving Peach Blossom Mountain and her master. The answer was a constant yes. She thought that human hearts were truly greedy, wanting to have it all. She desired both the court and the world of martial arts. But reality forced her to settle for one side. She had once been infatuated with the sense of control that power brought, with life and death at her command. She thought that the mountain was ultimately small. Reflecting on it now, it was merely a twisted self-comfort. Unable to return to the mountain, she grew to despise it. Now she had finally returned to the place of her long-lost dreams. She raised her arms and played with the layers of branches above her. It turned out that this mountain was so vast. People say it's good to return to the Green Mountains, but how many have truly returned? Lu Yuandi smiled, silently retracting her arms and grasping the persimmon that Tao Mian had picked for her. They took many winding paths in the mountain, with Lu Yuandi always pointing the way, heading east and looking west. Before they knew it, the moon was high in the sky. Xiao Tao, the disciple's voice, grew weaker, and if one did not lean in to listen, they could barely make out her words. "It's right here, just turn the corner, and we'll be there." Tao Mian remained silent. In fact, he had already guessed where Lu Yuandi wished to go a quarter of an hour ago. He complied, and carried his disciple along the path where a tombstone stood quietly in the moonlight. "It seems my memory is not too bad," Lu Yuandi said, slightly out of breath, and Tao Mian heard her laughter. She said, "Xiao Tao, put me down. I want to greet senior brother, so he can guide me on my way." Lu Yuandi seemed to have regained her energy. Supported by Tao Mian, she slowly walked to Gu Yuan's tomb. She sat cross-legged, coughed a couple of times, accidentally spitting out half a mouthful of blood, which she carefully wiped away with her handkerchief, wanting to appear clean. The handkerchief had already been completely soaked in blood. Senior brother Lu Yuandi tucked the handkerchief back into her sleeve, gazing at the tombstone with a smile. "Although we have never met, we will soon encounter each other. I'm sorry for greeting you decades late. I hope senior brother won't take offense," Lu Yuandi whispered, speaking freely about her thoughts. She first introduced herself to Gu Yuan, sharing her life story, hoping that senior brother Gu would take good care of her and ensure she could find a good family in her next life. At this point, she paused for a moment, troubled. What if senior brother has already been reincarnated as someone else? Never mind, it's best not to think about that. In any case, considering the bond of fellow disciples, if they meet, she hoped senior brother could lend her a hand and allow her to be human again in her next life. Lu Yuandi continued to speak of junior sister San and junior brother Si, saying they were better than they were back then, as at least they were still with Tao Mian now. "What were you and I doing at the age of 16 or 17? Fighting and killing, creating enmities, and requiring Xiao Tao to come down from the mountain to clean up the mess?" She asked Gu Yuan if he had ever regretted leaving the mountain, wondering why she felt so regretful. How can people be like this? Once a choice is made, it is made. Why linger on the past? She thought if she could completely forget, she could have sat on the throne for at least 7 or 8 more years. If she had never left the mountain, she could have been bouncing around with Tao Mian, accompanying senior brother through dozens of Qingming festivals. Why do people always waver, always look around, always sitting in a golden house, yet still longing for the peach blossoms beyond the wall? As Lu Yuandi spoke, tears fell. She quietly allowed her tears to soak her clothes, still speaking. "Senior brother, do you believe in reincarnation? I thought about it. Perhaps you shouldn't bother bringing me back to life. In another life, I would still live in confusion." She seemed to realize the tears that kept flowing from her eyes, took out the only handkerchief from her sleeve, only to find it was stained with blood, with no clean place left to use. She helplessly put it away, preparing to wipe her tears with her sleeve, when another clean handkerchief was offered to her. Tao Mian had unknowingly come to her side. Lu Yuandi smiled as she accepted it, wiping her tears, haphazardly, pretending to be relaxed and still joking with Tao Mian. "Xiao Tao, hurry and bury me. That pit has been there for many years. It's finally going to be put to use." Tao Mian silently gazed at her, while Lu Yuandi looked at his reddened eyes, feeling suddenly relieved. "I once worried if after I die you would remember me like you remember Gu Yuan. After all, I did many evil deeds." Tao Mian wanted to say that compared to your senior brother you both were equally matched in making mistakes and angering the master, but his throat tightened and he couldn't say anything. Lu Yuandi leaned against that empty tombstone, gazing up at the moon in the sky, saying that now everything was worth it. "Someone will not forget me." She asked Tao Mian if he remembered the scene of their first meeting. She guessed which character represented his Mian. She said it was from the endless longing, while Tao Mian said it was the sleep of drunkenness. Tao Mian was solely focused on indulging in a deep dream, while you came and went. Lu Yuandi, however, lingered, finding it hard to let go. "The faraway road cannot be thought of. I dreamt of it last night. Dreaming of being by my side, suddenly feeling like I am in a foreign land. Some things were destined from the very beginning." There was a peach tree beside Gu Yuan's tomb, and many years later it had grown tall and lush. Regrettably, there were no blossoms to be seen. Tao Mian cast a spell, and the originally dry branches suddenly blossomed with vibrant flowers, dazzling and radiant. Lu Yuandi raised her head, and the sky was filled with delicate peach blossoms falling onto her clothes, covering the drops of dried blood. She smiled brightly, catching the drifting flowers with one hand, humming the songs of her childhood. Peach blossoms, red willow green. Carp ascends the shore, spring waters lap the banks. I lament my drifting life. Fading away, fading away. The flying seeds will eventually return. The persimmon in her hand rolled away her face, leaning to one side, her soul returning to Peach Mountain. Chu Liuxue found Tao Mian halfway up the mountain. Hearing a noise in the yard at midnight, she recognized the sound of an immortal's voice. Just as she was about to lift the blanket and go out to greet him, she heard Tao Mian calling Lu Yuandi's name. The emperor actually came. Lu Yuandi, who should have been dealing with the crown prince in the deep palace, appeared at Peach Blossom Mountain, which was not a good sign. Chu Liuxue retracted her leg, which was about to step out, back onto the bed, covering herself with a quilt and counting the grids of the mosquito net. When she thought the timing was right, she walked out of the room. With a mindset of giving it a try, she climbed the mountain in search of Tao Mian. At this time, there was still about an hour until dawn, and the mountain path was difficult to traverse. Chu Liuxue did not expect to see the immortal smoothly. Yet by chance, she truly encountered Tao Mian. The immortal was leaning against a peach blossom tree, his eyes slightly closed, as if he had fallen asleep. Chu Liuxue stepped forward and checked his breath. He was alive. There had been 2 people going into the mountain, but only one came out. She knew full well what had happened. Sensing another presence, Tao Mian opened his eyes, his gaze still somewhat blurred.
Why are you sleeping here?
Chu Liuxue squatted down to meet Tao Mian's gaze. The immortal's eyes were vacant, as if he had suffered a great blow. The girl sighed.
If you want to cry, then cry. It's far from the graveyard here, and neither he nor she can see you.
Tao Mian remained silent.
You're not made of iron, there's no need to hold on.
This time Tao Mian was willing to speak.
It's embarrassing for a master to cry in front of their disciple. Then I'll turn around and not look at you.
Chu Liuxue kept her words, squatting down and shifting her feet, turning her back to Tao Mian. Tao Mian clung to the tree, initially sobbing softly, then breaking into loud cries. After crying for a while, Chu Liuxue's legs became numb from squatting, and unable to hold on any longer, she began to persuade him.
After all, you are over 1,000 years old. Why are you howling like a child? You just said not to hold on. I meant to cry a little, not to cry yourself to death. I still have to bury you afterward.
A long streak of light appeared in the sky, and the 2 of them tacitly stopped their conversation, quietly existing in the dim scenery before dawn. Chu Liuxue plucked a piece of dogtail grass, rubbed its fluffy fur, and pinched the grass root, drawing random lines on the sandy ground.
You can talk to me about what's on your mind. No, if I talk too much, you'll think I'm verbose. Only for today.
Tao Mian opened his mouth, but suddenly didn't know where to start. The tree bark was hurting his face, and his clothes got dirty, covered in patches of gray and white, looking quite disheveled. He tugged at the corners of his mouth, forcing a bitter smile.
It's all right. After all, time will heal everything. You can fool your disciple, but don't fool yourself. When I say the words Gu Yuan, don't you feel sad?
Tao Mian started to sob again, and Chu Liuxue sighed.
See, there's no need to persuade yourself to forget. When you're sad, just cry. Being able to cry shows you're still human. That sounds like you're scolding me. Don't overthink it, let's talk facts. Just think about it at your age. If you really cultivate into an immortal with no emotions, how boring would that old man be? I would have to run away. At least I still look like him in my 20s. But your heart has already become desolate.
The dogtail grass in her hand broke, and Chu Liuxue selected another beautiful one to pull out. She said,
Why don't you tell me a story about the emperor?
So Tao Mian began to recount, starting from the first time he saw Lu Yuandi when she was stealing the chickens he raised. She was forced to stay on the mountain to practice swordsmanship until she came down. The later stories were widely told. She was diligent in governance and loved the people, leading to peace across the land with clear rivers and calm seas. In the end, she returned to Peach Blossom Mountain, back to the very beginning. Tao Mian recalled the time he was wandering the mountain with Lu Yuandi when she asked him a question.
Little Tao, am I a good child? Yes. Am I a good disciple? Yes. Am I a good emperor? Yes.
Lu Yuandi smiled, satisfied.
That's great, now I can finally be nobody.
Tao Mian spoke for a long time, until the sun rose in the sky. As night faded, Peach Blossom Mountain was enveloped in a warm golden light. The immortal gazed at the dazzling glow, his pupils reflecting a light brown. He stood up, and the sound of his sleeves brushing against the grass caught the girl's attention.
Are you going back? Are you sad? I am sad.
Tao Mian paused, looking back toward the direction of the graveyard, which was also tinted with the morning glow of the two tombstones standing side by side.
But she has returned home, which is a great comfort to me.
After a lifetime of weariness, it was time to return to one's roots. After descending the mountain, little Tao the immortal looked nothing like the heart-wrenching figure from that day. He resumed his previous routine, waking up each day to the chaotic swordplay of Chu Suiyin, and being forced by Chu Liuxue to rise and have breakfast. The people from Tianjin Valley still refused to give up on bringing the young valley master back. Their people came and went in waves, and Tao Mian encountered them several times. Each time he acted as if he didn't see them. This was a matter for the disciple, and it was not his place to interfere. He trusted his disciple to handle it properly. Indeed, each time Chu Liuxue sent them away without alarming Tao Mian or mentioning it to him. The two of them tacitly understood, treating it as if nothing had happened. Only once, when Chu Liuxue went into the mountains to gather herbs and Chu Suiyin was nowhere to be found, Tao Mian was left alone at the Taoist temple. He unexpectedly ran into someone from Tianjin Valley. On the west side of the Peach Blossom Temple, there was a small peach orchard, and the peaches there were sweeter than those in the mountains. Tao Mian, having nothing to do today, took the only remaining yellow chicken in the temple out for a stroll. Not long after Lu Yuandi passed away, Wu Chongzai could no longer hold on. The yellow chicken was a three-yellow breed walking with its head held high. It couldn't be tied with a rope, so Tao Mian could only respectfully let it out. In the peach grove he scattered some bait, making it easier for the chicken to come down from the tree. Su Tianhe came to find the young valley master, but was frustrated when he couldn't find anyone. He was ordered by his father to come here. He couldn't return home unless he found the young valley master. Su Tianhe had repeatedly advised his father to give up. That little girl had no interest in this, there was no need to force her. Father, you are too stubborn. If it really doesn't work, why not let someone else take the position? Then his father swept him out of the house with a broom. Out of spite, Su Tianhe came to the human world and took his time. After wandering for many days, he finally arrived here, coincidentally finding that Chu Liuxue was not in the Taoist temple. He thought, since she's not here, it's just a tour. By chance, he entered this peach grove and saw a plump rooster pecking around. Frowning, he looked around but couldn't find anyone. Su Tianhe took a couple of steps forward, intending to see if that chicken had turned into a spirit. A peach fell and hit him on the back of the head. The peach was quite hard. Although it was red, it was still firm. He grimaced in pain and looked up to find the culprit. A soft sleeve brushed over Su Tianhe's head, and he saw an immortal dressed in a sky-blue outer robe reclining on a sturdy branch, smiling down at him. The immortal had an ethereal appearance and an extraordinary demeanor. His outer robe was loosely fastened with a button holding 5 or 6 peaches, creating a casual and carefree look. He held a peach tightly in one hand and extended the other hand towards Su Tianhe.
My fruit is falling, could you please hand it to me?
Su Tianhe was momentarily stunned. The surface of the immortal peach in his hand was fuzzy. The yellow chicken was pecking at grains, and as it pecked, it grabbed hold of his long boots. He realized that there really were immortals in this world, not just in books or paintings, but right in front of him, vividly reflected in his eyes. Tao Mian stretched out his hand for a long time, yet the young man under the tree did not respond. Are you stunned? He changed his sitting posture with his legs dangling in the air, making it easier for him to extend his arms. Tao Mian waved his hand in front of the young man, who blinked a couple of times and gasped. It was as if he had awakened from a dream. How terrifying. I felt like I just died. Why does this place seem so eerie? Tao Mian was originally planning to bring his peach down from the tree. Hearing the young man mumbling, he nearly burst out laughing. You must be from the demon realm, right? This Peach Blossom Mountain is a celestial mountain. How could it be so eerie? Su Tianhe also felt embarrassed. He scratched his head and chuckled. Tao Mian could tell at a glance that he was demonic, but he had a friendly face. Thinking that meeting was also fate, he beckoned with his hand, inviting him to climb the tree.
Is that really okay? He looked at the tree anxiously. What if it breaks? Put your heart at ease. This tree is older than you by several generations, and is quite sturdy. So are you coming up or not? If not, it's fine. If Tao Mian had urged him, perhaps Su Tianhe wouldn't have taken it seriously. But since Tao Mian said come up if you like, Su Tianhe had to climb up. The young man was full of rebellious spirit. Tao Mian shared 2 of the peaches he had in his arms with him, then pulled out a water bottle from his sleeve, rinsed off the dirt, and took a big bite. Su Tianhe, a pampered young master at home, had never eaten peaches like this. At first, he was a bit picky. But after taking the first bite, he changed his mind. The peaches from Peach Blossom Mountain are large, sweet, and fragrant. Everyone who tries them praises them. The 2 sat in the tree enjoying the peaches. By the end of August, the heat had receded slightly, and the hint of autumn was beginning to show. The temperature in the mountains was slightly lower than outside, making it pleasantly cool. Su Tianhe was quite talkative. He had been wandering since he was a teenager, exploring the demon realm and the human world. He told Tao Mian about the beautiful scenery beyond the mountains, speaking of high peaks and serene valleys, as well as bustling markets and the glow of countless lights. Tao Mian listened with great interest. As he continued feeling eager to share more, he patted Tao Mian on the shoulder and said, "Little Taoist, what joy do you find being locked away in the mountains by your master? Why not come with me and experience the world freely?" Tao Mian nodded. Exactly. It was all because his master was so strict. Su Tianhe truly regarded Tao Mian as a naive country boy, handsome yet lacking in experience, oppressed by his master in the temple, studying tedious lessons daily with no fun in life apart from that. He even started to feel pity for him. That Taoist Tao Mian from your temple really isn't human. Tao Mian, munching on a peach, looked confused. They were having a good conversation, so why did he suddenly insult someone? Su Tianhe recalled how his own father would get angry at a mere sweep of a broom. He's keeping the young master of the valley locked up, and even treating a simple-minded youth like you harshly. He's more demonic than the demons themselves. He truly isn't human. He repeated it for emphasis. Only then did Tao Mian realize that the other party had not recognized his true identity. He thought to himself that the demon realm was truly a strange place, with lunatics like Shen Buozhou and fools like Su Tianhe. Little Tao Xianren stifled a laugh in his heart and began to talk nonsense, tearfully accusing his master of how poorly he treated him. He made him cook before dawn, then didn't get up himself, and when the food got cold, he would scold him. It sounded almost like the truth. Well, it was somewhat true. These were real experiences of their young master. Before dawn, Chu Liuxue would start cooking, while Tao Mian would still be asleep. When the food got cold, Chu Liuxue would scold him. He just secretly concealed the names, so no one knew that in their Peach Blossom Temple all the disciples were urged by their master to strive for progress. Upon hearing this, Su Tianhe felt even more pity. He slapped the tree branch, outraged. Just as I suspected. This Tao Mian is utterly shameless. He suddenly recalled something and lowered his voice. Moreover, someone privately reported to me that the relationship between Tao Mian and the young master of the valley is unusual. It turned out that even after transcending to immortality, the nature of gossip remained unchanged. Tao Mian perked up his ears. Even his own gossip was particularly engaging. "Oh, what do you mean by unusual?" "I heard that the young master of the valley is infatuated with Tao Mian, but he actually betrayed her. He has fallen for someone else. The young master of the valley refuses to return to the demon realm to inherit the position of valley master. She must be seeking an explanation from Tao Mian. Ah, the more I think about it, the more it makes sense. Little Taoist, if I could seek justice for the young master of the valley and make her return to take up her father's position, wouldn't I no longer have to be kicked back to the mortal realm by my father? It's nice to come here occasionally to enjoy the scenery, but it's truly not a place where demons can stay for long." Su Tianhe had his own unique way of thinking. Even more astonishing was that he could connect everything and weave a story that he firmly believed in. Even the well-informed little Tao Xianren didn't know what expression to use to respond to him. The key point was that after finishing his self-created story, he turned to ask the person involved.
Little Taoist, do you think this plan is feasible? Tao Mian couldn't discern if he was being genuine or acting dumb. I think it's worth a try. The two of them chatted casually for quite a while. Just as Su Tianhe was about to drag him into a deeper discussion on how to implement this plan, Chu Liuxue returned. Silver notes, gather enough and come down. The girl saw Huang Dang pecking at grains, and knew that the immortal was not far from there. Sure enough, when she looked up, the person appeared before her. There was one more person who was an extra. Who are you? Chu Liuxue did not recognize Su Tianhe, but Su Tianhe had seen the portrait of the young master of the valley. He quickly climbed down the tree, as if he had seen a living savior. Young master of the valley, you have returned. Where is your master Tao Mian? I need to seek justice from him for you. Chu Liuxue was utterly bewildered by what these two were acting out. Her gaze slanted up at the tree, chin slightly raised. Isn't he right here? Where? Where? Su Tianhe's gaze scanned around, finally landing on the little Taoist in the tree. Tao Mian tossed the last two peaches to Chu Liuxue, then turned back to Su Tianhe with a smirk. I am Tao Mian. I heard everything you wanted to say. If you'd like to accuse me again, go ahead. He was first stunned, then speechless, as if he had received a great shock. How could you be so young? Tao Mian was puzzled. I am an immortal. Is it not normal to not age? Su Tianhe pulled out a portrait from his clothes. I found you based on this picture. How could you look like this? The drawing is a bit old, you can't blame me. Tao Mian examined it seriously. Chu Liuxue watched the spectacle from the side, waiting for it to unfold. Once it had progressed enough, she stepped forward. Do you recognize the person now? If you do, go back to the demon realm. I will not leave Peach Blossom Mountain. No, that won't do. Su Tianhe, still reeling from the shock, stammered a bit. You must come back with me. Is this your first time coming to Peach Blossom Mountain to find me? Ask your predecessor. Some have spent half a year here with no success. Don't waste your time. Su Tianhe seemed to be hiding something. Although Chu Liuxue urged him to give up, he did not insist on making her leave. However, he proposed another condition. Then I want to stay. What's the point? Looking at your expression, you don't seem very willing. Su Tianhe sighed, sounding a bit resigned. The people in the valley are forcing me to marry you. How can I explain myself if I go back? I won't go. As Su Tian's words fell, even someone as composed as Chu Liuxue, who could remain calm amidst chaos, was momentarily taken aback. She even thought she had misheard. With whom? With you. Chu Liuxue turned to look at Tao Mian. Tao Mian. He took a step back. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want my name to appear in your story. Chu Liuxue inhaled deeply, forcing herself to calm down. Whose idea is this? Su Tianhe earnestly began counting on his fingers. My father, your uncle, several confidants from your father's faction, and all right. Chu Liuxue waved her hand, uninterested in hearing more. This is simply absurd. I don't even remember their faces, and they dared to propose a marriage while I was unaware. As she spoke, she raised her gaze to scrutinize Su Tianhe. You also seem to be quite a catch, and you're not worried about marriage at all, yet you let them act recklessly. Mentioning this, Su Tianhe felt aggrieved. My father says I have no other talents, and was born to live off marrying into another family. To be able to speak of relying on others so nonchalantly, Su Tian's father was indeed a peculiar man. So do you believe what he says? I didn't believe it at first, Su Tianhe explained earnestly. But then I thought perhaps I really do have a talent in this area. This left even Tao Mian in shock. What on earth is going on in this young man's mind? Chu Liuxue seemed to be in a stupor. So since you arrived here, have you reconsidered your path? Yes, Su Tianhe said with a pained expression. Living off marrying into another family is fine, but my dignity restrains my talents from being fully realized. According to Su Tianhe, after the Lord of the Yuming Hall Tan Yuan eliminated the Dou family's patriarch, the collateral branches of the Dou family were still striving for power. Currently, the power holder of Tianjin Valley is an insider who colluded with Tan Yuan. After taking power, he employed ruthless methods to eliminate Dou Huai's supporters, forming his own faction. On the surface, the Su family has complied with this new Valley Master, yet, in reality, they have never given up on maintaining connections with the old Valley Master. Over the years, the Dou family members have been able to move smoothly between the demon realm and the human world thanks in part to the Su family's support. However, the Dou family's attitude towards the Su family is quite complex, both dependent and wary. Su Tianhe mentioned that it was to dispel the Dou family's suspicions that his father arranged for his son to marry Dou Huai's only daughter. Chu Liuxue spoke surprisingly.
You should go back and persuade your father to take the lead himself,
she argued reasonably.
The Dou family's influence has long waned. What can the remnants do? There is still hope for your Su family to seize power.
Su Tianhe struck his palm with his fist.
We're on the same wavelength. I advised my father the same to let me go free.
Tao Mian silently watched from the side, and by the end, he did not expect these two rebellious children to conspire on such a shocking plan. He couldn't help but interject.
Shouldn't we ask Su Lao for his opinion on this matter?
Su Tianhe retorted.
He hasn't even consulted me.
Tao Mian fell silent. This matter was quite chaotic, and he didn't want to get involved. But since it had escalated to his territory, it was no longer a matter of his willingness to manage it. Because Su Tianhe intended to stay.
Since I'll just get kicked out when I return home, I might as well stay here.
Chu Liuxue frowned.
Why do you insist on staying at Taohua Mountain? The human world is vast. There's more than enough space for you. What if my father secretly sends someone to watch over you and me, and finds out I'm not there? What should I do? In short, I want to stay. Actually, you just want to linger around, don't you?
Tao Mian silently raised a hand as they exchanged words.
Can I at least say a word? After all, I am the master of this mountain. I'm paying for it. Deal?
Chu Liuxue was momentarily taken aback.
Silver notes, are you short on money? Naturally, I am not after money, but mainly because this young man Tianhe seems quite agreeable to me. Then Xuehan.
Tao Mian deliberately changed the subject, asking Su Tianhe what he wanted for dinner. Of course, he couldn't allow Xuehan to stay in the mountain. If he did, would he still have his carefree days? He wouldn't even guarantee his personal freedom. Although the situation was absurd, Su Tianhe ended up staying at Taohua Mountain. He was one of the few outsiders to reside in the mountain over the centuries. What Tao Mian did not expect was that it was not Chu Liuxue who was the least compatible with Su Tianhe, but rather Chu Suiyin. On the very first night of Su Tian's stay, he clashed with him. The commotion was so great that it nearly tore the roof off the temple. Chu Suiyin stood at one end of the eaves, tightly gripping his sword, fuming.
On what grounds do you think you can stay here?
Su Tianhe had 2 strands of hair falling onto his forehead. He was also quite temperamental.
Why can't I stay? Your master Tao Mian has given his word. Who do you think you are? Shut up. Don't mention my master's name. Hey, you're still young and already have so many rules. Let's see if I can't temper your temper today.
Bang. The two began to brawl on the rooftop, first tearing off the temple's roof, followed by Chu Liuxue's bedroom. Chu Liuxue, who had been sleeping soundly, came out with her sword ready to kill. Meanwhile, Tao Mian, lying in bed, thought that as long as they didn't tear off his roof, he would ignore any commotion no matter how loud. But then, with a crash, several pieces of broken tiles fell first, and then Tao Mian inside the house saw the dazzling starry sky above him. They all deserved to stand in the courtyard as punishment. Under the starry sky in the small courtyard of Taohua Temple, 3 young men stood in a row, each balancing a white porcelain bowl on their heads. Chu Liuxue had won the least of them. She sighed.
Why do I have to be punished along with them?
Tao Mian pointed the peachwood branch in his hand at the remnants of Su Tian's guest room and Chu Suyin's bedroom. Chu Liuxue closed her mouth. Fine, she had gone a bit overboard. Su Tianhe and Chu Suiyin each had 5 bowls on their heads, which were made of bronze and much heavier than the one on Chu Liuxue's head.
Master is biased.
Chu Suiyin looked pitiful and aggrieved. Su Tianhe held his head high, unwilling to give in.
I wasn't the one who caused trouble first. Why should I have as many bowls as him? You two are equally matched, yet you still argue. At dawn tomorrow, fix the house, understand?
Tao Mian pretended to be fierce, threatening the children.
Understood. Speak louder, didn't you eat? I didn't eat.
Su Tianhe led the shout only to realize afterward that he had spoken nonsense in his daze. He dejectedly lowered his head, and another bowl was added to his head. He just had to speak out. After Tao Mian finished scolding the three children, he yawned and returned to his open-roofed room. Even though they were punished, the three were not obedient, still murmuring under the weight of the bowls. The first to speak was Su Tianhe.
Young Valley Master, your father's surname is Do. Why is yours Chu? Are you not your father's biological child? Shut your mouth.
Chu Suiyan defended his sister.
Can't you speak properly? If you can't, just bear with it.
Chu Suiyan didn't think much of it.
I was adopted by a scholar when I was young and his surname was Chu, so I took his surname. Oh.
Su Tianhe nodded and then turned to Chu Suiyan.
Then you. Naturally, I share my sister's surname.
Su Tianhe had a good foundation and could still look around while standing firm with the bowl on his head.
You both don't look alike. Are you really siblings? No.
Chu Liushua replied calmly.
I found my brother.
Su Tianhe nodded, seemingly holding back something good to say, his eyes rolling around. He suddenly fixated on the boy's eyebrows.
You? You look somewhat familiar.
Familiar? Chu Suyan's expression changed, and Chu Liushua calmly looked over as well. However, Su Tian's mind was not sharp enough. The furrow between his brows could crush a bug, yet he couldn't figure out the reason. It's strange, it's right on the tip of my tongue, but I can't say who it looks like. Chu Liushua shifted his gaze back, counting the begonia leaves above his head, while Chu Suiyan mocked him. Don't waste your effort. I thought you could reveal some earth-shattering truth. I really do feel familiar, but I've seen too many faces. Su Tianhe fell into his own world, and the two siblings each spaced out, ignoring him. With dawn approaching, he still needed to repair the house. Su Tianhe had spent a peaceful period on Peach Blossom Mountain. He originally disliked lingering in one place for too long, as he would get bored. But this place seemed to possess a kind of magic that made one involuntarily slow their pace. Holding water, the moon reflected in his palms, while the fragrance of flowers filled his clothes. No wonder Chu Liushua was reluctant to leave. Su Tianhe was not living on Peach Blossom Mountain for nothing. His father wanted him to see who had drugged the young master of the Lesser Valley, keeping her from returning to Tianjin Valley. Now he understood that this matter could not solely be blamed on Chu Liushua. If he were in her place, he too would not want to leave. There were very few things he had to do each day, or rather the people living in this mountain did not like to seek out extra work for themselves. Chu Suiyan practiced martial arts and swordplay. Chu Liushua brewed tea and made soup, and Tao Mian was the most carefree person, following his own whims, doing whatever came to mind. One day Su Tianhe even saw an immortal hanging upside down from a tree. When Su Tianhe asked what he was doing, he said he was communicating with the heavens and all living beings in a brand new way, merging with all things. Su Tian's eyes involuntarily drifted to the 2 feet that were somewhat anxiously hooked onto the branch. You can't possibly be stuck, can you? Then why don't you hurry up and lend a hand? Su Tianhe lightly stepped on the ground, leaped forward, and pushed his back, flipping him over. Tao Mian sat in the tree, still refusing to come down. Are you coming again? If you do, I won't help you anymore. Stingy. Don't worry, I'm just here to enjoy the scenery. This was a 1,000-year-old banyan tree, large and deeply rooted with lush branches and leaves. Tao Mian stood in the middle of it, and Su Tianhe had to tilt his head to look at him. I heard the young master of the Lesser Valley say that you have lived on this Peach Blossom Mountain for over 1,000 years. After 1,000 years of observing, haven't you grown tired of the scenery here? How could I get tired? Tao Mian replied to the young man, one hand resting on the trunk, his face showing pure confusion, as if Su Tianhe had asked an obviously evident question. Su Tianhe was caught off guard by the question, not knowing how to respond, and could only ramble out an excuse. The trees and flowers on this mountain have remained unchanged for hundreds of years. The scenery is always the same in all 4 seasons. If it were me, I would get tired of it in 10 years, let alone 1,000. Tao Mian smiled. That's because you don't belong here. He extended a hand.
Want to come up and take a look? Su Tianhe did not refuse the immortal's invitation, and leaped up, landing on the same branch as him. Aside from the branches and leaves swaying a few times, the banyan tree's trunk did not move at all. Tao Mian let him touch the gnarled bark, and Su Tianhe followed his instructions. What does it feel like? Rough. What do you think you have touched? Isn't that obvious? Tree bark. At this point Su Tianhe felt somewhat awkward. Can you feel anything else? Bugs? Tao Mian said he also touched tree bark. Did I just hear some nonsense? Tao Mian laughed, placing his palm on the brown folds. Young man, you are restless. Let me finish my words. I touched the bark too, but not just this small piece of bark in front of us. People say all things have spirits, and like humans everything grows, changes, ages, and perishes with each breath. As Su Tianhe touched the tree's outer skin, he only saw the shell that remained after life evolved time and again. But what the immortal sensed was a fire that once burned within it. He reached into the ashes, tracing back its past, those passionate, grand, and vibrant times. Su Tianhe seemed to understand, but did not fully grasp the profound truth that the immortal had comprehended. After 1,000 years, it was not something that could be broken through in just a day. Yet he thought that perhaps, as the immortal had said, those who do not belong here would never achieve enlightenment. The immortal was a person of the mountain, and the mountain was a part of the people. He belonged here. I know you have your own purpose. Tao Mian suddenly said this without any context, merely appearing to mention it casually. Su Tianhe felt goosebumps rise on his back. Of course, I have my own purpose. But rather than saying it's mine, it's more accurate to say it's my father's. The immortal merely smiled in silence, not exposing his words, but instead, he pointed out the winding stream below the tree. Look at that flowing water. Although there are strange stones obstructing it, and fallen flowers, and floating leaves disturbing it, it always flows forward, not something that can be forcefully changed by external forces. Even if you block it completely with stones, there will still be gaps for it to seep through. Little by little, day by day, it will eventually overcome the obstacles. Su Tianhe also looked towards that clear and pleasing stream. Are you saying that you will also, like that stream, ignore the external things that come to hinder you? No, the immortal shook his head, gazing into the distance. What I want to be is the bank of the stream, allowing the water to flow and the fallen flowers to drift. But I am always unable to fulfill that wish. On that day, Tao Mian and Su Tianhe lingered in the mountains for a long time. It was Tao Mian who first descended as dusk approached. Su Tianhe sat quietly for a moment, planning to follow the immortal's figure and leave together. But he caught a whiff of an unusual scent. He furrowed his brows and searched for the source of the scent. Then, at the entrance of an inconspicuous cave, he smelled the scent of blood. It was the blood of monsters as well as of demons. Su Tianhe was puzzled inside. Who dared to cause trouble under the immortal's nose? Such audacity. He approached the cave and looked inside. The cave was stained with large pools of blood, and 3 ragged corpses were piled together, still fresh. To say they were corpses was not entirely accurate. It seemed that one was still weakly groaning. At the top of that heap of flesh sat a person, licking the fresh blood from his palm. The eyes of the two locked in a distant gaze. It was Chu Suiyan. Chu Suiyan's first reaction upon seeing Su Tianhe was to kill him as well. His palm turned into a claw, and the pupils of his eyes shifted. Su Tianhe easily blocked his attack, grabbing one of his arms and lifting the young man high. Be a bit cleaner with it. He seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Don't let him notice. The immortal is very perceptive. It was an unexpected encounter with Su Tianhe. More surprising than this was his calm demeanor. Aren't you going to report me to master? Why would I report you? Su Tianhe was even more astonished than the person involved. You are a demon, and so am I. I understand what you are doing. Chu Suiyan rose from the pile of corpses, stepping on the writhing spirit charm, which revealed a painful expression. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his fair cheeks now adorned with a striking red, making him appear even more demonic and enigmatic. This was in stark contrast to his usual straightforward and innocent youthful image. He stood before Su Tianhe, both of them of similar height, as young men often grew taller quickly.
There was no trace of innocence in Chu Suyan's expression. On the contrary, due to long-term consumption of demon blood and flesh, his eyes had become quite murky.
It seems you have been quite good at pretending in front of Tao Mian. You must have gone to great lengths to maintain a mortal appearance despite your heavy demonization from devouring flesh and blood. It must have taken considerable effort to keep up this facade.
Su Tianhe nodded, looking quite satisfied. Chu Suiyan pursed his lips, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with the praise.
Don't let my master know about this. You care about Tao Mian. Your master is an immortal, and you are a demon. Chu Suiyan, you should never have become his disciple.
Immortals and demons originate from two vastly different ends, and the more one cultivates, the further apart they drift. Chu Suiyan should not have followed Tao Mian in his cultivation from the very beginning.
Your sister has no talent for cultivation, and her heart is not in this path. She took Tao Mian as her master merely for protection. If you have ambition, you should not waste time on Taohua Mountain.
Su Tianhe analyzed the pros and cons rationally, but Chu Suyan's gaze turned to the side.
I am in such a hurry to cultivate precisely to stay on Taohua Mountain.
Su Tianhe paused, suddenly leaning in closer, scrutinizing the young man's appearance.
There is a trace of mortal blood flowing in your veins. No wonder the aura I sense is always so awkward, not as pure as Chu Luxu's.
Chu Suiyan remained silent. At that moment, Su Tianhe realized.
Your master Tao Mian is an immortal, and your sister Chu Liuxiu is a demon.
Demons also possess long lifespans, which is why Chu Liuxiu could stay by Tao Mian's side for so long, but you cannot. Because of your impure bloodline, even if Chu Suiyan has high cultivation talent, it is destined that he will have a short lifespan. Chu Suiyan lowered his head, opening his palm, where the blood of the monster was mostly dried, clinging tightly to his skin like an unremovable birthmark, something he was born with. So filthy. He recalled his master's clean attire, and his sister's long smooth hair that exuded the scent of soap pods. In contrast, he was the only impure existence on Taohua Mountain. But he needed to achieve his goals, even if it meant resorting to any means. Su Tianhe had been observing the expressions on the young man's face. When he noticed the indifference fade away and determination take its place, he smiled.
You are more deserving of support than your sister.
Chu Suiyan looked up at him. Su Tianhe kicked the corpses aside, treating them like worthless trash.
No matter how much you eat, it is merely a drop in the bucket. If you want to accelerate your demonization, you must heed my words.
He raised an eyebrow, looking at the young man with a hint of provocation.
Are you daring enough? Once you embark on this path, there is no turning back.
Chu Suiyan recalled the past scenes where Chu Liuxiu held his hand, picking up discarded food from the streets, and when they fought with a little beggar for territory, Chu Liuxiu had shielded him behind her, and the years that followed after arriving at Taohua Mountain. When he was ill, Tao Mian, who couldn't bear to leave his side, was at his bedside, while cultivating. Tao Mian corrected every movement he made, and after Lu Yuanda's death, the heartbroken Tao Mian. That night, he overheard a conversation between his sister and master. The emperor who had once imprisoned his master had died. She cared for him so much, yet still had to leave him behind, leaving only the grief that Tao Mian could not paint. Chu Suiyan was unwilling to repeat the same mistakes. He did not want to die early. For immortals who could live for thousands of years, and demons who could live for hundreds, a mortal's lifespan was but a fleeting moment. He did not wish to be buried in dust, leaving only his master and Liuxiu to guard a monument. That evening, as dusk fell, Chu Liuxiu called out for a long time for her brother, and Su Tianhe, yet no one came to eat. Tao Mian, however, sat properly at the wooden table waiting for dinner.
2 people are missing silver notes, no stealing food. I didn't eat.
Tao Mian had just lifted his bowl of rice, and before he could act he was wrongfully accused, feeling quite aggrieved. Chu Liuxiu gazed in the direction of the mountain, where a narrow path extended from the temple into the mountain. This was the only route for her brother's return. Another quarter of an hour passed before the two finally arrived late. Chu Suiyan walked ahead while Su Tianhe followed behind. It was strange that they coexisted in one scene without any conflict. Even Tao Mian found it curious. Chu Liuxiu held a freshly fried stir-fried green bean dish in one hand, and through the open courtyard door, she saw the two. She stomped her foot, her brows slightly furrowed. Her keen intuition told her that something bad was quietly sprouting. But Chu Liuxue lacked enough experience, and could not trace the source of that strange feeling. Thus the girl had to suppress her uneasy heart for the time being and urge the two to hurry up and join the meal. The four gathered around a small square table in the courtyard for dinner. Tao Mian and Chu Suiyin sat across from each other, while Chu Liuxue and Su Tianhe sat on the opposite side. Originally it was supposed to be Chu Liuxue facing Tao Mian, but the other two kept flipping the table, so they had no choice but to change positions. Chu Suiyin was unusually quiet today. Tao Mian was talking about which tree in the mountain bore ripe fruit, and suggested they try it another day. Su Tianhe chimed in smiling, saying, "Immortal, take me along." Chu Liuxue also added something. By the time Chu Suiyin came back to his senses, Tao Mian had already called his name 2 or 3 times.
"Suiyin, why are you so downcast? Feeling unwell?"
Tao Mian's treatment of his disciples was always gentle regardless of how annoying his words might be. Chu Suiyin usually relied on the sense of safety brought by that gaze, but today he uncomfortably avoided it.
"Master, I just have no appetite." "Then don't eat, I'll wash a pear for you later. Just picked it sweet." "Okay."
After the meal, Tao Mian indeed washed fruit for his disciple. He drew a bucket of clear well water, and used a gourd ladle to scoop the water, washing them slowly. Chu Liuxue had already prepared a cloth for drying hands. After years of living together, the three of them had an unspoken understanding. Su Tianhe joined in the fun, seeing Tao Mian take out a large pear, saying,
"Immortal, if you don't want it, let's split it."
The immortal said that was not acceptable. Su Tianhe then complained that he was stingy, and Chu Liuxue spoke up beside him.
"Pears should not be shared, it's bad luck, don't make it hard for him."
Only then did Su Tianhe realize the human custom that dividing pears was inauspicious. Especially for little Tao, who had experienced several partings, he was particularly sensitive to this. Su Tianhe hurriedly admitted his mistake and apologized, but Tao Mian shook his head, not holding it against him, instead handing him the whole pear.
"This one is whole, you eat it."
This was the best and most perfect pear among the basket. Tao Mian had picked the good ones for others, leaving the one that had accidentally fallen and been slightly dented for himself. Su Tianhe took a bite of the crisp pear, thinking that the immortal was indeed strange. He had clearly been delighted when he initially suggested paying to keep it. Yet he did not truly possess anything, treating everything like floating smoke. After the meal and the fruit, Tao Mian and Su Tianhe returned to their rooms to rest. Chu Suiyin was also about to return to his room, but someone was gently tapping on the window from outside. He opened the window and saw Chu Liuxue's usually expressionless face.
"Follow me."
The mountain night was serene, and Chu Liuxue chose an uncommon path. She walked ahead, brushing aside the tall wild grass on both sides with her hands. Finally she stopped in a clearing among the trees. Chu Suiyin had been silently following his sister, not uttering a word. In their childhood, it was Chu Liuxue who shielded him, always prepared to guard against dangers. As they walked side by side later, he gradually grew taller than his sister, and from the side, he could see the swirl of hair on her head. He was now qualified to be Chu Liuxue's support. But now a distance separated them, and Chu Liuxue stood tall like a straight snow pine. Sometimes Chu Suiyin wondered, is Liuxue really a demon? The elegant Chu Liuxue appeared to be a demon, while he who willingly fell into the abyss was not. "Let's stop here," Chu Liuxue's clear voice echoed through the forest, bringing Chu Suiyin back to his senses. He looked at the girl, who turned around. "Chu Suiyin, are you hiding something from me and Tao Mian that you shouldn't be doing?" Every time Chu Liuxue called her brother by his full name, it signified that the matter had become serious. Chu Suiyin turned his face away, reluctant to answer. Chu Liuxue thought to herself that the child had indeed grown wings, and kept his little secrets, finding it difficult to even reply to her. "If you don't answer now, you might never answer again." As an elder sister, she understood her brother's nature. Indeed, when Chu Liuxue threatened not to speak to him, Chu Suiyin would get anxious. "Sister, don't ask.
In short, it won't harm you and Master. If it won't harm us, then it harms you." The boy fell silent again. Chu Liushua gazed deeply at this brother with whom she had no blood relation. He had grown up and matured, and she could no longer read his thoughts at a glance as she did in their childhood. The price of growing up was that she was gradually losing the ability to understand him. She knew of Chu Suyan's stubbornness and tenacity, like a beast charging forward, not even turning back when in pain. Chu Liushua sighed, which slightly alleviated the tense atmosphere between them. "I know you've been sneaking around with Tao Mian, doing many little things. I'm not sure how much he has discovered, but he must have sensed something. Suyan, our lifespans compared to those of immortals are fleeting, just the blink of an eye. He once saved you and me, who had nothing, and what we can do is within this short lifespan, do our best not to hurt his heart. The immortal from Teotihuacan is not forged from iron, he is flesh and blood. That is what distinguishes him from other immortals. To become an immortal, one must sever all desires and emotions, cutting ties, and overcoming tribulations of love. But Tao Mian is unwilling to ride the winds back. He wants this human world." Chu Luxu's words struck a chord with Chu Suyan, and he involuntarily recalled the figure of Master he had seen when he was sick. On a moonlit night, the immortal seemed to transform into a silhouette dreamlike and ethereal. Chu Suyan understood clearly that the disciple Tao Mian initially wanted to accept was only Chu Liushua. Though Tao Mian had never spoken of it directly, this was merely his speculation. Chu Luxu's talent is not high, and she herself strongly resists cultivation. Why is the immortal so persistent in wanting to take her as a disciple? If it were truly out of fairness between the two children, then he should adhere to Chu Luxu's own wishes. Chu Suyan had been clever since childhood. Perhaps it was due to years of drifting. He was adept at reading people's expressions, which allowed him to better protect his younger self. The same applied to Tao Mian. Perhaps his sister was the true chosen one, while he was merely an accessory, like the tassel hanging from a renowned sword. Unfortunately, Chu Suyan had no memory of the times when he frequently gave his sister headaches, and did not recall how Tao Mian had stayed up all night caring for him. Otherwise, the misunderstanding would have been resolved long ago. No matter how it started during their time together, Tao Mian never showed favoritism toward either of them. What truly changed his view on this knot in his heart was Tao Mian traveling thousands of miles to find medicine for him, and staying up all night accompanying him night after night. Finally, Chu Suyan crossed over that barrier in his heart, only to be met with new troubles. His master was so good, yet he could only accompany him for a few decades. And he was so frail and useless. When would he be able to stand on his own and protect his master? The matter with Lu Yuandi made the boy realize that even as powerful as his master was, there were still arrows in this world that could harm him. Chu Suyan thought to himself it was all because he bore half the blood of immortal. Mortals always troubled themselves unnecessarily. His worries surged like rolling waves, one after another. "Liushua," he finally faced one of his few relatives, "I am not like you. I do not wish to remain in this mountain forever, always under my master's wings. You are being stubborn." "Stubborn or willful, it does not matter." Chu Suyan took a deep breath. "No matter how you scold me, Liushua, I must leave the mountain." Suddenly a deep sorrow appeared on Chu Luxu's usually calm face. That expression pierced Chu Suyan's eyes. He had never seen his sister display such pain. At that time, he still did not understand the hidden pain in Chu Luxu's heart, thinking she was merely saddened by their separation. "I am leaving, Liushua. As for little Tao Master, I trouble you to speak for me." Chu Suyan turned to leave. "Do you remember," Chu Liushua called out from behind, her voice trembling slightly, "the words I said to you when we were young?" She had said that if Chu Suyan left the mountain, she would go to any lengths to ensure the other died. Chu Suyan's sudden halt meant he had never forgotten, but he thought of it merely as his sister's momentary anger. "I don't remember," he said. "We've talked about too much." He walked away under the moonlight. This time, it was Chu Liushua who watched his departing figure. The next morning, Tao Mian got up early to pick the fruits he mentioned yesterday, and by the time he returned to the Taoist temple in the evening, his basket was full. He was afraid of damaging the fruits, and had even padded the basket with an old piece of clothing.
Only Chu Liushua was there to greet him at the entrance of the Taoist temple. Send Tu quickly call Cdui and Tianhe out. These fruits cannot be eaten overnight, they will lose their best flavor. Chu Liushua took the basket but hesitated to return to the courtyard, instead gazing at Tao Mian. What's wrong? Tao Mian was about to walk past her to change clothes, but stopped in his tracks. In Piao Cdui has left the mountain. Tao Mian let out a short awe, as if momentarily stunned. In his hand, he still held a plump glistening mountain fruit, rubbing the skin of the fruit absent-mindedly. He replied slowly, seeming to struggle to digest the reality. And what about Tianhe? He has also vanished. Tao Mian raised his eyes to glance at the empty courtyard, and the peach blossom tree outside the yard. What a pity I couldn't taste this fine fruit, he murmured as the sun set in the west. 2 months later, the leader of the underworld hall announced to the outside world that he had found his long-lost biological son. The young man had a handsome appearance, exuding an otherworldly demeanor. Sitting in a high position, he accepted the kneeling homage of numerous demons alongside his father. As Su Tian's words fell, even someone as composed as Chu Liushua, who could remain calm amidst chaos, was momentarily taken aback. She even thought she had misheard. With whom? With you. Chu Liushua turned to look at Tao Mian. Tao Mian. He took a step back. It has nothing to do with me. I don't want my name to appear in your story. Chu Liushua inhaled deeply, forcing herself to calm down. Whose idea is this? Su Tianhe earnestly began counting on his fingers. My father, your uncle, several confidants from your father's faction, and all right. Chu Liushua waved her hand, uninterested in hearing more. This is simply absurd. I don't even remember their faces, and they dared to propose a marriage while I was unaware. As she spoke, she raised her gaze to scrutinize Su Tianhe. You also seem to be quite a catch, and you're not worried about marriage at all, yet you let them act recklessly. Mentioning this, Su Tianhe felt aggrieved. My father says I have no other talents, and was born to live off marrying into another family. To be able to speak of relying on others so nonchalantly, Su Tian's father was indeed a peculiar man. So do you believe what he says? I didn't believe it at first, Su Tianhe explained earnestly. But then I thought perhaps I really do have a talent in this area. This left even Tao Mian in shock. What on earth is going on in this young man's mind? Chu Liushua seemed to be in a stupor. So since you arrived here, have you reconsidered your path? Yes, Su Tianhe said with a pained expression. Living off marrying into another family is fine, but my dignity restrains my talents from being fully realized. According to Su Tianhe, after the lord of the Yuming Hall Tan Yuan eliminated the Dou family's patriarch, the collateral branches of the Dou family were still striving for power. Currently, the power holder of Tianjin Valley is an insider who colluded with Tan Yuan. After taking power, he employed ruthless methods to eliminate Dou Huai's supporters, forming his own faction. On the surface, the Su family has complied with this new Valley Master, yet, in reality, they have never given up on maintaining connections with the old Valley Master. Over the years, the Dou family members have been able to move smoothly between the demon realm and the human world thanks in part to the Su family's support. However, the Dou family's attitude towards the Su family is quite complex, both dependent and wary. Su Tianhe mentioned that it was to dispel the Dou family's suspicions that his father arranged for his son to marry Dou Huai's only daughter. Chu Liushua spoke surprisingly. You should go back and persuade your father to take the lead himself, she argued reasonably. The Dou family's influence has long waned. What can the remnants do? There is still hope for your Su family to seize power. Su Tianhe struck his palm with his fist. We're on the same wavelength. I advised my father the same, to let me go free. Tao Mian silently watched from the side, and by the end, he did not expect these two rebellious children to conspire on such a shocking plan. He couldn't help but interject. Shouldn't we ask Su Lao for his opinion on this matter? Su Tianhe retorted. He hasn't even consulted me. Tao Mian fell silent. This matter was quite chaotic, and he didn't want to get involved. But since it had escalated to his territory, it was no longer a matter of his willingness to manage it. because Su Tianhe intended to stay.
Since I'll just get kicked out when I return home, I might as well stay here.
Chu Liuxue frowned.
Why do you insist on staying at Taohua Mountain? The human world is vast, there's more than enough space for you. What if my father secretly sends someone to watch over you and me, and finds out I'm not there? What should I do? In short, I want to stay. Actually, you just want to linger around, don't you?
Tao Mian silently raised a hand as they exchanged words.
Can I at least say a word? After all, I am the master of this mountain. I'm paying for it. Deal?
Chu Liuxue was momentarily taken aback.
Silver notes, are you short on money? Naturally, I am not after money, but mainly because this young man Tianhe seems quite agreeable to me. Then Xuehan.
Tao Mian deliberately changed the subject, asking Su Tianhe what he wanted for dinner. Of course, he couldn't allow Xuehan to stay in the mountain. If he did, would he still have his carefree days? He wouldn't even guarantee his personal freedom. Although the situation was absurd, Su Tianhe ended up staying at Taohua Mountain. He was one of the few outsiders to reside in the mountain over the centuries. What Tao Mian did not expect was that it was not Chu Liuxue who was the least compatible with Su Tianhe, but rather Chu Suiyin. On the very first night of Su Tian's stay, he clashed with him. The commotion was so great that it nearly tore the roof off the temple. Chu Suiyin stood at one end of the eaves, tightly gripping his sword, fuming.
On what grounds do you think you can stay here?
Su Tianhe had 2 strands of hair falling onto his forehead. He was also quite temperamental.
Why can't I stay? Your master Tao Mian has given his word. Who do you think you are? Shut up. Don't mention my master's name. Hey, you're still young and already have so many rules. Let's see if I can't temper your temper today.
Bang. The two began to brawl on the rooftop, first tearing off the temple's roof, followed by Chu Liuxue's bedroom. Chu Liuxue, who had been sleeping soundly, came out with her sword ready to kill. Meanwhile, Tao Mian, lying in bed, thought that as long as they didn't tear off his roof, he would ignore any commotion no matter how loud. But then, with a crash, several pieces of broken tiles fell first, and then Tao Mian inside the house saw the dazzling starry sky above him. They all deserved to stand in the courtyard as punishment. Under the starry sky in the small courtyard of Taohua Temple, 3 young men stood in a row, each balancing a white porcelain bowl on their heads. Chu Liuxue had won the least of them. She sighed.
Why do I have to be punished along with them?
Tao Mian pointed the peachwood branch in his hand at the remnants of Su Tian's guest room and Chu Suyin's bedroom. Chu Liuxue closed her mouth. Fine, she had gone a bit overboard. Su Tianhe and Chu Suiyin each had 5 bowls on their heads, which were made of bronze and much heavier than the one on Chu Liuxue's head.
Master is biased.
Chu Suiyin looked pitiful and aggrieved. Su Tianhe held his head high, unwilling to give in.
I wasn't the one who caused trouble first. Why should I have as many bowls as him? You two are equally matched, yet you still argue. At dawn tomorrow, fix the house, understand?
Tao Mian pretended to be fierce, threatening the children.
Understood. Speak louder. Didn't you eat? I didn't eat.
Su Tianhe led the shout, only to realize afterward that he had spoken nonsense in his daze. He dejectedly lowered his head, and another bowl was added to his head. He just had to speak out. After Tao Mian finished scolding the 3 children, he yawned and returned to his open-roofed room. Even though they were punished, the 3 were not obedient, still murmuring under the weight of the bowls. The first to speak was Su Tianhe.
Young Valley Master, your father's surname is Do. Why is yours Chu? Are you not your father's biological child? Shut your mouth.
Chu Suiyin defended his sister.
Can't you speak properly? If you can't, just bear with it.
Chu Suiyin didn't think much of it.
I was adopted by a scholar when I was young, and his surname was Chu, so I took his surname. Oh.
Su Tianhe nodded, and then turned to Chu Suiyin.
Then you. Naturally, I share my sister's surname.
Su Tianhe had a good foundation, and could still look around while standing firm with the bowl on his head.
You both don't look alike. Are you really siblings? No.
Chu Liuxue replied calmly.
I found my brother.
Su Tianhe nodded, seemingly holding back something good to say, his eyes rolling around. He suddenly fixated on the boy's eyebrows.
You? You look somewhat familiar.
In the demon realm, the Mid-Autumn Festival is not called Mid-Autumn, but is referred to as moon worship. Tao Mian and his companions arrived at the Moon Hill, the same city where the Qian Ding Tower was located last time. Shui Han had made early arrangements allowing Tao Mian to purify his soul in the mountains, and had reserved a table for a moon-viewing banquet at the Ascending Cloud Tower for just the three of them. Tao Mian initially intended to slack off at the tavern, but was forcibly dragged out by Chu Lu Shui to attend the Lantern Festival. As the colorful lights began to glow, the street was bustling with life, and Tao Mian walked alongside Chu Lu Shui. It was Chu Lu Shui's first time attending such a vibrant lantern festival, and everything appeared fascinating to her. Perhaps calling it her first time was not entirely accurate. During her days of wandering, she had once stumbled into a lively gathering in the mortal realm after stealing someone's purse and being chased, accidentally crashing into that grand event. Young men and women on the streets adorned with flowers and lanterns laughed and joked. The petite Chu Lu Shui walked against the flow of people, brushing past countless joyful voices. The bustle belonged to others. Everything in the street was bathed in warm hues from the lights, while she remained in the shadows. She envied others for living ordinary lives, free from the hardships of wandering and the unpredictability of hunger. However, she was caught by the young master from whom she had stolen the purse, tugged by the back of her collar and pinned to the ground. When she was pulled away from the crowd, she accidentally snagged a girl's rabbit lantern. The rabbit-shaped lantern was vividly crafted, but unfortunately fell and shattered on the ground. As Chu Lu Shui fell, the lantern landed to her right. The girl hesitated, glancing at the lantern, wanting to approach, but too afraid, until her parents bought her another one to cheer her up. Meanwhile, the abandoned broken rabbit lantern was picked up by Chu Lu Shui. Her back bore several heavy punches, her knees were bruised, and her face had a few scrapes. Getting beaten was a common occurrence for Chu Lu Shui, and she had grown indifferent. She only cared about that lantern. One of the rabbit's ears was broken, and its mouth had a small chip, but it didn't matter, it was still the first lantern she had ever owned. Chu Lu Shui turned the inside of her clothes out, finding them clean, and used it to gently wipe the dust off the rabbit's face. Holding the lantern, it felt as if she had blended into the surrounding crowd, experiencing a fleeting moment of happiness that belonged to her. She even thought about taking the rabbit lantern back to show to Sui Yin. However, upon realizing she had such a fantasy, Chu Lu Shui halted her steps. Fantasy was the most useless thing. It couldn't fill her stomach and only served to quench her thirst temporarily. Things that did not belong to her, whether stolen, taken, or found, were of no use. Without any expression, Chu Lu Shui threw the rabbit lantern into the river, watching it float and sink in the waves until it ultimately disappeared from sight. The Lantern Festival had never held any beautiful memories for her. She was merely an intruder. "Sen Tu, what are you thinking about?" Tao Mian's voice brought Chu Lu Shui back to reality. She looked up in the direction of the voice, but initially saw no one, only a brand new rabbit lantern. This rabbit lantern was much more exquisite than the one in her memory, yet at that moment it triggered unpleasant memories for her. Chu Lu Shui raised her hand and slapped the lantern out of Tao Mian's hands. The immortal wore a mask obscuring their expression, but the stiffened shoulders indicated they were taken aback. "I..." Chu Lu Shui opened her mouth to speak, but didn't know where to begin. This was a scar she had hidden deep within her heart. Voicing it meant she would have to uncover it herself. The girl turned her face away, seemingly preparing to evade reality, allowing the crowd to separate her from Tao Mian. In her heart, she resigned herself to the idea that perhaps it was better not to meet again. She and Tao Mian had always been on different paths. If it weren't for her infatuation with the scenery of Peach Blossom Mountain and the immortal's kindness, she might have cast aside both the mountain and the immortal, just as she had abandoned the rabbit lantern. Such happiness was stolen. The demons and monsters blocking their way grew increasingly numerous, gradually separating the two Tao Mian, and she stood as if on opposite shores. Chu Lu Shui remained unwilling to look up, until a long hand grasped her wrist, pulling her out of the surging crowd. "Why are there suddenly so many people? I was scared thinking you had gone missing." Tao Mian dragged her towards a less crowded area, muttering as he walked. "If you don't like the rabbit shape, can't you buy something else?" What do you want? Master will buy it for you. Chu Lu Shui abruptly looked up. To be honest, I don't like that rabbit either. It's crooked and ugly. Master can get you a tiger instead, at least it looks majestic. Tao Mian continued to talk to himself, and after a while, he finally noticed that his disciple had not replied at all, turning to find Chu Lu Shui in tears. The immortal was startled. His third disciple had always kept her emotions hidden. She rarely cried, and even when arguing with others she maintained an indifferent and sarcastic demeanor. He flusteredly tried to handle the girl's tears, which he had never known how to deal with. Yet Chu Lu Shui turned his shoulders to face away, not allowing him to see her expression. Didn't you say you wanted to buy lanterns? She said in a muffled voice. Hurry up, let's buy them, and go back to eat. Ah. Yes. In the end, Tao Mian returned to the ascending cloud tower, with a huge pile of uniquely shaped lanterns. Shui Han, who was brewing tea in the elegant room, was surprised to see what Tao Mian was carrying. How old are you still liking these childish things? They aren't for me, Tao Mian said, tired from holding them, and dumped them all onto an empty seat. They're meant to entertain children. Chu Lu Shui kept her mouth shut. Shui Han glanced at the silent girl and nodded towards two chairs across from them. Let's sit. Tao Mian sat down without courtesy, and after Chu Lu Shui thanked him, she took her seat. Soon after, the three settled down. Dishes were served one after another. Tao Mian was always unreserved in front of Shui Han, relishing the food. Chu Lu Shui had become more refined in her eating habits over the years, having overcome her past habit of gobbling down food due to early hunger. Shui Han, however, was focused on sipping wine, barely touching the food before him. As the banquet progressed, they heard voices discussing something in the adjacent elegant room. They were gossiping about the demon realm, or perhaps about the recently returned son of the head of the underworld hall. The head of the underworld hall, Tan Yuan, actually had a sole heir destined to take over. However, for some unknown reason, this son had drowned while boating with friends a few days ago. It was absurd that a pure-blooded demon had drowned. Outsiders were abuzz with speculation, and the old head, plagued by illness, had little time left. The underworld hall needed someone to take over. But with the only son gone, what was to be done? Just at that difficult juncture, the underworld hall claimed to have found a boy, asserting he was the biological son of their hall master. This matter was denied by all but Tan Yuan, and a few leaders of the branch halls, leading to chaos within the underworld hall. Tao Mian was engrossed in the gossip, even forgetting to eat. At this moment, someone suddenly knocked on the elegant room door. A server stood at the entrance, holding a wooden food tray, saying that the guests in the adjacent room had sent over a jug of wine for the esteemed guests to enjoy. After the server finished speaking, the three in the elegant room were momentarily stunned. Who was this familiar person? The wine served is a unique offering from the Dengyun Tower, rich in aroma and full-bodied in flavor. Shui Han waved his hand, signaling the servant to bring the wine. He then removed the stopper from the bottle and took a light sniff of the wine's scent. Is it poisoned? Chu Liu Shui asked softly. Shui Han shook his head. It doesn't smell unusual. For safety's sake, it's better not to use it. Tao Mian sat quietly, chewing thoughtfully, seemingly pondering the identity of the person who sent the wine. Next door, there was a private room, where the gossip continued unabated, in contrast to the quieter atmosphere of the other room. Who could it be? Seeing his hesitance, Shui Han advised that if he wished to know who the guest next door was, he could simply send back the wine. However, Tao Mian shook his head, saying it was unnecessary, as he already had a few candidates in mind. Since the other party did not wish to show themselves, so be it. The gossiping in the adjacent room persisted now, discussing how the previous hall master had left behind a love child. Most of the hearsay was unreliable. After listening to a few sentences and realizing they were not credible, Tao Mian and the others decided to stop eavesdropping and instead talked about their own matters. In the meantime, Chu Luxu's teacup overturned, accidentally wetting a part of her dress. She followed the servant inside to change, leaving only Shui Zhonggui and the immortal in the private room. Shui Zhonggui spoke first, saying that his disciple had quite the ability, managing to fool the old hall master of the Yuming Hall and becoming his only son. Sounds of leaving could be heard from the neighboring private room, and after a series of chair and table legs scraping noises the surroundings fell silent. Shui Han's information was far more reliable than the gossip from there. He said that the Yuming Hall's influence in the demon domain was continuously expanding. The old hall master Tan Yuan had once been a formidable figure, taking the position at a time when the hall was in turmoil, starting reforms from his own branch and gradually expanding, swallowing 3 small sects and 2 major factions, thus establishing the Yuming Hall as one of the largest forces in the demon domain, even surpassing the once dominant Tianjin Valley. Later, Tan Yuan devised a plan, striking a heavy blow to his longtime enemy by seducing a trusted confidant of the old valley master of Tianjin Valley. However, Tan Yuan was unable to annex Tianjin Valley, as the 100-footed insect does not die easily. He then chose to support a puppet. There were many factions within Tianjin Valley. The confidant temporarily took office, but the position was unstable. The old valley master's old faction along with the younger faction within the valley were secretly scheming and ready to act. Although Tan Yuan's abilities were outstanding, he had a fatal flaw: he was greedy for pleasure. Whenever he had free time, he would stroll through the flower streets even when under pressure. Over time his health deteriorated, leading to various ailments in his later years, and his energy and strength were no longer what they used to be. That is why he placed such importance on his successor. Although Tan Yuan was a womanizer, his offspring were few. He only had this one son whom he cherished like a precious jewel since childhood. This son did not disappoint, as the teachers and masters Tan Yuan hired praised him highly. The only successor he painstakingly nurtured thus mysteriously disappeared, making the old hall master furious, as he killed everyone who was with him that day, burying them alongside his son. After that incident, Tan Yuan's hair turned white overnight, and he aged considerably. Recently it was rumored that he frequently troubled several concubines, insisting on having another child. Tan Yuan was deeply worried about the succession issue until not long ago he found a lost bloodline. The young man's mother was unknown, but it was certain that his biological father was the old hall master of the Yuming Hall. It was unclear whether Tan Yuan had used some method to verify the lineage.
Oh, by the way,
Shui Han took a sip of tea to clear his throat before looking at Tao Mian sitting across the table.
That new son Tan Yuan found is your 4th disciple, Chu Suiyan. Tao Mian, is this really all right? Your 3rd disciple happens to be the only daughter of the old valley master of Tianjin Valley.
The 2 originally close disciples had unexpectedly become sworn enemies. The immortal couldn't help but self-deprecate. He indeed had a unique insight when it came to accepting disciples. Tao Mian replied that whether it was good or bad was not something he could decide. For Chu Liuxua and Chu Suiyan, who had grown up together, he was merely an intruder in their lives.
If your 2 disciples turn against each other, then how would you manage yourself?
A simple question made Shui Han feel somewhat reluctant as he continued. Tao Mian lowered his gaze, staring at the leftovers on the table, remaining silent for a long time. After a moment, he finally spoke softly.
I don't know.
After changing, Chu Liuxua washed her hands and passed by the private room where they had speculated about the cinder of the wine, finding the door ajar. The used bowls and chopsticks were already stacked in one place, and a servant was vigorously wiping the table. Judging by the number of teacups and dishes, it seemed that 2 people had sat here earlier. Chu Liuxua had an inkling and continued walking toward the adjacent room, and then she heard Tao Mian's words.
I don't know.
The young girl stood still at the door, like a frozen statue, beautiful and ethereal. A servant passed by carrying bowls and cups, and the girl raised a finger to her lips, gently shaking her head, signaling him not to make a sound. The servant nodded, obediently lighting his steps, and quietly left her side. It was only after the 2 inside changed the topic that Chu Liuxua pushed the door open after another quarter of an hour. Once inside, she casually returned to her seat. By this time Tao Mian had concealed his emotions well, and asked her if there was anywhere else she wanted to go. Chu Liuxua held a finely carved green jade cup in both hands, tilted her head in thought, and said,
There is a place, but it's been so long that I'm not sure if I can still find it, or if it still exists.
Tao Mian patted his chest, saying there was no need to fret about it, he would take care of the route, and they would set off immediately. Shui Zhonggui set down his wine cup, shaking his ebony fan a couple of times, saying that they could go, but he could no longer walk, and needed to rest here to dissipate the effects of the wine. Dangyun Tower provides specially designated rooms for drunken guests. If they return later, they can come back here to find him. Tao Mian readily agreed, donned his mask, and called for his servant to take care of Shui Han before leading his disciples out.
It's not far from the Moon Hill, but we need to leave the city.
Chu Luxu's memories gradually drifted back to several years ago, to that little path lined with pear blossoms.
At the boundary between the demon domain and the human realm, a small village.
Tao Mian seemed to know where Chu Liuxue intended to take him. After the two left Dangyun Tower, a figure leaned against a window in a room upstairs, gazing intently at the backs of the two until they vanished into the crowd.
You still reek of alcohol. Rest here today, and don't return to the hall for now, lest you slip up and reveal something.
Another person pushed the door open and entered. It was Su Tianhe, who had not appeared in the mortal realm for a long time. Su Tianhe followed the gaze of the person by the window and noticed Tao Mian and Chu Luxu's figures. He withdrew his gaze and focused on the young man.
Stop looking, it's useless. Those who come down from Peach Blossom Mountain do not return. You have your own path to walk.
Perhaps influenced by the effects of the wine, the young man's gaze was unfocused. He rested his chin on his hand, gazing vacantly at the bright lanterns, blooming flowers, playful and laughing children, and whispering couples on the street. The colorful spectacle was distant, and the brilliance was scattered across the heavens. He slowly closed his eyelids, feeling a sense of gloom in his heart. The clamor of the crowd had nothing to do with him. He was an outsider in this noisy celebration. The vast and lonely world left him wondering where he could return.
The silver notes have arrived.
And Tao Mian hired a carriage drawn by a bone demon horse, a creature native to the demon realm, renowned for its swiftness. Guided by Chu Liuxue's memories, they journeyed steadily westward, all the while the young woman stood beside the window, gently holding the small curtain aside as she gazed outward. Around the hour of the ox they finally arrived. And after alighting, Tao Mian rewarded the driver with several taels of loose silver. The driver touched the brim of his bamboo hat and bowed his head slightly in quiet gratitude. With a sharp whistle, the demon horse reared and galloped away into the distance. Tao Mian turned back, and there stood her disciple beneath the largest pear tree at the village entrance, her palm resting tenderly upon its trunk, her face lifted skyward. Above, the boughs stood bare. No blossoms, no fruit, not even a single leaf remained. The tree had long since withered into silence. And so too had the village. And Chu Liuxue seemed lost in memory, growing ever more reticent. Unwilling to disturb her, Tao Mian simply walked in silent companionship behind her. And they passed along the sandy path winding through the village, flanked on either side by tightly packed dwellings. Once inhabited, these houses now stood hollow and abandoned. And everything remained, yet nothing was as it once was. And Chu Liuxue mentioned only once softly that famine had once ravaged this place, then fell silent. No further words were needed, all was already spoken in the hush between them. And the village nestled against the gentle slope of a low hill where 2 or 3 households clung to its base. Chu Liuxue paused before one of them. This dwelling was narrower and more rudimentary than the others. Half its wooden fence had already collapsed into ruin. Chu Liuxue pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside. Tao Mian followed closely behind. She did not linger within the house, as if it held no memory worth honoring, but passed straight through, emerging into the rear courtyard. And there stood another great pear tree, even larger than the one at the village gate. Though barren of blossoms, its luxuriant canopy spoke volumes. In full bloom, it must have draped the heavens in delicate snow-like radiance.
It still lives.
And Chu Liuxue tapped the trunk lightly, as though greeting an old friend. Seeing that the tree yet clung to a whisper of life, she exhaled softly, her uplifted eyes shimmering with quiet relief and joy. Beyond the courtyard rose the hill itself. Chu Liuxue opened a small gate set into the fence, and waited for Tao Mian to pass through before carefully closing it behind them. In this mountain, though lacking the abundant spiritual energy of Peach Blossom Mountain, still possessed a subtle quiet aura. Chu Liuxue strode along a narrow overgrown path, so faint that to Tao Mian's eye it had all but vanished beneath tangled shrubs and wild grasses. Only the girl's practiced motion, sweeping aside the undergrowth with her sleeve, revealed it as a true trail leading deep into the mountain. They walked for an indeterminate span until Chu Liushua finally slowed. She searched the surroundings carefully, then stopped at a secluded clearing. Its location was perilous. One side dropped sheer into a cliff edge where a single misstep would mean certain fall. Mountain winds swept through the valley, stirring the hems of their robes. Chu Liushua stood tall and serene before several weathered, crumbling graves. 5 graves in all, for marked by moss-eaten steels, the 5th appeared recently dug up and hastily refilled, its history shrouded in mystery. A long ragged fissure cleaved the clearing, separating 2 of the graves from the other 3. In her ponytail stirred in the wind as she stood with her back to Tao Mian, speaking of those buried there, her voice hushed, hollow, reverent.
These 4 graves hold the old servant who rescued me from the demon realm, my foster father, the scholar Chu, and the couple who later adopted me.
Chu Suinian recounted how after fleeing the demon realm the old servant had exchanged her own newborn granddaughter for the infant Chu Liushua, thus saving her life at terrible cost. Pursuit had been relentless. She could not flee far. Reaching this borderland village situated between 2 realms, she collapsed, utterly exhausted. She believed both her own life and the infant's would end there. In despair, she fell prostrate upon the path leading into the village, surrounded on all sides by pear trees in full blinding bloom, their blossoms cascading like pure white snow across the sky. The kindly scholar discovered the pair, an old man and a tiny girl. Within the swaddling cloth, the infant's wide-open eyes reflected nothing but that endless luminous sea of pear blossoms.
Lu Shui, that is the name he gave me. Not for winter snow, but for those falling blossoms light as drifting snow.
The scholar took the infant and the old servant in. Illiterate, the servant entrusted naming the child to the learned man. He named her Lu Shui, lingering snow. 1,000 pear trees blooming along a path snowing white. Thus he etched into her name the most exquisite moment of their first meeting. Not long afterward the old servant passed away. Her unwavering loyalty had led her to sacrifice in crisis, but the infant who should have been her own granddaughter haunted her dreams, drenched in blood. Tormented by guilt, she sank into sorrow, her health deteriorating swiftly. Unwilling to burden the scholar, she withdrew alone into the woods, refusing food and water for 7 days, until she perished beneath a moonlit hush, her remorse and regret dissolving only with death. From then on the scholar and the girl, bound by no blood, lived as kin. He taught her to read and write, to chart the stars, to distinguish poison herbs from medicinal ones upon the mountainside. He showed her a vivid pink flower, oleander, its beauty lethal, its toxins fatal to man and beast alike, yet also paradoxically a potent medicine. He taught her not only knowledge, but wisdom. The flower itself bore no guilt, only the intent of the hand that wielded it. And the human heart, ever shifting, dwelled perpetually on the razor's edge between virtue and vice. The scholar's constitution was frail. To heal him, the girl taught herself medicine, and tested remedies upon her own body. Yet life is cruel, even desperate effort may yield only empty hands. The scholar forbade her from risking herself further, and discouraged her frequent forays into the mountains. He wished only to speak with her, to share more moments. So he revealed her origins, to honor the dying wish of the old servant, a vow he could not break. Yet he refused to cast her into the vortex of vengeance.
Love has its limits, he said, but hatred knows no end. When grudge answers grudge, where does the cycle cease?
The girl, unwilling to let him depart with unrest in his heart, even knowing he had been poisoned, nodded in solemn assent. And the scholar closed his eyes peacefully, as though slipping into gentle slumber. She pressed 2 fingers to his nostrils, then slowly withdrew her trembling hand. In knowing his time was short, the scholar had already secured her future, entrusting her to a childless couple in the village. When asked her name, the girl replied, Chu Liushua, Chu of the Chu River, Lu meaning to flow away, Shui meaning falling snow. And if all things slip beyond grasp, why cling to even a name, a fragile frosted dream? The scholar surrendered his entire modest fortune to the couple. Only then did they agree to take Chu Liushua in. Chu Liushua lived as a ward in their home, but served as a servant mastering household tasks before her years tending to her nominal parents without resentment. Only when they sold her to a brothel did hatred, true searing hatred, first ignite within her. And she poisoned the trafficker. No one imagined such a small child could wield poison so deftly, and thus he offered no guard. Nor did her foster parents. And
my benefactors lie buried here, my enemies too.
Chu Liushua gazed upon the 4 marked graves, the old servant, the scholar, her foster father and mother, their spirits seeming to watch her in solemn silent presence. One grave remained unmarked, prepared long ago, abandoned again and again. And
Tao Mian,
she suddenly called the immortal's name.
You are a being of perfect benevolence. To walk beside you is to forget cunning, to forget the hatred that brought me here.
For a moment her face softened, as if recalling Peach Blossom Mountain, her eyes glinting with starlight. And then the light dimmed.
But my cultivation remains insufficient. Neither hatred nor love can I release.
She could not bear the thought of her enemies smiling in their graves, disturbing the peace of those she loved sleeping just beyond. Chu Liushua's revenge plan had actually begun many years ago. However, she had once given up midway. She thought to spend her life on Peach Blossom Mountain would also be good.
I had truly imagined such days with me and Sui Yin, our hair turning gray before yours. At that time the two of us with silver-streaked temples could brew tea and admire flowers with you in the courtyard, quietly listening to the wind's whispers.
If Sui Yin had never come down the mountain. After half a night's silence, Tao Mian finally spoke, her voice hoarse beyond measure.
When did you realize the true identity of the 4 piles?
Chu Liushua smiled.
From the very first day I met him.
She said that Chu Sui Yin was entrusted to him by his mother, but the boy was too young at that time to remember anything. Later, he was deceived by his sister's words, tricked into believing he was truly a child picked from a garbage heap. Chu Sui Yin's mother was a singer who had a romantic entanglement with the leader of the Yuming Hall, Tan Yuan, during her youth. Unfortunately, as time passed, her deep affections were misplaced, leaving behind only the unfortunate product of Chu Sui Yin. Carrying her frail child, she intended to go to the demon domain to confront her old lover for an explanation, but she exhausted her energy halfway on the brink of death. In her dying moments, she felt such hatred. Chu Liushua merely passed by and out of an impulsive kindness fed her a bowl of rice soup. She tightly grasped the girl's hand, asking her to take her child to Yuming Hall to find Tan Yuan. What a rude request, Chu Liushua thought. But if it weren't for her desperate situation, she might not have turned into such an ugly figure of hatred towards someone. Though still young, she had aged prematurely. In Chu Liushua's eyes, she appeared shrouded in dusk, her eyes dark and her lips purple. It was said that she was once a renowned singer in the royal capital, with many high officials and nobles spending fortunes just to see her smile. Chu Liushua was forcefully handed a swaddled infant, unsure of what to do. At that time, she had just buried her adoptive parents in a grave she had prepared long ago, now utterly alone. Yet she understood that sustaining herself was already problematic, let alone taking on such a little burden. Without hesitation, Chu Liushua intended to return the swaddled child to the singer, but when she looked down, she found that the other had already lost her breath. A fragrant life extinguished. This was troublesome. Chu Liushua thought she feared trouble the most. The old servant was dead, the scholar was dead, her adoptive parents were dead now. The only enemies she had left were two, a trader from Tianjin Valley, and the leader of Yuming Hall. The last two were not as easily dealt with as her adoptive parents, and Chu Liushua was in no hurry. After all, she was younger than them. Even if she did nothing, as long as she took care of her health, in 50 years she'd go to their graves and set off firecrackers, ensuring they would not rest in peace even in death. Chu Liushua had always been a person who repaid kindness with kindness and avenged wrongs with vengeance. Encountering such an ambiguous situation for the first time left her conflicted.
You are Tan Yuan's son, and Tan Yuan is my enemy. Ensuring his line ends could be seen as a means of revenge, but you and I have no grievances.
Chu Liushua frowned, her tone flat as if pondering what to have for dinner. She placed the swaddled child on the ground and extended a hand pinching the corner of the small blanket. It was too easy to kill an infant. All she had to do was cover his face with this corner of the blanket and hold it tight. If luck was on her side, she might not even hear a cry. Chu Liushua really did just that. She covered the flower-patterned blanket over the boy's face, watching the ants moving along the roadside, silently counting. 1, 2, 3. Is he really not crying? Curiously, she lifted the blanket to see if the boy had truly died. The child moved his neck slightly, and suddenly showed her a smiling face. So foolish and ugly. Chu Liushua wrinkled her nose.
How could there be such an ugly child?
She thought perhaps she should wait a bit longer. After all, she couldn't kill Tan Yuan right away. Such a tangled matter could wait to be troubled over later.
And then I kept him with me until I met you.
Tao Mian felt a bit surprised inside. When Chu Sui-yin chose to return to Yuming Hall, Chu Luxu's emotions did not fluctuate much at that time. She suspected he might have known all along. She just hadn't expected it to be so early, that she had been wandering with her enemy's bloodline all along. Perhaps it was to better kill him, or perhaps for other reasons.
I truly tried every effort to convince myself to let go, and I was almost successful.
Chu Liushua gazed quietly at the graves before her. She recounted how many times she had wanted to abandon the young Chu Sui-yin at the crossroads to fend for himself, and how many times she had despaired and turned back to find him. Chu Sui-yin always thought his sister was lost, and never thought otherwise.
You were a salvation to me. On Peach Blossom Mountain, I hardly thought of revenge anymore. The mountain took on all my emotions well, and I needed to think of nothing.
Those were the easiest years.
Chu Liushua was confiding her heart to Tao Mian, but Tao Mian shook her head, unwilling to listen any further. Don't say any more, San Tu. It can't be said any further.
The girl was naturally taciturn, burying all her thoughts deep inside. She was the most prudent disciple he had accepted to date, always knowing what to say and what not to say. She would not impose her emotions on others, nor would she be easily influenced by outsiders. With a heart as clear and clean as crystal, she was wise and perceptive. Now, as she decided to pour out all the words buried in her heart, it must be because she had made some significant decision. That would certainly not be a decision an immortal would willingly accept. Chu Liushua took 2 steps forward, gazing warmly at Tao Mian, her master.
I'm sorry, master.
I originally did not wish to impose these matters upon you. I know how much impact Gu Shixiong and Lu Shiji's deaths have had on you. I do not want you to be hurt any further. But the blood of the Dou clan repeatedly stains my dreams, fiercely defending my father of Tianjin Valley, and sacrificing his own granddaughter to protect my mother. The scholar was very much like you. He did not wish for me to walk the path of revenge, nor do you. You are the only 2 good people I have met in these brief 20 years. I once desperately wanted to save him, and I still wish to accompany you for a long time. I want revenge, but I also want to repay kindness. But in this world, how can one have both? Loyalty and filial piety cannot coexist, and neither can revenge and gratitude. I ponder daily, yet find no solution, so I must first seek revenge, and then repay kindness. If you are willing to wait, please wait for me.
Chu Liushua was a thoughtful person, considerate in all matters.
Both the palm and the back of the hand are fleshy, and Chu Sui-yin are both disciples of Tao Mian, and she did not wish to make things difficult for her.
You must continue to be the carefree immortal. I do not wish to trouble you with my own affairs, and I am sure Sui-yin does not either. But anything can happen. To guard against this possibility, master, I seek a promise from you.
Please also give one to Sui-yin. When we kneel outside your door requesting to fulfill the promise, then master, you can decide.
The girl turned around, smiling sweetly at the immortal under the moonlight. The pear blossoms in the scholar's courtyard bloomed beautifully. Silver notes, if I cannot make it in time, please watch for me.
Chu Liushua finally left the mountain. She was a person with clear objectives. This plan had been taking shape in her mind for many years, only lacking the right conditions for execution until now. Now that the timing was ripe, she only needed to ride this favorable wind. She quickly contacted the former subordinates of the old valley master Dou Huai. She was willing to be a compliant pawn following their arrangements, as long as it meant securing the position of Valley Master for herself. Those former subordinates were naturally overjoyed. They were ambitious, but lacked a pretext, a name to rally behind, which was why they had persistently requested Chu Liuxue to return to the valley over the years. This first step consumed 5 years of time. During these 5 years, Chu Liuxue meticulously unraveled the various factions within the valley, defeating them one by one. The smaller factions were directly annihilated, while the larger ones were continuously split and neutralized until they were reduced to smaller ones, which she then eradicated in one fell swoop. Although her talent for cultivation was not particularly high, her mind was clearer and quicker than that of ordinary people, matching well against her senior brother and second senior sister. It did not take long for her to clarify all matters within the valley. Now, she aimed to sever the current Valley Master's lifeline. The current Valley Master was the very culprit who had betrayed Do Huai, leading to his family's ruin. Chu Liuxue was unyielding towards him. On a night of the full moon, she led her followers and encountered the Valley Master engaging in a life-and-death confrontation. It was the first time Chu Liuxue was driven to the edge of bloodlust. The technique taught to her by Tao Mian, though not fully mastered, was nonetheless an unparalleled celestial art. Mastering even a third or fifth of it was sufficient to handle ordinary cultivators. She captured the Valley Master alive, and seeing the man before her pleading for mercy, a sudden sense of sorrow welled up within Chu Liuxue. How tragic it was that her father's once trusted subordinate turned out to be such a cowardly and inept fool. Even so, she had no intention of letting him go. Chu Liuxue tortured the traitor for 1 year and 3 months, day and night, keeping him barely alive. But other than being able to breathe, he was left with almost nothing. Each time she walked out of the dungeon, half of her shoe's edge was stained with blood. Before this, Chu Liuxue had never imagined that she could be so ruthless and resolute. After numerous setbacks, and having faced near-death experiences and betrayals from her subordinates, Chu Liuxue finally ascended to the position of Valley Master. Standing at the highest point within the hall, she gazed down at the demons bowing before her, contemplating that once she accomplished one more goal, she could return to Teotihuacan. Chu Liuxue's second goal was to take revenge on the Yuming Hall, just as they had done to Tianjin Valley. But she intended to be even more ruthless. She wanted to make Yuming Hall disappear. When she announced this decision, several subordinates present at the meeting strongly opposed her. The Yuming Hall was immensely powerful, and their Tianjin Valley had long since changed. If they insisted on a heated confrontation, they would likely suffer greater losses, and with one misstep, they could be utterly crushed by Yuming Hall, never to rise again. Many subordinates agreed with this sentiment, and Chu Liuxue noticed that a few who remained silent were also in tacit approval. She caressed the carved edges of the armrest of her chair and calmly stated that if they could not succeed in a year, they would try for 2. If 2 years were not enough, then 10. If 10 years did not work, then it would be 100. They were demons with long lifespans, and could afford to wait. If this generation could not accomplish the plan to engulf Yuming Hall, there would be the next generation. One subordinate stood up on the spot, pointing at Chu Liuxue's nose, and calling her insane. Chu Liuxue coldly met his gaze, saying that without the resolve to burn the boats behind them, it would be Tianjin Valley that would be enslaved 100 years later. The subordinates left in silence, and by the next day, the once passionate youth had vanished. Chu Liuxue first made them thoroughly understand her determination. In contrast to the continuous turmoil faced by Tianjin Valley, Yuming Hall had been rather subdued over the past 5 years. The old hall master relied on elixirs to prolong his life, while the successor Tan Fong was diligently learning from his master, and several branch masters day and night preparing for his future succession. There had been many opposing voices regarding this new successor within the hall. However, within 5 years, those voices inexplicably disappeared. The few branch masters who had opposed the most strongly either fell gravely ill or died mysteriously, each with different causes of death, but all were quite suspicious. However, the old hall master pretended not to notice, simply spending a fortune to appease the blood relatives of the branch masters. Thus the matter settled down. The confrontation between Tianjin Valley and Yuming Hall would eventually resurface. For now, it was merely the undercurrent stirring.
Chu Liuxue aimed to kill the old hall master Tan Yuan. Her subordinates advised Chu Liuxue, stating that Tan Yuan had little time left, and there was no need to exhaust themselves trying to hasten his demise. But Chu Liuxue insisted that if she did not kill him with her own hands, it would all be meaningless. Once a young girl, who claimed to be a mere pawn, she had successfully deceived everyone except for herself. Unbeknownst to her, she had already grasped power in her hands, realizing that being manipulated by others would never allow her to achieve those unspoken mad decisions. Just like her desire to kill Tan Yuan. Her subordinates continuously advised her against it, so they had no choice but to revise the plan, repeatedly plotting step by step. But plans could not keep up with changes. The old hall master Tan Yuan, who had originally still been clinging to life, unexpectedly died of illness. Chu Liuxue dismissed everyone, locked the doors and windows of her room, and saw no one. 3 whole days passed. No one knew what the young valley master thought during those 3 days. They waited outside the door, too afraid to discuss or disturb her, merely exchanging glances. Then on the morning of the 4th day, Chu Liuxue walked out of her room, her expression indifferent. "Let's go," she said. "Since the plan has changed, we will move forward." What does moving forward mean? The direction of engulfing Yuming Hall had not changed. Therefore, they could only deal with the current new hall master Tan Fong. His current name was Tan Fong. He had once been called Sui Yin. His surname was Chu, given by Chu Liuxue. This pair of siblings, unrelated by blood, had ultimately come to this point. A letter was delivered to the desk of the Valley Master of Tianjin Valley. It was sent from Yuming Hall. The new hall master Tan wrote in a tone of intimacy, as if it were not a letter to a nemesis, but to a beloved family member. He did not say much. He first expressed his longing for his sister, then briefly mentioned killing Tan Yuan, as if it were a form of revenge for her. He asked when Liuxue could return to Teotihuacan with him, expressing his longing for Master Tao, and the tea he'd brewed, wanting to appreciate flowers and admire the moon together. At the end of the letter, he invited Chu Liuxue to visit Yuming Hall, his words warm and sincere. Chu Liuxue read the letter from start to finish, then expressionless handed it to the candle, allowing the flame to consume the paper. What a good act! If she hadn't discovered that several previous assassination attempts had been instigated by the current new hall master of Yuming Hall, she might have genuinely believed in his heartfelt words. Yet she still decided to attend the banquet. The new leader of the ghostly hall hosted a banquet, and all the notable sects and factions in the demon domain had to show some respect. It was not only to pay their respects, but also to gauge the capabilities of this young successor. A week before the banquet began, the invited guests speculated whether the ghostly hall's arch-rival Tianjin Valley would attend. Although the new valley master was a woman, her methods were as thunderous and decisive as they were ruthless. Though she appeared gentle and unassuming, she showed no mercy when taking action. Tianjin Valley underwent a complete transformation, regaining a semblance of its former prestige. The invitation sent by the ghostly hall to Tianjin Valley was less of an invitation and more like a declaration of war. While others speculated that Tianjin Valley would ignore the invitation, unexpectedly on the day of the banquet, the Valley Master actually brought her envoy along. When Chu Liuxue stood at the entrance of the hall, the previously boisterous atmosphere of the banquet fell silent. She traveled without a retinue, accompanied only by her envoy, raising questions about whether she possessed absolute confidence to leave unscathed, or if she was simply reckless. The Valley Master was not fond of smiling, her gaze always calm and emotionless. It was well known that this Chu Valley Master lost her family at a young age, and had suffered greatly, while wandering alone for many years. As a result, her personality was reclusive and introverted. When great fortune came her way, she would only cast a calm glance without lingering. Everyone deemed her cold and eccentric, yet few knew she had once cherished the fleeting beauty of a night-blooming flower, and had found joy in such trivial matters. Chu Liuxue was indifferent to outsiders' opinions. Not to mention the irrelevant onlookers, she did not even regard the hall master. She simply found an empty seat and sat down. The envoy stood beside her, his eyes downcast, silently guarding his master, not appearing to be a talkative person. Though the two entered quietly without exchanging glances or words,
with anyone their strong presence was undeniable. The ghostly hall and Tianjin Valley had always been at odds. It was no exaggeration to say that even the dogs raised by both factions would bite each other. Many were puzzled why the hall master would invite Chu Liuxue, and were further confused by her attendance. The two parties involved naturally would not clarify matters for them. A few neutral sects hoping to avoid offending either side approached to greet Chu Liuxue. Chu Liuxue exchanged a few polite words, but spoke little, showing no intention of deeper conversation. The more proactive guests noticed her reluctance to engage, and wisely chose not to disturb her. Gradually a circle of emptiness formed around them at the banquet, like an invisible barrier isolating them from the outside world. Among the invited guests some had long harbored discontent towards Chu Liuxue, and whispered remarks suggesting that if she was unwilling to attend, she should simply refrain from coming and stop putting on airs. Before the friends beside them could respond, another voice interjected their conversation. "It is a great honor for us at the ghostly hall that Valley Master Chu has graced us with her presence. Guests are to be treated as guests, let her be pleased." The murmuring guests were interrupted, and turned to seek the source of that clear voice. Turning around they saw a young man in splendid robes smiling at them. The light illuminated his handsome features, his eyes deep as an abyss, inscrutable and profound. It was none other than Tan Fong, the master of the ghostly hall. Being overheard gossiping in front of the host was exceedingly awkward. The guests laughed awkwardly, complimenting the new hall master, eager to move past the incident. Tan Fong did not hold it against them. He provided an out, and shifted the topic to something else. After he left with his cup of wine, the guests wiped their brows, and realized, could it be, that the hall master was speaking up for Chu Liuxue? This was more terrifying than the sky falling. After a moment of contemplation, they thought to themselves, it must be an illusion, absolutely an illusion. Tan Fang's father was the enemy of the one who had killed Chu Liuxue's parents. It would be a miracle if they could coexist under one roof, let alone speak for each other. Compared to the aloof Chu Valley Master, Tan Fong was clearly adept at dealing with people, smooth and skillful. He exchanged pleasantries with the other guests before finally approaching Chu Liuxue. However, just as he walked over with a cup of wine, Chu Liuxue stood up first. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she stared at a certain corner of the hall. In the corner there was originally a table set for wine where someone was drinking alone. She recognized that face. It was none other than Xue Han, whom she had met several times before. Xue's business was thriving, and his connections with the ghostly valley were not surprising. Chu Liuxue initially did not take it to heart. But as she withdrew her gaze, she caught sight of another person sitting up beside Xue Han. That person had just been lying next to the table, which was why she had not noticed him. He appeared unwell, his face pale, and breath weak, his brows and eyes drooping, looking rather miserable. Xue Han let him lean against the pillar behind him slowly, and handed over a calming sachet from his bosom. After receiving it with one hand, he covered the sachet with the wide sleeve of his robe, and then covered his mouth and nose, preventing the scent from being too overpowering. Chu Liuxue understood why he felt unwell. Before coming to the demon domain, he had to inhale the soul-returning incense for 3 days. His appearance had some discrepancies from her memories. Perhaps he had slightly altered his appearance, with an illusion to avoid revealing his true identity and attracting trouble. Though the changes were minor, Chu Liuxue could still recognize him. She heard footsteps approaching, drawing nearer. Chu Liuxue did not turn her head, but continued to observe every movement of that person. She bit her tongue slightly, forcing her emotions to remain concealed. She almost squeezed out the words from her throat. "Let's not disturb him regarding matters between us. I thought this was an unspoken understanding between you and me." The person beside her did not immediately respond, instead pausing in silence before turning slightly to look at that individual through the crowd. "Do not let longing linger after parting. I do not wish to disturb him, yet I cannot help but miss him." This might be the only sincere expression from the hall master tonight, precious amidst the facade and flattery. Chu Liuxue believed his words to be genuine, yet she still could not accept them. "Chu Suiyan," she called out by his past name, "the grievances between us cannot be explained in just a few sentences." Tao Mian was innocent. He had merely saved the two unfortunate children out of kindness, and perhaps it would have been better had he not intervened. Summoning me to support you is one thing. What was the meaning of bringing Tao Mian here? Do you think he would be pleased to witness a drama of sibling strife? Can you bear to inflict more wounds upon his heart? Chu Liuxua lost her composure, encountering Tao Mian here shocked and angered her. She had desperately tried to extricate Tao Mian from the whirlpool. For this, she was willing to remain silent forever, even if she bore immense grievances and faced overwhelming difficulties. She would not seek help from her master. Yet all her efforts over the years were so easily shattered by Chu Sui-yin that Chu Liuxua instantly harbored murderous intent. One of them must die. They could not coexist here. Tan Fang was driven to a vicious flare by Chu Liuxua's agitated words. For a long while he could no longer comprehend her. He could hardly summon the days when they had relied on one another. Back then a casual glance from Chu Liuxua made him immediately understand what she thought. Had such times truly ever existed? Why inherit Tianjin Valley? His voice was repressed, heavy with bewilderment and grievance. Liuxua, I chose to return to the Mayu to break the bounds of lifespan, to grow strong, to protect you and master. Why did you return as well, and of all things inherit Tianjin Valley? When Tan Fang still knew her as Chu Sui-yin, explaining the enmity between Tianjin Valley and Yuming Hall might have taken 3 days and 3 nights and yielded him no understanding. Not until he returned to the hall, sifted through ancient volumes in the archives, and stood the entire night at the graves on the rear hill did he find the roar of pain in his blood undiminished. Yuming Hall and Tianjin Valley had borne hatred for centuries. Through 100 years of ebb and flow their powers waxed and waned. Whenever one side rose strong, it became a living nightmare for the other. Mountains of corpses, seas of blood, bones shattered and flesh torn. Such were the pen and paper with which their history had been written. Reading on, even though Tan Fang could not forgive the father who had abandoned them, he began to understand why the man had once sought to grievously wound Tianjin Valley. The more he understood, the deeper his suffering, for Chu Liuxua had chosen to return to Tianjin Valley. Tan Fang had once harbored a naive hope. Even after learning Chu Liuxua's true origin, he consoled himself with a fragile fantasy. It would be all right. So long as Liuxua did not acknowledge her lineage, he could pretend the secret report had never existed. Once Yuming Hall had utterly destroyed Tianjin Valley, he believed he could abandon everything here and return to Taohua Mountain to be with Liuxua and with Master. Spring paths add rain to flowers, and a mountain stirs with bloom. If he desired, after traversing the dust of the world, he could still return to that mountain. But Chu Liuxua's choice shattered his dream. All of it proved in vain. Tan Fang's words were received by Chu Liuxua without omission. She tugged at the corner of her mouth, uncertain whether she mocked herself or him. So you still wanted to go back? You cannot, Chu Sui-yin. Neither you nor I can go back. She sounded lamenting, then snapped back into the tone of accusation. We are rotten to the root and beyond saving, yet why did you bring Tao Mian along? He should distance himself from our mess, then you and I can settle life and death between us. Round and round they went, back to the original question. Tan Fang grew impatient. I said I asked Master to come, not for any other purpose. No matter how wicked I am, I would never harm those most important to me. I only wished to see him. But after years away from the mountain, he had no decent pretext. How could he presumptuously invite Master to meet him? Both argued for Tao Mian, yet could not reach accord. Words clashed, and they fell into low-voiced dispute. That bickering seemed to pull them back years, though neither perceived it. Had it remained merely sharp tongues, it would have been one thing. In the end, a single disagreement flared into blows. The guests had a foreboding, but the turn of events was still too sudden. Tao Mian beside them was stupefied. What on earth was this? He had been pleased to receive an invitation sent from Yuming Hall. His disciples were all capable people. It was improper to intrude, and they had shown no intention to contact him. In time, Tao Mian ceased to take the initiative. That his fourth disciple had sent an invitation meant he still existed in their thoughts. Joyful, Tao Mian wrote overnight to Shuihan asking for some resuscitation incense. He intended to enter the Mayu. When Shuihan asked why he would go into the Mayu, he told the truth: to see his disciple. The requested incense arrived quickly with no added message. This was unlike shopkeeper Shue's usual ways in the past. When he asked a favor, he seemed to extract tenfold returns. Anxious Tao Mian burned the incense vomited as custom dictated for 3 days, then felt his feet lift and drift into the milieu. Sure enough, his uneasy premonition proved accurate. Just inside the moist borders, he glimpsed the Shui household's carriage. There was no avoiding it. Shui Han waved the invitation in his hand, showing that he too had been counted among the invitees. Tao Mian did not dare to ask whence the invitation had come. He pretended to be deaf and mute, avoiding speech wherever possible, and feigning hearing loss at Shui Han's questions. "Playing deaf and dumb, are you?" Shui Han sneered austere. Yet with the wide connections of shopkeeper Shui, entry into Yuming Hall became far more straightforward. Tao Mian let himself be treated like baggage hauled along by shopkeeper Shui, and needing no further care. Because he was so unassuming and plainly dressed, the steward at Yuming Hall's gate mistook him for one of Shui's servants. Tao Mian felt miffed. "Next time when I cast an illusion, don't make me look like a random passerby. From an ordinary servant to a slightly better-looking servant. You should be glad others only regard you as a servant. Had they thought otherwise." Shopkeeper Shui gave a short amused huff. Tao Mian returned his longer silence. Once he had gained entry and seen his disciple, all would be well. But an error occurred en route. The hall's demonic chi proved too strong. Tao Mian grew faint and nearly stumbled over the threshold. He staggered into the hall, with Shui Han intending to sit and recover before meeting his disciple. Before he could steady himself, the other side began to tear the place apart. The instigators were none other than his third and fourth disciples. The two fought without yielding. Being cultivators, even what began as a petty scuffle was capable of turning the great hall inside out. The hall master and the valley lord clashed. Yuming Hall's retainers surged forward, while the opposing left envoy and his men protected Chu Liuxue. The duel had erupted into an all-out brawl. Although the milieu is less bound by the rules of the mortal-immortal realms, such a mid-banquet brawl was still uncommon. The guests did not know what to do. Choosing either side risked offending someone. The hall's roof shook, several tiles dislodged and fell beyond the main gate, shattering with a crack. Not only the roof, even the beams trembled as if about to give way. Tao Mian had just risen to step forward and stop the chaos when his life-preserving incense pouch slipped to the ground. As he bent to pick it up, half a beam suddenly collapsed. If Shui Han had not yanked him hard from behind, Tao Mian's head would likely have been crushed. Now the immortal was enraged. In that moment, almost no one understood what had happened. As Chu Liuxue and Tan Fong briefly parted and surged toward each other again, two long swords struck into the ground before them, sinking a full foot deep. The pair were forced to halt. As dust settled, everyone followed the sword's flight and looked. The figure was blurred, but the voice reached them first. "Still fighting." His tone was stern and solemn. None could tell what august presence had arrived. As one wave subsided, another arose. The guests at the banquet were still in shock over the conflict between the leaders of Tianjin Valley and Yuming Hall, but what was even more unbelievable was that someone had the audacity to step in between them to mediate. The two swords that flew out were of different lengths, clearly not belonging to the same master. Meanwhile, the two sword masters only just realized that their personal belongings were missing.
"Is that my sword?"
As the dust slowly settled, Chu Liuxue and Tan Fong stood on either side, glaring at each other, neither willing to concede. It was not until the mysterious figure spoke that they both turned to the side, respectfully bowing in greeting.
"Master! Master!"
It turned out to be their master. This revelation left everyone utterly astonished. Chu Liuxue and Tan Fong had actually apprenticed under the same master. The leaders of Yuming Hall and Tianjin Valley were both disciples of one teacher. It was hard to determine which of these revelations was more surprising. The guests' gazes unconsciously shifted toward the center of the conflict. The person there was dressed simply with a jade hairpin holding back their hair, and from their youthful appearance, they seemed to be about the same age as their disciples. Could such a young practitioner really be the master of those two? Tao Mian stood between his two disciples, his expression unusually filled with restrained anger. It was the first time the disciples had seen Tao Mian angry, and they did not dare to breathe. Although the two appeared imposing in public, they were still obedient and respectful before their master.
"What a fine banquet, and you've turned it into this,"
Tao Mian lamented, clearly frustrated.
"You too."
He intended to reprimand his disciples, but before he could finish, they had already started to make excuses.
"Please don't be angry, master. It was my fault. We both did poorly."
Their quick admissions of fault made it hard not to question whether they genuinely believed they had made a mistake. Tao Mian, being a wise person, was well aware of what others might think. The two siblings had grown up under his watchful eye. How could he not understand their little schemes? Thus the immortal grew angrier, letting out a heavy sigh and sweeping away from the banquet. Chu Liuxue and Tan Fang exchanged glances, their sibling camaraderie rekindled after many years. The former chased after Tao Mian, while the latter dusted off his clothes, wearing a smile, as he casually reassured the guests, as if he had not just been in a fierce fight. The immortal had not gone far. After searching for a short while, Chu Liuxue found him beneath a weeping crabapple tree in the courtyard. Tao Mian was busily damaging the flowers and plants. He snapped off a branch of flowers, his mood visibly agitated, as evidenced by the petals that drifted down around him. Chu Liuxue paused for a moment, but resolutely stepped forward to stand beside Tao Mian. The master and disciple stood in their respective positions, one squatting and the other standing. Tao Mian, too lazy to look up, said,
"Don't talk to me right now, I'm upset and might curse."
Chu Liuxue replied,
"Forget it, master. Don't make things difficult for yourself. You can only say your quality needs to be lowered. Swearing is something you can't learn."
Tao Mian perked up his ears, and thought, "Oh, am I being looked down upon?" He stood up, intending to argue with his disciple, and show off his vocabulary. However, as their eyes met, the usually reserved Chu Liuxue couldn't hold back and broke into a smile.
"What are you laughing at?"
Tao Mian deliberately put on a masterly demeanor and questioned her sternly. Chu Liuxue shook her head with a smile.
"It's nothing. I just suddenly realized you are still you."
How wonderful! At this moment, the immortal no longer had the heart to act imposing. He mumbled an acknowledgement. The two sat side by side on the long bench in the courtyard corridor. The moonlight was bright and clear, with no wind or clouds, a truly lovely evening. They exchanged idle chatter, focusing on trivial matters, spending a good half an hour on meaningless talk. Perhaps this was the unique understanding between a master and disciple. The world was too bitter, encounters were rare, and it was better to share some light-hearted nonsense to elicit a smile. Even so, Tao Mian keenly sensed that Chu Liuxue had become more silent than before. Among his 4 disciples at Taohua Mountain, Guyuan, Yuan Di Luxue, and Sui Yin, it was undeniable that his 3rd disciple made him the most at ease. Chu Liuxue was always acutely aware of what she was doing, rarely acting impulsively. She was a child of meticulous thought from a young age, and Tao Mian had no worries about her suffering losses, yet he couldn't help but worry that she might burden herself with excessive contemplation. Immortals on the mountain do not urge those who descend the affairs of the world should flow like water, and it should be this way. However, reasoning aside, if everything were to adhere strictly to rules, wouldn't that turn one into a living corpse? Tao Mian said to Lu Shui,
"The peach blossoms on the mountain have bloomed. If you have some free time, go take a look."
Chu Liuxue smiled, her eyes curving.
"Okay."
This promise was not a true promise. She knew full well that there might never be another chance to return to the mountain. Even if she did return, she would be a sinner with blood on her hands. But with the moonlight so bright and beautiful, why speak of despair and spoil the lovely scenery? Suddenly the quiet and reserved left envoy appeared beneath a flowering tree, silent yet unmistakably drawing the attention of the two in the courtyard.
"I'm leaving now, master,"
Chu Liuxue said with a nonchalant back, waving her hand toward Tao Mian.
"When I return to the mountain one day, remember to leave me a jar of good wine."
Only after her and the left envoy's figures had completely disappeared beyond the courtyard's moon gate did Tao Mian softly speak.
"Aren't you going to come out? Could it be that you don't want to see your master?"
The bushes beside him rustled softly, the sound of fabric brushing against them. Along with it came a young male voice.
How could that be?
Ten Fong stepped out from behind the bushes, his tone somewhat helpless.
Master, please don't blame me, I'm not good at arguing.
Tao Mian did not respond, instead patting the empty space beside him, inviting Ten Fong to sit. Ten Fong obediently took a seat, shaking his robes, causing a few wilting crab apples to fall. What should they talk about? When apart there were always 1,000 words to say, but when they reunited they inevitably fell silent, unsure of where to start or what to say. Thus he propped his arms at his sides, gazing up at the full moon in the sky. Tao Mian was also unwilling to break this rare tranquility, counting the crab apples on the branch in his hand one by one. When he reached the 15th flower, Ten Fong finally spoke.
Did Master only want to take Liu Shui as a disciple back then?
He finally voiced a question that had been buried in his heart for many years. He had already known the answer, yet still hoped to hear a different response from the original speaker. But before Tao Mian could reply, he shook his head as if retreating.
No, Master, it's better if you don't tell me. I can't take it in.
He withdrew his arms, fingers casually crossed on his lap, glancing again at the moonlight.
How about you tell me, Master? I can accept any answer.
Tao Mian said nothing, and Ten Fong shifted around 3 times, feeling embarrassed about his own behavior.
Yes.
The certainty in the voice beside him made the young man's heart skip a beat, and for a moment he didn't know what expression to make. The immortal seemed afraid that the other would misunderstand, repeating,
Initially, I truly only intended to take your sister as my disciple despite your evident talent.
Ten Fong could not remain seated for a moment, as if 1,000 needles were piercing his skin and embedding deep into his bones. He suddenly stood up, feeling a bit at a loss, determined to escape this place, unwilling to listen any longer.
I have some matters to attend to. Sit down, Master will sit here, and if you need anything just call someone. Sit down.
Tao Mian's command halted his departing steps. Ten Fong stiffly returned to his original position.
You're already this grown, yet still run away after only hearing half of what your master says.
Tao Mian mumbled as if complaining. He pressed down on his disciple's shoulder, seemingly trying to calm the tumultuous emotions within.
Listen to me finish my words. Back in the day, I indeed only wanted to take Chu Liuxiu as my disciple, but I couldn't just watch you left to wander the streets, could I? Then why didn't Master send me away?
Tan Fang's inherent stubbornness flared up.
Wasn't Shui Zhonggui sent to the mortal realm by you back then? You seem to know quite a bit. Where did you hear that?
Tao Mian coughed lightly and said seriously,
Shui Han had the conditions back then. I was close to the head of the Shui family, so I dared to send a child to their couple. However, Master has limited connections. When it comes to you, there's no such good fortune. You can only endure hardship with me in the mountains far from wealth and glory.
Tao Mian said earnestly. Ten Fong lowered his head, appearing dejected yet inwardly relieved. Tao Mian remained oblivious to his little thoughts, and continued with his previous conversation.
You two siblings have indeed given me a headache for quite a while. Liuxiu is fated with Taohua Mountain, but she is uninterested in cultivation. You, on the other hand, have extraordinary talent, yet you shouldn't be under my Taohua Mountain's tutelage.
I, as a master, am lazier than others, not very attentive. I have considered other paths for you, fearing it would delay you. This was Tao Mian's heartfelt words. The 2 cultivation techniques sent by the Golden Finger were tailored for Chu Liuxiu's physique. Although Chu Suiyan had learned them, were they truly suitable for him? Tao Mian had been troubled by this for a long time. He was not wealthy. After accepting 3 batches of disciples, he had 6 types of cultivation techniques. The first 4 were exclusive to his eldest and second disciples, and Tao Mian had a complex about it, unwilling to pass them on to others. As for the last 2, he only taught them to Chu Suiyan, after privately asking Chu Liuxiu's opinion and receiving her permission.
Suiyan, ask yourself sincerely, in terms of cultivation, Master has not treated you unfairly.
Tao Mian's fingers fiddled with the withered flowers on the branch.
Master, don't say that.
Ten Fong had been silently listening until Tao Mian uttered the word,
unfair,
at which point he couldn't help but retort. Master is a very good teacher. No matter how ruthless he may be, he would never forget how he cared for the ill Ten Fong, staying awake night after night. Tao Mian had never owed anything to his two disciples. Hearing his originally heartbroken disciple comfort him in return, the immortal couldn't help but smile.
Even when I am sad, I still defend you. Suiyan Master does not hide from you. The only person fated with Taohua Mountain is indeed Liu Xue.
But as for my disciples, both of you are equally so.
No matter how, the Golden Finger determined that Tao Mian's fourth disciple would forever carry the name of Chu Suiyan.
Tan Fong blinked slowly twice, and smiled, feeling relieved.
With Master saying this, that's enough for me.
The master and disciple finally opened up, and gradually began to converse. Tao Mian noticed that when talking about the past, the fourth disciple's responses were not very quick. He seemed to be searching for memories of the past, piecing together those fragments little by little. It was evident that all these years he had been forcibly suppressing and sealing away his past. In the years spent in the underworld hall, Tan Fong intentionally forgot everything about his past, not wanting to reminisce or recall. He had many things to accomplish. He needed to earn the trust of the branch leaders, establish a firm foothold, and ultimately seek revenge on his father. Someone taught him to see the reality: you are too weak now. The weak cannot even be content with their current situation, let alone pursue their desires. Only by climbing higher, continuously striving upward, can one attain freedom. Tan Fong followed this advice. Within a year, he mastered the 18 techniques of the underworld hall, and spent another year gaining acknowledgement of his lineage from more than half of the branch leaders, before taking another year to silence the dissenting voices. Then he began his revenge against his father. Tan Yuan had grown old. When he abandoned his mother to seek warmth elsewhere, he must have been full of vigor. But now, he was merely a frail old man lying on a sickbed. His murky eyes fixed intently on the young man by the bed, laughing and repeating the word "good" 3 times. Heaven did not forsake Tan Yuan. Having lost one son, it sent him another. Moreover, the younger son resembled him much more in his youth. Proud, ruthless, and self-centered, the young man was indifferent to his father, who was returning to life. After his father rambled on incoherently, he said, they were not alike at all. They were different people. Yet it seemed Tan Yuan suddenly regained clarity. Hearing a joke, he sneered, his gaze chilling. He said,
"You are mistaken, we are indeed the same person. Sitting in this position without Tan Yuan, there would be no Tan Fong. Both of them are masters of the underworld hall, and there are only 2 things they need to do: enrich the underworld and eradicate the heavens."
At that time, Tan Fong was still pondering how he could possibly confront Liu Xue with sword and blade. Tan Yuan saw through his inner obsession, and gave him a copper key, urging him to see for himself how Tianjin Valley and the underworld hall had come to be today. Not long after Tan Yuan's death, Tan Fong used the key to unlock that door prepared for him long ago. What pain he experienced behind that door, what psychological torment he endured, no one knew. But when he stepped out of that door, he had completely abandoned the identity of Chu Suiyan, and from then on he could only be the master of the underworld hall, Tan Fong. Do not say he would not reminisce about past feelings. Even if he were soft-hearted, he understood that Chu Liu Xue would never let go of the underworld hall, nor would she spare him. How could the hatred of a ruined family and lost home be alleviated by a few blooms on Taohua Mountain? Now he finally understood why, when he clamored to leave the mountain, as a child, Liu Xue spoke such callous words to him. He thought that perhaps Chu Liu Xue had made a promise in her heart before ascending the mountain. As long as Tan Yuan's son did not return to the demon domain, did not take the position of the master of the underworld hall, she would continue to act as if nothing had happened, guarding her saved non-blood-related brother Chu Suiyan. She worked so hard to deceive herself, yet in the end it all came to nothing. Tan Fong took over the underworld hall, while she returned to Tianjin Valley. Thus it could only end in death.
I know Master accepted my invitation to come to the demon domain with a certain intention.
Tan Fong stood up, looking up as the moon in the sky was gradually obscured by clouds drifting from Waknoshire.
Master must want to persuade us siblings not to fight to the death, so you wait here for Liu Xue and for me.
But Master, I am sorry. I am very afraid to say these 4 words, yet I have to say them. Things have changed. I am now the master of the underworld hall. Because he was facing away, Tao Mian could not see the expression on his 4th disciple's face at that moment. But no matter how many years passed, he could remember the tone in which he uttered these words. It was as if he was cursed, resolutely walking towards his own fate. The story should have a perfect ending.
Tao Mian held a wine dish in his hand, leaning against the tree behind him, gazing at the wild geese returning to the horizon.
As soon as he finished his previous sentence, he paused and continued.
The story ought to have a perfect conclusion. Chu Liuxua gave up on avenging her father, and Tan Fong no longer obsessed over expanding his family's influence. Tianjin Valley and the Underworld Hall celebrated together. Everything felt so complete.
Then the third disciple Liuxua and the fourth disciple Sui Yin returned to Teotihuacan, reuniting with their master. Tao Mian spoke incessantly for half a day, recounting how the three of them reunited, how they embraced, and how the two disciples knelt before him in tears, lamenting their foolishness in leaving the mountain, until one among them approached the end of his life. After he spoke for a while, the woman across from him hesitated and interrupted him.
Immortal, isn't it time for your medicine?
Tao Mian's shoulders drooped as he lowered his gaze to the clear wine in the dish. A petal fell, creating ripples. The mountain breeze brushed past, and there was a moment of silence between the two.
Why do people harm each other?
The immortal's tone was bewildered, and he honestly admitted he did not understand. The two disciples had once been so close, relying on each other. Yet after descending from the mountain, it seemed they viewed each other as the only enemy in their lives, vowing not to rest until the other was defeated. The woman tilted her head and thought for a moment, raising her index finger.
I can understand your third disciple's actions. If a certain faction killed my parents and destroyed my family, no matter how close I was to the inheritor of that faction, I would have to strike back, for forgetting is akin to betrayal.
As for your fourth disciple, it's a bit more complicated. I have a friend who is quite similar to him. Abandoned as a child, only the family's legitimate son treated him well, giving him good food and clothing, often standing up for him. Later his ambition grew, and he aspired to become the head of the family. When he realized that this kind-hearted legitimate son was his greatest obstacle, he hesitated not at all and plotted to kill him.
The immortal's expression changed.
The friend you speak of, wouldn't it be yourself?
The woman smiled sweetly, her cheeks adorned with symmetrical dimples. If it were indeed me, that would be wonderful.
She tossed the soft flower branch in her hand, resting her chin on the stone table, her eyes gazing skyward.
The human heart is fickle. Even if one solemnly makes a promise, what does it matter? Your fourth disciple has been down the mountain for over 10 years now.
Don't speak of 10 years, even a year, a month, or a day. People can change as easily as the clouds in the sky.
The immortal's memories always lingered on Sui Yin, unaware that Sui Yin had already dissipated like light smoke, leaving only Tan Fong. Tao Mian quietly listened to the woman's words, the wine cup in his hand unmoving, as if he were a jade statue.
He wondered, is it really that easy for people to change? That banquet did not ease the tension between the two opposing factions, rather it intensified the conflict between Tianjin Valley and the Underworld Hall. 3 significant events occurred afterward. The first was a discussion within the Underworld Hall, where 10 of the 18 branch leaders came to meet, with Hall Master Tan Fong also present. Tianjin Valley somehow learned about their secret meeting place, and dispatched a large number of elite forces to launch a surprise attack. The bloodshed and chaos of that day were such that every survivor would be haunted by nightmares for a month. 3 out of 10 branch leaders perished, and Tan Fong was also gravely injured. Hall Master Tan spent half a month recovering from his injuries. As a Hall Master, he could not rest comfortably in bed even while ill. He forced himself to visit the other injured branch leaders and the families of the deceased. One branch leader was young and had just recently married. The bride welcomed him in her wedding dress, her demeanor serene and her tone calm, as if she had already accepted the fact of her husband's death. However, she had never taken off her wedding dress, a striking red against the pure white of the mourning hall, which was jarring to behold. Tan Fong quietly asked the branch leader beside him what was going on, and the branch leader hesitated before speaking the truth. He said that the bride had long since gone mad. She pretends she is not married, that her husband is not dead, and that the bridal sedan has simply not yet reached her doorstep, which is why she has never seen him.
Tan Fang's heart was suddenly filled with mixed feelings. The branch leader was a trusted confidant of Tan Fang, someone he had promoted himself. Noticing the branch leader's changing expression, he pondered for a long time before deciding to risk his life to offer advice. He said, "Master, we your subordinates all know that you and Lord Chu are of the same sect, and perhaps you once considered the bond of sect loyalty. But our underworld hall and Tianjin Valley are sworn enemies. Among the brothers in the hall, who does not have a blood feud with Tianjin Valley? My grandfather was killed by someone from Tianjin. My childhood friend committed suicide after being violated by someone from Tianjin. My master was unfortunately captured by Tianjin, and when we recovered his body, it was no longer a body, just a pile of flesh. Most of the current branch leaders were established after the master took charge, overcoming great difficulties. The master has shown us kindness, and we do not wish to put him in a difficult position. But as long as Tianjin exists, those lost souls will never find peace, and we living people will also feel guilty towards our ancestors. There was once a very young boy who entered the hall. He asked me who struck first in the conflict between Tianjin and the underworld leading to the enmity. I originally wanted to simply throw him out, but then I decided to explain the reasoning to him before doing so. This is like the question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. Ultimately, whether it was Tianjin that first provoked or the underworld that acted unscrupulously, this matter is buried in the dust of the past and has become less significant. What truly matters is not how the enmity began, but how it has accumulated. Blood debts weigh heavily on their shoulders. Can they dare to escape? The souls of their ancestors stand in the way of their retreat. The branch leader spoke at length, pouring out heartfelt truths before finally extending his neck. "All right, I have finished my nonsense. Now, master, just kill me. I would die without regrets." Tan Fang stood with his hands behind his back, and after a long pause said, "Loyal words are often unpleasant to hear. Why kill you? Keep your life to serve the underworld hall." During the half-month of recovery, aside from immediately appointing a new branch leader and handling some post-meeting affairs, the only thing Tan Fang thought about was that Chu Liuxue was truly going to strike hard, leaving him no way out. The previous assassination attempts directed at Tianjin Valley had all been minor skirmishes. Tan Fang spoke tough words to maintain a strong demeanor for the sake of appeasing the faction within. But when it came to taking real action, he found it difficult to be completely ruthless. Otherwise, the yet emerged Chu Liuxue would have long since perished in one of the assassination attempts, vanishing without a trace. Now the dull ache from his wounds, the grief and anger reflected in his subordinates' faces, and the heartfelt words of the branch leader that day all reminded him that Chu Liuxue had decided to no longer regard a shred of brotherly affection. It turned out that Liuxue truly hated him. She had failed to take revenge for her father, so now it was time for the child to repay the father's debts. Outside the window, 2 thrushes flew in, pecking around on the windowsill. Tan Fang did not feed them, and one flew away, leaving the solitary one chirping mournfully at the empty sky. Tan Fang intended to reach out to touch that bird, but a surge of blood rushed up, filling his throat, with a sweet metallic taste, forcing him to cough incessantly. The subordinates and the branch leaders surrounding the bed nervously stepped forward, calling him master. Tan Fang could not speak, waved his hand to signal them not to panic. By the time he caught his breath, that bird had already flown away without a trace. Tan Fang kept a few trusted confidants and talked late into the night. The candlelight in the hall master's chamber burned all night. Because this attack occurred during their secret meeting, outsiders were almost completely unaware. As dawn approached, Tan Fang finally reminded them to keep the news under wraps, not allowing others to know of his injury, especially Teotihuacan. Tianjin Valley took the initiative, and the underworld hall would naturally not let it go easily. The various small conflicts that occurred during this period were not worth mentioning, and within less than a year and a half the second major event occurred. The left envoy of Tianjin Valley was dismembered, his heart cut out, and placed in a brocade box delivered to Chu Liuxue. It is said that when Lord Chu received the brocade box from her subordinate, her hands trembled so much that she almost dropped it. Many years later, an old servant, who had served the Lord closely, recalled that day
when the Lord dismissed everyone and only kept her company in the room. After completing her daily tasks, preparing clean clothes, brewing tea, and lighting incense for the Lord, she silently exited the room. At the moment the door closed tightly, she heard a heart-wrenching wail from within. At that time, the old servant was still an unmarried girl, the only one chosen by the Lord from a dozen maids. She was not as quick-witted or agile as the other girls, she merely did the tasks assigned to her by the Lord. But she was wholeheartedly loyal to the Lord. Hearing such a sorrowful cry from within, she covered her mouth with her hand outside the door, unable to stop the tears from flowing. She knew the significance of the left envoy to the Lord. Before the Lord had become the Lord during difficult times, it was the left envoy who had helped her establish herself step by step, like a brother and teacher. He would fulfill any request from the Lord. The Lord cherished a mountain in her heart, and when she mentioned wanting to see the mountain flowers bloom, the left envoy would oblige. What a good person he was! How could he leave so suddenly? There was no time for farewells. Losing the left envoy was akin to losing an arm for Chu Liuxue. But what was more concerning was that her spirit had also suffered a heavy blow. In the past few years, under her control, Tianjin Valley had nearly caught up with the underworld Hull. However, after this unexpected incident, Chu Liuxue could not regain her spirits for 2 to 3 years. The elders within the valley were frustrated and secretly plotted to support a new leader. Seeing that the current lord's life was threatened, the maid who served closely became extremely anxious. She inquired everywhere and finally learned of the master's whereabouts from a person with the surname Su, begging for a message to be delivered. Tao Mian indeed arrived at Tianjin Valley in the shortest time possible, but by the time he followed the maid to seek the third disciple, the place was already deserted. Chu Liuxue was not in the valley. She had set off to accomplish one final mad endeavor. My third disciple excels in the use of poison.
Tao Mian reached out, initially intending to trouble the woman to refill his wine. However, she mistakenly thought the immortal wanted her to taste it, bringing her lips close to drink.
The immortal's arm made a circular motion in the air, silently bypassing the woman before retracting. He steadied himself and continued the previous topic.
My third disciple's talent in cultivation is not particularly high, yet she has a fondness for the small patch of herbs in the courtyard. She plants them herself and forages them from the mountains. She can recognize even the rarest species, a skill I cannot match.
The woman was unable to taste the divine brew, her hands cupping her cheeks in anticipation. Yet as she listened to Tao Mian's story, she gradually became engrossed.
I should have foreseen this. She can identify good herbs, so how could she not recognize poison?
That night the person Chu Liuxue intended to meet was none other than Tan Fong. It had been many years since these former siblings had last seen each other. Both had shed their youthful naivety, and upon seeing each other again, they would likely feel unfamiliar. However, Chu Liuxue did not give this opportunity. She transformed into Tao Mian's appearance and invited Tan Fong for a night stroll.
The 6 transformations of heaven
consists of 6 styles. Those who master this technique can transform objects, plants, flying insects, birds, beasts, clones, and dream prayers. Tan Fong had never learned the final style during his time in the mountains, and Chu Liuxue's only mastered the last one. She had become so adept at mimicking her master's appearance that it was nearly indistinguishable from the real thing. No matter how many years passed, Tan Fong would never learn to refuse Tao Mian's invitations, so the master sent him a message the night before, and the next evening he waited in the agreed courtyard. This courtyard was located in one of Tan Fang's villas in the demon domain, used for relaxation during the summer, and he rarely visited. He had prepared fine wine and snacks early, sitting quietly and waiting for Tao Mian's arrival. Chu Liuxue climbed over the wall. According to the immortal's character, one who can climb walls certainly would not use the door. It had been so many years ago. As she just climbed down, she accidentally stepped on a rose at the wall's edge. Looking up, she saw Tan Fong, who should have been sitting at the jade table, appear before her. Chu Liuxue was taken aback. She almost did not recognize him. Tan Fong was more handsome than in his youth, with sharper features, deeper set eyes, and his gaze sparkled with starlight. He had grown taller, standing tall and upright. If she were in her own body, she would have to look up to speak to him.
Master!
Why are you silent?
Tan Fang's soft call pulled Chu Liuxue out of her reverie. She blinked and replied in Tao Mian's tone. You come from the demon domain where the demonic energy is heavy. It is not easy to make this trip. I am not acclimated and feel a bit nauseous.
Tan Fang hurriedly invited the master to take a seat.
Master, please sit quickly. I have prepared a refreshing wine for you to taste.
Chu Liuxue followed him and sat down as he suggested. The wine cups on the table were still arranged. Her fingers seemed to casually brush against the rims of both cups before she chose the one closer to her. Tan Fang was oblivious, naturally taking the other cup. Under the moonlight, the two clinked their wine cups and drank. The sound of swallowing reached Chu Liuxue's ears, and she knew her purpose for the night had been fulfilled. What remained was simply to relax and converse with an old friend. In the past, Tan Fang had always been an open book before his master. Aside from that previous time, he never struggled to find topics to discuss. The conversation revolved around old matters of Tao Hua Mountain. He knew Tao Mian would absolutely dislike hearing about how they had fought over the years, and he intentionally avoided that period. Coincidentally, Chu Liuxue also did not enjoy hearing it. Perhaps because she was currently disguised as her master, her longtime enemies seemed less detestable. Chu Liuxue listened to Tan Fang, knowing that if it were her master, she would not interrupt him either. Tan Fang seemed to want to pour out all his loneliness and solitude from the past years. He mentioned that the flowers in this villa were all planted according to those on Tao Hua Mountain. Whatever grew in the mountain, he would plant here. Unfortunately, the heavy miasma of the demon domain made it difficult for the flowers and plants to survive, requiring a great deal of effort to nurture them. Perhaps it was also because he was clumsy, lacking talent in that regard. Master and Liuxue were proficient in tending to these delicate things, making everything flourish under their care. That day, he had caught sight of the villa's steward's child playing in the courtyard. The child rolled up his sleeves, gently shook the tree trunk, and used his sleeves to catch the flowers falling from the tree. He caught a full handful, then threw them all into the air, laughing, and trying to catch them with his hands, playing joyfully. The steward was beside him, his face turned pale in fright. Just as he was about to intervene, he shook his head, signaling the other not to make a sound. Then he stood in that inconspicuous corner, watching the child play for an entire afternoon. He recalled the days in the mountains. On the first day, he learned to climb trees. He wanted to climb every tree on the mountain. Liuxue, initially impatient to follow him, had no choice but to listen to Tao Mian, who asked her to keep an eye on her younger brother. Liuxue asked the master if her younger brother accidentally fell to his death, could they just bury him there? Tao Mian replied, "Not just anywhere. We have a designated place on this mountain to bury disciples." At that time, Qin Ming could sweep from one end to the other conveniently. Chu Suiyan, upon hearing his sister say this, immediately climbed down from the tree without a moment's hesitation. As a result, when he climbed down, he stepped wrong, and with a loud shout, he fell from above. Unexpectedly, it was Chu Liuxue who caught him. "Get up, still acting like a 3-year-old, you are heavy." At that time, Chu Liuxue's hands and arms trembled, yet she tightly held her brother, pretending to speak casually. "Liuxue's arms could not move freely for a full week. I still remember. I have always remembered." Tan Fang set down his wine cup, a smile on his face filled with nostalgia and reminiscence. His gaze fixed on the person across from him. Chu Liuxue understood. His reminiscence was not directed at the master, but clearly speaking to her. "When did you discover it?" she asked in her own voice. "From the very beginning." Tan Fang replied honestly. From the moment Chu Liuxue climbed over the wall, he had recognized her true identity. "Because in the mountains, whenever I begged you to teach me dream prayer, you would always transform into the master's appearance." Tan Fang was familiar with Chu Liuxue, familiar with Tao Mian, and familiar with Chu Liuxue's transformation into Tao Mian. However, he had never directly told Chu Liuxue. Thus, every time she transformed into the master to deceive him, it gave him a sense of accomplishment. "What you gave me was poison, wasn't it?" Tan Fang no longer looked at the person across from him, slightly bowing his head, his smile unchanged, his fingers gently stroking the rim of the wine cup. "It's useless, Liuxue. I know you excel in using poison, so I was already on guard.
Chu Liuxua looked at Tan Fong. They always stared at each other, and the other would shift their gaze. She did not know when they had become like this.
She said,
"It is useful. Poison does not begin today.
It has been for a long time. Manual dividing line tomorrow will likely be the last chapter of this part, after which the stories of the several disciples mentioned in the introduction will conclude, and a new story will begin. Initially, the plan was to narrate the stories of the first 3 disciples in a fast-paced style similar to Gu Yuan's, and then adjust the rhythm to unfold the story of Liuxua, afterward concluding this part in about 20 chapters. But now, as everyone can see, 50 chapters can only be said to be entirely beyond my expectations. The word count inflation has turned what was originally just 3 deadly strikes into a series of deadly strikes. For everyone who has persevered to this point, I am truly grateful. The stories of Liuxua and Sui Yin are about to conclude, and it's not necessarily limited to just 2 chapters, it might be 3 chapters. In any case, it will not be rushed. Each chapter was conceived with the ending in mind before starting, which means that the build-up was intended to write the conclusions for each disciple. A perfunctory ending would be meaningless. The 5th disciple has already made an appearance, and everyone should have noticed. The 5th disciple is a lovely and interesting person, and this part of the story will be even more relaxed and cheerful. I hope everyone doesn't miss the upcoming segments. Of course, the 6th disciple is a bit infuriating. He'll take the blame here, so please be gentle when you scold me later. That's all I'll say for now. Thank you all for following, commenting, and supporting. I am confident I can finish this book well. Let's keep going. The falling pear blossoms sound like the name of a wine, or perhaps a sweet yet not overly rich delicacy. It evokes a picturesque scene. The pear blossoms bloom, bringing spring rain. The falling pear blossoms spring sinking into the mud. But only one person knows that it is actually poison. Chu Liuxua is a prodigy in potion making. She has concocted many vials of medicine in the village to save scholars. The falling pear blossoms are merely the product of a failed experiment. She fainted for half a day after tasting it, and never touched it again. Later the old servant left, and the scholar departed. She was all alone, contemplating whether life was worth living, and rummaged through her belongings to find it. In the yard there was an old hen. Disregarding the hen's feelings, Chu Liuxua intended to take it along. On the first day, the hen drank a sip of the potion, and she took a sip as well. The hen did not faint, but she did, though miraculously survived. On the second day the hen drank 1 sip, and she took 2. The hen was fine, but she fainted for 3 consecutive days, and did not die. This continued for several days, until the hen died. Chu Liuxua discovered that this poison was slow-acting, taking time to manifest, and that drinking it a few times wouldn't lead to death. However, once the limit was reached, the poison would strike, and there would be no turning back. With this new discovery, she tilted her head, preparing to down another mouthful of the poison from the vial, intending to die in a few days. At that moment, the sun was setting outside the window. She glanced at the large pear tree in the yard, flourishing and magnificent like a cascade of snow. In her childhood, the scholar often held her under the tree, counting the pure white flowers. She thought if she were to die, she would no longer be able to see the pear blossoms in full bloom. How regrettable! Such tranquil and beautiful pear blossoms. With this thought, the white porcelain bottle in her hand felt heavier than 1,000 pounds, and she could not lift it. Forget it, I'll wait to die. Only the hen is pitiful. She rolled out of bed, just as her adoptive parents walked into the yard to take her to her new home. Chu Liuxua took nothing with her except for that bottle of falling pear blossoms, which she tucked close to her heart. She later recounted the events to Tao Mian. Her adoptive parents died, and she met Chu Sui Yin. At that time, Chu Liuxua was a person exceedingly honest with herself, repaying grievances with grievances and kindness with kindness. She understood that the current Chu Sui Yin was merely an innocent child, and the past generation's grudges should not, or rather could not, be inherited by him. Yet she could not help it, her heart harbored immense hatred for the Tan family. On a certain moonlit night, when Chu Sui Yin was 6, Chu Liuxua, trembling, poured the falling pear blossoms into the water kettle and handed it to Chu Sui Yin. The boy fully trusted his only relative, smiling as he accepted it with both hands, gulping down the water. As expected, he soon began to lose consciousness, his face and lips turning as white as snow, his body trembling and convulsing. Chu Liuxue quietly sat beside her enemy's son for 3 hours, listening, as he called out her name even in his unconscious state. Her face was expressionless, but her hands tightly clenched the fabric of her pants, palms sweating incessantly. Before the rooster crowed, she angrily pinched her thigh and got up to make the antidote. Chronic poison requires cumulative doses to take effect. Chu Liuxue spent 2 consecutive days formulating the antidote and fed it to Chu Sui-yin. Fortunately, it was only the first dose, and everything was still salvageable. When Chu Sui-yin finally endured the torment of illness and opened his eyes hazily looking at her, Chu Liuxue could not help but shed tears. What was she crying for? Was it regret for failing to kill her enemy's son, or was it joy for saving her unrelated brother? Chu Liuxue did not know. That was her initial heartfelt confusion, evading the questions within her heart. In the years that followed, she had not once failed to administer the falling pear blossoms to Chu Sui-yin. And each time she would regret it, and use the antidote to save her brother. Over time, Chu Liuxue became adept at managing the dosage of both the poison and the antidote, which became a habit. Chu Liuxue did not want such a habit. She even despised herself, loathing her fickle heart. Once unable to bear the torment within, she decided to drown her sorrows in poison, downing an entire half-bottle. She could not do anything to Chu Sui-yin. Perhaps it would be better if she died herself. Chu Liuxue thought this. Unbeknownst if it was due to her constitution's resistance to poison, she felt little reaction after drinking it, and remained conscious. Her brother, feeling hungry, spoke in a weak voice. They hadn't eaten for 3 meals. Despite her discomfort, Chu Liuxue still took Chu Sui-yin's hand and went out to the street. From a distance, she spotted a figure, a young cultivator. He seemed not accustomed to bustling markets, naive and unaware that he was being cheated by the vendors, holding a heavy pouch of coins. In Chu Liuxue's eyes, there was only that pouch of coins. Seizing the opportunity, while he was receiving sugar cakes from the vendor, she dashed forward and snatched the brocade pouch from his hands. She heard someone behind her exclaim, but unlike the usual young masters, who had cursed, this one did not. He probably encountered a theft for the first time. Instead of shouting to catch her, he first handed the change in his hand to the vendor buying the sugar cakes. Only then did he leisurely glance in the direction where the thief had fled. Although he suspected that the opponent was quite skilled, being caught so quickly was still beyond Chu Liuxue's imagination. She thought she was about to be beaten, thinking it didn't matter, she would just endure it. Fortunately, she had left Sui-yin waiting at the street corner, otherwise the two of them. Chu Liuxue, feeling both numb and relieved, suddenly heard a child's crying from behind. It was Chu Sui-yin chasing after her. Her brother's small frame covered her back, saying not to hit Liuxue. It was all his fault for being hungry to hit him instead. The boy spoke incoherently, crying as he spoke, leaving the man at a loss, unsure of how to respond. Hey, let me say a word. I haven't even made a move yet. Why are the two of you already putting on a whole act? This was the first encounter between Chu Liuxue and Tao Mian, a desperate little thief and a penniless immortal. Tao Mian's appearance was one of the rare salvations in Chu Liuxue's tragic life. She thought, it turns out there are still good people in this world aside from the old servant and the scholar. Then perhaps she should not die. She and her brother followed the immortal back to Peach Blossom Mountain. Taking the first step into Peach Blossom Mountain, Chu Liuxue made a vow in her heart. As long as Chu Sui-yin did not descend from the mountain and return to the Tan family, she would let go of her hatred and accompany the mountain for the rest of her life. Naturally, she took good care of the falling pear blossoms as well. With this agreement made with herself, she no longer had to waver. Chu Sui-yin had been weak and sickly since childhood, not only due to his constant wandering but also because of the falling pear blossoms. He fell ill several times while at Peach Blossom Mountain, forcing the immortal to seek medicine everywhere. At that time, Chu Liuxue felt guilty. She felt guilty, yet could not help but think perhaps it would be better if Sui-yin died, leaving her free from the torment within. Naturally, she would not survive alone. She thought, I am truly a despicable and cowardly person. Later when you decide to descend the mountain, I no longer need to keep my promise. To be able to regard you as an enemy without hesitation, no longer wavering, is one fortune. To exact revenge, and see you die before my eyes, is another fortune. Chu Liushua spoke in a calm tone, watching as Tan Fang's complexion faded, his face turning as white as a pear blossom, and the cups and plates on the stone table were accidentally knocked over, shattering all over the ground. The poison acted fiercely. Tan Fang could no longer maintain a normal tone of speech, unable to stop gasping and coughing. His fingers clutched the edge of the stone table, barely keeping himself from falling, a faint smile pulling at the corners of his mouth. Liushua, since it is a fortunate matter, then why shed tears? Sitting on the stone bench, Chu Luxu's face was serene, devoid of excess expression, her demeanor calm. Only a drop after drop of tears slipped from the corners of her eyes, like jade weeping mournfully and sorrowfully. Chu Liushua silently brushed away the tears at the corners of her eyes, and continued her conversation with Tan Fang. Rare indeed, not only had she not had such leisurely discussions with her arch-rival, but even with her trusted confidants in the valley, it had been a long time since she had engaged in such lengthy chats. If she were a clever assassin, she should have left early, allowing Tan Fang to seal his own fate here. But clearly, she was not very bright. After she left the mountain, she had many matters to attend to. She needed to return to the valley and seize power. Even if she sought revenge on the Yuming Hall, she would have to wait for the right opportunity. During that time, she would face countless open and hidden attacks, both from within the valley and outside. She knew that a few incidents were related to Tan Fang, but temporarily, she could not afford to seek revenge on him, especially since Tan Yuan was still alive. Only when Tan Yuan was dead and Tan Fang took over would she truly equate her former brother with Yuming Hall. At that point, she would no longer need to struggle with whom to take revenge against. She was also not allowed to be entangled in such thoughts. She did not want her heart to waver once more. The poison of the pear blossom would be employed again many years later. Chu Liushua knew that an overly potent poison would be immediately detected by Tan Fang, so she did not improve the formula. It still required time to take effect. However, this time, it would not be her personally administering the poison. She had found assistance. It must be Su Tianhe. Without waiting for Chu Liushua to say the name, Tan Fang had already guessed the identity of the person. Who else could it be but Su Tianhe? He had come to Teotihuacan to observe Chu Liushua, and unexpectedly Chu Suiyan appeared in his sight. Chu Suiyan was far more ruthless than Chu Liushua, so he chose him, and the two left the mountain. At first, Chu Suiyan did not understand Su Tian's intentions. The Su family had always served Tianjing Valley, so why was Su Tianhe now helping a familial foe? Su Tian's response was that their Su family needed change. Su Tianhe did not discuss deeper matters with him, merely promising to help him ascend to the position of Hall Master. At that time, Chu Suiyan was isolated and helpless. Without Su Tianhe pulling strings in the shadows, he would not have been able to seize power from Tan Yuan by his own strength. Regardless of trust, the Yumhim had to rely on the power of the Su family. Later, he successfully became the Hall Master of Yuming Hall. He asked Su Tianhe what reward he desired, but the latter smiled faintly, saying it was not urgent. Su Tianhe said he was going back to Tianjing Valley. Since Tan Fang had obtained the power and position he wanted, surely he would no longer trust him in the future. To avoid the tragic scenario of the rabbit being cooked after the dog is dead, Su Tianhe wanted to completely withdraw from the internal strife of Yuming Hall. However, their private exchanges never ceased. To say they were friends seemed inappropriate. Often Su Tianhe simply came to drink tea and admire the flowers with him. Now everything had an explanation. I cough cough. Finally understand what he truly seeks. Tan Fang mocked with a laugh. The ambition of the Su family cough. Truly. Without much effort, he could guess how Su Tianhe had promised Chu Liushua. Once the Hall Master of Yuming Hall was poisoned to death, chaos would ensue within the hall, and Tianjing Valley would undoubtedly take advantage of the situation to strike hard at Yuming Hall. In recent years, Tianjing Valley seemed to be in decline, But now it seemed that perhaps Chu Liushua was collaborating with the Su family to stage a grand drama against Yuming Hall. Those seemingly ambiguous messages were probably also released by Tianjing Valley themselves. Chu Liushua had been lying in wait anticipating the opportunity of this night.
I just don't understand. If that's the case, why must you personally?
Tan Fong could not comprehend why someone had to be poisoned. Couldn't anyone else do it? Even letting Su Tianhe share a drink with him would not be difficult. Chu Liushua had no need to take that risk. The person opposite had not spoken for a long time, and Tan Fang's vision was already blurred, the sound of insects buzzing in his ears intermittent. He truly wanted to just fall asleep like this. His eyes were half closed, thinking he would not get a reply from Chu Liushua. At that moment, however, Chu Liushua gave him an answer.
Because I want to say goodbye to you in person. Goodbye.
Tan Fong momentarily did not understand Chu Liushua's words, but he witnessed the woman sitting opposite suddenly cough and spit out half a mouthful of blood.
You?
Chu Liushua wiped her mouth with her sleeve and smiled lightly at the incredulous Tan Fong.
After so many years, to see such an expression on your face again is truly rare.
It seemed that no matter how many years passed, the younger brother could still be played around by his elder sister. I said I made a promise, one on the mountain and one after descending.
Regardless of whether it was to Tao Mian or anyone else, Chu Liushua only mentioned the promise made on the mountain. Yet some matters had been decided from the moment she left the mountain.
If Chu Suiyan descended the mountain, then she would have to ensure Chu Suyan's death. If Chu Suiyan died, then she would never live alone. This was a secret that Chu Liushua had never spoken aloud, the only secret hidden deep within her heart. Tao Mian had been sitting opposite the woman for half a day. The woman yawned, seeing the immortal still leisurely sipping wine. She murmured softly,
"Is the immortal not going to open the letter? I came to the mountain just to deliver this letter to you. If you don't open, it won't. I have failed to fulfill someone else's request."
I certainly do not want to be a person who breaks trust.
In front of them lay wine dishes, fruits, and a carefully sealed letter, quietly waiting for someone to open it.
As soon as the woman's voice fell, Tao Mian lowered his eyelids, gazing at the 4 characters to master on the envelope. The handwriting was sharp, and did not resemble the woman's usual elegant script. But Tao Mian knew that this was the handwriting of his third disciple, one he would recognize no matter how many years had passed. Chu Suiyan had not returned to the mountain, nor had Chu Liushua. Tao Mian had guarded the mountain for many years, and all he received was this thin letter. No matter how much he pretended not to care, the letter lay before him, as if it had grown a pair of observing eyes from the stone table.
The letter can stay there, it won't be lost.
The immortal deliberately turned his head away. The woman would not let him off.
Really not going to open it?
This is the last thing left by your third disciple. How precious it is.
I can't read.
I can. I will read it for you. I can read letters. What tone do you want to hear?
Tao Mian sighed helplessly, muttering that it was fine, he would open it. The woman obediently handed over the letter opener, and although Tao Mian acted dismissively, his movements were extremely careful.
He carefully sliced open the envelope and took the letter out. The first line of the letter was like a long drawn-out sigh.
I am a coward.
I am a weak person. Being born was the first thing in my life that I could not choose for myself. From the day I was born, I became the daughter of the Dou family. An innocent child, yet burdened with deep-seated blood feuds. Some people see the end of their lives in a single glance. I often thought this way in my youth. What kind of family I was born into, what kind of parents I had, were things beyond my control. But the path must be walked by oneself. I must face 2 choices: revenge or no revenge. It is like a moth to a flame, dying passionately, or to live incognito, quietly passing through a mundane life. My heart yearns for the latter, yet the path beneath my feet always stretches toward the former. Thus, I wander aimlessly like floating duckweed, battered by the rain, pushed along by the river. If you ask me whether I regret walking the path of revenge, I think I would answer you, regret. In a person's life, there are very few moments when one is resolute, determined, and willing to burn bridges without a care. Yet for the most part one hesitates, vacillates, glances left and right, and treads carefully. I am a clear-headed coward, just like the masses. Su Tianhe is a deeply ambitious person. I see through him wanting not only the Tianjin Valley, but also to swallow the Underworld Hall. He secretly helped Sui Yin take the position of Underworld Hall, and he did not deliberately hide this from me. Because what he ultimately desires regardless of which side belongs to the Su family. I see through his intentions, yet I do not stop him. He promised that even if the Underworld Hall disappears, the Tianjin Valley will always endure. This way it does not contradict my revenge plan. He is the final piece. These thoughts came during a private conversation when he was honest with me. Su Tianhe is a cautious person who would not easily reveal his true thoughts. It was I who approached him, first stating that I want to die together with Sui Yin. He initially could not believe it. He said that I had sacrificed much for this position, losing countless lives. Having obtained it with such hardship, how could I simply say I would give it up? I replied, I do not desire this position. I have never wished to possess everything. The Su family desires change. They want to alter the situation where the Tianjin Valley and the underworld consume each other. What I want is an end. Love and hate, tears, and suffering, the grudges of generations all end with me. I decided to meet Sui Yin one last time. I took the poison before departing. I thought to myself, if I die on the way, then so be it. Sui Yin would have picked up a life. If I do not die, then all the better. The plan continues, and I and he will die together. The process of poisoning went more smoothly than I had imagined. I disguised myself as you, but unfortunately Sui Yin saw through me at a glance. He played along with me for a long time, just like when we were children. Sui Yin often pretended to be oblivious, allowing me to bully him, leading him around in circles. He thought this would make me happy. We two people destined to die coughed and spat blood, dragging on a conversation for quite a while. How many years have passed without such moments? Back then I thought it was nothing special. Sui Yin said, Liu Shu, I am tired. Sitting in that position, the pedestal was high, and the burden on my shoulders was heavy. The sliver of sky left in between was merely enough for him to catch his breath. I smiled bitterly, saying nothing in reply. How could I be any different? Now the two of us sit here, it seems glamorous, yet in reality, we are two tattered puppets with hearts riddled with wounds. I asked Sui Yin if he regretted it, and he took a long time to respond. He said, Liu Shua, the world is unpredictable. He initially descended the mountain for immortality to protect his sister and master. What happened afterward? He knew he was destined to be his sister's nemesis. He was not the fated one of the Peach Blossom Mountain. In the end, there were many things beyond his control, countless unspoken grievances leading him farther and farther away from that initial path. The original vow was too vague, like a murmured dream. He often thought of it, and would question whether he had truly said such words. Shuangzi dreamed of a butterfly, which is real, the tranquility of the mountains, or the slaughter outside the mountains. Sui Yin could no longer distinguish. I noticed that the frequency of his blinks was slowing down, and his breaths became lighter, almost inaudible. He said again, Liu Shu, I am tired. I replied, sleep now, Sui Yin. The grudges and killings will end here. Close your eyes, and conclude this illusion. Sui Yin obediently closed his eyes, a slight smile on his lips. He said that in the next life, he would be an ordinary person planting beans in the southern mountains, brewing wine, and tending to flowers. He wishes to reunite with you and me as an ordinary person. Sui Yin beside me gradually ceased breathing and heartbeat. I gazed at the bright moon on the horizon, my vision becoming increasingly blurred. I remembered something. One day I dreamed of you, Sui Yin, and I gathered around a well, pulling up a huge watermelon from within. That watermelon was truly large, Sui Yin, and I, without realizing our limits, took turns trying to hold it, and ended up falling over. The melon was soaked in well water, cool and refreshing. After cutting it open with its green skin and red flesh, it was exceptionally crisp and sweet. The three of us sat around that low wooden table in the courtyard, each holding a crescent-shaped piece of watermelon, refreshing ourselves and chatting casually. I sweated profusely, drenched in water. It was truly strange. Even in the scorching heat, Peach Blossom Mountain would never make one sweat like this. Raising my hand to wipe my face, I realized that it was not sweat at all, but all my tears. I awakened from the dream flowing with tears only to realize that it was not an illusory dream, but a memory I had long since left behind. At night I dreamed of returning home. I must have missed home. Looking back at the soft red dust of 10 miles, it was not as good as the Peach Blossom Mountain with its chickens and dogs. This is not my home, Sui Yin, and I cannot die here. We cannot find peace. I made a decision. I will carry Sui Yin's body to that mountain, to the grave I had long prepared. I carried the lifeless body of Sui Yin and discovered an abandoned fishing boat by the riverside. I thought to myself, why not drift down the river like this? If I can no longer hold on, I will let myself be carried away by the current, resting my head upon a river of stars. Halfway through, an uninvited guest boarded the boat, a woman of striking beauty. She claimed to have escaped from a brothel selling her body, but not her art. I was taken aback, and she quickly corrected herself, saying it was selling her art, not her body. I asked if she had any instruments with her. Play me a tune, I urged. She nodded repeatedly, her demeanor confident and assured. Then she puffed up her cheeks and demonstrated her unique skill by playing her own face with her fingers. I fell silent and raised my hand to stop her performance. She suggested that for a little extra money, I could enjoy her extraordinary talent of playing her belly. I had no choice but to urge her to take a break. The poison within me had yet to claim my life, even though I could clearly see the door to death. Yet the path to it was stretched out longer than I expected. The long night was unbearable. I could not endure her performance any longer, so I handed her a bag of money to stop. Then I said, let me tell you a story. My story is very long, perhaps because my heart was already overloaded. I had an incessant urge to share it with someone. I did not know her, nor did I know her origins or past. As an outsider, there was nothing wrong with speaking some heartfelt truths. I declared in advance that I was deeply poisoned and would likely die halfway through. The woman did not panic. Instead, she hugged her knees and gazed at me with bright eyes, as if she was fully prepared. I began saying that my life opened in tragedy and closed in tragedy, leaving me with nothing and taking away everything. She rested her chin on her hands and remarked with a hint of sympathy, "It's all right, at least you have money to have someone listen to your story." My sudden silence made the atmosphere awkward, and she chuckled nervously, urging me to continue. I pondered where to begin. If I had the chance to hear those words from that night once more, I might be shocked by the chaos and inversion of my own tale. The poison had already affected my mind. My speech was muddled, yet the woman did not interrupt me, but listened with great interest. It seemed she could see through my thoughts. I simply needed to express myself to someone. I spoke of Pear Blossom Village, of Peach Blossom Mountain. From my unadorned narration, she imagined their beauty, gasping in delight as if they were right in front of her. I mentioned my old servant, the scholar, and the envoy, my benefactors, and also my adoptive parents, the Tan family, and the Lord of the Underworld, my enemies. She was very good at responding to others. She rejoiced at the mention of the former, and replaced my hatred with her own for the latter, gritting her teeth in anger. A person with clear-cut affection and aversion. In the end, I spoke of the two most important people in my life. My master. My brother. My master was like the light breaking through the clouds, dispelling the shadows and misfortunes of my life ahead. The time spent at Peach Blossom Mountain was the happiest of my life, without a doubt. My master and the mountain accepted me, riddled with scars, without any conditions. This was one of the few fortunate events in my life. Then I mentioned Sui Yin. Sui Yin Tan Fong, the Lord of the Underworld. For a moment, I didn't know how to address him. I could only pour out all the past, good and bad mixed together, unable to discern between them anymore. As I spoke, my eyes grew warm. But the woman opposite me cried far more sorrowfully than I did. She began with soft sobs, and then raised her head, wailing and wiping her tears, babbling incoherently. Her crying was somewhat amusing and endearing, and I found my own tears stopping, left in an awkward position. Yet a hint of comfort arose within me. It turned out that even at the brink of death, someone could grieve for me and for Sui Yin. After she cried, she asked me what unfulfilled wishes I had. For the money I had given her to do a job I did not wish to see her perform, she felt guilty about it. At this point my body could barely speak anymore. It seemed I was finally approaching the end. I said I had two requests. First to take me and Sui Yin's body back to Pear Blossom Village. Second to deliver this letter in my arms to the immortal Tao Mian at Peach Blossom Mountain. I had no strength to hold a pen anymore. If she wouldn't mind, I asked her to help me write the last part of the letter. I barely knew her, and these two tasks were not easy. So I told her not to feel pressured. I would die soon, and she could agree to it. First, what to do afterward I wouldn't know. But she patted her chest confidently, assuring me that she never breaks her promises, and would certainly fulfill both tasks. She said, "All right, now you can rest easy and go to your death." I smiled and looked up at the vast starry sky. The stars embedded in the horizon fell into my eyes, cascading into the river. I felt as if I had merged with them. Master, is the unity of all things with me, that you often spoke of this very feeling. She asked why I did not return to Peach Blossom Mountain, but chose to be buried in Pear Blossom Village. I replied that the graveyard at Peach Blossom Mountain was already crowded, and could not accommodate us both. The woman widened her eyes in surprise, and asked if such a beautiful Peach Blossom Mountain was actually a mass grave. I shook my head and laughed. I said it was crowded, but I didn't mean the graveyard was literally crowded. Peach Blossom Mountain is so vast, how could it not accommodate two wanderers? I was simply considering the immortals on that mountain not wanting their hearts to bear too much. I thought that as long as the corpses were not seen, perhaps your sorrow would lessen a little. You probably think I am naive. I took you to see the graves at the back mountain of Pear Blossom Village. There is an empty grave there. It was originally prepared for Sui Yin. I hesitated, wavering. Over the years, I didn't know whether I should leave him this grave, or how to define his place. At the brink of death, my thoughts became clear. Good or bad, once a person dies, a handful of yellow earth erases all. I instructed the girl, saying I forgot to dig a pit for myself. When you arrive, if you find that the grave cannot accommodate both of us, then burn us and seal us in a jar to place inside. The girl spoke confidently, saying, "You can rest assured, cremation is one of my unique skills." I wanted to laugh at her many unique skills, but my lips stiffened and my heart thumped violently within me, as if someone had suddenly struck a large bell, causing my internal organs to ache. I endured the pain coursing through my body and stubbornly held my head high. Let me fall among the stars. As the snowflakes pass, the dust disperses. Let the grievances and grudges dissolve. I once thought of living one life and not returning in the next. But master, with you here and the mountain standing, perhaps returning would be good. I would enter the mountain gate once more with Sui Yin. But with so many variables, what if I cannot be reborn? What if I cannot become a person? I dislike variables, but am also concerned about reunion. Then let it be this way. If there is a next life, we must meet again. If not, then it cannot be forced. After I and Sui Yin depart, I ask you, master, to take good care. Do not grieve excessively. We have already resolved our karmic ties, and it is time to end this life's dream. My life has had regrets, grudges, and hatred. But there has also been fortune. The first fortune is encountering Pear Blossom. The second is meeting Sui Yin. The third is entering Peach Blossom Mountain. No regrets, no regrets. If you hear the wind rustling through the forest, it is us returning. Do not think of longing and memories. Just treat it as another reunion. The tale of Liu Xue and Sui Yin end. The stories of the third and fourth disciples come to a close here. Thank you all for reaching this point. Everyone has worked hard, and so have I. Being able to write the story to a fulfillment in my heart is truly a relief. At one point, I thought I might not reach this ending, and spent sleepless nights staring at the ceiling. Fortunately, I initially planned to write a character analysis myself, but then I thought my own thoughts would surely interfere with everyone's interpretations. I read all the comments and messages from friends in terms of character analysis. I am not as good as many readers, so I won't embarrass myself. Next comes the fifth disciple. I have currently conceived of 8 or 9 disciples. Let me shout again. The fifth disciple is truly charming. Everyone must come and see her. The letter left by the third disciple was lengthy, with a change in handwriting midway, likely penned by the woman before him. Tao Mian read slowly, putting it down several times, unable to finish it. Seeing his evident pain, the woman volunteered to help. I will read it if the immortal does not wish to listen, just cover your ears. Tao Mian handed the letter to her, and her voice was clear and melodious, sharpening the listener's mind. As she had claimed earlier, she indeed read the letter well. She read extensively from beginning to end. At first, he managed to hold back his emotions, but upon reaching the phrase "no regrets," Tao Mian's hand, which held the wine, trembled slightly. But before he could react, the girl opposite him broke down, her voice wavering, covering her face and crying. Tao Mian had initially felt sorrowful, yet her tears lessened his grief somewhat. "Did you not hear it once from Lu Shui? Why again? Quickly wipe your nose, it's about to drip into your mouth." Crying like this, the girl obediently wiped her mouth with her sleeve. There was no snot at all. She paid little heed to the situation and sobbed as she replied to Tao Mian. "I'm sad for many people. Why doesn't the immortal cry? Let me be the only one to wail, it's so embarrassing." "So you are aware of embarrassment." The immortal still had the spirit to joke, indicating he had indeed properly taken in the news of his two disciples' deaths. He said he was also sad. Some things, the endings, can be anticipated from the start. But not everyone can lightly say, "See, I told you so," like that. So bitter, woo-woo. The girl continued to cry, now shedding tears for the immortal. "Immortal, please do not take on disciples anymore. Having to repeatedly bid farewell to one's disciples is truly heartbreaking." Tao Mian smiled faintly. "I cannot agree with that. Everyone's ending is destined to be death. Should everyone stop living just because the ending is predetermined? But you have a choice, immortal." The girl stopped her tears and earnestly reasoned with him, her serious demeanor somewhat endearing. "You are a being of longevity. As long as you ignore the mundane world, this life will surely be carefree and joyful." Tao Mian listened with fresh ears, hearing someone lay out such reasoning for the first time. The girl was indeed correct. The golden finger brought disciples to him, but never mentioned that he must take responsibility for their lives. If he only needed to nurture them, he could simply teach them the techniques, and kick them out of the mountain once they learned. From then on, life and death, wealth and poverty, grievances and kindness would all be their own affairs. Yet Tao Mian could not help but care. He did not know how other immortals fared, whether they remained detached and untainted by the mundane world. From the start, he had only himself, a solitary figure on a mountain with 1,000 flowers blooming. During that millennium, he fed chickens daily, patrolled the mountain, tended to the flowers and grass, and sincerely prayed to the heavens for a disciple. To put it nicely, he was indifferent to worldly matters. To put it less nicely, he had become numb. Later, a drifting wooden basin brought a dog. The chicken-thieving second Yo was caught by him, and the third, 2, and 4th DUI held hands, looking up at the towering mountain gate. Tao Mian was an immortal cultivated from a human, having never endured the harsh trials of tribulation, flourishing alongside the grass and trees of the mountain, and unknowingly entering the path. He had heard stories that to become an immortal one must first forget their emotions. Yet he always had countless ties impossible to sever. Perhaps this would lead to his suffering, but Tao Mian thought that if he forgot the taste of pain, he would also lose the instinct to love. He did not wish for that. "I have never regretted meeting my disciples. Each one is special." The immortal raised his hand to caress the hanging flower branches, thriving due to the nourishment of the mountains and waters, with clusters vying for recognition of their beauty. They each walked their own path. Although Peach Blossom Mountain is enchanting, they were all born with missions. I cannot forcibly retain them. I know they have obsessions and desires, or perhaps confusion and loss. But they are all my disciples, Tao Mian. Life is like a journey against the tide. I am merely a fleeting visitor in their lives. Yet each of them here is a unique scenery to me. Fortunately bestowed with longevity, the immortal does not forget, and people remain everlasting. As long as I live, they will also exist alongside the mountain. The immortal's words were somewhat understood by the girl. But she probably understood why Lu Shui on the small boat was so attached to this place, even in the final moments of life, still murmuring about this mountain. She slapped her thigh and made an important decision. "I've made up my mind. I want to stay too." "Not possible." Silence spread like water as the two stared at each other. "Why?" "I want to take you as my master. I have great talent." As an immortal with such prestige, how could I casually pick disciples, like picking up a stone by the roadside? I do not easily accept disciples. Then what is your standard? The immortal shut his mouth, muttering, mysteriously raising his right index finger. It depends on fate. The girl was quick-tempered, standing up and brushing off the dirt from herself. What fate? I think it's all based on feelings. Fine, if you want to accept me, I don't care. You will regret missing out on my extraordinary talent. Tao Mian lazily shook off the fallen flowers from his clothes. The mountain gate is over there, take care. Do not underestimate the youth. There will come a day when you seek me out. Humph. The girl angrily walked out of the courtyard, and Tao Mian had just taken a hurried gulp of wine, which burned his throat. He grasped the teapot handle, preparing to pour himself a cup of warm tea to soothe. At this moment, the long-absent golden finger suddenly activated. Tao Mian's action of pouring tea froze midair, and he felt a sense of foreboding. Detecting a candidate with disciple qualifications. Disciple named Rongzheng, background shadow guard of the Floating Mist Pavilion, qualification superior fire root background. The Floating Mist Pavilion is one of the major forces in the demon realm, with the 12 shadow guards being powerful assassins, who serve the pavilion master, acting mysteriously, and only taking orders from the master. Rongzheng was originally the leader of the 12 shadow guards, using the alias Kite. She was chosen by the old pavilion master from a young age, and stood out after rigorous training and selection, being sent to the young pavilion master Du Hong's side. Rongzheng was loyal, risking her life for the young pavilion master. Unfortunately, during an unexpected incident, Rongzheng took a blow for Du Hong, and this wound was critical, leaving her unable to regain her former agility, and unable to perform techniques for extended periods. Seeing Rongzheng injured, Du Hong let her leave the shadow guards, and work for him at the Misty Building, tasked with gathering intelligence and similar duties. The force behind the Misty Building is the Floating Mist Pavilion, a well-known brothel in the demon realm. The abandoned Rongzheng felt dejected and escaped from the building, wandering the world from then on. The above is the information related to the disciple Rongzheng. Please cultivate her attentively. Congratulations on unlocking rewards. Burning Jade Sword Technique 1, Mystic Passage Technique 1, Warm Reminder. Due to Rongzheng's old injuries, if she becomes overly immersed in cultivation, she can only live until 35 years old. If she regulates her use of spiritual power, her lifespan may be extended appropriately. However, there is a poison worm in Rongzheng's body planted years ago in the Floating Mist Pavilion, and this worm is incurable. The lifespan limit for disciple Rongzheng is 55 years old. The specific cultivation method is up to the host to decide. The immortal received new information transmitted by the golden finger. He then stood up without a hint of hesitation. Just a moment ago, he was holding his own plate, and the next moment, he rushed down the mountain. The test is all about the speed of regret. When he found Rongzheng at the foot of the mountain, the girl was still angry, squatting by the roadside and pulling grass. Tao Mian. If you keep pulling, they will become bald. Who has the time to care about this girl pulling weeds? Immortal. To her surprise, it was Tao Mian who chased after her. Rongzheng's mouth dropped open in astonishment as she leaped lightly. Why has the immortal come down the mountain again? Weren't you? She suddenly remembered that she had just been firmly rejected by him. With her hands on her hips, and her cheeks puffed up, she let out 2 humps before speaking. Didn't you say you'd rather pick up stones than take me as your disciple? Regretting it now? That's a misunderstanding. Tao Mian corrected her seriously. I only said I don't easily take disciples, but I never forced you to be compared to a stone. Are you saying I'm even worse than a stone? Is that what you mean? Tao Mian quietly asked the golden finger at his heart, is this really the disciple he wants to take? Why does it feel like my brain isn't working well? Is her identity real? The so-called 12 shadow guards sound so impressive. Could they have drawn lots to determine who they are? Or is it that the poison affects intelligence as well? A series of questions, none received a reply. The golden finger had no intention of responding to him. While Tao Mian was engaged in rich inner thoughts, Rongzheng vented her feelings in a flurry, relieving much of her resentment. She turned back to find Tao Mian lost in thought, and her anger flared up again. Immortal, you didn't hear me talking? I heard. Didn't you just say I looked down on such a gifted disciple as you? I have nowhere to cry. If you want, I can cry for you right now. His willingness to comply caught Rongjung off guard, leaving her speechless. She mumbled something to herself, her voice too low for Tao Mian to hear. What? I said. Rongjung took a deep breath, as if all her previous complaints had vanished, revealing a radiant smile. It would be nice if someone could always remember me in the future. I agree to be your disciple now. Her temper came quickly, and left just as fast. She had an outgoing, sunny personality, and was not one to hold grudges. If it weren't for the golden finger providing accurate information, Tao Mian really couldn't connect her with the identity of head of the Shadow Guards. In his impression, weren't those trained assassins living dark and bloody lives since childhood? Moreover, Rongjung's experience was unusual. She sacrificed so much yet became a discarded pawn. Immortal? As Tao Mian pondered, Rongjung had already walked far ahead, waving her arm high to urge him to catch up. Aren't we going back to the mountain? Come on. Tao Mian shook his head, throwing the chaotic thoughts behind. Enough, some things are just unnecessary worries. He quickened his pace to catch up with Rongjung, walking side by side. What is the immortal's name? I am Tao Mian. Oh, the soft and fluffy one. No, it's the sleep and peaceful sleep. Rongjung immediately understood which character it was, drawing in the air with her finger, probably writing his name. Tao Mian knew he shouldn't ask, but he couldn't help it. Have you heard the poem Mian Mian Si Yuan Dao? Huh? Is that sleep from your name in that poem? No. Forget it. From the outside, Rongjung seemed rough, but she was actually very perceptive, and since the immortal's tone was low. Oh dear, she held out a wildflower she had picked from the roadside, and handed it to the immortal. I don't understand poetry, I have no culture. But you are very good at reading letters. That was because someone forced me to recognize characters before. Learning to read was so painful that I wished I could eat all those books. As she recalled some unpleasant memories, Rongjung frowned and wrinkled her features. Seeing her reaction, Tao Mian couldn't help but chuckle. Rest assured, at Peach Blossom Mountain, we don't study poetry and literature, and we won't force you to do anything you dislike. That's great. Rongjung perked up again. It seems I've come to the right place. When they returned to the mountain, Rongjung asked Tao Mian what she should do. Tao Mian looked up and gazed in a certain direction of the mountain. According to custom, it'll take you to meet your senior brothers and sisters. Oh, Rongjung was somewhat excited. So I still have senior brothers and sisters. Where are they? Where are they? Take me to see them, Xiao Tao. Don't rush, just follow me now. They walked for a while, turned a few corners, passed through several peach orchards, and finally arrived at that graveyard. Tao Mian raised his hand. Come, disciple, meet your senior brothers and sisters. Rongjung's silence was deafening. She looked at the several graves before her and quietly took 2 steps back. Xiao Tao, I just remembered there are some urgent matters at the foot of the mountain. I'll go ahead. Go where? Didn't we agree that you would pay your respects to the master? Rongjung wanted to cry, but had no tears. No one told me that the disciples of Peach Blossom Mountain are all buried in the ground. Xiao Tao, if you don't want to treat me like a stone, just throw me away. It's too late. The immortal smiled slightly, and the smile seemed ominous. You have already boarded our thief. Spirit Mountain. If you want to leave, it won't be so easy. Don't worry, Tao Mian reassured her. As long as you don't seek death, death won't easily come for you. People will live until they die. Rongjung stiffly nodded, believing his nonsense. Then Tao Mian continued, I am an open-minded person, and never force others. If you really don't want to be my disciple, I can let you go. Xiao Tao, let's not talk about letting go for now. Can you please let go of my neck? In short, after much coercion and temptation, Rongjung became the 5th disciple of Peach Blossom Mountain. Since Rongjung held a small purple flower in her hand, they called her 5 flowers. Come, little flower, greet your 4 senior brothers and sisters. Tao Mian waved his hand, prompting the reluctant Rongjung to take a few steps forward. Next came the lengthy stories of the 4 disciples. Rongjung did not rush to make a choice. She first asked herself how many more years she could live. Tao Mian spoke the truth, not hiding anything.
There are goo insects buried in your body. If you do not excessively consume your spiritual energy, you can live to 55 years old. How can one define excessive consumption? It is like a basin of water placed outdoors. You take a ladle in the morning and refill it at night.
If you merely practice with restraint in your daily life, there will naturally be no major issues. However, if you engage in battles, fights, or seek revenge, quickly draining the water from the basin without being able to refill, it will shorten your lifespan by a few years.
A few years? 20 years.
Tao Mian observed his disciple without blinking, watching her subtle expressions. Based on his previous experiences, it seemed unlikely that someone with such a deep-seated grudge would not seek revenge. His earlier disciples had all followed a similar path, and as for Xiao Hua, well,
I choose to live until 55.
Tao Mian was taken aback, as if he had never expected such a response. But Rongjung's tone was firm.
I want to live until 55. You do not seek revenge. Could it be that you have no obsessions in your heart? Is it only those with obsessions who are allowed to enter this mountain gate?
Rongjung replied with a smile to the immortal. Her voice was calm and gentle, as if she truly did not care about the past, the memories dissipating like smoke. But the immortal did not dare to take her lightly.
You? When you all first ascended the mountain, you spoke quite eloquently,
he said with a smirk.
Once the time is ripe, you will inevitably leave this place. There is no stopping it. Xiao Tao, your tone is rather mournful. Could it be that your senior brothers and sisters deceived you? That is not the case.
Well, since this is your choice, I shall not interfere further. However, I will still teach you what you need to learn,
Tao Mian said, as he took out 2 books of techniques from his sleeve, brushing off the dust. Xiao Hua listened carefully. The first unparalleled sword technique I will pass on to you is called Burning Jade. Master, I already know this one. You? What did you say? I know it.
Tao Mian's words suddenly stumbled, caught in his throat. The 5th disciple blinked repeatedly.
You? You must be good at it. You've made your master unable to teach it anymore.
Rongjung chuckled, stating that she had no other skills, only this set of sword techniques. Tao Mian pondered for a moment, estimating that she must have learned it previously at the floating dust pavilion. Since the disciple could learn on her own, he couldn't understand why the golden finger still required him to teach. Could it be a sudden conscience awakening intending to lighten his burden of teaching? Tao Mian had a moment of wild thoughts, but it was a good thing that Rongjung could become self-taught.
Then how about you try the other book?
He hurriedly handed the remaining scroll to Rongjung.
Spirit communication technique. What is this technique?
I've never heard of it.
Rongjung flipped the thin booklet back and forth, trying to discern its contents.
It is the technique for communicating with spirits. Once mastered, you can communicate between this side and the other, commanding ghosts and spirits. Of course, you can also see those who have passed on.
After hearing his explanation, Rongjung's eyes brightened. Can I see any deceased person?
Tao Mian shook his head.
Those who are reincarnated, those whose souls are incomplete, and high-ranking officials in the underworld cannot be seen.
Oh, Rongjung nodded. Compared to poetry and literature, her understanding of techniques was simply on another level.
So it's just a matter of luck and fate. That can be said.
Rongjung weighed the technique in her hands and sighed.
Then, Master, can't you see your senior brothers and sisters? You all can't gather for a game of mahjong at midnight. I can only say that this is the first time I have seen this manual. Then, Master, if you learn it, will you teach me? If you learn it, then Master will know it too.
Rongjung was puzzled.
What kind of reasoning is that? It is the will of heaven. Tao Mian seemed to grasp the essence of it, attributing any unexplainable logic to the will of heaven. Rongjung shook her head.
Where have you ever seen a disciple teaching their master? How about this, Master? Let's ponder over it together.
She opened the first page of the manual.
To practice this technique, one must share a room with a ghost and comprehend the heavenly secrets.
Rongjung read aloud as she looked.
Master, does our Peach Blossom Mountain have any ghosts? Peach Blossom Mountain is filled with celestial energy. How could there be ghosts?
Then wouldn't that make it impossible to cultivate? What a pity, what a pity. Disciple.
Tao Mian hesitated for a moment, regrettably noticing that Rongzheng, who had her head down, did not see the expression on his face.
Do you really want to practice this technique? Since I have come this far. Besides, learning it would allow me to command ghosts. What a wonderful thing. How about this?
Tao Mian gritted his teeth, as if making a significant decision.
Since you want to learn, I will take you down the mountain to find a haunted place. Xiao Tao, don't push yourself. I don't have to learn it if I don't want to. Not pushing. Master has connections. Once we bury your third senior sister and fourth senior brother properly, we will set off the next day. Tao Mian was true to his word and would not go back on it. He first took Rongzheng to repair the graves of Lu Shui and Sui Yin. Just as Lu Shui had mentioned in her letter, she entrusted Rongzheng to bring her and her brother's remains back to Pear Blossom Village.
And Rongzheng did not fail to fulfill the task entrusted to her by the third senior sister. All that was left for Tao Mian was a letter.
I have brought back all the senior brothers and sisters to Pear Blossom Village. Xiao Tao, what else do we need to bury? Rongzheng was puzzled by this. Tao Mian did not directly answer her question, but instead mentioned the other two disciples.
Strictly speaking, among the graves on Peach Blossom Mountain, only your second senior sister Lu Yuan, D, is truly buried here.
What about the eldest senior brother? In Gu Yuan's grave there are only the relics he left behind on Peach Blossom Mountain.
Rongzheng exclaimed, seemingly surprised.
Xiao Tao, didn't you leave those relics outside? They are precious memories.
While chatting with his disciple, Tao Mian did not neglect the task at hand. He placed several pieces of clothing, wooden hairpins, jade pendants, an old tiger plush toy from their childhood, and several skewers of candied hawthorn that he had accumulated over who knows how long. These miscellaneous items were arranged in the burial pit one by one.
At first, I thought the same way, leaving a few items in the temple to reminisce about the past.
Rongzheng nodded repeatedly.
Yes, everyone does that. But after Gu Yuan passed away, I felt sorrowful looking at the traces of his life left in the house. I cried when I saw the wooden basin, the small vase, and even the kitchen knife he used for chopping vegetables.
Day after day of grief, night after night of lamenting, one morning, I woke up feeling that I was drying up inside and out. I thought that continuing like this was not a solution, so I resolutely decided to erase Gu Yuan's shadow from the temple and bury everything here. That way I only need to cry heartily on the annual Memorial Day and during Qingming, and I wouldn't have to carry such heavy sorrow that would wear me out. Later this habit remained. After each disciple passed away, I did the same, becoming quite adept at it.
The immortal recounted his past experiences and memories, finally placing all the belongings of the two siblings in their resting place.
Rongzheng stepped forward silently to help him fill the earth. After helping for a while, she stole glances at the immortal's face. Seeing that he did not display excessive sadness, she cautiously asked,
Xiao Tao seems to have become calm enough to do these things. Oh dear, I'm not saying you have no feelings for the third senior sister and fourth senior brother. I just don't know how to say it well.
Forget it. I won't say more.
Rongzheng lowered her head in disappointment, but heard the immortal softly say from the opposite side,
There is no need to worry. You can say whatever you want in front of me. Master will not restrict you.
Then came a light sigh.
Have I become calm? Time treats me, it is hard to say whether it is harsh or kind.
He sighed, stood up neatly, and brushed off the dust from his hands. All right, there is no time to waste. Master will take you down the mountain to meet my connections. So this is your newly accepted disciple.
Xuehan sat in his spacious study reviewing accounts, while a master and apprentice, uninvited guests, sat side by side before him. He left them waiting for quite some time. Rongzheng, unable to sit still, soon felt as though nails had sprouted from the chair seat, pricking her all over. Unable to bear it any longer, she leaned close to Tao Mian and whispered,
Master, are you truly friends with him? Or did we take a wrong turn and stumble straight into an enemy's lair?
Before Tao Mian could reply, Xuehan interrupted. The merchant lifted his gaze and smiled.
The young lady has a keen eye for character.
Rongzheng's mouth parted slightly.
SSO, you really are enemies. Don't believe a word he says.
Tao Mian waved his sleeve dismissively, cutting off the absurd exchange.
Xuehan, you're resourceful. I've come to ask a favor.
Xuehan refused without hesitation.
No.
Tao Mian protested on his own behalf.
I haven't even told you what it is yet. No matter what it is, no.
Though their acquaintance was not especially long, each knew the other's nature well. Xuehan's no was never absolute, it meant
not without terms.
He was a man who stirred only when profit beckoned. Yet Tao Mian dreaded precisely such negotiations.
Fine, speak your terms. What do you require of me this time?
The immortal had pledged to teach Rongzheng the Tongyu art, and he would not break that vow to his disciple. He refused to become the kind of adult who made promises to children only to renege. Though his words often lacked reliability, his deeds never failed. Moreover, he sensed Rongzheng held integrity as sacred. Seeing his swift response, Xuehan set aside his ledger and smiled warmly.
I haven't decided yet what I'll ask of you. Then splendid, just let me. Don't get ahead of yourself. I demand but one promise.
Tao Mian fell silent. Vague open-ended pledges unsettled him far more than concrete requests.
If I swear to die at your command, must I obey? You won't die, I know that well enough.
Xuehan leaned back comfortably in his rosewood chair.
Rest assured, I'll ask nothing unbearably difficult, including taking me as your disciple. Must you always pour salt where it stings most? I apologize.
The immortal lived up to his title, not only in cultivation, but in worldly perception, and his speed at conceding was truly extraordinary. Xuehan tapped his fingertips twice against the desk, as if sifting through possibilities in his mind.
You've arrived at a fortunate moment.
A friend recently visited me here, and during our banquet, he mentioned a villa under his ownership plagued by restless, unclean presences, and asked me to find a true expert to resolve it.
Since you've raised the matter yourselves, I'll spare the trouble. I'll draft a letter shortly. You need only carry it there, and the estate steward will grant you entry without delay.
Tao Mian hadn't expected matters to proceed so smoothly. Rongzheng was already nodding eagerly like a chick pecking at grain.
Shout Tao, let's go with this one.
Tao Mian had no choice but to agree. Xuehan urged them not to depart just yet. Dawn would be ideal tomorrow. They could rest at Shui Manor tonight, giving him time to prepare carriages and attendants. Rongzheng hadn't imagined her master's friend could be so remarkably dependable. A maid from Shui Manor escorted her away early to change clothes and refresh herself within the residence. Now only Tao Mian and Xuehan remained in the study. After Rongzheng departed, a soft knock sounded at the door. Shui's personal attendant. Xuehan stepped out, briefly exchanging terse words with the servant, who appeared to hand him something. Tao Mian heard the faint rustle of paper. Moments later, Xuehan murmured,
"Understood,"
and dismissed the attendant. Returning to the study, he held a sheaf of papers. Tao Mian sensed Xuehan had deliberately waited until they were alone to speak privately. Before Xuehan could utter a word, Tao Mian spoke first.
Let's dispense with the tired rhetoric about whether or not one should accept disciples. Xuehan, if you have energy to waste on sermons, let's discuss something more worthwhile instead.
Xuehan's smile softened, a rare sign that his mood had genuinely lightened.
I wouldn't tell you even if you asked, and you'd ignore my counsel regardless.
The one thing I truly rejoice in is that no matter how recklessly you act, you simply won't die.
Tao Mian shuddered.
Might you retract that statement? To jinx oneself so effortlessly is a talent in its own right. Perhaps one day I truly will. Even if that day comes, you'll be done in by your own disciple.
Xuehan replied without pause. Then, as if seized by some dark fantasy, his tone turned sharp with venom.
Should you truly fall by her hand, I'd rather reduce you to ash here and now.
Why must you suddenly descend into madness?
Tao Mian broke out in gooseflesh.
Enough. Let's speak seriously. Then let's speak seriously about this new disciple of yours. Why circle back again? We agreed not to dwell on this. I'm not attempting to stop you. I've merely uncovered certain facts. Consider it a warning.
With a flick of his right wrist, Shui Han unfurled a freshly issued warrant scroll. Its portrait was achingly familiar to Tao Mian. Even her twin dimples were rendered in careful ink, undeniably Rongjing's face. The Floating Shadow Pavilion has publicly declared that Kite, former first shadow guard under the Pavilion Master, has betrayed her lord and fled. 1,000 gold pieces reward for information leading to her capture. Tao Mian, the Floating Shadow Pavilion commands the Demon Realm. To say it walks unchallenged, there is no exaggeration. Its newly enthroned master Du Hong is a formidable figure, one best left unprovoked. Your disciples grow ever more formidable. Truly, when I learned from my subordinates that this young woman was first shadow guard, I scarcely blinked. But this time differs. In the past your disciples were raised under your watchful eye, loyal to the marrow, sincere to the soul. This time you've sheltered a traitor. She won't only draw peril upon you, she may betray you outright. Her ties to Du Hong run deep, a simple explanation won't suffice. Speaking broadly, the demon realm falls within the broader domain of the demon territory. As for the auction wares displayed within the Thousand Lantern Tower, you've seen them with your own eyes. Though we agreed not to speak of accepting disciples, as a friend of many years, I feel compelled to warn you, lest the next time I see you, you lie sealed within a lacquered casket on the Thousand Lantern Tower's auction block. Shui Han's reminder came from good intentions. Although he occasionally spoke harshly over the years, he had never harmed Tao Mian. Shui Han thought that he had just sent away 2 disciples, so he must be feeling sentimental, and thus refrained from speaking too harshly. In any case, you should ponder it further. Where to go from here, ultimately it is up to you to decide. Tao Mian remained silent, prompting Shui, the shopkeeper, to reflect on what he had said that was inappropriate. You? If I were sold to Qian Ding Tower, Tao Mian spoke slowly, as if thinking, as he spoke, what price do you think I might fetch? In the end, Shui Han kicked him out. What a temper, Tao Mian muttered outside the door. We were having a good conversation, why the rush? He looked around, hoping to find someone to take him to look for his disciple. Just as he felt drowsy, an elderly steward appeared before him, beaming with a smile. Please, immortal lord, follow this old servant. Tao Mian followed the old steward to a side room in Shui's residence. His recently accepted 5th disciple was buried in food. Xiao Hua. Tao Mian stood before her, pondering. It seems your face has become a bit rounder since we last met. Rongjing rolled her eyes, slightly unsure if she was annoyed or choked. Noticing her anxiousness as she searched for a cup to pour water, it seemed she had inadvertently choked. Rongjing gulped down 2 large mouthfuls of water, exhaling in satisfaction. Xiao Tao, your friend is really nice. The maidens in the residence are beautiful, they serve delicious food, and they speak sweetly. You're too busy admiring the beautiful maidens eating snacks, can't you think of something serious? Tao Mian's gaze wandered over the colorful pastries on the table. Which one is the best? This lily pastry. And the dragon beard candy. The osmanthus cake is also delicious. The 2 of them feasted at Shui's residence. After tasting a couple of items, Tao Mian took a handkerchief to clean his hands. Rongjing was still focused on devouring, and nearly all the pastries had gone into her stomach. Tao Mian couldn't help but advise Xiao Hua the pastries are sweet, and greasy overeating can lead to bloating. If you like them, I will buy some for you in the future. Or we can come back here to feast again. Rongjing seemed to realize that she had eaten a lot without noticing, and somewhat embarrassedly wiped away the sweet residue from the corner of her mouth. Oh dear, how rude. These things are too delicious, I couldn't help myself. Tao Mian found it strange. Though the pastries at Shui's residence taste great, they shouldn't lead one to gluttony. I never tasted them before, Rongjing said, reluctantly holding a piece of glutinous sweet and soft osmanthus cake sprinkled with light yellow petals. Pastries can make one gain weight. Gaining weight restricts movement, and some people don't allow me to eat these. Rongjing spoke lightly, but Tao Mian knew her past experiences were far from as easy as she portrayed. When I was young I wanted to eat, but the one teaching me martial arts wouldn't let me. One day as I passed by a young lattice boudoir, I saw a plate of flaky pastries on her table glistening with oil. The young lady took a bite, and found it too greasy, ordering a servant to take it away. With a whole room of people, she went out to fly kites, while I outside the window stared covetously at that plate of pastries. Did you get to eat any? I did, and it was really delicious. Rongjung squinted her eyes, as if savoring though the chef at Shue's residence prepared better. That was the most delicious pastry I ever had. But happiness often comes at a price. That night, I was punished for the whole night. Just for eating a few pastries. No, it was because I took the young lad's belongings. Even if it was something the young lady didn't want, it shouldn't be enjoyed by someone like me raised in a boudoir. Rongjung held a cup of hot tea with both hands, blowing away the steam, trying to cool it down quickly. Tao Mian remained silent. It wasn't until the girl waved her hand in front of his vacant eyes, repeatedly calling Xiao Tao, that he snapped back to reality. Before he could speak, Rongjung pushed her hand forward. No. Please don't pity me. I can eat now, that's already good enough. I'm very content. Tao Mian shook his head. I didn't intend to pity you. I have lived for over 1,000 years, and I've heard a few stories of hardship like yours. The past cannot be changed, though you cannot amend your past dwelling solely, and it will lead to unhappiness. From now on, Master will take you to enjoy the good things in life. Xiao Tao, I can't handle spicy food. For the first time, Tao Mian realized that it was important for a disciple to have some education. It'll give you cultural lessons once we return to the mountain. What? You said you wouldn't force me to study. Previously, I underestimated you. Your ignorance has seriously affected our normal communication as master and disciple. Am angry. I made a mistake. Now I want to stuff myself with pastries and end it all. What kind of happy death is this? Master wants to have it too. Xiao Tao, how despicable. You're actually competing for food and drink with your disciple. Ah, my dragon beard candy. Rongjung was upset because Tao Mian snatched the last piece of dragon beard candy from the plate, and she earnestly tried to reason with him. Though all dragon beard candies are the same, the last piece is different from the others. What makes it different? Anyway, Rongjung's feelings were vague, and it was hard for her to articulate. Having suffered from her lack of culture, it just feels different. That makes sense. Tao Mian simply let her words go in one ear and out the other, responding with "makes sense" to whatever his disciple said, and then ate the last piece of butterfly pastry. After a friendly exchange between master and disciple the next day, Tao Mian and Rongjung finally dawdled out of Shue's residence, taking along a letter personally written by Shui Han. The place they were about to visit was called Chihuang Mountain Villa. The two were not in a hurry, enjoying the scenery and flowers, as they sat in the carriage feeling quite content. By the time they finally arrived at Chihuang Mountain Villa, it was already evening. The villa was built against the mountain, perched on a slanting cliff resembling a crouching tiger. Tao Mian squinted his eyes to gaze at the villa. As an immortal, even without using any spells, he possessed an innate perception of certain energies and feng shui. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but he felt that the place emanated a dense aura of demonic energy. Before coming, Shui Han hadn't said whether his friend was human, and it was highly likely that he was not. Since he was non-human, would he still fear these ghosts and spirits? Xiao Tao, lost in thought again. Just as he pondered, his disciple had already walked out 10 steps, cupping her hands around her mouth, calling his name. Coming. Tao Mian replied, temporarily setting aside his doubts. When they reached the entrance of the villa, his uneasy premonition deepened. He wasn't sure if it was because Shui Han had given a heads up in advance, but even before Tao Mian and the others reached the main door, they saw a chubby male steward waiting. He must have been waiting for a while, as beads of sweat poured from his forehead, and he couldn't help but wipe them away with a handkerchief. The steward's ears were sharp. He had heard their footsteps early on, and came over with a smile. However, when he recognized the faces of the guests, Tao Mian noticed that his smile stiffened for a moment. It seemed they were not the guests he was waiting for. Then who was he waiting for? Who are you two? The steward, though puzzled, maintained a warm and friendly expression, actively inquiring about the identities of the two unfamiliar guests. Tao Mian took out a letter from his bosom. Upon seeing Shui Han's private seal, the steward's expression changed, as he seemed to have guessed their background.
After carefully reading through the letter, he neatly folded the paper and returned it to Tao Mian with both hands. So it turns out, you are esteemed guests invited by Manager Shui. I apologize for the oversight. Please follow me inside to rest for a while. The master of the estate will arrive shortly. The chubby steward was extremely courteous, indicating that the relationship between the Shui family and the master of this estate was quite close. Tao Mian politely said thank you. Steward nodded, and was about to lead his disciple inside, when he suddenly heard the sound of a sedan chair landing behind him. More guests arriving. The steward remained calm, first asking the servants in the estate to take Tao Mian inside before welcoming the new guests. Judging by his expression, it seemed that these new arrivals were the ones he truly awaited. Curiosity stirred within Tao Mian. The urge to gossip arose as he prepared to turn around for a glance. However, a hand grabbed his sleeve, gently pulling him down. It was Rongjung. The fifth disciple appeared flustered, her face devoid of color, and she kept pressing against him, seemingly trying to shield herself. "A little Tao, let's go inside quickly." Tao Mian glanced at his disciple without asking anything, then turned to the waiting servant and quietly said, "My disciple is unwell, please take us to the guest room at once." The servant slightly bowed, extending his arm to point down a path, inviting the two to follow him. Rongjung walked closely along the wall, fearful of being seen by the outside guests. Tao Mian was confused. Just then, he heard the steward outside saying, "Lord Du, thank you for your hard work on the way here." Lord Du. Du Hong. Tao Mian was somewhat surprised. So the master of Chihuang Mountain Villa has dealings with the Floating Clouds Pavilion. This was something he had not anticipated, and he guessed that Shui Han was unaware as well. However, Tao Mian thought, given the size of the estate, and that they definitely did not come with the same purpose, the chances of them running into each other were quite small. He had just intended to comfort his disciple, telling her not to be nervous, and that if necessary, he would help her disguise herself. Then, he heard the steward say, "Lord Su, you have also arrived." Su Tianhe. This time Tao Mian's expression changed. He mentally cursed several times, feeling unlucky, and hurried along with his disciple. How could he be here? The name Su Tianhe was one that Tao Mian did not wish to mention. His third and fourth disciples' deaths were directly and indirectly related to him. Yet Liuxue did not express hatred towards him in the letter. Instead, she handed over Tianjin Valley to him, making it difficult for Tao Mian to act against him. After all, Tianjin Valley was one of Liuxue's legacies, and Tao Mian did not want to see it destroyed by outsiders. However, he did not even want to think about Su Tianhe. It was best if they never crossed paths again. This person was inscrutable to Tao Mian. He was too skilled at concealing his true intentions and had vast ambitions. Tao Mian never expected that a chance encounter would lead to such a situation today. Back then, he had regarded him as a guest who had stumbled into Peach Mountain, sharing the freshly picked celestial peaches with him. Had he known, he should not have shared them, and simply chased him down the mountain. Tao Mian thought angrily. The chatter outside grew fainter, and soon the servant led the two guests to their respective rooms. Tao Mian took a brief look at the room's furnishings, finding no significant issues, then walked to the adjacent room and gently knocked on his disciple's door. Rongjung's earlier state was quite concerning. A voice responded from within, and soon the door opened from the inside. The fifth disciple had already adjusted her mood, regaining her previous vitality, and greeted Tao Mian warmly. However, the immortal was exceptionally perceptive, and immediately noticed that she was forcing herself. "Is it convenient for me to come in?" Rongjung stepped aside, allowing her master to enter. Tao Mian's gaze was sharp. He noticed a deep bite mark in his disciple's palm, likely from her having bitten herself too hard in an effort to control her emotions, and she had yet to recover. It seems that Lord Du has left a deep psychological scar on Xiaohua. Tao Mian sighed inwardly. He had thought a killer would not be so bright and outgoing. This was completely contrary to the reading experiences he had in his past life. Tao Mian casually took a seat and let the distracted Rongjung sit across from him. He began speaking with heartfelt honesty. "You know, we are both genuine frauds. I have never dealt with exorcism in over 1,000 years. Originally, Peach Blossom Mountain did not require me to master this skill. But now that we are here,
They certainly won't let us leave easily. So, what do we do? I have thought about it, Tao Mian said in a serious tone reserved for important matters, explaining his plan to his disciple. When night falls we will catch the ghost if we can, if not we will escape over the wall. That was indeed a brilliant yet terrible idea. Rongjung momentarily did not know how to respond, making their conversation seem less absurd. Tao Mian noticed her disdain and was quite displeased. What do you look down on your master's wall climbing skills? Young people shouldn't be too arrogant. You'll understand this truth one day. Living long is better than fighting well, and speed is more important than skill. I believe you, master. Please put away your twisted logic. This is the essence accumulated over the years. Tao Mian continued to weave his tall tales with great satisfaction, feeling thirsty, and poured himself a cup of tea. During this time Rongjung did not miss any of his expressions. She was well aware that she had just lost her composure. As long as that person was present, even in silence, it felt like her heart was being crushed in his hands. With no way out in her moment of panic, she sought help from the immortal she had only known for less than 3 days. The immortal pointed her towards a path without asking anything. Rongjung could hardly believe such a fortunate occurrence existed in the world. Little Tao Yu. She hesitated, finally voicing her thoughts. You really want to investigate? I just... Tao Mian quietly observed his disciple. It's not that I didn't want to ask, he said. I was just too engrossed in discussing my life philosophy earlier and lost track of time. Then he leaned in closer. Can we talk about it now? I want to hear. Rongjung held back the unknown fire that was rising within her now. She somewhat understood why Tao Mian's friend always appeared to be in a bad mood. The immortal indeed had a talent for being infuriating. Seeing that his disciple had not responded for a long time, the immortal clicked his tongue in disdain. If you don't want to talk, that's fine. I have lived long, and what I lack the most is stories. Actually, Rongjung started, and Tao Mian leaned in again to listen. Aren't you the one who didn't want to hear? It's fine to listen, but you don't have to say anything. Back and forth, Rongjung was somewhat exasperated. Although the immortal was infuriating, her earlier complex and depressed emotions had vanished. Forget it, let's first talk about your ridiculous plan. How can it be ridiculous? This is the most practical. While the master and disciple were chatting, Tao Mian, feeling thirsty, wanted to pour some water. At that moment a hand reached over from the side, offering to pour tea for him. Tao Mian initially thought it was his disciple, who had finally realized her duty to care for her master, but when he looked up, he found Rongjung opposite him, eating, each hand holding a piece of pastry. Just whose hand was that? While he was puzzled, suddenly the door was knocked from the outside. It was the previous servant. Esteemed guests, my master requests your presence. The master of Chihuang Manor was a young man in his 30s, with a gentle demeanor and a calm disposition. As soon as Tao Mian entered the hall, he noticed that the young man's brow was furrowed with worry, as if he were troubled by some pressing matter. Upon seeing them enter, he appeared as if he had encountered a savior. Tao Mian silently sniffed the air. This young master was shrouded in an unsettling aura that did not belong to him. As he approached, the feeling intensified, becoming so overwhelming that it made him somewhat uncomfortable. He bore it silently without uttering a word. The master introduced himself as Qi Yun, and he was very courteous to Tao Mian. Tao Mian replied politely, stating only that he was a wandering Taoist. Do not be modest, immortal lord, Master Qi praised. Manager Shui has briefly mentioned this matter, saying he would invite a great person to assist me with my troubles. Anyone whom Manager Shui refers to as a great person must surely be extraordinary. Tao Mian thought to himself that Shui Han seemed to hold him in high regard. After some polite exchanges, Tao Mian urged Qi Yun to directly discuss the troubles he was facing. Upon mentioning the issue, Master Qi appeared quite distressed. The situation is as follows. Chihuang Manor was only completed 2 years ago, and I had been residing in my residence in Lin City. It was managed by the steward of the manor, and I only moved here 6 months ago. The first 2 months after moving in were fine, nothing strange happened. However, starting from the 3rd month, every night after the midnight hour, I would hear someone crying beside my bed, the sound profoundly sorrowful, as if it carried a deep grievance. I was startled awake by the sound of crying, yet when I opened my eyes the room was empty, and I could find nothing. But as soon as I closed my eyes the crying would resume, incessantly tormenting my sleep. As time passed my body could no longer endure it. By day I was lethargic, and at night I found it hard to fall asleep. I tried many methods, including staying awake all night keeping my eyes open beside the bed, but nothing happened. I even had the steward lie in my bed in my place. However, the next day he claimed he heard nothing, while I in the adjacent room was still tormented by the crying for half the night. Eventually I had no choice but to move back to Lin City. This made things even worse. Although I could no longer hear the crying, everything else went awry. There were leaks in the house, accidents while out, and previously harmonious relatives quarreled incessantly. Most terrifying of all was that my business began to incur losses. Other issues were trivial, but financial loss was a serious matter. Reluctantly I moved back to the manor. Yet the nightly crying was truly tormenting, and many Taoists and immortals I invited could not resolve it, leaving me in great distress. One day, while drinking with Manager Shui at a tavern, I inadvertently mentioned this issue. Manager Shui said he would help me find someone, and not long after you immortal lord arrived.
Master Qi appeared to trust Tao Mian greatly, his gaze intense. Immortal Lord, those previously were all imposters. You are certainly different. Exorcising spirits is surely a piece of cake for you.
Tao Mian felt a bit insecure. He might be more of an impostor than they were. Thanks to his thick skin cultivated over 1,000 years, he could still make grand promises at such a moment.
Rest assured, Master Qi, since I have been entrusted by Manager Shui, I will do my utmost.
The girl standing behind him, Rongsheng, rolled her eyes.
How crafty, little Tao. You said do my utmost, but didn't say must resolve it.
Master Qi was deeply moved, repeatedly clasping his hands in gratitude.
Then I shall trouble you, immortal lord. Once the matter is resolved, I will definitely reward you generously.
Tao Mian waved his hand.
Money is of no concern. I mainly wish to make a friend.
Rongsheng could not help but cough at this. Tao Mian pretended not to hear and continued to ask Qi Yun for more details.
Has Master Qi had any unresolved romantic ties in the past, leading to someone unwilling to let go, thus continuing to haunt you after death?
The immortal thought of the stories and legends he had heard, where it was usually about a wealthy merchant's betrayal and a ghostly woman's sorrow. It seemed that Qi Yun might have wronged someone, causing them to not rest in peace even after death, haunting him nightly. The immortal had his own suspicions, but Qi Yun showed a troubled expression.
I understand what the immortal lord is suggesting. However, the crying sound is clearly that of a man.
This caught Tao Mian off guard. It seemed that it was not the lament of a former lover, but rather some other hidden truth. Tao Mian planned to investigate tonight.
Master Qi, tonight I and my disciple will wait in your room for the wild ghost to arrive. However, we need to set up a few things which will take some time, so I hope we can start early.
Qi Yun nodded repeatedly.
All right, everything will be according to the immortal lord's wishes.
Dinner will be delivered to your room. If the immortal lord has any other requests, please feel free to mention them.
Tao Mian and Rongsheng then entered the master's bedroom, which was spacious yet simply decorated, indicating that Qi Yun was not one for extravagance.
Fortunately, they did not run into Du Hong and Su Tian on the way. Once inside the room, Rongsheng let out a big sigh of relief and stretched her muscles. She had been worried that Qi Yun would recognize her from earlier in the hall, which would have been troublesome. Rongsheng relaxed, lying on the immortal table, her arms spread, white, her cheek resting on one, her eyes wide open. She curiously watched Tao Mian as he moved about the room.
Little Tao, what are you busying yourself with? Setting up, as I mentioned.
Tao Mian held a small bag in his hand, the opening wide. His thumb and index finger dipped inside, pulling out some white powder and sprinkling it in a circle around the room. He was meticulous in this task, as if completing some exceedingly important mission. Rongsheng squinted to observe, and when she realized what he was using, she was at a loss for words.
People usually use rice for exorcism. Is it a bit excessive to use leftover snacks? Cough, isn't dinner yet to arrive? I just wanted to make do with this for now.
Having finished sprinkling half the bag of snack crumbs, Tao Mian then lit 2 candles as thick as his wrists. The flames of these candles were surprisingly green, casting a ghostly aura throughout the room, making Rongjung feel as though she could hardly sit still.
What is this? Is it the rumored Shizhou? Can it reveal ghosts?
No, Tao Mian replied, as he sat opposite his disciple, the candlelight making his forehead glow green.
It's mainly to enhance the atmosphere.
The atmosphere became awkward and both remained silent. When the maid delivering dinner entered, she saw two quiet little green figures staring at her, and screamed, almost dropping the food box in her hands. Rongjung was quick to react, supporting the bottom of the food box and placing it steadily on the table. Tao Mian apologized and politely urged her to leave. The maid, while pleading for the guests not to blame her clumsiness, left the room in trepidation. In a sea of green, the master and disciple enjoyed their candlelit dinner. As midnight approached, the room was so quiet that even breathing could not be heard. On the bed, Tao Mian laid down fully clothed, with his eyes closed, his ears twitching slightly. Rongjung's breath had nearly faded. They had just assigned tasks, and Tao Mian had consciously chosen to lie on the bed waiting for the ghost. He asked Rongjung what to do, and she assured him not to worry. Once the master was ready, a shadow flickered in the room, and the disciple's figure vanished. Truly reliable, given he was a former assassin. They both found good spots and quietly awaited their unexpected guest. The eerie green candlelight extinguished itself without wind-curling smoke rising. It was here. Half an hour later, in the chamber of Master Qi, two figures rushed out in disarray, one after the other. The immortal of 1,000 years, and the head of the former shadow guard, knelt in the yard, gasping for breath. Rongjung spoke first.
Xiao Tao, didn't you say you could handle it? Why did you run away before even engaging? It's still my fault.
Tao Mian wiped the non-existent sweat from his forehead.
With Master being so old, shouldn't you as a disciple respect your elders and step up?
Rongjung paused, not expecting Master to be so thick-skinned.
It was my first time, I had no experience. That ghost looked so hideous I couldn't bring myself to act. You say that, but even I was scared,
Tao Mian replied. Rongjung was left speechless by Tao Mian's audacity. Tao Mian was someone who rarely put himself in difficult situations. When faced with uncertainty, he would usually just take a nap to defer the problem. The situation in the room earlier was what he deemed troublesome.
Disciple,
Tao Mian recovered his breath and handed a clean handkerchief to Rongjung to wipe off the cold sweat.
How many ghosts did you see in the room just now? How many?
Rongjung's hand trembled as she took the handkerchief.
I only saw one. Was there more than one?
Tao Mian fell silent, and then spoke in a way that made the cold sweat that Rongjung had just managed to wipe off come rushing back down.
You think Master escaped? In reality, I was pushed out. There was no room left in that house.
Rongjung felt like crying without tears. She wanted to go home.
Xiao Tao, you wouldn't be making excuses for yourself, would you? It's fine, I don't mind if you are a bit timid. Don't scare me like this.
Tao Mian seemed to conjure a green candle from nowhere and lit it.
Isn't this candle meant to set the mood? It can also be used to illuminate the souls that are invisible to the naked eye.
Rongjung felt both fear and the urge to retort, unsure of where to begin her complaints. Tao Mian held the candlestick, and the candlelight flickered in the slight breeze of the courtyard, casting layers of light and shadow by the window. Rongjung steeled her courage and took 2 steps closer. What were those shadows? They were clearly ghostly figures. Uncertain if the candlelight had some peculiar allure for them, Tao Mian lifted the candlestick and walked alongside the window. With several loud thuds, countless black handprints followed the moving light and heavily pressed against the window. Rongjung couldn't help but hold her breath.
Look!
Tao Mian finally stopped at the corner of the wall, where all the ghostly handprints converged. Half of his side face was illuminated by the candlelight, revealing an expression of helplessness.
It seems we must ask Master Qi tomorrow which male ghost whispers in his ear every night.
The room was already unbearable, they couldn't stay there any longer. The master and disciple sat by the stone table in the courtyard, each tucking their hands into their sleeves, keeping their eyes open until dawn. During this time, Rongjung dozed off a few times. Once, when the person across from her was absent, she drowsily opened her eyes, looked around, and was once again overwhelmed by sleep. When she awakened again, Tao Mian was still in place, as if he had never left. Early the next morning the courtyard door was pushed open from the outside, and it was none other than Master Qi. Master Qi was startled by the dark circles under the eyes of the immortal and his disciple.
This, immortal lord, have you encountered some trouble?
Tao Mian nodded.
Master Qi, I can only say it's quite remarkable that you have survived until now.
Master Qi gasped, confused and flustered.
Please, immortal lord, guide me.
Tao Mian inquired in detail about 3 matters. Firstly, where the Qihuang villa was located, and what it had been used for previously. Secondly, whether Master Qi had any enemies, especially if any of them were knowledgeable about geomancy. Thirdly, what remarks or actions had the Taoists, who previously visited the villa, made, and what arrangements had they implemented. Master Qi dared not conceal anything, recounting the truth to Tao Mian one by one. He said that the location of Qihuang villa had been decided by his ancestors, and he complied with his father's will, spending a large sum to open up the rugged land and build a magnificent villa on this perilous cliff. This place originally had no population, but before he started construction, he consulted a geomancer, who said it was a rare blessed land that could protect his descendants. As for enemies, as a businessman he valued harmony to generate wealth. He preferred to suffer some losses himself rather than offend his peers. Therefore there should be no enemies, who would not let him live in peace. Finally, Master Qi handed a roster to Tao Mian, which contained detailed records of the Taoists, who had previously come to Qihuang villa, including their Taoist names, backgrounds, length of stay, and methods of practice. Tao Mian quickly scanned the first line of the roster with his eyes. To his dismay, he didn't recognize any of them. However, one detail stirred a sense of unease within him. All those Taoists had only stayed at Qihuang villa for 3 days.
Where did they go after leaving? Did they leave alive?
Master Qi shook his head, then nodded.
The Taoists wander around, and it's not convenient for me to ask about their whereabouts.
But they all mentioned that the vengeful spirits lingering in the villa were difficult to deal with, suggesting that I sought out someone more capable.
Tao Mian replied affirmatively, yet his internal confusion deepened.
If there was 1 or 2, it could be explained. But this roster contained over a dozen names. Could they all be frauds? What terrifying phenomena did they discover in the villa, aside from the ghostly figures that filled an entire room, that compelled them to leave? These questions could not be answered for now. He probably needed to stay for 3 more days to uncover the truth. Tao Mian briefly expressed to Master Qi his intent to remain a few more days, and Master Qi certainly wouldn't refuse.
Immortal Lord, there's no need to be polite. It's perfectly fine to stay a few more days.
Afterwards, Tao Mian expressed a desire to explore the villa, to which Master Qi offered to send someone to accompany him, but he declined with a shake of his head. Rongzheng also expressed a desire to accompany him, but similarly Tao Mian did not agree. After Master Qi left with his entourage, he turned to his disciple and said,
Du Hong might not have left. Are you going to follow me around recklessly?
Rongzheng could only nod.
Then if you have something, make sure to call for me. Rest assured, if it truly comes to that, the situation would be serious enough, and I will definitely come to call you to escape.
Tao Mian said little more, giving a few instructions before leaving alone. He had no clear direction, only relying on his instincts to explore a few places thick with ghostly energy. As luck would have it, as he turned a corner in a corridor, he unexpectedly collided with someone. That person took a step back, and upon recognizing who it was, a look of surprise appeared on their face. It was Su Tianhe.
What are you doing here?
Before Tao Mian could respond, Su Tianhe spoke first, but immediately he did not wait for a reply and grabbed his arm, trying to pull him outside.
Hurry, you can't stay here.
Tao Mian was being led away when he finally realized something was amiss.
Wait, what do you mean I can't stay here?
As he struggled to break free, Su Tianhe had to halt his steps. He had his concerns, seemingly worried that there were ears behind the walls. After glancing around, he furrowed his brows and asked Tao Mian,
Qihuang Mountain Villa is rather remote. Logically, you shouldn't have wandered here. Who brought you here?
Tao Mian honestly reported the name of Manager Shui.
Shuehan. That man is cunning and shrewd. How could you possibly be involved with him? You two brothers are just like the same scheming nature. Wait, you caused the deaths of my two disciples. How can I calmly speak to you?
From now on, let's pretend we have never met and part ways.
Tao Mian was still astonished by the unexpected encounter, and for a moment, he couldn't process the tangled grievances.
When he regained his senses, he wished he could slap himself for his overly familiar behavior. Su Tianhe saw him turn around back facing him, and he was about to leave. In that moment, thoughts of Chu Liuxue and Chu Suiyin flashed through his mind. My master Tao Mian, despite having a millennium of cultivation, possesses the heart of a child. It's fine to indulge in the winds and moonlight on the mountain, but when away from it, he could be exploited by those with ill intentions. This might be premature to say, but if you encounter him outside the mountain, please do take care of him. Little Master Tao has a kind heart and cannot bear to see humans suffering. Though he claims not to want to provoke karmic entanglements, he cannot bear to see anyone suffer in front of him. A sincere heart must not be abused. As a disciple of Peach Blossom Mountain, I have committed many wrongs, and have no face to confront him. Su brother, if one day you encounter my master, please deliver a greeting on my behalf. This is my humble request.
As Tao Mian completely vanished around the corner, Su Tianhe spoke up. Your two disciples have both spoken to me, asking me to support you from outside.
Tao Mian halted. The green branches in the courtyard draping over his back, contrasting beautifully with his azure robes, appearing serene and unadorned.
We three have our desires and needs. When desires and needs intertwine, they become a deadlock unless cut through with a swift blade.
Tao Mian, I do not seek your understanding. Even if you turn against me here, I will harbor no resentment. You have shown me kindness at Peach Blossom Mountain. I will always remember that I am not someone who cannot distinguish between gratitude and enmity.
For just a few peaches you call it kindness?
Su Tian's voice lingered for a long while before Tao Mian finally responded, sighing, his tone resonating in the chilly corridor.
I merely offered you a few peaches, and you deem that as kindness. My two disciples have shown you their true hearts. How could you bear to scheme against them, leading to their mutual destruction?
The world is full of schemers, and Tao Mian merely did not obstruct Su Tianhe, which became a burden for him. And now his kind reminder, perhaps, was merely a form of self-redemption. This time it was Su Tianhe who fell silent. The past has passed, and the dust has settled. Tao Mian wished not to dwell in sorrow, turning away from him and waving his hand.
Thank you for your kindness. I appreciate it, and will be more cautious.
Su Tianhe couldn't help but speak again.
Tao Mian, even if you don't trust me, there are some things I must say. The demon realm and the monster domain stand on opposite banks from the immortals.
Perhaps a very few demons and monsters due to circumstances may grow close to the immortals, but that is indeed very few. Chiwang Mountain Villa is dangerous. It's better not to linger here. You take care of yourself.
Tao Mian politely listened until the end, nodded, and finally departed. Only Su Tianhe remained standing between the deep green and white walls, lingering for a long time.
In fact, Su Tian's words validated certain things. Tao Mian had already harbored doubts in his heart, which is why he decided to take a stroll inside the villa alone. Encountering Su Tianhe midway was coincidental, but with his words it saved him some effort. The candle he used last night was extraordinary. It was one he brought out after being offered at the Taoist temple. The incense candle emitted an aura of immortality. If ordinary wandering souls caught a whiff, they would definitely retreat far away, unwilling to approach. Yet yesterday, as he walked past the window, it attracted the spirits within the house to closely follow him. Remembering the names penned in ink on the roster, Tao Mian felt a deep regret. Chiwang Mountain Villa is simply a greedy mouth, never satisfied and always wanting more. He stood in a secluded spot, stamping his foot, and took out a piece of peach branch meant to ward off evil from his sleeve, tapping it lightly against the wall twice. A faint light glimmered at the tip of the peach branch, representing a highly pure spiritual power. Tao Mian raised his hand, and as he walked slowly, a straight white line was left on the wall, fading as he walked away. He spent half a day wandering the villa quietly, forming a massive and intricate formation that confined the entire Chihuang Mountain villa within. After completing all this, Tao Mian tucked the peach branch back into his sleeve, replacing his expression with a more relaxed one, and set off to find his disciples. The Lord's small courtyard was seldom visited apart from 2 or 3 young and strong attendants guarding the area, and a few maids cleaning. Hardly anyone else appeared. In the courtyard stood a peach blossom. Tao Mian felt naturally drawn to it, and admired it for a long while under the tree. Unfortunately, the flower was not easy to nurture, carrying an aura of the supernatural. Tao Mian lamented inwardly and pondered a question. Where has the little flower gone? When he returned, the courtyard was empty, not a single figure in sight. The maids and attendants were instructed by the Lord not to disturb his tranquility, but Rongjung should be here. He clearly reminded his disciple not to wander off when he left, yet it seemed this newly accepted disciple was also rebellious, ignoring his master's words. Worried about his disciple, Tao Mian planned to roam around and see if he could stumble upon her. One must say that the immortal does have a bit of luck on their side. Thanks to the busy afternoon, he had already grasped the layout of Chihuang Mountain Villa, and it was no longer an issue to identify directions. He wove through the pavilions and towers, deliberately concealing his presence to avoid being detected by others. As he passed by a servant of the villa, Tao Mian reached out and brushed off the fallen flowers on his shoulder. The servant merely thought it was a gust of wind, looking up in confusion and sneezing. After a search, Tao Mian heard the voice of his 5th disciple from an idle guest room. Originally just passing by, he unexpectedly encountered Rongjung. At that moment, the 5th disciple was in the room, her silhouette faintly visible from the window. Tao Mian felt joy in his heart. As long as she was safe, that was good enough. He was just about to push the door open to share his latest discoveries with her. However, before he could, Rongjung inside spoke first.
Lord, please give me some more time.
Xiaohua, who is she speaking with?
Lord, is it Du Hong?
Tao Mian felt suspicion stir within him, yet the cleric knew this was no time to startle the snake. Standing in the doorway was inconvenient, so he nimbly flipped onto the roof, sat cross-legged, and assumed a comfortable posture. The voices from the room flowed into his ears as Tao Mian lowered his gaze to listen attentively.
Lord, I have successfully infiltrated Taohua Mountain, apprenticed under Tao Mian, and become his 5th disciple. As you wisely suspected, Lord, Tao Mian is simple of mind. He did not pry into my past, but immediately intended to teach me 2 arts, the Fenyu sword technique and the Tongyu technique.
This trip to Chihuang Villa was arranged by Tao Mian through his friend Shui Han to find a suitable place for cultivating the latter art. Though Tao Mian is easily trusting, his cultivation runs deep, a rash assault would likely fail.
In my humble opinion, we must draw near, slowly approach gradually, and let him lower his guard.
Rongjung laid out her plans and thoughts to Du Hong one by one. She had already penetrated Taohua Mountain. The matter was mostly done, the remainder merely a matter of time. Facing Du Hong, her tone was unlike usual, cold, composed, and respectfully submissive. What began as a casual curiosity had ended up implicating him instead. The little peach immortal on the roof could only laugh and cry inwardly. His brows and eyes remained unchanged. No shock, no anger at the revelation. Frankly, he considered his start with Rongjung fairly decent. She had fulfilled his 3rd disciple's dying wish, and even brought the letter back to Taohua Mountain from afar. At the time, Tao Mian thought the girl trustworthy and true to her word. But now it seemed those seemingly thankless deeds had been laying the groundwork for her entry into Taohua Mountain. The immortal thought to himself that his disciples were indeed hardly easy to manage. Rongjung methodically recounted her recent actions opposite her. Du Hong remained silent for a long while. A small thrush slipped from the willow tip. The immortal spread his palm, and the sprightly bird hopped up, pecking about with its short beak. Birdsong rang out, and a change stirred within the room. Du Hong finally found his voice.
Xiaozheng, it's been a long time. You've grown quite thin.
He spoke and sighed.
It is I who have caused you hardship.
Rongjung said nothing, though she was surely moved. When his disciple fell silent, Tao Mian, board atop the roof, supplied a voice for her. After all, any sound he made could not be heard by the 2 below. When Du Hong remarked that Rongjung had grown thin, Tao Mian on the roof altered his voice and replied.
Ah Lord, what you say. Had you not sent me to Unite Tower, how would I have suffered? Those were anxious times in the pavilion. I had no expedient, so I ordered you to Unite Tower to gather information. Lord, you spin tales whenever you open your mouth. So many shadow guards, and you had to send me the leader. If push came to shove, I could have had my subordinates disguise themselves as women. I regretted issuing that secret order. My confidants assured me it was temporary. Sooner or later, I would personally fetch you from Unite Tower. Strange, am full before a meal. I must admit Lord Doe's talent for painting rosy futures is profound. Little Xiao Hua is thoroughly impressed, utterly humbled.
Du Hong offered no reply in the room this time, while Tao Mian kept jabbering above.
Lord Du, why are you silent? Have I unmasked the hypocrite? Are you guilty in your heart?
The immortal amused himself for a good, while regardless of others, he found himself delighted. He was not yet satisfied. He curled his lips and muttered softly,
Scoundrel!
Were he in Rongzheng's stead, he would have set 2 fires and let them blaze unchecked. One to burn Unite Tower, another to burn Fuchin Pavilion. After all, was it Du Hong himself or his father who once saved her life? How could Xiao Hua have borne it all these years? Tao Mian listened for a while, completely forgetting he was the very subject of these whispers. With his own life coveted, he still let his imagination run wild. To Du Hong's expressed concern, Rongzheng merely replied,
Thank you for your concern, Lord,
and then returned to discussing Tao Mian. Du Hong coveted Tao Mian. To be precise, he desired Tao Mian's heart to refine into a pill to aid him through his next tribulation. Demon cultivators, like all practitioners, must face overwhelming tribulations when breaking through. The higher the realm, the fiercer the tribulation. With good fortune one survives with fractured sinews and broken bones. With misfortune one fails the tribulation and suffers soul-shattering irredeemable annihilation. Not only would this life be lost, but any next life as well. Tao Mian is a rare being. His flesh has become immortal, nourished by the mountain spirit of Tao Hua Mountain, fused with it as one. It is a unique karmic bond. Tao Hua Mountain shields him from tribulations, and he repays the mountain through his cultivation and benevolent deeds. Man and mountain fused into an immortal, the peach blossom immortal, formed its own path. Such a rare fate, an immortal body, if revealed, would invite much malice. If one were to refine his body, they could attain immortality. From fragments of Rongzheng and Du Hong's conversation, Tao Mian pieced this truth together. In short, had he not become walking prey, an appetite for those who coveted immortality? Originally, Tao Mian stayed on the mountain, keeping to himself and attracting little attention. Later he accepted a chief disciple. Gu Yuan had only asked for his help a few times in earlier years, and out of guilt avoided seeing him for many years. At that time Tao Mian's renown was not great. When Lu Yuandi became emperor, Tao Mian served as imperial teacher, and once stirred a considerable upheaval. But when the new sovereign succeeded, he deliberately erased much of the former emperor's history, and Tao Mian was buried in the dust of the past. What truly drew the attention of certain schemers was his appearance at a banquet in the demon realm's Yuming Hall. Tao Mian refused to see 2 disciples come to blows and rose to intervene. By coincidence, a few guests took note and privately probed his identity. Possession of a treasure invites peril. Tao Mian, merely wishing to see his disciples, found himself marked. After all, the demon realm was peculiar. The Qianding Tower dared to present an immortal's remains. One could see from that how demons and fiends regarded immortals there. Subsequently, Tao Mian learned that Rongzheng's original plan had been poisoning. Although poison is a convenient means, Tao Mian once mentioned in idle talk that his 3rd disciple is a master of toxic arts. If the disciples are so formidable, the master would be no less. Lord, the matter of poisoning requires careful consideration. Though Rongzheng meant no flattery, Tao Mian felt uneasy and scratched his nose. When it came to poisons, he was far from matching Lu Shui. Du Hong pondered Rongzheng's explanation for a moment, then replied, his words carrying a veiled reproach. Xiao Zheng, do you think poisoning improper, or are you unwilling? Aye. Rongzheng found herself momentarily tongue-tied. The thrush in her palm pecked fruitlessly, then fluttered away. Tao Mian half reclined on the roof gazing at the vast morning glow and murmured,
"Alas, life hangs by a thread. What is to be done now?"
Rongjung returned to the Lord's quarters weary, and peeked through the moon gate to see an oil lamp flickering inside. The dim light cast a small patch of warmth outside. Even from a distance, Rongjung felt the chill on her body diminish slightly. She clasped her hands together against her forehead and took a few deep breaths. This was her habitual small gesture to soothe her emotions. In the past, whenever she undertook a mission, she would stay alone in some dark and deserted corner doing nothing but listening to her own breathing. There was still a promise to fulfill. Du Hong had promised her that as long as she completed this mission, she would obtain 3 items that rightfully belonged to her, allowing her to fly far away. From then on, everything related to the floating dust pavilion, those dark, murky, and filthy pasts, would have nothing to do with her. She adjusted her mood and rallied herself. When Tao Mian heard a knock on the door, that lively and cheerful little flower had returned.
"Little Tao, I brought dinner from the kitchen. It's warm, come quickly."
Tao Mian sat on a high stool, legs spread apart, leaning over, holding a particularly thick peach branch. He was sharpening one end of the branch with a dagger.
"What are you busy with?"
Rongjung placed the food box aside, curiously peeking over with her hands behind her back. Tao Mian blew a breath and squinted one eye to observe.
"Preparing in advance. In case those vengeful spirits in the room become violent, we will have something to resist with Soyu, and I won't be drained here. Is the stuff in this room really that powerful? I can only say that if we can't defeat them, you and I will have to join them."
Rongjung shivered, not daring to think deeper. Tao Mian asked her to bring a stool to sit on, advising her to eat first without waiting for him. He was especially meticulous and patient when doing these crafts, not only carving off the excess small branches from the peach twig, but also carefully smoothing the scar left behind until it became round and smooth. The only sound in the room was the soft scraping of the wood. Rongjung couldn't help but be immersed in his focused state. After sitting down, she propped her face up with her hands, admiring every move of Tao Mian. The immortal was always serene, his garments cascading down, his posture casual, resembling the calm meeting of mountains and water. Rongjung gazed at him entranced, as if peering through him into the distant past.
"Little Tao, how do you live alone on the mountain?"
Rongjung couldn't imagine such a time. Her life was always in turmoil, but being swept up in the surging tide, busy with her feet off the ground, she didn't feel lonely. However, Tao Mian was her complete opposite. As long as he had a place to land, whether in a bustling market or a deep mountain, even without tea or wine or flowers, he could be content and get along well with himself. Before seeing it with her own eyes, Rongjung could hardly imagine that such a person truly existed in the world. In this world, all the hustle and bustle was for profit. In this world, all the commotion was for gain. Rongjung hadn't read many books. This was a saying that Du Hong often repeated.
"Look, little Zheng, whether it is high officials or commoners bustling through the streets, the only thing they can't escape is the word profit.
And I am just an ordinary person in this floating world, far inferior to what you have envisioned in your heart." At that time, Rongjung had only written the name Du Hong in her life. She knew very well that Du Hong was not perfect. He had a desire to plunder and immense ambition. In the past, to inherit the position of the old pavilion master, he had schemed to poison and kill the legitimate son of his predecessor, taking everything for himself. The true young pavilion master tragically died in a desolate wilderness, while the returning illegitimate son brazenly occupied what originally belonged to the latter. As for the role Rongjung played in this, she was the executioner who walked alongside him, and the fatal blow was delivered by her own hand. Du Hong's hands couldn't be stained with blood, so all these dirty deeds fell on her shoulders. The gaze of the young man looking back at her in his final moments lingered in her heart. She couldn't understand why someone would show such a sorrowful and nostalgic gaze towards an executioner.
"Kite, oh kite, who will cut your string and return your freedom to you?"
Rongjung eliminated Du Hong's greatest obstacle, thus also becoming the most trusted person of the new pavilion master. He personally promoted her to the head of the 12 shadow guards. No matter where he went or how important the matter was, the first name that always came to mind was Rongjung. Du Hong always joked that without little Zheng, he would be like a person without arms, and legs just a thinking waste. The pavilion master's praises were rare, even the perfectly handled kite would only receive a few words occasionally. Rongzheng stored away those few words, like saving money, accumulating them in her heart. This made her fearless, and undaunted, made her willing to poison herself for a quick fix, and made her sharper, turning into a useful sharp blade. If it weren't for the upheaval at the Yin AI Tower, if such a thing had never happened. Rongzheng closed her eyes tightly, her lips twitching slightly. When she wasn't looking at the immortal quietly gazed at her. The sound of sharpening the peach branch had inexplicably ceased.
Little flower.
Tao Mian didn't ask Rongzheng why she returned late where she had been, nor did he inquire about her seemingly restrained expression. He merely made a promise with his disciple.
Once we resolve the matter of Chihuang Mountain Villa and return to Peach Blossom Mountain, I will make a promise with you. A promise?
Rongzheng didn't understand.
If little Tao has something to ask of me, just say it. The promise I make will certainly be fulfilled. A promise is one side and a pact, however, is a matter for two. The master has things he wants you to do, and things he will do for you.
Rongzheng felt a bit at a loss. In the past she had always done things unilaterally for Du Hong, and then received rewards. Those rewards were nothing but treasures and gold, insignificant to Du Hong. The pavilion master would never do anything for her.
Hurry and agree. Once this village is gone, there won't be this shop. I'm getting old and forgetful. I might forget by tomorrow. Okay.
Under Tao Mian's urging, Rongzheng had no choice but to nod. Seeing her agree, the immortal finally smiled.
As for your question, when you return to the mountain, you will naturally have the answer. There's no need for me to elaborate.
All right, it's getting late. Finish your dinner first and rest well tonight. Rest.
Rongzheng regained her energy.
Little Tao, the things in this room are not easy to deal with. How can I rest? I'm scared to death. Besides, what's your plan? Tell me, I'll help you. Tao Mian lightly tapped the table edge with the peach branch twice.
The mountain man has his own clever plans, just watch.
Although she didn't understand what the immortal was planning, Rongzheng obediently listened, ate dinner, and then leaned back in her chair to wait. Tao Mian remained with his eyes closed, legs crossed, sitting in the center of the bed. He didn't touch the dinner, and when Rongzheng urged him to eat a little to fill his stomach, he politely declined. As night descended, Rongzheng yawned, her head drooping. She didn't know if she had spent too much energy negotiating with Du Hong during the day, but she felt particularly exhausted tonight. She wanted to say something to the immortal, but she had lost the strength to utter clear words, and could only let herself fall into slumber. The steady sound of breathing emerged, and the immortal in the tent quietly opened one eye, watching his disciple. After confirming that the other party was asleep, Tao Mian opened his mustard seed bag, moved the unconscious fifth disciple inside, tightened the bag opening, and shrank it back to its original size, then carefully placed it back in his sleeve. Having completed this task, Tao Mian took out all the incense candles he had prepared in advance, placing one every short distance around the room, evenly surrounding it. He lightly tapped the peach branch on the ground twice, and all the candle flames ignited simultaneously. In the eerie cold light behind each candle appeared the spirit of a cultivator, all the souls gazing towards Tao Mian, who stood at the forefront. Tao Mian's expression was carefree, his brows and eyes serene. He faced the cultivators present, adjusted his sleeves, bowed slightly, and clasped his hands together.
Thank you, fellow Taoists. Today the Chihuang Mountain Villa faces a calamity. We want return until it is resolved.
The gathered souls returned the gesture, the atmosphere silent and solemn. After the greeting, the cultivators all knelt down and sat cross-legged, each performing various hand seals and silently chanting. Tao Mian looked out at the moonlight, and the peach branch tapped the ground again. This time it was no longer light as a swallow's tail brushing over the water. The first strike resonated like a bell hitting a mountain, creating deep cracks in the ground. The second strike was like thunder splitting the sky. All the decorations in the room, shattered tiles, fell to the ground, and the building swayed precariously. The third strike was like a dragon emerging from the sea. The entire villa seemed to be enveloped by a giant net descending from the heavens, violently shaking it. A barrier expanding from the Lord's quarters collided with a barrier converging inward from all sides of the villa, two forces, from the same source, yet in opposite directions, nearly crushing the villa into dust. Amidst the continuous sounds of cracking and collapsing, another sharp cry tore through the air. The house had already collapsed halfway, and through the bare roof Tao Mian could see a dark red giant phoenix flapping its wings above him. Though it had the appearance of a phoenix, its wings were stained with blood, its eyes murky, and thick shackles entwined around its feet, firmly locking it within the villa, unable to escape. As an immortal witnessing a divine bird in such a degraded state filled Tao Mian's heart with sorrow.
Both man and bird must endure confinement.
He sighed softly, raising his head to look at the person on the back of the phoenix. The Chihuang Mountain Manor, as the name suggests, is a place where the phoenix once settled. The divine bird's brief favor upon this land was originally a heavenly blessing, yet it was exploited by those with ulterior motives, forcibly confining it here. Tao Mian stepped out of the dilapidated house, tilted his head back, and shouted at the person on the back of the bird.
"How are you, friend up there?"
The friend above said nothing. Perhaps it was due to the distance, or maybe it seemed foolish to shout like this over such a gap.
"The friend above is truly aloof,"
Tao Mian mumbled to himself, yet he tightly gripped the peach branch, showing that despite the carefree exterior his hand had not relaxed. Since the aloof friend did not come down, he had no choice but to go up. Just as Tao Mian was about to make a move, it seemed the other party had predicted his actions in advance. The phoenix let out a hoarse cry, spreading its enormous wings, charging straight at him. Even after being restrained for many years, the giant phoenix's pressure had not diminished much. Without needing other techniques, the spiritual energy attached to each feather could easily kill a person. Tao Mian bent down just in time to avoid it seeming to have ample room, even spitting out the sand he had accidentally swallowed.
"Cough, cough, truly impolite."
He waved away the dirt in front of him, trying to see the opponent's position. At this moment a gust of wind came from behind the divine bird's sword again, and it seemed poised to slam him into the ground. This time, as the giant bird swooped past, the house collapsed into ruins. Yet amidst the ruins there was no sign of Tao Mian. The person atop the giant phoenix scanned the surroundings, searching for traces of the immortal.
"Are you looking for me?"
A voice suddenly arose from behind, and surprised he turned back to see Tao Mian smiling at him.
"Master Qi, you are more suited to being a merchant than cultivating."
Shi Yun did not expect Tao Mian's actions to be so unpredictable. Before he could react, the other party was already close to him.
"Why must the immortal ruin my good fortune? As a mere mortal, I have only this small wish. Master Qi, it is not that I want to ruin your good fortune, but if I do not act soon, your manner will swallow me whole."
Tao Mian shook his head, expressing his disagreement. Shi Yun kept one hand behind his back, secretly drawing his weapon, while also trying to feign nonchalance towards Tao Mian.
"You, an immortal, cannot understand the wishes of mere mortals. It is precisely because life is short that some matters must be pursued urgently. Unlike you, a mortal who has endless time to squander."
"Squander?" Tao Mian smiled.
"Isn't it more about passing time?"
The giant phoenix let out another cry, seemingly aware of the extra weight on its back, becoming increasingly panicked. It flapped its wings, trying to fly higher, but was restrained by the shackles on its feet, stumbling back down pitifully. Tao Mian crouched down, gently stroking its feathers. Unfortunately, it had been forcibly fed with the flesh and blood of cultivators, which had dulled its senses, making it unable to perceive the pure spiritual energy that Tao Mian was transmitting, thus struggling even more fiercely. Tao Mian felt a deep pity.
"Master Qi, the phoenix is the king of birds, possessing intelligence and divinity. Offending a deity will result in punishment from the heavenly path after death, falling into the realms beyond, suffering the torment of soul tearing, and never being able to reincarnate."
Shi Yun sneered.
"I only desire this life to last. I seek no reincarnation. You are foolishly arrogant."
Since he was obstinate and could not be persuaded, there was no need for further words. The immortal of Taohua Mountain embodies grace and tranquility, disliking conflict. Because of this aversion to fighting, many often mistakenly believe him to be a weak scholar only capable of moon-gazing and drinking wine. Yet all his disciples excel in their own rights. If the disciples are so formidable, how could the master be weak? Qi-yun, having obtained the divine power of the phoenix through unorthodox means, had already carved out his own faction. He wielded a sword with a chilling intent imbued with endless resentment and miasma. Tao Mian, however, used merely a peach branch. 3 moves. The first move shattered Qi-yun's protective miasma, leaving him exposed. The second move disrupted Qi-yun's sword energy and rhythm, revealing his flaws. The final move saw the long sword knocked to the ground, the peach branch pressed against Qi-yun's heart, ready to strike at any moment. Tao Mian's gaze was cold and composed.
I do not wish to increase the cycle of killing, but you have made too many mistakes. This strike is for the phoenix as well as for the sake of my fellow companions. Master Qi, longevity is not a blessing but rather a blessing in peace. The cruel methods you employ to attain immortality will ultimately rebound upon yourself.
Qi-yun, empty-handed, forced a smile.
Immortal, you are not a fish. How can you know the joy of fish? You stand high above, viewing me merely as a mayfly in the pond struggling for a lifetime.
Tao Mian slightly pursed his lips. A thread of spiritual energy, like silk, flowed into the peach branch. In a flash of white light, only Tao Mian remained standing on the back of the phoenix. No matter how much Qi-yun tried, he was ultimately just a mortal. When facing a celestial being, failure was merely a fleeting moment. Tao Mian did not need to exert much effort to deal with him, but he had a lot of aftermath to manage. The first thing he needed to do was to guide all the innocent fellow cultivators who had perished to the afterlife. In Tao Mian's hand was only a thin roster, and he was fortunate to still have this record. The incident occurred suddenly, and there was no time for preparation. He could only use the items already in his mustard seed pouch to set up. He established an altar, hung banners, and chanted incantations to guide the souls. All things are one. Life and death are in the same state. Life is but the death of one, while death is the beginning of another. The celestial being reciting the spell slowly opened his eyes, and before him stood the souls of those wrongfully deceased. Fellow cultivators, you have cultivated virtue in your lifetimes, and your merits are complete. You may now depart to the pure land of eternal bliss, forever free from suffering. The gathered souls bowed in unison, bidding farewell to Tao Mian. Transforming into countless stars, the souls scattered into the heavens. After bidding farewell to the souls, Tao Mian turned to look at the phoenix lying on the ground. The great phoenix was sprawled on the ground, its body weakly heaving, clearly at the end of its strength. Sensing someone approaching, it struggled to escape, but midway it lost its strength and fell heavily. It kicked up a cloud of dirt onto the celestial being. Tao Mian spat twice, shaking off the sand from his hair. He reached out one hand, tentatively trying to touch the phoenix's head. Don't bite me. If you kill me, no one will come to save you. Uncertain if it was due to exhaustion, the phoenix glanced at him and ceased its struggle. Tao Mian stroked its feathers. The texture was quite fresh, but a bit prickly. After calming the divine bird's emotions, he approached its talons. They were tightly bound by heavy chains of cold ice, the shackles constricting it tightly. The phoenix was continually trying to break free, with new and old wounds compounded deeply embedded in its flesh. A circle of bruising around the area continued to bleed. This will hurt, bear with it. Tao Mian gently placed his hand on the shackles, and a bone-chilling cold immediately surged from his palm to his heart. He frowned slightly, channeling his spiritual power, causing a gap to form in the center of the shackles, which then clanged to the ground. The phoenix let out a low moan, its eyelids drooping, almost sticking together, revealing its fatigue. After freeing the divine bird from the shackles that had bound it for years, Tao Mian stepped back and observed the phoenix before him, which resembled a small hill. Such a large creature is difficult to carry away. If I leave you here, you won't be able to fly away on your own. Let's negotiate. Can you shrink a bit? Tao Mian patted the phoenix's wings, and it let out a light call, seemingly in response. Then, before the celestial being's eyes, the massive divine bird vanished. In its place was a chicken lying on the ground. The celestial being fell silent for a moment. To be honest, I considered the possibility, but I never expected it to be so similar, he said, steadily lifting the chicken from the ground. Well, it just happens to be a companion for my yellow chick. From today onwards you shall be called Lady Xian. Xian signifies dawn, as the sun is about to rise.
Tao Mian bestowed upon it a beautiful hope. You must recover quickly, and soar to the sky bearing the azure heavens. Return to where you belong. Lady Xian fell into a deep slumber in the celestial being's embrace, and the last place Tao Mian looked was Qi Yun's body. As he had previously stated, those who defy the laws of life and death, and offend the divine must face the retribution of the heavenly path. The soul of Master Qi was likely already suffering, leaving behind only an empty shell. After some thought, Tao Mian still cast a spell to create a simple grave for him. The celestial being was skilled in this matter, and this task posed no challenge. He quickly completed it. Although this action held little significance, the last words that Qi Yun left him had touched him somewhat. Was it like a mayfly in the pond? Life and death in the morning and evening, fleeting in an instant. Qi Yun claimed to be a celestial being standing outside the pond. He possessed a much longer lifespan, and could look down upon mortal struggles from a great height. But what did Tao Mian think? He pondered that beyond the pond lay lakes, beyond the lakes lay mountains, and beyond the mountains even the heavens and the earth. From a broader perspective, he was far from qualified to look down upon others. He was merely a mayfly in the grand scheme of the universe. Rongzheng, rare to say, slept soundly. She had a long dream, the content of which she could not recall, but it was not a nightmare. It felt as if she was carried by a small boat drifting on the mirror-like river, moving downstream aimlessly. When she arrived at a riverside blooming with peach blossoms, a blue butterfly landed at the edge of the boat, flapping its wings. As she reached out to touch the butterfly's wings, her dream shattered. When she opened her eyes, a person and a chicken greeted her. "Xiao Hua, you're awake." Tao Mian was holding a frail hen, both pairs of eyes fixed on the fifth disciple lying in bed. "Xiao Tao, why did you steal someone else's chicken?" Rongzheng was initially confused, but as soon as she recognized the chicken, something clicked in her mind, and she immediately sat up. Tao Mian took 2 steps back. "I didn't steal it, it came to my door on its own, and I just picked it up." "Then isn't that still stealing?" "Wipe your drool before you come to scold me." "Can we eat it?" "No." As soon as Rongzheng opened her eyes, Tao Mian urged her to pack her things. They needed to leave Qi Huang Mountain Manor quickly. "Aren't we supposed to exorcise ghosts? Could it be that we failed?" "Xiao Tao, hurry up, we need to run, or they will come looking for us." Rongzheng concocted a reasonable explanation in her mind. Tao Mian hadn't thought of it, but he decided to go along with his disciple's words, to avoid the trouble of explaining. Yes, just waiting for you to finish packing. If we don't run now, it will be too late." The two of them climbed over the wall to leave Qi Huang Mountain Manor, not using the front door. Rongzheng genuinely believed that Tao Mian had failed to handle the situation, and her movements were extremely agile as they fled. Having been asleep for so long, she naturally had no idea that Tao Mian had already taken care of everything here, including his infiltration into the residence of the fat steward, where the peach branch marked his forehead. By dawn, a memory of the manor master passing away due to sudden illness naturally emerged in his mind, and he knew exactly what to do. As for Su Tianhe and Du Hong, who were also in the manor, Tao Mian quietly checked on them. These two had long since vanished, perhaps having left upon discovering the unusual activities in the manor. Apart from the chicken, Tao Mian took nothing else, and returned to Peach Blossom Mountain with his 5th disciple. Upon arriving at his domain, he placed the recovering Lady Xian in a small courtyard within the observatory. Huang Daming noticed that he had acquired a new chicken and arrogantly ignored the celestial being. Lady Xian, however, was extremely curious about it, following it closely and mimicking its movements. This drove Huang Daming to distraction. After finally losing 2 brothers, it dominated the entire coop. Now, it didn't know where this wild creature had come from. It flapped its wings, trying to keep Lady Xian at a distance. Tao Mian reminded the two of them to get along well, and then pointed out her living quarters to his disciple. "These 2 rooms have all been cleaned, you can choose one. They are places where your senior brothers and sisters have lived before with excellent feng shui." Rongzheng glanced around, and casually pointed at one, which happened to be the one previously occupied by Chu Liuxue. "Then this one it is." "Fine." Tao Mian had no further comments, nodded in agreement,
then stretched lazily preparing to go back to his room to sleep. Hey Xiao Tao, don't go. Rongjung pulled on his loose sleeve from behind. Since I've joined Peach Mountain, shouldn't I cultivate my skills? Didn't you already learn half of it? No need to force the remaining half. Then what should I do? Tao Mian paused as he turned his back to her. If you're free and have nothing to do, just chop the firewood in the courtyard. Chop firewood. Rongjung turned her head, and indeed spotted a sturdy log, an old yet sharp axe, and a towering stack of firewood. It's not winter, and they never lack firewood there. Moreover, Xiao Tao, you're a celestial being and not afraid of the cold. Why chop firewood? Tao Mian laughed. You are the first disciple to ask me why to chop firewood. Well, consider it a means to cultivate oneself. Perhaps you can comprehend some principles from it. You won't be tricking me, will you? Rongjung was skeptical, but had already walked towards the axe. Tao Mian heard the awkward sound of chopping wood behind him, and thought to himself that his game with this fifth disciple had only just begun. Tao Mian mentioned in the mountain villa that he wanted to make a promise with Rongjung. Rongjung had asked him about the content of the promise more than once, but he always intentionally or unintentionally avoided the topic, never revealing anything at all. Now Xiao Hua was unhappy. She said that Xiao Tao was deceiving her. Tao Mian simply said the timing was not right. When would the timing be right? During the days spent at Peach Blossom Mountain, Rongjung never forgot the mission that weighed on her shoulders. She usually joked and chatted about trivial matters with the immortal. Chopping wood and cooking were the tasks that Tao Mian said his disciples were supposed to do. To get closer to the image of a disciple in his heart, Rongjung took the initiative to handle many chores. Most of the time they spent together, Tao Mian lay on a lounge chair basking in the sun, while Rongjung busily did her chores, not forgetting to chatter away with him. She was observing the immortal, and the immortal was observing her as well. Over time, Rongjung thought that Tao Mian's vigilance towards his disciples was not very high. After all, when he mentioned his previous disciples, he inadvertently talked about many indulgences he had shown them. Perhaps the immortal did not consider that indulgence. But in Rongjung's eyes, Tao Mian truly showed his disciples unparalleled affection. Of course, true hearts exchanged for true hearts. Tao Mian's disciples would never bring worldly troubles here, remaining forever loyal to the mountain. But Rongjung had her own ulterior motives for coming to the mountain. As she gradually gained Tao Mian's trust, she began to implement her own plan. Not daring to take big steps, she could only cautiously test the waters little by little. The immortal's drunkenness she carried with her was a poison given to her by Du Hong's source from somewhere unknown, but according to him, it was very effective against immortals. Tao Mian had a habit of drinking wine and tea, so she would drop a little each time. Initially, Rongjung fixed it at 5 drops, then 4, 3, 2. The longer she stayed at Peach Blossom Mountain, the harder it was for her to take action. She knew that Tao Mian was very good to his disciples, and since she was his disciple, he was also very good to her. She once thought that once the immortal died, she would be forever free and no longer harm anyone. But this last task was incredibly difficult for her at that moment. Tao Mian seemed to have noticed nothing. He had never taken any action. Then one day, as Rongjung was brewing tea for her master as usual and dropped a drop of immortal's drunkenness into it, Tao Mian drank it, but his face turned pale, and he coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood on the spot. Rongjung was startled and froze. Xiao Tao. Her left hand trembled, causing the teapot to fall to the ground and shatter into pieces. Tao Mian could no longer support his body, collapsing onto the stone table, coughing incessantly. Xiao Tao. Rongjung quickly knelt beside the stone table and reached to check his pulse. The immortal's pulse was alarmingly chaotic, and it felt as if Rongjung's hand had been scalded. She took out her commonly used medicine pouch from her bosom, filled with remedies for internal and external injuries. Xiao Tao, you hold on, I will find a way to save you. Bottles and jars scattered all over the ground as Rongjung trembled, searching for an antidote. But there was no antidote for the immortal's drunkenness. She felt hollow inside, not thinking about how the final task was finally about to be completed, and she could soar high and far. What she thought about was that another person, who had treated her well, had been harmed by her. Rongzheng's eyes turned red, her strength fading, kneeling on the ground, almost crying helplessly. The kite does not cry, but Xiaohua would feel sad and upset. She could not become the kite again, nor could she become Xiaohua. She was nothing at all. A fluffy dogtail grass appeared in her blurry vision, tickling her forehead, making her itch. Rongzheng lifted her tear-filled eyes only to find the person, who had just been bleeding profusely, was now smiling at her. His clothes were clean, and the stone table was spotless. There was no trace of the horrifying red blood that had just flowed. Xiao Tao. Tao Mian lifted the tip of the dogtail grass, twirling it with his fingertips, while the heavy green fluff swayed left and right. You are okay. You used the immortal's drunkenness. Tao Mian supported his head, with one hand revealing an expression of helplessness. If it were a different poison, I might have lost my life. But the formula for the immortal's drunkenness accidentally leaked into the world from me. Originally it would only cause hallucinations, but somehow it spread to say it could kill an immortal. 3 people make a tiger. Rumors are truly terrifying. Tao Mian clicked his tongue twice, sighing. A meticulously planned arrangement ended up being a blunder. Rongzheng's gaze froze, her eyes welling up with more tears. She suddenly lowered her head, not wanting Tao Mian to see her expression. But no matter how much Tao Mian disliked someone, he would bend down to look. Are you really crying? Rongzheng was choked by his teasing and for a moment could not cry. She suddenly adjusted her posture, changing from kneeling sitting to kneeling on the ground, lowering her head, as if to bow. Hey. Don't bow randomly, I will lose years off my life. Tao Mian quickly helped her up. But Rongzheng shook her head. Since my trick has already been seen through by you, I have no right to stay any longer. This bow counts as repaying your previous kindness. Whatever you want to do next, feel free. Do assassins talk like this? Always threatening to kill or die, Tao Mian complained, waving his hand. If I wanted your life, I could have acted the moment you poisoned me on your first day. Besides, why would I want your life? That would only harm my own cultivation. The immortal was certainly unwilling to do such a self-harming thing. You came alone to Peach Blossom Mountain, taking a huge risk to kill an immortal. There must be some promise made to you. Instead of seeking him, it's better to trust me. Tell me what you desire in your heart, I can help you achieve it. Rongzheng hesitated a little, and Tao Mian saw through her, deliberately pretending to be angry. What am I, an immortal, who has lived for thousands of years, not trustworthy? I can assure you, who knows what promises were made. Rongzheng's fingers involuntarily intertwined. Xiao Tao, why do you have to help me? Although I have entered your sect, my thoughts are not pure. Didn't I say it? Tao Mian sighed. As your master, I want to make a promise with you. You express your wishes, and I will help you fulfill them. Then you must also agree to do something for me. I still don't understand. Why did you bring up the promise at this moment, when you clearly refused to discuss it no matter how I asked before? Because the timing is right now. Tao Mian mysteriously informed her of the promise, but refused to say why the timing was now. He said he would explain, but not at that moment. At this moment, he wanted to hear what Rongzheng desired. All right, after a long hesitation, Rongzheng finally made up her mind. What I seek are 3 items. The first is the bone mirror, the second is the hidden jade altar, and the third is the embroidered snow sword. I only need these 3, and then I will complete the promise with Xiao Tao. The 3 items that Rongzheng sought are all rare treasures in the world. The bone reflection mirror reveals one's true self in myriad images. The hidden jade altar contains precious medicine capable of curing grave illnesses. The embroidered snow sword, as its name suggests, is adorned with frost and snow along the blade, cutting through jade as if it were mud. It is a renowned sword forged by the elder Hong Yin. The bone reflection mirror was once a treasure of the floating and sinking pavilion, but was stolen by a servant, and its whereabouts became unknown. It is said that it was recently acquired by the Thousand Lantern Tower from the hands of a dying old demon, and it has not yet been listed for sale, leaving its future uncertain. The hidden jade altar is sealed within the secret chamber of the Misty Tower, heavily guarded. The embroidered snow sword is Rongzheng's usual weapon, or rather it once was.
Since it is your weapon, how could it have ended up elsewhere?
Tao Mian couldn't help but ask. Rongjung pursed her lips, her hands curling into hollow fists.
It was taken from me.
After a brief pause, she informed Tao Mian that the embroidered snow sword was the treasure given to her by Du Hong when he appointed her as the leader of the 12 Shadows. She was stripped of her title, and the sword was not spared being forcibly given to another master. Rongjung intends to reclaim it.
The last one sounds the easiest to obtain,
Tao Mian pondered.
Why don't we go for the sword first, then steal the hidden jade altar, and finally wait for news from the Thousand Lantern Tower to buy the bone reflection mirror?
Rongjung had no objections. Tao Mian carefully inquired about the whereabouts of the embroidered snow sword, asking if her disciple had any speculations. Rongjung quietly contemplated eliminating potential suspects one by one in her mind.
Though the embroidered snow sword may not be unparalleled in the world, it was indeed hard won by Du Hong at that time.
Back then Feng Zheng and the young pavilion master were still quite close, and although Du Hong spoke little, he was generous in his rewards to Rongjung. In his 20s, pavilion master Du still had some sincere feelings for his loyal shadow guard, and he personally obtained the embroidered snow sword from Elder Hong Yen. Elder Hong Yen forged only one sword every 10 years, and this rare opportunity was granted to the eldest son of the former pavilion master of the illusory Truth Pavilion. Nay, at the floating and sinking pavilion would have to wait another decade. However, Rongjung had just resolved a significant issue for Du Hong, and had suffered severe injuries, needing to rest in bed for over 3 months. Even if Du Hong was cold-hearted, he wouldn't be unmoved. He thought that if Rongjung could possess a sharper sword, she would not suffer such serious injuries again, and would be better able to protect herself. Thus Du Hong took a perhaps life-risking action. He abandoned the relatively stable floating and sinking pavilion for several months, working menial jobs for Elder Hong Yen, enduring considerable hardships, before finally persuading the elder to make the embroidered snow sword for him. He personally named the sword. He named it Embroidered Snow because the day he first met Rongjung happened to be during the coldest days of winter, with snow falling thickly. The girl, slender as paper, turned to glance in the snowstorm, her clothes and boots white, her black hair decorated with large snowflakes, and her skin the same color as the snow. Only the tip of her nose was frozen red. She sneezed, accidentally bumping her forehead against the shoulder blade of the companion in front of her. Just as she was about to apologize, she sneezed again, hitting her head twice, and making her droop her brows and feel wronged. At that time, she was not yet Feng Zheng. At that time, she was about to become Feng Zheng. Du Hong retrieved the sword and came before the bedridden Rongjung, introducing the sword's name and describing that past event. Rongjung's face turned pale, her lips slightly curled, weary yet forcing herself to listen. At that moment, she thought that the pavilion master must have mixed up his memories. After all, they had met in the middle of summer. Yet Rongjung said nothing. She had grown accustomed to not rebutting Du Hong's words. Years later, reflecting back, Rongjung self-deprecatingly realized that Du Hong had occasionally shown his sincerity early on. However, it no longer mattered. She simply wished to reclaim what belonged to her.
This sword has likely been passed to the current leader of the 12 Shadows, a person named Chen Yin, who was once my junior brother.
The 12 Shadows of the floating and sinking pavilion are called shadows precisely because they come and go without a trace. Capturing their whereabouts is no easy task, especially that of the leader. However, Rongjung is confident, stating she knows where Chen Yin is. Tao Mian thought his disciple would take him to some illicit place, but she merely brought him to a nameless mountain at the border between the demon realm and the human world. This mountain is neither towering nor continuous. Its only feature is a remarkably large stone at the top. How large is this stone? It can be seen clearly from the foot of the mountain. It resembles a perfectly stable marinated egg, impervious to wind and lightning. Because of this large stone, Tao Mian casually referred to the nameless mountain as Big Stone Mountain. The two climbed to the top of the mountain without much effort. Up close, the stone surface is relatively smooth, a brownish color, increasingly resembling a marinated egg. Rongjung mentioned that her junior brother liked to come here to wash stones when he had no tasks.
Wash stones. Yes. Rongjung searched around until she finally found a copper watering can among a cluster of low shrubs. This is what we use to wash them. She then stood up and pointed to a spring they had just passed by at the foot of the mountain. The water source is over there. Tao Mian couldn't help but facepalm. He really couldn't imagine how much pressure the assassins of the floating and sinking pavilion were under. The former leader of the Shadows seemed a bit split in personality, while the current leader was clearly stiff in mannerisms. Rongjung was full of confidence. Chen Yen has no friends and doesn't like to engage in frivolous romantic pursuits. As long as he isn't on a mission, he will definitely be here. We just need to wait patiently for him. Tao Mian wanted to further understand Chen Yan's stance. Though he is your junior brother, he is still a member of the floating and sinking pavilion. Xiaohua, no matter what Du Hong thinks, you are currently being hunted by the floating and sinking pavilion. Are you not afraid of walking into a trap? If you think a conflict is unavoidable, remember to inform your master in advance. Tao Mian was thinking of his disciple's safety, and Rongjung understood his good intentions, but she firmly shook her head. The task of hunting me down has been assigned to another shadow guard, and it doesn't concern junior brother Chen Yin. As long as it isn't his responsibility, Chen Yin will never interfere. That's just his nature. Alright then. At first Tao Mian thought his disciple was being too naive, placing too much trust in her former colleagues. But when he saw Chen Yin in person, he found him to be quite different from his expectations. Chen Yin was short, standing only up to the last rib of an average adult man, yet he was lean, clearly someone who had dedicated years to cultivation. His right foot was lame. It was unclear whether it was congenital or due to an injury. However, this injury seemed not to have affected his foundation. Otherwise, the meticulous Du Hong would not have elevated him to the position of leader of the Shadows. He was very quiet. Upon seeing two outsiders near the large stone on Big Stone Mountain, he showed no surprise, rather treating them as if they were invisible. He limped over to the bushes to retrieve his watering can, preparing to descend the mountain to fetch water. For someone of his skill level, leaping down the mountain would not be difficult. However, it seemed he preferred to challenge himself, insisting on descending the uneven mountain path. Tao Mian glanced at Rongjung for confirmation, but she shook her head, placing a finger to her lips, signaling him not to speak. Once Chen Yan's figure disappeared, Rongjung finally began to explain. Xiao Tao, do not rush. We need not reveal our intentions. Once Chen Yan figures it out himself, he will tell us the answer. Tao Mian instantly understood what kind of person Chen Yan was. He was meticulous in his actions, walking to fetch water, not interfering with others' tasks, indicating he was a person with his own principles and adhered to them resolutely. Although asking directly would be clearer, it would disrupt Chen Yan's routine, and he would likely refuse to speak. Thus Rongjung wanted to give Chen Yan time to think slowly. If stripped of his identity as an assassin of the floating and sinking pavilion, Chen Yan resembled a practitioner born on this mountain. He followed a routine of fetching water, ascending the mountain, washing stones, and then descending to fetch water again. The watering can had a limited capacity, only able to moisten a small area each time. When the wind blew, the sandy soil would cling to the stone, rendering it as if it had been washed in vain. Yet Chen Yan did not care about the results or significance of this task. He simply engaged in it. Rivulets washed away the sand while pebbles covered the surface. Wash again, cover again. Chen Yan's soul, like the stone, developed its own texture. This was his personal cultivation. As two intruding outsiders, they naturally could not casually disrupt his practice. After several cycles of ascending and descending, the stone became wet and dry, then dry again, until roughly a human-sized area was cleared. Tao Mian on the side was damaging the flowers and trees. Several blades of grass had been uprooted. Rongjung's patch had already been completely stripped bare. Time gradually passed in their silence. Approaching dusk, Chen Yan finally spoke his first sentence. Sister Zheng, the embroidered snow sword is not in my possession, nor is it in the hands of the other 11 brothers. It has been given to someone else by the pavilion master. Chen Yan's speech was slow, with pauses different from others, but his enunciation was exceptionally clear. Even though Rongjung did not ask a single word, he fully answered all her questions.
After he finished answering, Rongzheng's expression suddenly changed for the worse.
I understand. Thank you, junior brother Chen Yin.
She had already learned the whereabouts of the embroidered snow sword. It would only be given to that person by Du Hong. Rongzheng, having received her answer, turned to leave. She could not bear to stay a moment longer. Yet Shen Yin, ever taciturn, unexpectedly proposed a brief exchange.
Senior Sister Zhang, are you still petitioning?
Her pace involuntarily slowed. Though urgency pressed upon her heart, she answered Shen Yin's question.
I no longer petition. I only wish to reclaim what is mine. To reclaim is still to petition.
Shen Yin tilted his arm slightly. A clear, gentle stream arced from the fine holes, encircling his watering can, falling in soft rhythmic droplets.
The 12 shadow guards of the floating cloud pavilion each inherit their codenames across generations. The previous leader bore the title Kite, that is Senior Sister Zheng.
Yet your case is exceptional, so the pavilion master has temporarily suspended the matter of succession. Shen Yin does not seek to usurp your title, but he recalled something. Before you, the leader's codename was not Kite but Contest, a single character. Why the shift to Kite? The pavilion master's intentions remain inscrutable, and such matters are not ours to presume upon. Still, I dare to reflect whether Contest or Kite, both names bind one, body and soul, to constraint. So Senior Sister Zheng, having resolved to sever the long string, do not linger in longing. Soar high and fly far away. It was rare for Shen Yin to speak so many words at once. Even Rongzheng, who had known him for years, heard this for the first time. She was both startled and quietly moved. It seemed her past care for juniors, like Shen Yin, had not been in vain. Here he was contemplating her path. Rongzheng smiled faintly, offering no direct reply, but instead said she would visit again someday to water stones beside him. Shen Yin sighed softly.
Only when my mind is unburdened may I perform this single act here, repeated unhurried without restraint. But your heart teems with 1,000 thoughts, thus the stones of this mountain will weigh you down, anchoring you far from flight.
His jet-black eyes flickered toward Tao Mian, who stood nearby pretending to be invisible.
That one, however, could manage it.
Tao Mian grinned, feigning the guileless ignorance of a simpleton, his very aura brimming with innocent charm. Shen Yin could only shake his head, resigned.
Very well then, very well. Your karmic ties lie elsewhere.
With that satisfying reply, Tao Mian and Rongzheng departed. They walked in silence. Rongzheng pondered deeply. Tao Mian too was lost in thought, one gazing downward, the other upward, until Rongzheng sensed her own mood darkening and sought to shift the air. She tilted her head, studying Tao Mian walking beside her.
Little Tao, if you keep staring at the moon like that, you'll bore a hole right through it. What's on your mind? I was thinking.
Tao Mian paused playfully, as though about to impart some profound truth.
That this great stone mountain truly is called a great stone mountain. Exactly.
He struck his palm with a triumphant fist.
No one beholds that colossal boulder and fails to name the mountain after it.
Rongning's concern had been needless. She rubbed her cheeks briskly, rousing herself. Only then did Tao Mian recall the matter at hand.
Ah, apprentice. You said you knew where Shoshua had gone. Where?
Rongzheng's gaze lifted toward the road's distant end.
We are returning to the mortal realm. The mortal realm. I assumed we were bound for the demon territory.
Rongning shook her head.
Du Hong cherishes a mortal woman as if she were his most treasured possession.
To shield her, he forbids her entry into the demon territory entirely. In just a few words, immense meaning unfolded, so much so that even the worldly wise Tao Mian was momentarily speechless. A woman! An immortal woman! His first thought was this: how could Du Hong, a man whose very blood seemed laced with shards of ice, possess the capacity to love? And such a forbidden object of affection.
Is this melon fully ripe, little flower? This is astonishing. Du Hong actually has a beloved. I'd sooner believe your senior brother Shen Yin might one day shatter that great stone.
Rongzheng sighed helplessly.
Shen Yin will never shatter the great stone, and Pavilion Master Du will never waver in his devotion.
Du Hong would offer the finest treasures under heaven before her solely to kindle a smile upon her lips. And what then was the Xiao Shui's sword, the blade she held as dear as her own life? Nothing at all. Were that woman to demand her life, Du Hong would likely command his loyal subordinate to take her own without hesitation. Yet she was unfathomably kind. She would never utter such an absurd decree. Rongzheng had often wondered why must this world persist in its injustice, using shadows to define light, using mud in the pond to elevate the lotus purity. She was the moss that thrives unseen, the filthy sludge beneath the lotus. The more clearly Du Hong perceived the blood staining her hands, the more fiercely he cherished her innocence. Though she told herself repeatedly, it is over, no need to dwell. Still Rongzheng clenched her molars tight, her limbs turning icy. She owed Du Hong nothing, so why must she forever stand measured against another? What of moss? What of sludge? She was simply little flower. Tao Mian called to his apprentice. Only then did Rongzheng realize he had already stepped several paces ahead.
What nonsense are you brooding over now? Moss and sludge. Ah.
Tao Mian nodded, then plucked a branch from somewhere, waving it idly through the air.
When we return, let's put that empty water vat in the courtyard to use. Create a simple landscape, grow some moss, add a few crimson fish. No flowers. Is moss unworthy? Arrange stones within the vat in uneven layers, fill it with water. Once the moss takes hold, my mountain will rise, submerged yet alive.
He raised the branch high, pointing it at a meaningless spot in the sky, perhaps a star, and replied with a radiant smile, as though his watery mountain already stood complete. Rongzheng gazed long upon his profile, and suddenly she smiled too.
Then we must hurry home. Quick, quick, little Tao, I've already outpaced you.
Tao Mian let out a startled
"Ah,"
dropped his branch, and hastened to catch up. Their destination lay ahead, the mortal realms, Furong Prefecture. Furong Mansion is located in the southern region of Jiangnan, said to have been built by a wealthy merchant for his childhood sweetheart. The residence is modest in size, yet every detail reflects meticulous thought. Pavilions and waterside pavilions are intricately carved. Stone statues in the gallery hold hidden meanings. In front of the house, beneath the eaves, by the pond, and along the courtyard walls, wherever the eye can see, there are blooming hibiscus flowers everywhere. Like pearls adorning the hairpin, they embellish the delicate branches and green leaves. Cherish the wood hibiscus beneath your courtyard, swaying slender branches with a faint blush. The current owner of Furong Mansion is surnamed Hong, with a mysterious background. Yet Rongzheng reveals to Tao Mian that it was actually Du Hong who bought this mansion for his beloved Ming Fu, spending a fortune simply because her name contains Fu, and because she adores hibiscus flowers. When Rongzheng mentions the origin of the mansion, her expression is indifferent, revealing nothing of her true thoughts. Tao Mian, however, stands next to a cluster of hibiscus flowers that seem to have blossomed in the wrong place, curling her lips in disdain.
Just because her name has Fu, does that mean you give her hibiscus flowers? If her name had Xing, would you send her to the heavenly palace? How cliché.
Rongzheng's thoughts are interrupted, and she can't help but laugh.
Then what about the Peach Blossom Mountain, and you, a Tao surname immortal? Aren't you dismissive of the ordinary? TCH, I don't need anyone to give me gifts, I have my own. What are you doing? Climbing over the wall, old rules.
Rongzheng rubbed her forehead.
Could you ever find a different way to get in? What's the logic if the owner won't open the door for me, and won't let me climb the wall? He even shifted the blame onto others.
Don't climb over here, it'll take you to a better spot. This is why people say those who aren't family don't enter the same door. The master leads the way in mischief, while the disciple follows to support him. The two successfully climbed over the courtyard wall. Furong Mansion appeared like a fat sheep lying on the ground ready for slaughter. Even the clumsiest thief would leave with a full load. But this was merely its appearance. Du Hong, confident enough to leave someone in the mortal realm, certainly would not be lax in defense. Tao Mian casually counted and found 3 different groups of guards. They concealed their identities, masquerading as gardeners' maids, and stewards appearing in every corner of Furong Mansion. The location Rongzheng found was the only blind spot for surveillance. After climbing in from the wall, Rongzheng skillfully led the way. They were headed to the treasure vault of Furong Mansion, where various treasures gifted by Du Hong to Ming Fu were idly stored. Rongzheng's steps were light and familiar, as if she had entered her own backyard.
I was the one supervising the construction of this mansion,
Rongzheng chatted while walking.
At the time Ming Fu disliked the original furnishings, so Du Hong asked me to find someone to replace them all.
I asked her what style she preferred, but he wouldn't say, so I had to go with my own ideas. Rongzheng couldn't help but feel speechless.
All I can say is that I ended up decorating such an expensive place in a way that I like. Tao Mian noticed a detail that seemed amiss.
Isn't your lord supposed to cherish her? How come he doesn't even know what she likes?
He has too much on his plate, perhaps. He lacks the energy to pay attention to these trivial details.
Mentioning
too much on his plate
made Rongzheng suddenly feel indignant.
But where would I find so much energy to spare? Working tirelessly to meet deadlines, while needing to argue with carpenters and masons. Xiao Tao, you're still laughing. Tao Mian suppressed her laughter, clearing her throat.
Xiao Hua, you've changed a lot.
Tao Mian vaguely remembered when she first met Rongzheng. The latter had put on a lively and cheerful exterior, while in truth, she was on the verge of losing her soul, driven only by the instinct of a killer to complete her tasks.
Now following an immortal, her once suspended heart slowly began to settle. Although it hadn't fully landed yet, it had already touched the soft tips of the grass on the ground.
Xiao Hua, your master may not teach you many things, but she can teach you how to live easily. Xiao Tao, you can deceive me, but don't deceive yourself.
Your leisurely days are because I'm here chopping wood, cooking, and carrying the burden. The two intruders happily conversed in the courtyard, and after avoiding several guards, they finally arrived at the place where treasures were kept. The two-story cabinet was filled with treasures so valuable that they seemed to overflow from the gaps in the bricks. Even through the windows one could see the treasures, haphazardly strewn about, piled up astonishingly high. Du Hong has truly spared no effort for his only beloved. To say there is a difference between valuing something and not valuing it is an understatement. The rewards Rongzheng received were hard-earned, while Ming Fu needed do nothing at all, as these treasures naturally gathered here like water flowing to low ground. Recalling the time she worked so hard, Rongzheng wanted to slap herself, waking up the version of herself from back then. It didn't matter anymore, she could now face Ming Fu and Du Hong with a calm heart. If there was any injustice, it was for her past self. Because she had found the person who could forever remember her name after death. Perhaps the person she had always sought was this individual. Sent to undergo harsh training by the floating pavilion, since childhood, she emerged under the name Kite, once believing that Du Hong would be the only one to remember her name. She knew she wouldn't live long from the very first day in the pavilion. She simply hoped someone would remember her. Not too much, just once a year would suffice. Just as Rongzheng was lost in thought, Tao Mian, without a key, managed to unlock the intricate lock of the treasure vault. Rongzheng's mind nearly stopped working.
How can you, an immortal, be climbing walls and picking locks?
Are you really a proper immortal? I've lived long, so I have to learn some skills to pass the time right. Dare I ask, what other illegal activities do you partake in?
What a thing to say! I just learned by myself from the top down.
The two entered the treasure vault, which went much smoother than Rongzheng had anticipated. They rummaged through the mountain of gold and silver, putting in considerable effort. Rongzheng discovered several individual cabinets displaying various precious bronze and jade artifacts, as well as renowned weapons and blades. She called Tao Mian over to take a look.
The items in this cabinet look the most valuable, and there's no dust on the surface, suggesting they are often taken out for admiration by their owner.
Rongzheng casually picked up a jade bracelet, holding it up to the light.
Xiao Shui is probably among them. Tao Mian found this to be reasonable. After thoroughly searching 3 times, they found no trace of Xiao Shui. Strange.
Tao Mian put back a huge antique open jar.
They even put vases in here. How can there be no Xiao Shui? Xiao Hua, did you find anything on your side?
Rongzheng stood with her back to Tao Mian, her hands tightly clenched at her sides, her neck bent down, and her back hunched, as if she were intensely staring at something. Tao Mian sensed something was off, and got up to follow her. They found the renowned sword that had accompanied the Kite through countless battles casually placed in the corner. They had missed it earlier because it was covered by many other objects. The blade of Xiao Shui was thin, no wider than the gap between two fingers slightly spread apart. Covered in the dust of the ground, it was even harder to find. It lay forgotten and buried in solitude. One could hardly believe it had once been cradled in someone's palm, held close through long cold nights. The sorrow that Rongjung displayed at that moment was less about the sword being unvalued, and more like a mourning for her only friend. The eloquent little Taoist at that moment found himself at a loss on how to comfort his disciple. He was somewhat flustered when Rongjung took a deep breath, the corners of her mouth lifting high, her eyes transformed into two crescent moons by her flushed cheeks. An unnatural smile. She half squatted one knee on the ground, not minding the dirt, as she unearthed the sword Xiaoxue from the thick layer of dust. She stood the blade upright, and delicately wiped away the remaining dust with her sleeve. The groove in the hilt was difficult to clean. Rongjung blew on it, and rubbed it with her nails. She was familiar with every groove of this sword, knowing where there were scratches, where it had worn down, where it would dull easily, and where it was quick to use. These details flowed through her heart like blood, which is why parting from the sword caused her such pain. Back then she naively thought that even if it left her side, Xiaoxue would be well cared for, and that letting the other 11 assassins take it would be fine. But she never expected that Xiaoxue would be forgotten in a corner gathering dust. The best way to kill a sword is to abandon it. Rongjung cleaned the blade, but could not find the scabbard. Unable to sheathe the sword, she cradled Xiaoxue in her arms.
"It's good that you're back,"
she murmured, repeating.
"It's good that you're back."
Rongjung turned to face Tao Mian.
"Let's go, little Tao."
Tao Mian looked at the feigned calmness on his fifth disciple's face, feeling a pang in his heart.
"Little flower, there's no need to say anything."
Rongjung shook her head, indicating that she did not need comfort.
"I did not expect it to be like this, but I can accept it. I am used to it."
Moreover, this way we can save our strength. If Mingfu truly loves it, then we will need to take it back, which will require considerable effort. Rongjung rarely acted on emotions. Perhaps there had been moments of rebellion, but they had all been worn away by Du Hong's persistent pulling and avoidance. Now all she wanted was to do something beneficial for herself. The two did not linger. Since Rongjung had made the decision, they left immediately. However, on the way down they unexpectedly encountered Mingfu entering the pavilion with a maid. Tao Mian reacted quickly, pulling his disciple into the shadows. Mingfu seemed to be a temperamental young lady. She sharply reprimanded the guards following her, capriciously ordering them not to come closer, and then slammed the door with a loud bang, taking her personal maid with her. Du Hong's beloved turned out to have such a personality completely contrary to the gentle and graceful beauty that Tao Mian had imagined. Perhaps it was precisely because Du Hong himself was a reserved person that he was attracted to such a willful and unyielding woman. In any case, Tao Mian did not like her at all. No matter how one looked at it, his capable and playful disciple was far more vivid. After Mingfu closed the door, she began to throw things around angrily, which explained why Tao Mian found the place so chaotic when he entered earlier. She smashed anything that couldn't break, especially targeting the jade and glass items, as the sounds of shattering continued in rapid succession. The room full of treasures Du Hong had given her was originally for her to vent her frustrations. Mingfu was furious for a long time, smashing 10 or so antique vases and breaking 7 or 8 jade bracelets and hairpins before finally catching her breath. The maid did not dare to intervene, only waiting until her mistress had calmed down to offer her a handkerchief to clean her hands.
"Miss, do not be upset. Lord Du is just busy and cannot spare the time. Whenever he has a moment, doesn't he always come to Furong Mansion first? Do I care for that?"
Mingfu's voice was sharp.
"He bought a grand Furong Mansion claiming to be exclusively fond of me. And yet, he also has Yulon Mansion and Yun Mansion. He favors everyone, which means he loves no one. Am I any different from the vases and jars in this room? I am just a beautiful object he displays in the mansion."
Mingfu grew angrier as she thought, sweeping a jade plate and wine pot off the table to the floor. The maid did not dare to breathe. Mingfu's rage was not enough, she wanted to scold as well.
"Where is my place in his heart?
I truly do not understand. He appears to care for me, yet he never comes to see me when I am ill, nor does he celebrate my birthday. For everything he sends his shadow guards to attend to me. What do I need his shadow guards for? I want to see him."
Mingfu's emotions fluctuated greatly, and as she spoke she began to cry.
She said she had never felt true affection from Du Hong, that he regarded her merely as a vase to harbor his useless emotions. Before her, Du Hong was always a flawless and impeccable figure, his tenderness tasting like chewing paper, dry and bland because it was merely an act.
"He only cares about that kite."
Mingfu bit her lip fiercely.
"He is weak and selfish. He has feelings for her that go beyond friendship, yet wants the kite to be his capable subordinate. He fears that he might fall for her, so he cannot bear to send her to the most dangerous places, unwilling to let her risk her life for him. The kite is the one who stays by his side. What am I? He keeps me beyond the walls, leaving me a few wilting flowers, thinking he can dismiss me. He is dreaming. I might as well die with him."
As Mingfu became increasingly agitated, her cries became breathless, sounding extremely wronged. In the shadows, Tao Mian glanced at Rongzheng's expression. Rongzheng had been listening to Mingfu's words, transitioning from calm to shock to disbelief and self-denial before finally returning to calmness.
"Let's go, little Tao."
She gestured with her lips for Tao Mian to follow. The master and disciple quietly left the treasure pavilion, which was not a difficult task for an assassin and an immortal. Rongzheng wrapped Xiuxue in cloth and slung it over her back. Tao Mian borrowed 2 horses in the market, not only to hasten their journey, but also to clear his mind. They walked along the lakeside, the autumn colors deepening as evening approached, and a painted boat quietly docked at the center of the lake. Rongzheng remained silent until she saw the sunset on the horizon and suddenly said, "It looked a bit like braised pork swimming in oil." Seeing the awkward expression on Tao Mian's frozen face, Rongzheng burst into laughter, startling the horse beneath her, which galloped forward rapidly. Rongzheng did not pull on the reins, but let it run aimlessly. A year ago, she might have felt flustered, confused, and sad from the overheard words. But now Rongzheng only wanted to leave them far behind, not caring about their truth or falsehood.
"Gallop, gallop, my steed."
Crossing the willows along the bank, shattering the mist and clouds. Towards the boundary of heaven and earth, run a little farther. After obtaining the embroidered snow sword, Tao Mian did not immediately head to the next destination, but took the time to bring Rongzheng to the Xuanji building. The Xuanji building is the largest place for crafting magical tools and weapons in the mortal realm, gathering artisans of 8 categories, with stone, iron, gold, silver, copper, jade, and felt, known as the 8 great artisans. Its reputation resonates not only in the mortal realm, but is also renowned in both the celestial and demonic realms. Tao Mian brought Rongzheng along to seek an expert's opinion on the condition of the embroidered snow.
"Swords and blades fear being idle the most. Those hung on walls or sealed in boxes are a waste of resources. We should actually seek out Elder Hong Yen, as the blacksmiths are the ones who truly understand every sword they forge."
However, if he were to find out that the embroidered snow had been left to collect dust in a corner for over a year without any attention, he would likely be furious and refuse to acknowledge us.
As Tao Mian spoke, he took out a blue jade pendant from his bosom. This pendant was translucent and luminous, clearly not an ordinary item, with a dragon and phoenix design inscribed with the character Lu, indicating it was a token given to him by someone.
Rongzheng, curious, leaned in to examine the exquisite jade pendant.
"I've heard of the Xuanji building's fame, but I also know that they do not accept last-minute orders, and that one needs a connection to enter. Can we really just barge in like this?" Tao Mian was confident.
"In that case, I must introduce you to another dear friend of mine. You have friends in the Xuanji building."
"Wasn't it said that there is only one close friend, Shui Zhonggui, in the mortal realm? Tisk, I've lived for over 1,000 years. How could I possibly have only one? You underestimate people too much." "How many then?"
Tao Mian extended one hand, spreading his fingers.
5. That's quite a lot.
He then folded 3 fingers back.
"When you count it all up, isn't it still just 2? Quality over quantity in friendships, you're mistaken, Xiaohua. No matter how you say it, you have your reasoning, and I won't argue with you. As the master and disciple chatted casually, they waded through the bustling crowd and arrived at the entrance of the Xuanji building. This place is located in the most prosperous area of the entire capital, where every inch of land is valuable. The building's owner, however, boldly occupied a considerable piece of land, and even carved out a large artificial lake, the water of which is exclusively used by the artisans inside for weapon crafting. From the exterior, the Xuanji building is symmetrically designed and extraordinarily neat. The entire structure is cast from pure copper, with 8 copper serpents coiling around high pillars reaching into the clouds. The surface of the building has mostly turned black, which not only does not appear old, but instead conveys a sense of steadiness and dignity, becoming a characteristic of the Xuanji building. The main entrance is guarded by 2 heavily armored soldiers, and visitors must present a black and gold 2-color letter. Tao Mian, arriving uninvited, naturally did not possess such a document, and was halted by one of the soldiers. The soldiers wore heavy silver helmets obscuring their expressions and adding to their imposing presence. They were exceptionally tall men blocking the entrance, creating a strong sense of presence. Rong Zhang initially trusted Tao Mian, but now it seemed that his jade pendant was ineffective. He spoke with such conviction that she suspected he had even deceived himself. She sighed inwardly, wanting to pat Xiao Tao on the shoulder and suggest they withdraw and try to sneak in later at night. The people behind them were also urging them forward, their tone growing impatient. Yet Tao Mian remained unmoved and unflustered. The soldier blocking him was somewhat daunted by Tao Mian's confidence and momentarily did not react. The soldier next to him, likely more experienced, recognized the token hanging from Tao Mian's waist. He quickly pushed aside his obstructive companion and respectfully bowed his head, while extending his arm, inviting Tao Mian to enter. This jade pendant is a token specially reserved for close friends of the owner of the Xuanji building, with no more than 3 in the world, allowing its bearer to enter at any time and select any weapon they desire. Tao Mian had no interest in selecting weapons, he was there for repairs. Rong Zhang did not expect that this fraudulent immortal's token would indeed be effective. She quickly followed him, and sure enough, no one obstructed their way. Rong Zhang was astonished and couldn't help but whisper to Tao Mian, "Xiao Tao, your item is actually not just a bluff." Tao Mian was still unsatisfied. "Next time, I should have the owner give me a plaque saying permission to pass to hold up while entering. Let's see who would dare to stop me." Rong Zhang was so engrossed in talking to Tao Mian that she didn't take the time to carefully observe the interior of the building. When she regained her senses, she discovered that the Xuanji building displayed an even grander atmosphere. The building was divided into 8 floors, and they walked along the outer circular staircase. In the center stood a gigantic copper lotus flower with several scattered lotus leaves, each leaf serving as a crafting platform, where skilled artisans and apprentices were busy with the sounds of hammers and the shouts of masters echoing. Even more astonishing was that those crafting platforms were not fixed but operated through gears and chains, able to move up and down and left and right within a certain range. Like a true lotus flower growing amidst molten iron and copper mud, swaying gracefully. Rong Zhang couldn't help but wonder what kind of person the owner of the Xuanji building must be to so harmoniously combine strength and gentleness. Under the guidance of the manager, her questions were soon answered. The owner of the Xuanji building turned out to be a beautiful woman. The place where the manager brought them was not any imagined luxurious room, but an ordinary crafting platform. An elderly blacksmith was hammering a bright red-hot sword, and there was a person dressed plainly, even with patched clothing, turned away from them, observing the master at work. At first Rong Zhang thought this person was an apprentice here, and did not pay much attention. But when the manager said, "Owner, the guests have arrived," she was shocked and opened her mouth wide. The seemingly unremarkable and somewhat poor-looking apprentice was actually the owner of the Xuanji building. Even more astonishing was that, as the figure turned slightly, a well-defined profile was revealed. The owner, like her, was a woman. Rong Zhang, receiving too much new information at once, felt her mind spin and stood frozen in place. The woman appeared ageless, exuding a captivating charm.
Her charm was elegant and unpretentious. It was not created through thin gossamer garments or heavy makeup. Even dressed in coarse fabric with a bare face, she captivated attention. As soon as she smiled, one couldn't help but think of a peony partially blooming opening to the wind. Her gaze first fell upon Tao Mian's face, then turned to Rongzhang beside him, and she smiled gently.
Tao Lang, is this Miss Yuan Di?
Rongzhang was taken aback, not expecting that this old acquaintance of her esteemed teacher still lingered in the memories of the second disciple from Taohua Mountain. It seemed that not only did she not inquire about worldly affairs, but she had also lived long enough. Tao Mian coughed slightly, feeling a bit awkward.
Ah, Jiu, let me introduce you. This is my fifth disciple named Xiao Hua. Little girl. She doesn't have the surname Xiao. Miss Hua. You can just call her Xiao Hua.
Although Ajio was born charming and affectionate, according to Tao Mian her mind was simple, and she paid no heed to worldly matters. Apart from her and the 8 master craftsmen, there were many stewards and attendants in the Xuanji building to maintain its operations. As the master of the Xuanji building, Ajio did not need to manage many trivial affairs, spending her days accompanied by swords and spears, and did not feel lonely.
But it is also lonely.
Ajio sighed softly, her voice tender and melancholic. A beautiful woman is indeed a beautiful woman, even her frown is lovely. At this moment, the 3 of them left the forging platform and arrived at a secluded corner. This place was set aside in the Xuanji building for receiving guests. Within the building there were only 3 similar places. The Xuanji building was not short of business. Once you entered, there were no distinctions of wealth, and no one was given special treatment. Even if the emperor personally came, he would need a letter to discuss matters. Here a heavy bronze door was set up, isolating the noise from the outside, which allowed the 3 to enjoy a peaceful environment. Hearing Ajio sigh so mournfully, Rongzhang looked at Tao Mian with the gaze of one judging a scoundrel, while Tao Mian returned her a look of innocence. It really has nothing to do with him. Ajio rested her chin on one hand, playing with an empty teacup in the other, her gaze lightly drifting over Rongzhang's face, as if brushed by a feather.
Is this the second disciple of Taohua Mountain? Oh my, you've grown so much. Come, Ajio will give you a red envelope. Sister Jiu, I am the 5th disciple. My name is Rongzhang. Ajio, who was rummaging through her money pouch, paused.
I'll look at my memory. I've made a mistake again. Tao Lang, where is Miss Yuan Di? Did you not say that she would surely get along with me and wanted to introduce us?
Ajio spoke softly and slowly, clearly not someone who often dealt with others.
Moreover, her memory was not very good. Many things only lingered in her mind for a moment before flying away. She could only catch the shadows of the geese passing by, but could not truly chase after them. Tao Mian, however, seemed quite accustomed to her way of speaking, showing no impatience at all, patiently repeating what he had just answered.
Ajio Yuan Di has already passed away. This is my new disciple Rongzhang. Passed away.
Ajio slowly blinked, her eyelashes fluttering.
How could she have passed away? I still saved a fine sword for her.
This sword was forged for 3 whole years, waiting for its owner.
Ajio said she could not do anything else, only these iron lumps and copper lumps.
Tao Mian was her dear friend, and Tao Mian's disciple was naturally her friend as well. She had very few friends, and they were precious. She had originally prepared her best gift to give to Lu Yuan Di. Upon hearing that Lu Yuan Di had passed away, even though they had never met, Ajio still felt sorrowful. When she forged swords, she fused her spirit with the blade, murmuring the other person's name, sketching their appearance in her mind. Each sword that flowed from her hands was imbued with the smith's painstaking effort. Thus, even without having met, Ajio felt as if she had known the other for a long time. Seeing her dear friend so heartbroken, Tao Mian felt sorrowful too. How could he not feel sad? Both had such genuine natures. Ajio was grieving for his disciple, while he had truly spent many years together, with her naturally cherishing those memories even more. However, Tao Mian could not allow himself to wallow in despair. He poured Ajio another cup of hot tea, urging her to warm her hands. Ajio was someone who could easily fall into a certain emotion, making it hard for her to extricate herself. Perhaps that was why she possessed an unparalleled talent in sword forging.
In the end, Yuan Di returned to Taohua Mountain and she was at peace. Jiao, as long as you are alive, you will be able to wait for a reunion. She will come to take this sword sooner or later. Although Jiao was prone to immersing herself in her own world, she was also receptive to counsel. She trusted Tao Mian, so she never questioned his words. Thus, she gently stroked her cheek, letting the melancholic emotions dissipate. All right, I will keep that sword for her. Tao Lang, what is it that you need Jiao's help with this time? Jiao knew that he wouldn't come to the Xuanji building without a reason. Tao Mian and the faraway shopkeeper Shui were old friends for many years, and they all understood each other's characters very well. Xiao Hua has a sword that was accidentally left in a corner gathering dust for a long time. This spiritual sword, once separated from its owner, will lose a lot of its spiritual energy and become an ordinary mortal sword. Jiao, I specifically came to the Xuanji building to ask you to take a look. Jiao's clear eyes first stared directly at Tao Mian, listening to him finish his words, before turning to the silent Rongzheng. Tao Lang. Jiao's tone became hesitant, as if she were debating whether to speak the truth. Jiao, just speak your mind. Miss Rongzheng's body can no longer endure any more turmoil. Jiao's gaze was sharp, whether directed at a person or a tool. Is there still a need to repair this sword? Now that it has become mediocre, it might even be a good thing. If it revives, it will need to draw on its owner's spiritual energy. Miss Rongzheng, is that truly all right? Her last question was directed at Rongzheng herself. Rongzheng fell silent, not immediately giving a response. Tao Mian and Jiao were not in a hurry, waiting for her to make a choice. After a long while, Rongzheng finally spoke. Although after repair it will depend on me for its existence, but I still trouble Sister Jiao. I just want to reclaim 3 things that rightfully belong to me. There are gaps in the first half of my life, and I want to fill them. As for this sword, although it would be better to seal it away, if it comes to that, what's the difference from letting it gather dust in Furong Mansion? It has accompanied me through countless days and nights, and has already become half an old friend of mine. I cannot bear to watch it lose its former glory, as that would make me feel as if I was dying too. Death will eventually come. One cannot forsake many brilliant days just to avoid it. So, Sister Jiao, this is my request. Please repair it. Jiao glanced at Tao Mian, who closed his eyes and slightly nodded in resignation. What could he do? This was his disciple. Jiao agreed. It would take some time to retrieve the sword, and Jiao asked Tao Mian to wait for her news. Before parting, Rongzheng quietly asked Tao Mian if he had ever wronged the beautiful Sister Jiao. Jiao's ears were sharp upon hearing Rongzheng's question. She laughed. Tao Lang, even your disciple thinks we match well. Tao Mian feigned ignorance. My disciple is the reincarnation of the matchmaker. She wants to pair up every man and woman she sees. Jiao sighed softly behind him. You see, I'm just joking with you. Sighed Tao Lang. When will you ever pause for someone? Tao Mian ultimately remained silent. A window opened in this seldom-visited corner. Outside, across the street, there was a beautiful little courtyard where 2 young girls were playing. One of them, upon catching sight of a young man outside the moon gate, paused her actions and quietly hid behind a flowering tree to watch him. The scattered red leaves flew over the swing. After leaving Jiao, Tao Mian asked Rongzheng where she wanted to go. Xiao Shui cannot be retrieved for now. If you wish to wait until it is repaired before heading to the next location, that is fine as well. Or if you want to proceed to Yan Ai Tower immediately, I have no objections. They were standing in the bustling market, their remarkable appearances attracting the attention of many passers-by. Rongzheng said there was no rush. She was a bit tired and wanted to return to Peach Blossom Mountain. Tao Mian agreed. The 2 of them rode in a carriage towards the direction of Peach Blossom Mountain. On the way, Rongzheng asked Tao Mian why he didn't choose a faster method. As an immortal, he should have teleportation charms or something similar for quick travel. Tao Mian's arms were filled with flowers and fruits, as well as handkerchiefs and fragrant pouches. These were tossed to him by young girls as he passed through the market. He picked 2 plump fruits, wiped them on his clothes, handed one to his disciple, and kept one for himself. If I want, we could just count to 3 and be home. But what would be the point?
Little flower life should not always be about speeding through and skipping ahead. Some carry memories on their shoulders, while others see them as burdens. In a hurry, in the end, aside from reaching the destination, one possesses nothing at all.
Tao Mian said that people must live until they die. Is death what matters?
What matters is living. Rongzheng was no longer a child. She had escaped death several times, and she naturally understood the reasoning Tao Mian spoke of. She said that although it was rather impolite to put it this way, she could somewhat grasp the kind of person Tao Mian was as he walked through the pain of losing a disciple.
Parting and death are matters worthy of a lifetime of contemplation.
Tao Mian took a large bite of the fruit, its sourness causing him to scrunch his face, and his voice became muffled.
Though I seek longevity, this fruit is so sour it feels like my teeth will fall out. Rongzheng laughed. She broke her fruit into 2 pieces, tasted one, found it sweet, and then shared it with Tao Mian. Tao Mian coughed as he took it, crunching down on it to ease the sharp sourness.
The carriage swayed rhythmically as it traveled slowly along a sparsely populated country path. Rongzheng finished eating the fruit, wiped the juice from her fingers, and suddenly recalled something.
By the way, Xiao Tao, why haven't you studied the Tong Yu Shu? Last time it was put on hold, and it seems we haven't mentioned it since then.
Tao Mian became lazy after eating, leaning casually against the corner of the carriage. If one were to say lazy people have their own ways, no matter how narrow the space, he could find a comfortable corner to nestle into. It looked rather pitiful, yet it was quite comfortable. Upon hearing his disciple mention Tong Yu Shu, Tao Mian seemed to finally realize there was such a matter.
Oh, that's easy. If you want to learn, I can have the coachman change direction right now, and you can master it overnight.
Rongzheng truly couldn't help but look at him with doubt.
Xiao Tao, is your so-called overnight mastery reliable? Reliable. Looking ahead to the next 1,000 years, you won't find anyone more reliable than your master. They won't outlive you.
Rongzheng mumbled quietly, and Tao Mian pretended not to hear.
Disciple, do you really want to learn? I must make it clear beforehand that your body can't handle much strain. Then it'll take it easy and learn little by little. Rongzheng didn't hide it anymore.
Xiao Tao, I have someone I need to meet.
A gust of wind blew by, lifting the carriage's curtain.
Rongzheng casually glanced and caught sight of a round tattoo on the back of the coachman's neck. Her expression instantly tightened, and Tao Mian sensed something was off.
The coachman has a problem,
Rongzheng mouthed to Tao Mian. The sun was high, and the coachman wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. He had been listening to the movements inside the carriage, and upon hearing Tao Mian say to turn around, the coachman shouted out,
"Where do you 2 nobles want to go exactly?"
"The road ahead is difficult to navigate and needs to be detoured. If we turn around now, there's still time."
The carriage fell silent, no reply coming from within. "Noble guests."
The coachman lifted the curtain with one hand, finding it empty inside. Only 2 fruit pits rolled to the ground as the carriage swayed. The coachman's face changed drastically. He tightened the reins, and the 2 horses whinnied loudly, coming to a halt. A small mechanical bird was released from his embrace, circling twice in the air before flying off towards the demon realm. Tao Mian and Rongzheng used magic to arrive at the foot of an unknown small mountain. After Rongzheng's warning, the 2 had exited the carriage silently. Tao Mian asked nothing. He trusted Rongzheng. Rongzheng proactively explained to her master.
"It's someone from the floating and sinking pavilion. That tattoo is the mark."
Her face turned pale.
"Xiao Tao Duhong is a meticulous person. After I escaped from Yen Ai Tower, he no longer trusted me.
So he will definitely send other shadow guards to monitor you. What treasure do I have that he covets? I have no grievances or grudges with him, so why cling to me?"
Tao Mian was still somewhat confused. Rongzheng shook her head.
"Xiao Tao doesn't know. Immortals are already quite rare, and most keep a low profile, elusive and unpredictable. The Thousand Lantern Tower dares to sell things at such high prices. Naturally, they have their reasons. Demons and monsters despise immortals, yet also pursue them, because they each have their own tribulations needing to refine the immortal body to smoothly transcend."
Rongzheng's explanation allowed Tao Mian to understand what Duhong wanted from him, But there was still one thing that puzzled him. Most immortals have already gained the Tao. To offend an immortal is to face the wrath of the Tao. How could the demon realm and the monster realm, both within the three realms, easily escape the eyes of the Tao? That's because Rongzheng bit her lip. Because they have already mastered the methods to conceal an immortal's aura and evade the punishment of the Tao. When an immortal is trapped, they often first lose blood and absorb spiritual energy, then they are cut, tendons pulled, and bones crushed for marrow, and finally their 3 souls and 7 spirits are refined. Most immortals possess strong self-healing abilities, so the torment they endure is also prolonged. Some demons and monsters do not complete all these steps at once. Instead, they dangle the immortal's breath and slowly nourish them. Furthermore, until the very last step, the immortal remains alive. Tao Mian couldn't help but hold his breath. He wasn't worried about what would happen to him. He was thinking about how many immortals had been forced to become sacrifices for the demons and monsters, given that they could outline such clear and safe procedures. Xiao Tao, Xiao Tao. Don't be sad, Rongzheng said, somewhat flustered. Rest assured, a proper immortal is very difficult for demons and monsters to capture. After all, they are immortals. How could they be easily defeated? All they can catch are those fallen immortals who have broken heavenly rules and been punished by the Tao. These immortals are not like you. Rest assured, as long as I am here, I will ensure that the people from the floating and sinking pavilion do not harm you. Really, really? Rongzheng repeated really twice to express her determination to Tao Mian. She feared he wouldn't believe her and proactively explained why she had defected from Yin AI Tower. Although I grew up in the floating and sinking pavilion following Du Hong through thick and thin for many years, these sacrifices ended when he sent me to Yin AI Tower. I am a person who values trust. I promised Du Hong to assist him, and I fulfilled that promise. Yet he did not keep his promise to me. Putting me in Yin AI Tower seemed to be for me to continue my mission and gather information, but in reality, it was to abandon me. My body can no longer bear holding onto the sword for long, so he wants me to use another method. I escaped from Yin AI Tower, but I have something important in his hands that I need to get back. So I made a deal with him. I came to Peach Blossom Mountain. And you know what happened next. Xiao Tao, I am not the kind of person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. I can tell who treats me well and who does me harm. I promised you not to torment this fragile body any longer. But if Du Hong dares to harm you, if anyone else dares to harm you, I will ensure that they face dire consequences. With that, Rongzheng smiled, her smile bright like the spring sun. The immortals of Peach Blossom Mountain are formidable, but Kite is certainly not a name without merit. Though I wish to live a long life, I will never betray you, Xiao Tao, for the sake of survival. I will choose the latter over the floating and sinking pavilion. So Xiao Tao, I will not let you face difficulties. Rongzheng had only seen her third senior sister Chu Liuxua, and had not met her senior brother, second senior sister, or fourth senior brother. But she thought that if her senior brothers and sisters were here, they would make the same choice. Or perhaps among them someone had already made a similar choice. On the small boat, her third senior sister's regrets made her sad. She thought, if possible, let the grudges from outside the mountains be carried away by the wind. She was willing to enter the mountains, willing to guard one person, one mountain, and one tree blooming with flowers. Rongzheng exerted all her efforts to comfort her master, and Tao Mian finally emerged from the gloomy atmosphere, offering a reassuring smile to her disciple. I have my own troubles to deal with, yet am thinking of saving my master. Rongzheng puffed out her cheeks. I've come to realize that while the bone mirror and the hidden jade platform can be sought over time, I cannot allow Du Hong to bully us at our doorstep. I am currently annoyed by him and don't wish to see his face. She counted on her fingers. Even if I can only live to 55, I still have 30 years to live. For you, 30 years may seem short, but for me 30 years can accomplish a lot, she stated. For me 30 years is quite long as well, Tao Mian replied with a smile, casting her a sidelong glance. If you die, I will be unable to move on for the next 30 years. Oh no, that won't do. Rongzheng waved her hand. Why don't you just pretend I'm dead from now on? That way, when I truly die in 30 years, you will be able to accept it. What kind of reasoning is that? It sounds reasonable, but upon closer inspection it feels quite strange. Stop thinking about it. Little Tao, what kind of place have you brought me to?
Rongjung began to examine the nondescript mountain before them. With sparse vegetation and no spiritual aura, it appeared to be an unremarkable barren mountain. She couldn't understand why Tao Mian had brought her all the way here.
Because
Tao Mian stepped aside, raising his arms to showcase.
This is a grave mountain that I painstakingly sought out after much effort, and it is very suitable for your cultivation.
Rongjung stepped back 2 paces, coldly turning away. When Tao Mian grabbed her by the collar, her legs were still aimlessly moving in the opposite direction.
Little flower, didn't you say you would protect me? Master is so sad. Little Tao, it was windy just now, you must have misheard. We once stayed long, let's just spend 3 nights here. In the outer room or the inner room? Are there any vacant rooms? It looks pretty full here. Little Tao, why don't we leave? Stop, stop. What a great place this is. Don't waste Master's intentions.
Rongjung wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was genuinely scared. Resistance was futile. Tao Mian enthusiastically led her to the most imposing grave in this desolate land.
This grave looks the largest, and the person inside must be quite significant when he rises,
Tao Mian said, quite pleased.
At that time we can practice in front of him, and if we enlighten him, we can consider our cultivation complete.
Rongjung was left speechless. This madman Little Tao actually intended to give enlightenment to a vengeful spirit.
What if he's particularly fierce? What if he doesn't listen to what we say?
Rongjung felt a surge of panic and couldn't help but voice her concern. At that moment Tao Mian replied seriously.
Then we can only perform a preemptive liberation for him.
As dusk settled, the sky gradually darkened, marking the beginning of the night activities on this desolate mountain. Tao Mian's eyes sparkled with an intensity that seemed to shine even in the dark. Beside her, Rongjung wished she could bury herself on the spot. Soon the last remnants of twilight faded, and the sky turned completely dark. Then Rongjung experienced a night she would find hard to forget for the rest of her life. After darkness fell, the two sat opposite each other with cold winds howling all around. Rongjung trembled in anticipation of the unknown, and after half an hour Tao Mian grew impatient.
Why can't we even see a ghostly shadow? You should take a look at what your own identity is. Would an ordinary little ghost dare to come out?
Tao Mian complained for a short while before suddenly falling silent. At that moment of silence, a bad premonition surged to the forefront of Rongjung's mind. He must be up to no good. Sure enough, as Tao Mian saw that no ghost appeared after a long wait, he produced a long spirit summoning banner from somewhere, and struck the ground 3 times, knocking on the mountain to rouse the spirits. Now all the ghosts, whether fully dead or not, had no choice but to come out. They had been resting peacefully, but were forced to work. As soon as Rongjung saw the first ghostly shadow emerge, she bolted. The result was that those ghosts, fearing Tao Mian's celestial aura, did not disturb him, but rather chased after Rongjung. Rongjung cried out,
Little Tao, quickly retract your divine powers. Why are they all chasing me?
Tao Mian leisurely sat down cross-legged, still having the leisure to call out to his disciple.
Little flower, don't just keep running. You need to reason with him. Reason with a ghost.
Rongjung cursed.
They can't even think straight.
What could I say that they would understand? That's why I need you to think of a way.
Tao Mian changed his position to watch his disciple run in a frenzy.
Little flower, you don't need me to teach you lightness skill anymore. What I need to teach is the ability to traverse the ethereal. Forget it. If you can improve your lightness skill, that works too.
The first night passed amid Rongjung's frantic running and shouting.
By the time dawn broke, Rongjung was nearly out of breath.
Didn't you say we couldn't use our powers casually?
Tao Mian smiled.
Don't worry, little flower. If it's just frantic running, your poison won't be triggered.
I can control that measure perfectly. If that's the case, you might as well bury me right here. After 3 days of exploring the graveyard, on the morning of their departure, Rongjung felt as if she had shed a layer of skin.
This is what you meant by acting within one's capacity.
She supported herself on her knees, her legs trembling uncontrollably. The world spun around her, yet the immortal's smile was blindingly bright.
Though the process was somewhat convoluted, the outcome is excellent. Xiahua, you did it. Rongzheng forced a smile, stubborn and proud.
Of course I, Rong Xiahua, will never concede defeat.
It seemed she was truly exhausted to the point of dizziness, accepting the random name Xiahua that Tao Mian had given her.
Tao Mian squinted slightly, raising his head to look at the lingering flames of karma behind Rongzheng. Truly, with a top-grade fire spirit root even at just a third of its power, it had such astonishing effects.
To achieve this in 3 days is already considered extraordinary talent. Xiahua, once you master the soul control of Tongyu technique, you'll have grasped half of it.
The remaining half is calling souls. Once learned, you will be able to meet those who have passed on.
Rongzheng took a breath, finally gathering enough strength to sit up and speak with him. Xiao Tao, if you really learn to call souls, do you have anyone you wish to see? Tao Mian was selecting the most beautiful branches within half a meter, planning to break one off to write, "The invincible Xiao Tao immortal has visited here" as a memento.
Hearing his disciple's question, he tilted his head to look back.
Why do you ask? I can help you. Senior brother, second senior sister, third senior sister, fourth senior brother. Who do you want to see? He'll call them out to meet you. That sounds strange. You should take care of yourself. Your master's matters are for your master to handle. Rongzheng crossed her arms in front of her, her eyes narrowing as she looked at Tao Mian, who was evading her gaze.
You aren't afraid to see them, are you? Or perhaps worried you won't be able to meet them?
Tao Mian's lips were as hard as stone.
How could that be? I, the fearless immortal of Peach Blossom Mountain, have lived for over 1,000 years. What experiences haven't I gone through?
Then why not give it a try?
Seeing his hesitation, Rongzheng squeezed beside him, her hands clasped behind her back, her smile blooming like a flower.
Fearless Xiao Tao immortal, why are you afraid at this moment? It's all right. I also have someone I wish to see. If I meet them, that's great. If not, then surely she has gone to reincarnate.
No need to wander the world drifting without a home, isn't that better?
Tao Mian's lips moved, ultimately unable to argue against her conceding defeat. All right, then let's give it a try. Let's just try. Well, agree beforehand. If we can't meet, no one should be disappointed. What kind of reasoning is that? No disappointment is allowed. Oh, come on, cheer up.
Rongzheng gently tugged at her own face, making a silly face.
I hope Xiao Tao is happy every day.
You are an immortal. If you are happy and carefree every day, then you can have many more bright and joyful days than we mortals with limited lifespans.
It was the first time Tao Mian heard someone interpret his immortality this way. He couldn't help but feel curious and slightly touched.
Even years later, when Rongzheng and her senior brothers and sisters were buried in the same peach grove, as the peach blossoms bloomed and withered through several springs and autumns, he could still clearly remember how at dawn's light his fifth disciple told him,
Xiao Tao, you must be happy and find happiness.
Her first half of life was filled with regrets. All she wished was for the last precious person she encountered in this life to not fall into endless abyss, to not be trapped by memories this lifetime. There were countless things unresolved and regrets in her heart, yet outside the green mountains remained, and the waters flowed freely.
Xiao Tao, why not stop confining yourself to the mountains?
Rongzheng rubbed her reddened face.
How about coming out more often to see the world? Rongzheng had previously been trapped in the floating mist pavilion, diligently working as an assassin. Rising earlier than roosters and sleeping later than dogs, working tirelessly, she had no heart for the fleeting joys of this world. Now she was finally willing to cut the threads binding her ankles. She wanted to live freely. At this moment, the master and disciple had decided to set off, with Tao Mian walking ahead, turning back to smile. Sure. However, as an immortal, I need company wherever I go. Xiahua, take care of yourself, and let's travel together. Rongzheng's eyes lit up as she quickly followed.
All right. Do you need money? Master has no money. It's fine, well, just mooch off Manager Shui. Manager Shui is so generous. He's a wealthy man, but stingy. However, he doesn't act too harshly. At most, he'll make you work as a small laborer in his shop for 2 or 3 years. Xiao Tao, you are my beloved disciple, and you are putting me in a bind. Nonsense, how could master put you in a bind? Once you become a small laborer, if you look to the side, you might see me washing dishes over there.
The two of them walked out of the graveyard with Rongjung complaining of fatigue, so Tao Mian had no choice but to take her back to Peach Blossom Mountain to rest for a few days.
Xing Guiran recognized his footsteps and flew out from the yard flapping her wings as she followed the unwilling Huang Dang.
Oh my Xing Guiran! Haven't seen you in a while, you've gained weight again.
Tao Mian hugged the approaching chicken-like phoenix, weighing it in his arms. Indeed, the nourishing fruits of Peach Blossom Mountain were beneficial. In just a few days, Xing Guiran had gained some flesh. As for the injuries on its body, they were visibly healing under the nurturing spiritual energy of the mountain. The phoenix was a spiritual bird aware of who saved it, so it was particularly close to Tao Mian, while it remained indifferent to the immortal's disciple. That said, their kind was naturally proud, and not inclined to associate with other species. This phoenix had likely been separated at a young age, captured by Qi Yun, and had suffered much torment over the years. Rongjung recognized this chicken and instinctively salivated.
Xiao Tao, if we raise it a bit more, can we eat it? She still had that in mind. Tao Mian just laughed.
This one can't be eaten, consuming it would bring disaster. But you can stew Huang Dang.
Rongjung looked intently at the rooster at her feet. The innocent Huang Dang passing by. Huang Dang strongly demanded the right to speak human language.
After resting in the mountains for several days, Rongjung complained of fatigue every day. This time she didn't have to pretend to be a compliant disciple. She wouldn't chop wood even if asked, nor would she cook. Now there were 2 lounge chairs in the yard, and Tao Mian and Rongjung sprawled on them like 2 dead fish. Tao Mian turned his face toward his disciple, and weakly uttered a sentence.
Xiaohua Master is thirsty. It's okay, Xiao Tao. You are immortal, you won't die of thirst.
Tao Mian angrily turned his face away. In the yard an unknown bug chirped, and the master and disciple fell silent for a while. Outside, however, there came the sound of rustling like footsteps. Not just one, but at least 10 people. The place where Peach Blossom Mountain was located was far from the bustling city, with only a small village at the foot of the mountain. The villagers understood the principle of not seeking outside help. It wasn't that they had fewer wishes than those outside the mountain, but they had discovered that the Taoist temple here was home to a muddled immortal. The villagers solemnly approached the temple for help, but they couldn't find any reason behind it. Instead, after chatting casually about some little worries, after dinner they would unknowingly have them resolved in a light-hearted manner. Later, people simply continued living their days without demanding too much. With the mountains and the immortal protecting them, they lived a life of less worry and trouble, enjoying peace. The villagers at the foot of the mountain wouldn't casually gather at the temple's entrance. They all knew the immortal preferred tranquility. Only reckless outsiders would do such a thing. Rongjung's ears perked up. Although she lay on the lounge chair appearing lifeless, she was actually carefully discerning how many people were outside.
11, 12. 12 people, with a leader who is likely one of the shadow guards from Floating Mist Pavilion. Tao Mian turned his face back around.
Xiaohua, it seems we are surrounded. It's fine, Xiao Tao, you are immortal, you won't die even if you are killed.
Tao Mian turned his face away again in anger. Is it okay for someone to be killed and not die? The shadow guards from Floating Mist Pavilion stood quietly outside the mountain gate, but no one came out.
The leader slightly raised his head, looking towards the temple hidden among the peach trees. He raised a hand, and the other 11 quietly followed. They completely surrounded the small temple, with 4 or 5 people entering the courtyard, where the immortal was no longer present. Only Rongjung sat sideways on the lounge chair, her booted feet tapping the ground, leisurely swinging back and forth. Upon seeing the leader's face clearly, Rongjung was slightly surprised.
Chunyan, I didn't expect you to come in person.
Holding a sword, Chunyan remained as silent as a pine.
Sister Zheng, please forgive me. I only came to carry out a mission. Is your mission regarding Xiao Tao or me? Both. Rongjung smiled, not particularly surprised by the answer.
Then Du Hong has somewhat overestimated you.
Chen Yin opened his mouth to speak, but he hadn't even managed to say half a sentence when several screams came from outside the wall. The attendants in the courtyard were instantly thrown into chaos. They hadn't expected the enemy to act so swiftly. Though only Chen Yin was a shadow guard this time, the others were all elites. In an instant, although these elites managed to save one life, they all lost their ability to fight, lying on the ground desperately clinging to life. Chen Yin gripped his sword tighter, a dark red spiritual energy flowing into the blade. A gust of wind rushed past his ear, and relying on years of experience, Chen Yin immediately turned around to defend. Clang! The sword intent was chilling, and as the blades clashed, Chen Yin saw a pair of eyes as desolate as a cold moon. He had always known that Rongjung, trained as an assassin, had a personality that seemed contrary to her outward demeanor. However, once she drew her sword, she became a kite soaring high, unstoppable. Her burning jade sword was the best of its kind, unparalleled. Rongjung failed to execute her move, and with the force of the short-range contact, she gracefully retreated half a step. That sword strike was urgent and heavy, and he silently steadied his breath, saying, "Senior Sister Zheng, you are still recovering from your old injury, and should not wield your sword." Rongjung smiled this time with a hint of mockery. "Then as your senior sister should you turn your blade against me?" "Chen Yin, there is no such thing as what should or should not be done. As a member of the floating and sinking pavilion, you chose to betray us. This is against the principles of righteousness. When the words righteousness come from your mouth, they hold no persuasive power at all. Chen Yin, you view this task merely as a task. This time, it was merely Du Hong who called upon you to act. If you truly had any sense of righteousness in your heart, you should have acted back at Stone Mountain." Rongjung directed her sword straight at Chen Yin. "Enough of this nonsense, just focus on completing the task. We each rely on our own skills. Then I must offend you, senior sister." The burning jade sword technique was not solely learned by Rongjung. Every shadow guard of the floating and sinking pavilion must master this fundamental sword technique before practicing other skills. Fundamentals are fundamentals, yet the sword technique is unparalleled. Among the 12, Rongjung, the most talented one, only needed to master this set to secure her position as the leader. Though the two shared a past friendship, their stances had long diverged. Chen Yin struck with lethal intent, and Rongjung did not hold back. The Burning Jade's 7 moves emphasized bold and expansive strikes, not fixating on details, using the sword to pressure and repel the enemy. Rongjung's fire spiritual root was perfectly matched with this sword technique. A casual swing of her sword unleashed a blaze that illuminated the sky, leaving no life in its wake. However, Chen Yin had experience and was familiar with this sword technique as well as Rongjung's fighting style. He seemed to be struggling to defend himself, but was actually conserving his strength, hoping to seize on any flaw in Rongjung's fighting. Swish! Chen Yin's sword energy swept across the shoulder where Rongjung had an old injury. She furrowed her brow slightly, her longsword performing a flourish that deflected Chen Yin's assault. Even though that wound was from long ago, if it were pulled too hard it would still send a pang of pain through her. Rongjung gritted her teeth slightly. It was truly bothersome. As she switched to her less used hand to grasp the sword, a peach twig suddenly sliced through the air, forcing back Chen Yin's sword that had struck from an obscure angle. Rongjung broke out in a cold sweat. The angle of that blade was cunning, catching her in the moment of changing hands. In such a subtle instant, there was simply no time to defend. But someone came to her rescue. Without needing to think, she knew that person's name. Tao Mian sat on the wall, one leg dangling, while the other was bent resting on the courtyard wall, with 4 to 5 of their fellow guards laid out beneath him. The immortal pulled another peach twig from his sleeve. This item was plentiful for him, and he wasn't worried about how many he tossed aside. Tao Mian ignored Chen Yin and spoke directly to Rongjung. "Little flower, you've had enough exercise for today. It's time to take a break." Rongjung was not satisfied. "I've gotten this far, and you won't let me continue. That's too cruel, little Tao. Don't be willful, your wound must be starting to hurt now. I was counting on you to realize how unpleasant today was for me by tomorrow and serve me some tea." Tao Mian tapped the wall lightly with the peach twig in his hand. Reluctantly, Rongjung sheathed her sword. All right.
Seeing his disciple obediently comply, he smiled at the quietly standing Chen Yin.
You are still suited to washing that big stone. That is the life you should be leading.
Chen Yin remained impassive.
There are things to do and things that must be done. Sai, then there's nothing to be done. How about this? I'll act as if I didn't see you, and you can take your little brothers back with you.
Tao Mian seemed unwilling to waste any more energy fighting. He covered his eyes to avoid looking. Chen Yin was momentarily taken aback by this response, but soon regained his composure. Regardless of the other party's actions, he had to complete the task. Chen Yin knew that unless he got past Tao Mian, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Rongzheng. He turned to the side intending for a quick resolution. He understood that as a mere mortal, he could not possibly rival an immortal. He thought whatever he could achieve was all that he could do. He was simply completing the task. However, what he did not expect was that when he tried to raise his sword, his right hand couldn't move at all. The immortal seemed to have done nothing, still lounging casually on the wall with a radiant full moon behind him. He rhythmically tapped the courtyard wall with the peach twig in his hand.
I said to pretend not to see you, and it seems that won't do. Then I must personally see to it that you uninvited guests are sent away.
The celestial beings of Peach Blossom Mountain appeared lazy and indifferent, lacking even a decent weapon, often using a branch from the mountain to spar with others. Seeing this ordinary peach branch, one could only say that anyone would think they could match him equally. Tao Mian did not care how others perceived him. It was no difficult task to obtain a suitable weapon. One of his closest friends was the renowned master of the Xuanji Tower, capable of creating anything no matter how difficult. Even if the Xuanji Tower could not produce it, another close friend would be willing to spend a fortune to buy one. He chose to improvise simply for convenience and ease of use. Moreover, he did not blindly pursue famous weapons for their supposed world-shattering effects. Those legendary swords and treasures might not outlast his own life. What Tao Mian pursued was a state of being, an interaction between heaven and man, a unity of self and surroundings. In this realm of Peach Blossom Mountain, he had no rivals. Chen Yin had not anticipated that he would fall into such a predicament, unable to move. He sighed inwardly, realizing that the master had underestimated Tao Mian's abilities and overestimated Rongzheng's loyalty to the floating and sinking pavilion. He loosened his grip, letting the sword fall to the ground.
I have lost.
Chen Yin was a person who understood the situation. The celestial being had already given him an out, and pressing further would be impolite. What he sought was to complete the task assigned to him by the master. Since it was clear he could not fulfill the task, he would return to face punishment. The tone of the celestial being's last words had turned ominous. He himself did not mind, but the disciples of the floating and sinking pavilion, whose lives hung in the balance, could not be sacrificed for his pride. Thus he set down his sword. Chen Yin was the only one still able to struggle. The others had long since lost consciousness. Seeing his concession, the master and disciple exchanged glances, understanding the calculations in each other's eyes. Rongzheng had already put away her sword and approached him enthusiastically.
Ah, Chen Yin, it's been a while. Why don't we take this opportunity to chat?
The celestial being also leaped down from the wall.
Yes, Chen Yin. Guests are welcome. You can stay for the night. Setting off in the morning won't be too late.
Just moments ago, the atmosphere was tense with swords drawn, and now the host of Peach Blossom Mountain was warmly welcoming guests. Chen Yin was bewildered, not understanding what sort of trickery the master and disciple were up to. Alas, he had voluntarily walked into their trap outmatched, and could only let Tao Mian and Rongzheng take charge. He inexplicably cooked a meal, brewed tea, and ended up sitting dazedly on a stone bench drinking and eating with the two, as their brothers from the floating and sinking pavilion lay scattered around. Halfway through the pot of tea, as Chen Yin raised his cup, he finally realized something was amiss.
Sister Zheng, this is not the time for tea.
Rongzheng, having eaten and drunk her fill, was thoroughly satisfied from the free dinner. Hoping that Tao Mian could prepare a good meal was like expecting Huang to climb a tree. Rongzheng spoke this candidly in front of Tao Mian. Tao Mian, unfazed, countered,
How do you know Huang won't climb a tree?
Then the unsuspecting Huang was forcibly taken out of the chicken coop by the mischievous Rongzheng and made to climb a tree. Shen Yan watched the entire process completely unaware that forcing a chicken up a tree was wrong. By the time he realized his back was soaked with cold sweat. Peach Blossom Mountain, what a terrifying place. It was so easy to wear down one's will one careless moment, and the past would be forgotten, never wanting to leave the mountain again. Shen Yan pretended to casually wipe the sweat from his forehead, and asked Rongzheng what her plans were. Since he was at the mercy of others, he might as well take this rare opportunity to have a good chat. Rongzheng lay on a rope swing between two trees in the courtyard, her hands crossed behind her head, chewing on a blade of grass.
What plans? My plan is to survive first.
Rongzheng's words about surviving were well understood by Shen Yan. These orphan children, since the day they were sold to the floating and sinking pavilion, had willingly swallowed their poison. This poison had no antidote. It enhanced the capabilities of these shadow guards, but correspondingly hastened the end of their lives. Throughout history, none of the 12 shadow guards had lived beyond 35. They were 12 blades meticulously honed by the master of the floating and sinking pavilion. Once a blade was worn out or dulled, it would naturally be discarded. Not all 12 shadow guards were loyal to the master. In their youth and ignorance, they had to take this poison that would gradually kill them for the sake of survival. Upon reaching adulthood, some chose to rebel, some fell into despair, while many like Shen Yan resigned themselves to fate and let go of everything. But Rongzheng had found another path. She had discovered a new place to belong.
Sister Zheng, you are different from us. You've been this way since childhood.
Shen Yan remarked that although Rongzheng had entered the pavilion at a young age and lost her parents, she was like the warm sun in winter, the only light in the dark years. At that time, they were a group of more than 10 under the tutelage of the previous head of the Shadow Guards, who always frowned and told Rongzheng to behave, not to joke around with her brothers. Rongzheng was punished to stand her frail arms carrying a full bucket of water, crying out for mercy. The master stood beside her with a disciplined stick, threatening her that she could not rest until she had stood for 2 hours. Rongzheng sighed and lamented, while her junior brothers secretly laughed nearby. Later, that strict master who often threatened to discipline Rongzheng was gone, and Sister Zheng had also become serious. She inherited the master's position, becoming the head of the Shadow Guards. Time had ravaged them. Even Shen Yan had forgotten that Rongzheng was once a person who loved to laugh.
Setting aside my own position, Sister Zheng, leaving the floating and sinking pavilion was a wise choice.
Rongzheng lifted one leg, causing the swing beneath her to sway. Moonlight spilled over her gentle profile, and Shen Yan saw Rongzheng smile.
Where is there a right or wrong? It simply can't be regretted.
Shen Yan, since childhood, you have always been the most sensible among us children. You were short, then the same height as now.
At first Shen Yan listened attentively, but as she continued, he couldn't help but feel helpless. Sister, please don't tease me.
Rongzheng withdrew her hand from comparing heights and gazed again at the moon in the sky.
The position of head of the Shadow Guards is quite burdensome.
Shen Yan, though I anticipated it, you are the only one who could take my place. Yet reaching this point, I truly feel heavy-hearted. You have never liked scheming, yet you have ultimately been pushed into this position. The other 11 Shadow Guards plus Du Hong. Du Hong is certainly the most troublesome one.
Rongzheng sighed deeply as emotion swelled within her.
For Shen Yan and for herself. But Shen Yan had long since seen through the world.
In this life one drifts like the wind passing through a window. Sister Zheng, Shen Yan has been in this world for 22 years, doing good and committing mistakes.
Not a towering figure, just an ordinary person. But I have no regrets towards the floating and sinking pavilion that took me in and raised me.
He expressed that today's conversation with Sister Zheng was rewarding and full of reflections.
If there is a future, I hope to drink with Sister Zheng, forgetting all grievances and enjoying a cup together. Not long after Shen Yan left, Tao Mian, who should have been sleeping soundly, suddenly said,
Your junior brother has a mouth of misfortune. Generally, when one says such things that absolutely will not come true, something will happen immediately.
Sure enough, shortly after Shen Yan returned to report, Rongzheng heard the news that her junior brother had passed away due to a serious illness. It was unclear whether it was the poison in his body acting up or another scheme by Du Hong. The large stone on Stone Mountain could no longer wait for the ascetic to water it, and Rong Zheng would not find a drinking companion to share a cup with. Tao Mian simply watched her standing long at the mountain gate, gazing towards the west from the dawn's first light to the evening glow filling the sky. In the rosy light that painted the world, Rong Zheng stated that her junior brother had known the outcome long ago. Knowing the outcome early on was why she wanted to express all the words she wished to say and deeds she wished to do. After Qin Yan left the floating and sinking pavilion, sent several groups of people to Taohua Mountain. Although they could fight back, they could not withstand the persistent harassment. This made the immortal feel annoyed. Rong Zheng adapted well to this life of fighting and killing, as she had taken on missions as frequently as drinking water. However, the immortal, who preferred tranquility, could not tolerate it. Tao Mian was someone who would not accept any grievances. Rather than exhausting himself, he preferred to torment others. Now even Rong Zheng could not rest. All right, little Tao, stop nagging." Rong Zheng clasped her hands together in surrender. "I truly fear you. How about we go and wipe out the floating and sinking pavilion right now?" Tao Mian fell silent in thought. He was actually evaluating the feasibility of this matter. "I think it's possible. First you need to confess to me what weaknesses Du Hong has, then I can sneak into his room at midnight and assassinate him. You and Immortal have actually studied assassination techniques. Assassination is simply about stealthily killing him in the dark, isn't it? Easy. I learned it from a disciple of mine who knew it. Your disciple truly possesses remarkable talent." Regardless of the commotion, the problem still needed to be addressed. Rong Zheng suggested that they first retrieve the hidden jade altar, which was conveniently located on the roof of the Misty Tower, and did not require a special search. The Misty Tower was also a suitable place for leisure, allowing her to accompany her master to relax. Located in the demon realm, Tao Mian had never been there, and feeling excited, the two quickly decided to go there for a stroll. In a broad sense, the demon domain is a vast space distinct from the human and immortal realms, and comparable to the latter two. It includes the narrow sense of the demon domain, where demons reside, as well as the demon realm beast tribes, and others, all with intricate power dynamics. Both the floating and sinking pavilion and the Misty Tower are located within the demon realm, which differs from the demon domain. Demons transform from plants and trees, especially fond of mimicking human appearances and movements. Disguised, Tao Mian walked along the street, encountering demons who concealed their ears and tails, imitating the walking postures of young men and women, yet exuding a strangely awkward charm. The tavern's pavilions and jade pavilions on the street were also modeled after what existed in the human world. Had it not been for the overwhelming demonic aura surrounding them, Tao Mian might have truly thought he had not yet left the mundane realm. The Misty Tower is one of the largest brothels in the demon realm. The fifth disciple actually brought her immortal master to visit a brothel. One wonders how her senior brothers and sisters would feel upon hearing this news. Little Tao, Rong Zheng also dressed as a young man. "When we go in later, we must keep a low profile. This place is full of my old acquaintances, and it would be embarrassing to have our identities exposed." Tao Mian recalled that Rong Zheng had mentioned this past event, saying that she had escaped from the Misty Tower due to humiliation. "Little flower, are you really okay going in? Why not tell me the exact location, and I can fetch that altar for you?" Rong Zheng patted her chest. "Rest assured, although I have a bad impression of this place, I won't engage in any excessive behavior that would expose our identities. Let's go follow this group of people, and we'll enter." Rong Zheng pushed Tao Mian forward, and a fox demon at the entrance greeted them seductively. "You two look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here?" Rong Zheng was as comfortable as a fish in water, unaware if it was due to her numerous past missions needing completion in such a place. "In the past, I enjoyed myself elsewhere, but having heard of the dual excellence of song and dance at the Misty Tower, I specifically came to experience it. Not to boast, but dear guests, once you come here today, you will no longer be able to appreciate songs and girls from elsewhere." She waved her hand, summoning two beautiful girls over. The two girls, adorned with flowers, approached and invited them upstairs. "Be careful to serve the guests well. If you dare to slack off, I'll skin you alive." The fox demon sweetly admonished from behind, causing the girls to tremble at seeing they had experienced her methods quite a bit. Tao Mian and Rongjung listened to music in a private room on the second floor. The two girls initially wanted to accompany them, but were driven away by Rongjung. The reason was simple: Tao Mian had vomited. This was indeed quite embarrassing. Before entering the tower, they had agreed to act discreetly, but Tao Mian, as an immortal, found himself in the most heavily demonic area of the demon realm. Even with the fragrant pouch given by Rongjung, he could not help but vomit when the girl insisted on getting close. The girl's pretty face turned an array of colors from blue to purple. Rongjung was almost in tears from laughing. While she sent the aggrieved girls out of the private room, she looked for water and handkerchiefs to soothe Tao Mian's discomfort. "And you still want to barge in here? Don't vomit to death midway." Rongjung patted his back to help him recover his breath. "What was I thinking? Hey, be gentle, my stomach is about to be knocked out." In the private room, there were no other people, just right for the two to discuss their plan. Rongjung's idea was that shortly the most popular girl, Xiang Yi, would come out to play a piece, and when the guests were entranced, they could take the opportunity to sneak upstairs. Tao Mian was curious. What piece does Xiang Yi play that can attract so many people? Rongjung waved her hand dismissively. "If she doesn't play well, she's not even as good as me. But she excels in looks. The drunken man's intention is not in the wine." Tao Mian nodded, understanding. While they spoke, the lights outside dimmed, leaving only a beam of light in the center. In the center of the light, a woman in an orange dress, veiled, sat quietly holding a pipa. Tao Mian glanced at her hastily and withdrew his gaze. He was not interested. Rather than focusing on pretty girls, it was more important to think about how to successfully enter the upstairs. Rongjung was still explaining to Tao Mian which paths led to the upstairs. At this moment, the bidding had already begun outside the private room. The highest bidder could invite Xiang Yi into the private room for a personal performance. Tao Mian was ready to set off, while the outside was filled with incessant bidding ranging from hundreds to thousands of gold. In the end, someone even spent 10,000 gold just for a song from the beauty. The name of that person was announced, particularly jarring amidst the clamor of string and wind instruments. Shin Bojo.